Prologue. I know what that is. That's an invisibility cloak, Ron exclaimed. They're really rare. The fabric of the garment was unlike anything Harry had ever felt. It was almost fluid-like and cool to the touch. He shuddered as he wrapped it around himself and checked his reflection in the mirror. All that he could see was his own floating head and surprised expression. Even when he turned, there was no indication that the rest of his body was there. Reaching for the hood, he pulled it up, concealing himself entirely. "Peverell," a voice seemingly whispered in his mind, and Harry froze. He was glad that Ron could not see his reaction, as he shuddered when the cold of the fabric ran down his spine. When did it become so cold? "Harry," Ron called. Harry remained still as he listened for the voice once more, certain that he had not simply imagined it. It reminded him of the snake he had conversed with in the zoo, though this time he could not see what it was that had spoken to him. It had not been a voice that whispered the same way any other would. No, this had clearly occurred in his mind, and that was somehow more alarming to the boy. "Harry, where did you go?" From within the cloak, Harry shook his head, deciding that he must have imagined. However, if that was true, why did he so vividly remember the word Peverell? What did it even mean? "I'm here," Harry assured his friend, forcing a smile as he removed the cloak and placed it on the bed. Ron returned the gesture and offered his box of Bertie Bott's every-flavored beans. "I'd be careful with the red ones," he warned as Harry took a red one to sample. "It could be strawberry, or it might even be blood." Harry grimaced as he bit into the confection, and an unpleasant taste filled his mouth. "Blood," he confirmed, eliciting a look of sympathy from Ron. Not one to waste food, Harry finished the sweet but refused when Ron offered him another. "You have more presents to open," the redhead pointed out. Harry eyed the humble pile of gifts, not knowing what to think or how to react. He'd never really received presents before, and the experience was proving to be quite overwhelming. "I think that one is from my mum," Ron murmured, his ears turning red as Harry unwrapped a burgundy jumper with a large H knitted in the front. "Sorry, she makes all of us one every year." "It's brilliant," Harry replied with a bright smile. It was. To think that someone had gone to the effort to make this especially for him was warming, and he doubted that Ron understood just how much receiving the jumper meant to him. Harry had often wondered what his mother had enjoyed. Would she have made him jumpers like this? Tentatively, Harry removed his pajama shirt before putting on the garment and reveling in the softness of the wool Mrs. Weasley had used. He'd never had new clothes for himself, so being able to enjoy something that Dudley had not worn out was a first for him. Harry found that he enjoyed it more than he could have anticipated. "I think those from Mum, too," Ron groaned as Harry unwrapped a tin depicting a creature he was unfamiliar with flying through the night sky. Within, he found a selection of homemade biscuits. Not wasting a moment, he took a piece of shortbread and bit into it, the sweetness a rather rare concept for him growing up. "It's great," he assured his friend sincerely. "Your mum didn't have to do any of this." Ron simply shrugged in response, though he was undeniably happy that Harry was pleased with his gifts. "She's like that," he replied. "It makes me miss home. Mum is a brilliant cook." That was a sentiment that Harry did not understand. No amount of time could pass that it would be too soon that he had to see the Dursleys again. It was him that had done the cooking for them for much of his life, and he wondered who would be doing that and all the housework in his absence. Not Dudley. His cousin only ever ate food, and would likely starve before managing to prepare a meal for himself. For him, it took a monumental effort to heave his mass from the couch, let alone do anything else that required physical labor. Harry smirked at the very thought of the obese boy sweating in the hot sun as he pulled weeds from the flower bed. "Do you fancy a game of chess?" Ron asked eagerly, pulling him from his thoughts. Harry wasn't very good at chess, but he nodded. Packing away his presents and finishing getting dressed, the two of them headed to the common room, finding it strange that it was so empty. Fred, George, and Percy were somewhere in Hogwarts, but the less Harry knew what the twins were up to, the better. They had a habit of being places they shouldn't and causing trouble wherever they found themselves. Percy Weasley couldn't be more different. He was a stickler for the rules and spent much of his time chasing his younger siblings around the castle, trying to ensure they behaved. It was something he failed miserably at, much to the delight of Ron. Harry didn't believe he hated Percy, but even Harry found him to be quite overbearing at times. "You win again," he snorted a few hours after they had settled in by the fire. "You're getting better," Ron replied encouragingly. "Yeah, right," Harry chuckled as he began setting up his pieces once more. "It's lunchtime," Ron declared, his statement followed by a deep growling that emanated from his stomach. "Shut up, Harry," he grumbled when Harry laughed. "Come on, let's get food." Ron all but sprinted back to the dormitory to return his chest set before the two of them made their way to the Great Hall, where they were greeted by Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and several other teachers Harry did not yet know. Fred, George, and Percy were there too, along with a few other students that had not gone home for the holidays. "I trust you have all enjoyed your mornings," Dumbledore greeted those gathered around the table. The response he received was lukewarm at best. Harry supposed that around this time, most of the students that were here would usually be sitting down with their own families to enjoy a festive meal. Instead, they would be making do with the company of the professors that taught them, and others they did not know very well. Even Ron's spirits had fallen somewhat, but for Harry, this was undoubtedly the best Christmas he'd had, that he remembered. Up until this morning, he'd never received any gifts of any note, and had to be satisfied by picking at the paltry leftovers of the Dursleys' dinner after Dudley and Vernon had all but ravaged the food that Harry had mostly prepared. It had been slim pickings, and he remembered once picking at a turkey carcass to sate his hunger. Harry shook his head of that thought. It only served to remind him that he did not have any that he considered family, and that he was here now where the spread laid out before him was enough to feed everyone gathered several times over. Despite the mood of the other students who would rather be at home, there was nowhere else Harry would rather be than at Hogwarts. The only exception to this would be if his parents were still alive, but once more, he moved on from those thoughts quickly. He had learned long ago that yearning for them would serve him no purpose. He still thought of them often and wondered what kind of people James and Lily Potter were. Thanks to Hagrid, he now at least had photos of them that he could look upon fondly, but that was all they ever would be. A few photos, and the pleading of his mother that plagued his dreams. "Would you like some more turkey, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "No, thank you, Professor," he replied. He was full. It was an odd sensation, and one Harry was sure he would never get used to. "How about a snowball fight?" Fred or George offered. Harry had yet to figure out the differences between the boys. Even Ron could not tell one brother from the other. "Come on, Harry," Ron urged excitedly. Harry grinned at the redhead's infectious smile and nodded. "Come on, Higgins, you too," one of the twins instructed as the two of them hoisted the only boy present trimmed in robes of green and silver. "It's Christmas. Even you must like Christmas." Higgins scowled, but he did not protest as he was marched from the Great Hall with Harry trailing behind them, anticipating his first ever snowball fight. "Break. I have never seen a student so pleased to be here for the holidays," Minerva commented, pulling Albus from his thoughts. "Indeed," the headmaster sighed wistfully. Minerva offered him a pointed look. "I warned you, Albus. The day we left him with the Muggles, he is such an unhappy boy." "But he is safe," Albus returned. "There are still those that would wish harm upon him, and I would see that he does not follow James and Lily." "Do you truly believe he is in danger?" "More than you could know," Albus murmured sadly. "Harry will need to be strong. I fear I cannot protect him forever." "Protect him from what?" Minerva pressed. "Many things," Albus answered cryptically as he stood and took his leave of the Great Hall. Minerva was never one to simply allow him to walk away from a conversation, and she followed, catching up to him as he reached the staircase in the entrance hall. "Many things, as you so eloquently put it, is vague, Albus," she whispered. Albus offered the woman a slight bow. "Right now, everything that concerns Harry is rather vague," he replied thoughtfully, the words spoken to him by Sybil Trelawney a decade ago playing over in his mind. Tom was out there somewhere. How, Albus did not know, but he had no doubt the man yet lived and was simply biding his time before he returned. Harry would be his prime target, but until he reached his majority, the boy would be safe. Such a thought offered Albus little comfort, and he hoped beyond hope that it would be many years before Britain would hear from Tom Riddle again. Harry would need to be ready. For now, Albus was watching him closely. Thus far, he had proven to be a quiet boy, one that had not endured an easy life, but seemingly kind and as courageous as his father before him, who had stood between his wife and son and one of the most dangerous men in recent memory. Harry had done the same for Miss Granger, proving that he was already of exceptional character. Returning the cloak to him at his young age was something Albus had considered carefully, but by right, it was his, and the only thing he had that had belonged to the Potters. Despite it being what it was, the only place it belonged was with Harry. Albus had studied the cloak closely, and though he had no doubt it was indeed the very same one spoken of in the tale of the three brothers, it had yielded nothing to him. For the most part, it appeared to be nothing more than a powerful invisibility cloak that would retain its magic, but Albus could almost feel something else lurking beneath the surface, and yet he could not access it. He frowned at the thought. Possessing the Hallows had once been a dream of his, but it seemed that it was not meant to be. The Elder Wand certainly boosted some of the spells he wielded, but it too had not yielded spectacular results for him. As with the cloak, it appeared there was more to it, but the wand showed no signs of loyalty to him as his own did. There was no connection, no bond. The wand did as it was bid and did so quite superbly, but for Albus, it was mostly just another wand. He hummed to himself as he pondered it, eliciting a questioning look from Minerva. "Have you heard a single word I have said?" she questioned exasperatedly. "I'm afraid I drifted off," Albus chuckled. Minerva's lips thinned in irritation. "I asked if you thought that it would best that Potter remains here instead of returning to those ghastly relatives." It was something Albus had considered, and he shook his head. "I do not," he answered. "There are strong protections in place at Privet Drive, and it would be foolish to not take advantage of them." "It cannot be safer than here," Minerva huffed. In truth, the protections around the Dursley home were as infallible as they came. The blood protections would keep Harry free from any wizard who wished him harm, and not even Tom could get to him there until Harry reached his majority and they collapsed. Hogwarts was indeed an exceptional building, but it had its vulnerabilities. In the many decades Albus had been here, dozens of students had found ways in and out of the castle without being detected, and Tom likely knew the castle better than any. No, it would not do for Harry to remain here indefinitely. As unpleasant as his life could often be, it would serve him well in the years to come. Tough times created tough men, and if there was any that needed to be resilient in the future, much to Albus's sadness, it was Harry Potter. Break. For several hours they had played in the snow, and Higgins, who had been placed on a team with Harry and Ron, showed them a spell to make the perfect snowballs to pelt at the twins' fortified position. It had been the most fun Harry had ever had, and he wasn't ready for it to end. But with their fingers numb and the sun having gone down, the battle could no longer continue. They had headed back to the castle, where they had been given hot chocolate to warm themselves up before returning to their common rooms. It was late now, and having showered, Harry was ready to turn in for the night. Ron was already sleeping loudly when Harry climbed into bed, frowning as his fingers brushed against the cloak he had placed under the pillow. It was still cold, though very different from the chill of the snow. The cloak was almost comforting, the coolness seemingly seeping into his very being. "Fade me." Harry froze as the gravelly, weakened voice sounded in his mind. He had thought he had imagined it earlier from the excitement of his first real Christmas, but there was no mistaking it this time. Peverell. There it was again. Harry did not know who or what a Peverell was, but the cloak was asking him for something. "Blood," he murmured. He did not know how the answer had come to him. It was as though he simply knew what the cloak wanted from him, and tentatively, and perhaps foolishly, he picked at the small wound on his knuckle that had come courtesy of one of his own exploding chess pieces earlier this morning. Harry watched in fascination as the drop of blood fell onto the cloak, and the redness of the viscous fluid spread throughout the garment, staining the entire thing before it vanished. Able only to release a gasp, he pushed himself away from the cloak as it threw itself over him of its own will. Once more the coldness washed over him, but this time he felt his mind being pulled into a void, and despite his best efforts, he could not prevent it from happening. When his vision cleared a moment later, his mind was awash with an array of thoughts he did not understand. His own were there, but they were jumbled with those of another that also seemed to belong to him. Harry had seemingly found himself occupying the mind of someone else. Fear gripped him as he wondered if the person knew, but the thoughts that were not Harry's own continued without faltering, none of which showed any awareness he was there. Harry blinked. Everything around him was in a gray hue, or he merely couldn't see color anymore. Two men were looking at him oddly, and if Harry was honest with himself, there was a part of him that was terrified. Both were deathly pale, their eyes hardened, and skin marred with a litany of scars shaped into strange symbols. Harry recognized the men and their markings, though he had no recollection of them himself. It was the third man he found himself within that knew them, the men his brothers, and the symbols a runic language few even knew existed. He had created the runes, and as Harry took each of them in, he was surprised by the meaning behind them. Death, summoning, sacrifice, servants, master, blood, magic, pledge chosen. The list went on. In the mind he shared, he knew what the intent behind the symbols were, but his own thoughts could barely comprehend anything he had seen. "You seem troubled, brother," one of the others spoke, frowning in Harry's direction. "It is a fool's errand, Antioch," Harry replied. "You know as well as I that such things should not be meddled with." "But it will work," the third brother questioned. Harry's gaze shifted down to a large piece of parchment that was adorned with more symbols comprised of several different languages he had never seen, but could read effortlessly. Well, the man whose mind he was in could. "It will, Cadmus, but at what cost?" "You take your own findings too closely to your heart, Ignatus," Antioch chuckled. "We must have faith that fate has a plan for us." "Even fate would not provoke death like this," Harry murmured worriedly. "And if we do not," Cadmus pressed, "our lands are plagued by war, famine, and disease. We are already dead if we do nothing." "Then why should we not just perish?" Harry fired back. "I would sooner wait for death than bring him to me. This magic, it will be a curse upon our line, I can feel it." "Our line will cease to exist if we do nothing," Antioch said hotly. He always had been the more brash of the three. Ignatus liked to think of himself as the thoughtful, measured brother, the one who brought wisdom to their various undertakings. Antioch was a man of action and thought little of the consequences until they were upon him. Nonetheless, he was courageous, chivalrous, and talented in combat. He'd had endless amounts of practice of it throughout his life, after all. Cadmus was as cunning and ambitious as any could hope to be. Even if he was prone to bouts of melancholy, since he had lost his beloved, intended a few years prior. Despite this, he possessed an incomparable, strategic mind that had saved their lives through countless times of need over the years. Ignatus was the final piece of the puzzle. He was the scholar amongst them, the quieter brother who observed, learned, and thrived in his own way. Were it not for him and his particular set of skills, they would not be where they were now, on the cusp of undertaking their most dangerous venture yet. You are right, Harry conceded with a sigh. I will begin the preparations, and then perhaps we may see an end to our foes and a chance to live. Our prayers to fate and every conceivable deity have yielded only more suffering. We can only hope that the reaver will hear our pleas. Now, leave me. I have much work to do. The other brothers did so, and Harry checked over the notes on the parchment once more, murmuring under his breath to confirm each symbol was correct for a final time. When he was confident no mistakes had been made, he stood, rolled up the etchings, and made his way outside. Drawing his wand, he murmured a spell that cleared the courtyard he found himself in of all debris, and he set to work on the painstakingly long process of carving the symbols into the stone floor. Harry could not be certain how much time had passed, but when he looked up after completing the final rune, the sun had risen and had reached its peak for the day. That was when he noticed where he was. It was a church that loomed over him, not the largest he had ever seen, but still a foreboding place. Godric's Hollow. Godric. Could it be that the sign hanging on the arched door of the church referred to Godric Gryffindor? Hermione had told Harry the story of the four founders when she had been perusing a copy of Hogwarts, a history shortly after Halloween. How common a name was Godric anyway? Harry didn't know, but it was not something he was free to ponder for long as he made his way back inside the church and waited for Antioch and Cadmus to return. He must have dozed off because only what seemed to be a moment later, he was violently shaken awake by the two men, and the sun was no longer visible through the window. It was nighttime once more. "Have you finished?" Antioch demanded excitedly. Harry nodded in response, yawning as he gestured for the two men to follow him. When they reached the courtyard, they inspected his work, the runes glowing in the moonlight. "Incredible," Cadmus whispered. "You have certainly outdone yourself this time, brother." Harry nodded tiredly as he admired his own work. He had no doubt that his own hands could not have created such intricate symbols so precisely in the concrete. "So this is it then?" Antioch asked. He had suddenly become uncharacteristically nervous as the magnitude of what they were going to attempt set in. They had worked tirelessly for years on this, and the efforts had led them to this moment. The Peverells were looked upon as protectors of these lands, and thus far, throughout the generations, the family had managed to fend off attempted invasions, disease, and war. Now, the entirety of Britain was plagued with all three in both the Muggle and magical world. Something needed to be done to rid their island of them, and this was the Peverells' last resort and final stand to restore the much-needed order. "It does not have to be this way," Harry replied. "What other choice do we have?" Cadmus questioned. "There is none," Antioch said resolutely. "If we wish to cleanse our world, it is a step we must take. Tonight, we place our lives and those of the people we watch over in the hands of the reaver. No price shall be too high and no task insurmountable. Fate and those we called upon have abandoned us, brothers. It is to the great other we must turn." The words were ominous, and already Harry could feel a shift in the air around him. It had grown suddenly colder, and yet there was no wind to account for it. It was magic he could feel brushing against his skin, seemingly probing at him, as though it was testing his very soul. Despite this, he found himself nodding his agreement, albeit tentatively. "When there is no longer light to show the way, a darker shadow shall come to play," he whispered, removing a circular pendant from within his rough spun robes. It depicted both the moon and sun, and Harry felt a wave of fondness wash over him as he simply stared at it for a moment before tucking it back against his chest. "Let's be done with this before we lose our nerve," Antioch urged as the temperature dropped once more. "Do you have all we need?" Again, Harry nodded as he began removing various items from within his robes, enlarging them and handing a few to each of the other brothers. A tiny phial with a few drops of clear liquid within, and a knife made of bone and carved with runes were included with the most important of the three. "You are certain this will work?" Cadmus asked as he eyed the purple orb curiously. "It will," Harry assured him as he looked at his own. It was made of a roughly cut gem of sorts, and just like the skin of the two men, odd symbols had been etched into it. "Then it is a good thing that I trust you with my life, brother," Cadmus replied with a nod. Harry felt a grin tug at his lips before he moved each brother to where they needed to stand in the array of symbols. "Are you ready?" he asked nervously. Both men nodded, likely unable to speak from the nervousness they felt. Clearing his throat as he made his way to where he needed to be, he gave each of them a tight nod and raised his knife, taking a calming breath as he did so. With a nod, all three cut deeply into their palms and placed the files against the wound before Harry drew his wand. Pointing it towards the sky, he scented himself, not an easy feat when his blood was being spilled so freely. "Tonight, we call upon the reaver to plead for his assistance in ridding us of our plights. We stand as your faithful servants and pay the price with our blood and souls. We bow to your wisdom and only ask that you bestow your guidance and blessing upon us so that tomorrow may be brighter. Do you hear our plea?" At first, nothing happened, but the more his vision began to swim, the colder it grew. Although Harry understood the words that had passed his lips, they were spoken in another language that was unfamiliar to him. Ignatus evidently knew it well, and just as Harry began to believe that the three brothers would perish, another wave of cold washed over him, spurring him on to continue. "You hear our plea, and we place yourselves at your mercy." Gesturing for Antioch and Cadmus to follow his example, he began murmuring an incantation as he pointed his wand at the purple orb. Another disturbance, this one feeling very wrong. It was as though something vile, against nature itself, was trying to invade Ignatus's body, and Harry felt sick as its presence overwhelmed him. This magic he did not understand, nor did he wish to. It felt unclean, as though it did not belong amongst them. Even after the incantation was finished and the purple orbs glowed eerily, the festering magic remained within Ignatus, who was struggling to remain conscious now. "Now is the time, brothers, on my count." Antioch and Cadmus nodded as they gripped their wands tightly, both having turned a shade of pale that should not be possible for any living person. 1, 2, 3, Avada Kedavra. Each brother had pointed their wands at the other to their right, but Harry was no longer focused on his surroundings, nor the odd limbo he found himself in. Those words and flash of sickly green light brought back the nightmares he had always suffered from. The only thing missing had been the mocking laughter that had followed, and the sound of his mother's lifeless body thudding to the floor. It was the very same spell that had been used to murder Lily Potter, and as Harry found himself staring at three ghostly figures, the realization of what had happened set in. The three brothers had killed each other, yet they somehow remained here. Well, an essence of them did at the very least. Their bodies were where they had collapsed amongst the glowing runes that were carved into the stone around them, the runes in the purple orbs and carved into their flesh having begun to glow too. Harry could not begin to comprehend what had happened, nor what the intention was, but he was pleased to no longer be occupying Ignatus's mind. It had been an odd experience, and one he did not wish to repeat. Before he could ponder the development, however, another figure entered the courtyard of the church, the cold that followed leaving Harry feeling like he would never be warm again. Whatever it was beneath the cloak that hid it from view was something Harry knew he should not be seeing. The figure paused as it reached the glowing runes, its gaze sweeping over them before it looked up at the kneeling brothers, tilting its head curiously. "Fools," it murmured, the voice sending a shiver through Harry. "You have interfered with things that you cannot hope to understand." "We have not done so lightly," Ignatus spoke, his voice faltering in the presence of this being. "We called upon you when no other would answer our prayers. We are fools, but fools that only wish to see our people safe, our lands free of invaders, and the disease gone with them." "Noble fools, then," the figure conceded. "You have nothing to offer me that I will not claim from you for myself. Even your trinkets cannot protect your souls from me forever. It is not our intention to avoid the inevitable. This is a measure to ensure that we are not taken before our time." "It is I that decide your time," the figure returned sharply. Only death can summon me, and yet you have managed to trick me for now. Speak. What is it you ask of me? Just help, Ignatus replied simply. You must see what has become of our lands. As fate has decreed, the figure pointed out. It is not my place to interfere, even if I was inclined. The figure stopped speaking and fell silent for several moments whilst it looked towards the sky. Harry did not have the slightest clue as to what was happening, but it nodded to itself some time later before looking at each of the brothers in turn. Perhaps I spoke too soon. What does that mean? Antioch demanded. It means that I have had a change of heart, the figure replied almost mockingly. It appears that fate does have a use for you after all. You have your part to play, as will your descendants. Our descendants, Cadmus pressed. Harry got the impression that the figure was smiling beneath its hood. You will be long dead before fate will have need of them, it said dismissively. Having tricked me so cleverly, you are each to be granted a gift of your choosing. What is the catch? Ignatus asked. The figure unleashed a bark of laughter. You are indeed wise, it praised. My gifts come at a price, but that price depends on what it is you will choose. You may benefit from them temporarily, but I will claim your souls the moment the opportunity presents itself. That's it, Antioch snorted. You will claim our souls. We all know that we will one day die. Indeed, but what remains of your life will not continue as you know it, the figure warned. You will have my assistance, but in return, you will pledge yourself to me. You will serve my purposes if called upon, and your descendants will be beholden to fate. Choose your gifts wisely, for they may be yours now, but the survival of your very blood may well depend on them. Then I want a wand, Antioch demanded. A wand more powerful than any other in existence. Very well, the figure replied, as it summoned a branch from a nearby elder tree and shaped it into what Antioch had requested. Removing something within its robes, the newly crafted wand glowed a brilliant green as the two were combined. No, Ignatus despaired. You fool, Antioch. The other brother said nothing as he looked upon the wand greedily, though he frowned. I feel nothing from. He screamed as he collapsed to the ground, and the cloaked figure laughed once more as Antioch writhed for several moments before falling still. Now you choose, the figure instructed Cadmus. The man shook his head. Do not believe for one moment that you have any say in this, the figure hissed. Choose. Cadmus looked as though he wished to be anywhere else, but where he found himself. The figure, however, would not relent and simply waited for the man to respond. It took several moments of defiant silence before Cadmus shot a look at his trembling sibling and swallowed deeply. Knowing there was no other option available to him, he deflated. I want something that will allow me to bring back the dead. Although he had been cowed, he could not hide the slight hint of smugness he made his request with. Even the figure seemed to be taken aback by the request before it nodded, and conjured a small, black stone from thin air. It is yours, take it, it commanded. With a trembling hand, Cadmus did so, and there was only a brief delay until he screamed the same way Antioch had. He collapsed to the ground in a heap, and the figure looked on in satisfaction. Now it is your turn, it declared, turning towards Ignatus. Ignatus wore a thoughtful yet concerned expression. He had witnessed what had happened to his brothers, and was in no doubt that he would be subjected to the same trauma, no matter what he chose. With a nod to himself, he exhaled. I wish to have a way to remain undetected, he decided. I want to be able to hide from anything, including you. I have no doubt that these gifts are tainted in some form, and that you will have used all the cunning you possess to punish us through them. I want nothing more than to be able to hide from you until it is time that we meet again. His request was met with silence before the figure burst out in a fit of raspy laughter. You are a wise man, it eventually replied. For a mortal, your work is impressive and you have quite the keen mind. There is only one thing that will serve your request. With that, the figure tore away a large part of its own cloak and threw it towards Ignatus. Harry balked as he recognized the silvery, fluid fabric. It was the very cloak that he possessed. Know this, the figure said warningly. You may be able to avoid even me whilst beneath it, but the time will come that your soul comes into my possession. Ignatus offered the figure a bow. It will, he agreed, and when that day comes, I will submit myself to you willingly. You heard and answered our plea, and for that, I am grateful. You have given us the tools to right the wrongs in the world. All I ask is that I have enough time to see my tasks through until the end. This cloak will ensure that. The figure merely stared at him for a moment before nodding. Perhaps you will succeed, it mused aloud, but I urge you to remember my words well. The gifts may be yours now, but there is no promise it will remain that way. My own magic was used to create them, and it will take my magic to wield them. I expect you will experience some unexpected changes with your own. Use the gifts wisely, my servant. Your debt will be paid to me when I possess the entirety of yours and your brother's souls. Ignatus frowned. It cannot be so simple, he murmured. Our souls will already be yours. Why would that be the price to pay? Accept your gift and serve me as you vowed to, the figure replied, ignoring the question. Remember, these may have been gifted to you, but it will be others who will need them. Fate is not to be taken lightly, and I expect she will play her part in things to come. Take it. And if I refuse? Then not even your pathetic piece of soul in your trinket can save you, the figure answered gravely. Your magic is waning, and even the phoenix tears you acquired will be useless, it added, gesturing towards the small phial in Ignatus's hand. I have gone against my very nature and granted you life. Why? Ignatus pressed frustratedly. It is as I already said, Peverell, you and your brothers have your parts to play. Now I will not tell you again. Take it. Ignatus eyed the piece of fabric hovering in front of him before he cautiously did so, and Harry could only look on as he collapsed to the ground as the final brother succumbed whatever magic they had invoked. He watched as each brother seemed to be caught in a fever dream, each groaning before the essence of each was propelled back into their bodies, and yet they remained unconscious. Harry frowned as each of the gifts from the cloaked figure began drawing blood from the wounds they'd cut into their hands, and the purple orbs exploded, causing Harry to shield his eyes against the burning light. Having drank their fill, the wand, the stone, and the cloak ceased supping on the blood of the three brothers as an odd, almost human shadow entered each. One piece of soul for each trinket from the brother that had chosen it. Harry shuddered at the feeling of darkness that washed over him. This was wrong. He didn't know why, but what had happened felt so very wrong. It was only then that he realized that the cloaked figure had yet to leave, and as he looked towards it, he once again felt an unnatural coldness wash over him. He couldn't be sure if it was the fear of being looked at so intently by whatever this thing was, or the magic that was permeating the air around him. Regardless, Harry dared not move, even when the figure offered him a nod and left the courtyard. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he felt himself pulled into the same void he'd experienced in his dorm room, and when he opened his eyes a moment later, he was back on his bed, his breathing labored as he wondered what had just happened. He shuddered again. Despite no longer being in either Ignatus's mind or the courtyard, the cold remained with him, and he pushed the cloak away as he tried to make sense of what he had seen. Had it all been true? Was the cloak he possessed given to Ignatus Peverell by death? Harry didn't know what to think, let alone believe. He had a headache, and his head was full of thoughts he could not comprehend. He remembered what he had seen, down to the symbols that Ignatus had carved into the ground, and even the ones etched into the skin of Cadmus and Antioch. Harry was certain he had understood them whilst he was in Ignatus's mind, but now they were just senseless images, as was just about everything else he had seen. He wished he could forget everything he had experienced, but he knew it would stick with him for the rest of his days. No, he needed to understand, needed to make sense of what it was. And though he no longer understood what he had witnessed, he frantically reached for a quill and parchment and began scratching away, filling page after page of his now incoherent thoughts. A hot shower after Quidditch practice was one of the simple joys in life Harry had come to appreciate. Despite being atop a broom for the duration, it was a physically demanding sport, one that required conditioned muscles. Having only been playing for a few short months, Harry's body was still growing accustomed to the toll it took on him, and it certainly didn't help that Oliver Wood insisted they transform themselves into what he deemed to be true athletes. The workouts he put them through were hellish to say the least. Fred and George were right. The older boy was something of a lunatic. Still, Harry had made it through another of the grueling sessions, and he allowed himself to relax as the scorching water soothed him. "Come on, Potter, we haven't got all night to wait for you," Angelina called. "I've only just got in," Harry protested. He'd quickly learned to wait until Fred and George had departed the changing rooms before putting himself in such a vulnerable position. Would may be unhinged when it came to Quidditch preparations, but the twins were demons all of the time, and any in the shower they saw as fair game for one of their pranks. "You have 2 minutes," Alicia replied. Harry huffed irritably. "You don't have to wait for me." They always did. The twins and Oliver had no qualms in doing so, but the trio of girls did not believe a first year should be left to wander the grounds at night. As such, they would not leave without him, insisting on escorting him back to the common room after each training session. "You have 1 minute, or we are coming to get you," Angelina cooed. "Bloody hell," Harry grumbled as he shut off the water. He had no doubt the girl would make good on that promise, and bodily drag him from the shower if necessary. Muttering under his breath, Harry dried himself quickly and dressed, just in time before the 3 girls burst into the changing room. "You're not supposed to be in here," Harry pointed out. "Oh, he's dressed," Alicia sighed, pouting disappointedly. "What a shame." Harry could only shake his head. They always teased him, and it didn't help that he never knew what to say to them when they did it. He'd never had much to do with girls. Any that had taken any interest in him at primary school were quickly scared off by Dudley, just like any other that may have wanted to befriend him. "There's always next time," Angelina replied with a grin. "Come on, Harry, we have to walk you back. Who knows what trouble you would get yourself into without us." "You 3 are the troublemakers," Harry muttered. "Did you say something?" Alicia returned, quirking an eyebrow. "No," Harry denied. He hadn't meant to speak, but the words had escaped him before he could stop himself. "He accused us of being troublemakers," Angelina pointed out. "He did," Katie piped up, grinning triumphantly. Harry swallowed deeply as they turned towards him. "Do you have something to say to us, little Harry?" Angelina asked sweetly. He may not have known much about girls, but Harry knew when he was in trouble. He'd been in enough of it over the years, living with the Dursleys. As he always did when he sensed Dudley and his gang were coming for him, Harry took to his heels, bursting out of the changing rooms and sprinting towards the castle in the distance. Harry was good at running. He'd spent much of his life doing it, and the years of practice had certainly paid off. Whooping gleefully as he put more and more distance between himself and the pursuing girls, he eventually made it to the castle without being caught, his pace not slowing as he made his way up the various staircases to the 7th floor. "Fortuna Major," he gasped as he reached the portrait of the fat lady. The woman allowed him to enter, and Harry did so, pausing as he reached the center of the common room. "What are you doing, Harry?" Hermione asked, looking up from the book she was reading by the fireplace. "Hide me." Hermione frowned, and when Harry realized she would be no help, he scrambled behind a pair of curtains, immediately knowing it had been a foolish move. Had anyone ever hidden successfully like this? "Come out, Potter," the breathless voice of Angelina demanded a few moments later. Harry remained where he was, closing his eyes tightly in the foolish belief that if he could not see them, the girls would not be able to see him either. The notion proved to be an amateur one, as only a few seconds after he'd realized his error, the curtains were torn open, and Harry was dragged before the trio of girls. "Hello," he said innocently. "Hello," he says, Alicia scoffed. "You made us chase you all the way here just to say hello." "I didn't make you chase me," Harry pointed out, immediately chastising himself as he spoke without thought once more. "He's getting cheeky," Angelina sighed. "What are we going to do with him?" "I say we let Katie at him," Alicia suggested. Katie grinned as she offered him a wave, and Harry shook his head. Angelina and Alicia would just get his punishment over with, but Katie would prolong the suffering. She was twisted in that way, and though she was only a year older than him, Katie was the one Harry was most cautious of. Katie tapped her chin thoughtfully as she pondered a suitable punishment. "You are going to write a letter of apology to each of us for running away," she decided. Harry scowled at the girl petulantly, but he knew better than to argue with her. "And your shower time will be reduced by 1 minute for a week," Angelina added. "It's not healthy for an impressionable boy to spend too much time in the shower when there are ladies waiting for you." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but managed to stop himself. "Something you want to say?" Alicia asked amusedly. Harry shook his head, and the girl nodded satisfactorily. "We expect our letters before breakfast tomorrow." With that, they moved to the other side of the common room, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "Shut up," he muttered to the laughing twins and Ron. Even Hermione was smirking, but had the decency to not mock him too much. "We did warn you, Harrikins," one of the twins sighed. "Never get on the wrong side of the chasers. They will make your life hell." "I only wanted a shower," Harry protested. "And now you have letters to write," the other twin japed. "I'd get on with it if I was you. They won't accept a half-hearted attempted." Harry spent a moment bemoaning the existence of the three girls before removing a quill and some parchment, ignoring Fred and George as they created the sound of a whip cracking from the tips of their wands. "There," he declared when he had finished around 15 minutes later, yawning before looking towards the clock. It was close to 10 p.m., and Harry was exhausted. He had charms first in the morning and needed to be sharp for the lesson with Professor Flitwick. "I think I'm going to turn in," he sighed, throwing his bag over his shoulder and heading up to the dormitory. Neville was already snoring, and Dean and Seamus had drawn their curtains too. Ron always went to bed later than the rest, which explained why he found it so difficult to function in the mornings until after he'd had his fill at the breakfast table. Changing into his pajamas, Harry climbed into bed, frowning as his hand grazed over something cold beneath his pillow. "The cloak. I could have used you earlier," he murmured, shuddering as the cold grew in intensity. Since the night he had seen the vision of the Peverell brothers, he'd been shown nothing else. Despite even sleeping within the magnificent garment from time to time. Still, the more time he spent holding or wearing it, the more it became familiar to him. It was as though they were getting to know one another and bonding more throughout each exchange. Harry would not pretend to understand it, but it seemed important to him that he continued doing so. Sometimes, it felt like the cloak was reading him, judging his worth before it would relax around him, warming slightly to his touch. Often, he questioned if the vision he had seen had been real, and whenever the doubt surfaced, he consulted the plethora of notes he had taken immediately after returning from what he had seen. The symbols. He could make no sense of them as he had been able to that night, but he had drawn them exactly as they had appeared, and Harry was determined to decipher them. With his resolve once again steeled, he placed the cloak around his shoulders and waited for the magic to settle. Tonight, however, it didn't, and only a few months after the first incident, Harry felt himself being pulled into a blackened void before he could even comprehend preventing it. It was astounding to see how Antioch defeated Sven the Bloody with such apparent ease. The immortal Dane, they called him, and yet Antioch cut him down with the Elder Wand, named for what it is hewn from, as though he was a mere whelp. For moons, the Danish reavers had raided the small towns and villages along the west coast, and then they landed in Camry, where their violence continued. Using the gifts of death, we had pushed them back time and again, only for them to return more vicious than when they had been repelled. At the helm of their forces had been Sven, a large, pale, and heavily scarred man from the many battles he had fought. Many begged and pleaded with Antioch to not challenge him, but alas, he did so, and the hulking Dane accepted readily. It was only this morn they met at the foot of the mountain, and Svend swore to his false gods that he would gut Antioch with haste. False gods indeed. I name them such as there is only one God I now recognize. Death came and provided to us, as he will inevitably take away, but he came in our hour of need all the same. As the duel began, Svend proved why he had gained his reputation by attempting to do just as he promised. Only Antioch took it upon himself to become what the locals now call him, the Monster Slayer. With a deftness and power I never thought I would witness, Svend was torn limb from limb, as though death himself had hacked at him with his scythe. Come, death, come. The Dane fell into a heap of flesh and bone, and his men fled to the sea where the ghosts of their pasts were there to greet them, compliments of Cadmus. Both the stone and wand truly are exceptional relics to possess. So frightened the Danes were by the sight of their misdeeds that they chose to swim home in lieu of sailing, only for the waves to consume them as they left the harbor. I doubt any of their kind will darken our shores again with their savagery. I find myself as impressed as I remain skeptical. The gifts bestowed upon us truly are remarkable, and yet they were not given generously. No, they give, and they take in equal measure, as I have become wont to believe. Nonetheless, today was a victory to be celebrated, and between the bouts of heavy merriment being had by Antioch as he declared his victory for all to hear, I was able to speak at length with my brother as to his experience with his chosen endowment. I have grown to become a believer that the bond forged between a wizard and his wand is of paramount importance if one wishes for it to perform at its very best. A sentiment shared by every wand crafter I have broached the subject with. The wand does indeed choose the wizard, but it is the wizard's responsibility to deepen that bond. It must become as much of you as your heart, your mind, and your soul. Care for it, and your wand will do things for you that you will not believe when called upon. Antioch had forged an exquisite bond with his own over the decades he'd owned it. He cared for it as though it were a child, tended to it regularly, and came to understand it. His dedication to it paid dividends over the years, however. By his own admission, the elder wand truly felt like it was part of him as he fought Svend. Indeed it is. I have come to believe in the moons past, since we were visited by death, that each of our relics contain a piece of us. Blood and soul, I expect. The key to them only lies in the former. A soul can be destroyed and manipulated under the right conditions, but blood is an imprint that cannot be compromised. The key to the Hallows, as I have come to call them, is in the blood of the Peverells. They may pass from our hands and be used by others, but their loyalty will always be to us, and only a Peverell will truly be able to wield them. That is my firm belief, but my work will continue. Death is a shrewd one. If the key lies in our blood, then he has already prepared the one he mentioned, who may need them more than they could hope for. Nonetheless, I do not believe they are infallible. Our requests were granted to a literal end, and were I to have my time again, perhaps I would choose more wisely. That is not to say the cloak is not an incredible creation that will serve me until my time is done, but hindsight would make me consider other options. I can only hope the cloak, the wand, and the stone will be enough. Fate is a fickle mistress, and not knowing her intention for the days ahead pertaining to the son of my son several times over, or even my nephew or niece thrice, and thrice, born some time from now, fills me with doubt. Death must be whom they turn to when fate seeks them out, for it is death who answered our pleas. We have paid the price, so that they may see success in the trying times they will face. Come, death, come. Harry blew the ink dry on the page before closing the large book, his eyes widening as he looked up and caught a glimpse of himself in the looking glass on the desk. The reflection staring back at him was eerily similar to his own. The jet-black hair, the bright green eyes, and even the cheekbones were reminiscent of his own features, though these were considerably more aged. He opened his mouth to speak, only to be forcefully pulled back through the void and onto his bed. Harry's breathing was labored, and he took a moment to ponder what it was he had seen. He'd been writing in a book, a diary of sorts perhaps. Much of what he'd written, he would need to investigate himself to clarify, something he would do when he visited the library. The other thing he had taken away was the thoughts on the hallows Ignatus Peverell had shared, but more so than that was musings on wands. With a frown, Harry picked his up from the bedside table. In truth, he'd paid little attention to it since he'd obtained it from Mr. Ollivander back in August. He'd used it in his lessons, of course, and for other simple pieces of magic from time to time, but he'd not truly thought of it. He'd spent his entire life living as a muggle, and habitually reverted to doing things without the use of magic. Had that been a mistake? He was a wizard, after all. As his thoughts progressed, the wand grew warmer in his hand approvingly, and Harry took a moment to revel in it. Ignatus Peverell had evidently been on to something, but how did Harry take care of his wand? Remembering the kit that he had purchased from Ollivander, he fished through his trunk until he found the small box and opened it. Within was a cloth made of a material he didn't recognize, some cleaning solution, and a polish specifically designed for Holly. Nodding to himself, Harry began the process of cleaning the wand, removing the stubborn fingerprints on it until the wood was gleaming. Again, his wand grew warm when he was done, and even more so when he applied the polish. With the task complete some moments later, and his wand as good as new, Harry placed it back on his bedside table, only to frown at the thought of leaving it there. "What am I doing?" he murmured as he retrieved it once more and placed inside the sleeve of his pajamas before settling into bed. It was an odd sensation of contentedness that washed over him, but it was not his own. No, it was emanating from the wand, and Harry decided that from now on, he would take the time to bond with it and spend each night sleeping with it close to him. "Break. Do you think he wrote the letters?" Alicia asked as she helped herself to some porridge and honey. "If he knows what's good for him, he has," Angelina replied, following suit. "Awa, he's so cute," Alicia giggled, "but nothing like I thought he would be." "What do you mean?" Katie asked curiously. "Well, my mother went to school with Harry's dad," Alicia revealed. "According to her, he was always getting into trouble with the professors. He was a brilliant Quidditch player too, and very popular with the girls. My mum had a crush on him." Angelina snorted amusedly. "When did she tell you that?" "I wrote to her when Harry made the team," Alicia explained. "So, did she ever?" Katie looked at the older girls confusedly as Alicia almost spat out her breakfast at the question before she shook her head. "No, James Potter was only ever interested in one girl, and he ended up marrying her." "Harry's mum," Angelina said sadly. "It's horrible what happened to them." Alicia nodded her agreement. "I wonder who looks after Harry." "He doesn't speak about it," Katie broke in. "I heard the younger Weasley asking about it, but Harry wouldn't say anything." "It's probably a secret," Angelina mused aloud. Katie frowned thoughtfully as she ate her own breakfast. She and Harry had been on the team for several months now, and though he was an incredibly talented seeker, she realized that she knew almost nothing about him other than what had happened on Halloween in 1981. "Here he comes now," Angelina declared, nodding to where Harry was entering the Great Hall with Granger and the younger Weasley. Alicia cleared her throat as he walked by and held her hand out expectantly. With a sigh, Harry produced 3 pieces of parchment, and Katie took the one handed to her. Reading it, she nodded her approval. "Apology accepted, little Harry," she confirmed. "I'm only a year younger than you," the pointed out. "You are, but you're so titchy," Angelina giggled, pinching his cheek and ruffling his hair. Harry blushed a bright red and muttered his excuse to leave, only to be stopped by the older girl. "I did not say I have accepted your apology for your cheek," she said airily. "Bloody hell, what else do you want?" Harry groaned. Angelina hummed before opening her arms. "I want a hug, and I want you to mean it." Harry's blush only deepened, and Katie laughed along with Alicia as he awkwardly did so, all but running from their presence when Angelina released him. "Oh, he's too easy," the girl declared, waving at Harry, who did his utmost to ignore her. Katie smirked in amusement. There was no harm intended from Angelina. Both her and Alicia were nice, not like the ones in Katie's year who she barely spoke to. They were all very much into makeup and wearing dresses on the weekend. Katie had never been that way, and barely a week would pass that her mother was not displeased by Katie ruining an item of clothing from her choice of activities. Where most girls would play with dolls or do other girly things, Katie had always preferred to be outside playing in the dirt with her two brothers. Not that her mother was in a position to pass judgment. She was a herbologist, and more often than not had mud or a fertilizer of some kind under her fingernails. Her dorm mates did not approve, and as such, Katie had found herself drawn more towards the other chasers, even before she'd earned her place on the team. "Come on, we'd best get to potions before Snape does," Alicia huffed. "He'd love nothing more than to give us a detention on a Saturday we have a match. See you later, Katie." Katie smiled as the other girls departed, and she quickly finished her own breakfast before heading towards the Transfiguration classroom. It would not do her well to be late either. Professor McGonagall may be the head of Gryffindor, but she was certainly not above docking points or handing out detentions to those in her own house. Someone only needed to look at Fred and George to see how willing the deputy headmistress was to punish those garbed in robes trimmed in red and gold. Break. Now, the same rule applies for color-changing charm as all the other spells we have worked on so far this year, Professor Flitwick explained. You must maintain your focus, or you will fall short of the mark. You may begin when you are ready. Harry shifted his attention to the small block of brown wood in front of him as he drew his wand. Immediately, he could feel the eagerness to begin pulsing gently through it. "Calaveria," Hermione said fluently. Her block of wood flashed a bright yellow color before shifting back to the original brown, and the girls scowled in response. "Focus, Miss Granger." "I did." "Focus until the magic fully takes hold," Flitwick urged with a smile. Hermione nodded, and Harry turned his attention back to his own piece of wood. What color did he want it to be? Red, he decided, leveling his wand and focusing on what it was he wanted to achieve. "Calaveria," he murmured, reciting the incantation Flitwick and Hermione had used. His wand responded immediately, bucking slightly as it carried out his will. The block of wood turned red, and just when Harry thought he was going to lose focus from the surprise of his success, his hand grew warmer, pulling him back into the moment. The entire exchange could only have lasted a few seconds at most, but so much seemed to have happened in that fleeting moment. "Well done, Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick said approvingly. "Excellent work. Was red your intended color?" Harry nodded dumbly, and the diminutive man hummed. "I'd like you to turn it green this time," he requested. Releasing a deep breath, Harry did so. "How about blue?" Again, Harry replicated his feat, and Flitwick positively beamed at him. "Take 5 points for Gryffindor." The man left, and Harry could only shake his head in disbelief as he stared at his wand. For the first time, he did not look at it as though it was a mere tool for him to use for magic. It was something akin to another being, but one that he could make a part of him if Ignatus Peverell was indeed correct with his thoughts on the matter. "That was really good, Harry," Hermione praised when they were dismissed a few moments later. "The color-changing charm is a pathway to lots more difficult ones." "Pathway?" Harry asked confusedly. Hermione tutted good-naturedly. "Honestly, you should read more," she suggested. "A pathway in charms is one spell that prepares you to be able to cast more difficult ones. The theory and practice is the same. You just need to be able to focus harder and envision things in more detail." "Oh," Harry replied. "So, mastering a basic charm will make learning others easier." Hermione nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly," she declared. "Bloody hell, now you've started her off," Ron muttered. "I never thought I'd say this, but let's get to history of magic quickly." Harry followed the redhead as he did his best to take in what Hermione said, something made much more difficult with how quickly she spoke, not even taking a breath as she lectured him on the progression of studying charms. By the time they'd reached Professor Binns' classroom, the girl was quite red in the face, and Harry felt as though he'd just returned from the very first vision the cloak had given him. His brain was awash with new information he'd managed to pick up, yet he had no idea what he was going to do with it. Thankfully, History of Magic was not a taxing class, and as ever, Professor Binns simply droned on for an entire hour about a war that occurred between wizards and goblins some 4 centuries prior. Ron quickly fell asleep, whilst Hermione took page upon page of notes. Harry could only speculate what it was she was writing down. Binns only read from the textbook, and all the information he was providing was already in front of them. Still, when the class was dismissed, a sudden inspiration hit Harry. "I'll catch up. I just want to ask Binns a few questions about something," he assured the others. Hermione shot him a questioning look, but Ron all but dragged her from the classroom. "Is there something I can help you with, Donnelly?" the ghost asked as Harry approached. Professor Binns called everyone Donnelly. Nobody knew why. It was just one of many quirks the long-dead professor had. "Sir, I was wondering if you could help me with something," Harry said carefully. "Have you heard of Sven the Bloody?" Binns nodded. "It has been some time since that name has been mentioned," he replied. "Sven the Bloody was a Dane who came to Britain many centuries ago. He earned a reputation for being rather vicious and leading a powerful group of witches and wizards on raiding missions. Why do you ask?" "I was just curious, Professor," Harry replied. "What happened to him?" "Well, that is where it gets interesting," Binns said cryptically. "Although it was never documented, it is said that he arrived in what we now know as Wales, where he was challenged to a duel by a local wizard. The story passed on through the generations likely became exaggerated or changed, but it goes that the local man killed Sven, forced his followers to swim out to sea, and paraded the head of his foe across the country, drinking ale from the skull when the flesh fell off." Harry's eyebrows rose. Although that last part had indeed been exaggerated, the rest of it was accurate to what Ignatius Peverell had written. "Thank you, Professor," Harry offered sincerely before taking his leave of the classroom. Of course, he had questioned the veracity of what it as the cloak had shown him, but Professor Binns had all but confirmed that some of these things happened at the very least. Maybe it was difficult to accept that the Peverells had indeed summoned death to convene with them, and they had been gifted unique items. The cloak did exist, however, and Antioch Peverell had evidently rid Britain of Sven the Bloody. More than ever, Harry was intrigued to see how the rest of the story of the Peverells would unfold. "What did you need to ask Professor Binns about?" Hermione questioned as he joined them in the Great Hall for lunch. "I just wanted to know if there was any other books about the Goblin rebellions I could get," Harry lied. "Bagshot is just so boring." "I think she is fascinating," Hermione replied, slightly offended by his summary of the famed historian. "You would," Ron snorted, shoving a sausage into his mouth. Hermione grimaced at the redhead before turning her attention back to her book. She had seemingly given up trying to get Ron to improve his table manners and chose to read during mealtimes instead. "Oi, I wasn't finished," Ron huffed when they plates cleared a few moments later. "Honestly, Ronald, are you ever finished?" Hermione sighed. Ron scowled, and Hermione took pity on the boy, handing him a chocolate frog from within her robes. The boy brightened immediately, tearing open the packet and shoving the confection into his mouth, eliciting another look of distaste from the girl. "I got Dumbledore again," Ron groaned as he checked the card. Harry had seen the collection he possessed. It was one of the few things Ron had dedicated himself to, along with his support of the lackluster Chudley Cannons. "Here," he offered, handing Harry the card. "I've already got Dumbledore." "Now you have him twice," Ron replied with a grin. Harry shook his head as he watched the revered headmaster vanish from the card before he turned it over. "Flamel," he whispered. "I found him." The trio had been looking for any reference to the man, since Hagrid had let slip that whatever was being kept on the third floor involved him. Harry had been certain he'd read the name somewhere, but the chocolate frog card had not even come to mind, something he chastised himself for now. Hermione all but snatched the card from his hand, her lips moving soundlessly as she read the information on the back. "Alchemy," she murmured thoughtfully. "I need to go to the library." "Wait, what will we tell Sprout?" Ron called after her. "Hermione." She was gone, and Ron looked at Harry dumbly before shrugging. "I told you she was mental." "She's determined," Harry chuckled. "Come on, we'd best get to the greenhouse." They left the castle and made their way through the grounds with Harry pondering just who Nicholas Flamel was. He didn't even know what alchemy was, so he knew he was unlikely to draw any conclusions to whom the celebrated practitioner was. Maybe Hermione would have more luck. Shaking his head of his thoughts, he entered the greenhouse with Ron in tow, his thoughts still wandering from time to what he had learned of Sven the Bloody and now the latest name that had piqued his curiosity. Break. It was the knock on the door that pulled Albus Dumbledore from his musings. With much of the school year having come and gone, he'd now shifted his attention to the upcoming Owl and Newt exams. As ever, they would be held in June, but as was the way with these things, that time would be upon Hogwarts soon enough. "Come in, Hagrid," he called. The hulking man entered, garbed in his favorite brown coat. "Sorry to disturb you, Professor Dumbledore, but I thought I should tell you about what I found in the forest." Albus frowned. It wasn't like Hagrid to bring anything to his attention, unless it was either something of an oddity or of concern. "What did you find?" "A dead unicorn, Professor, killed by a human. Bane says there is something there that shouldn't be." Albus's frown deepened. "What is it?" "He says it is a wizard, that he saw something drinking the unicorn's blood." "That is concerning," Albus murmured worryingly. "To slaughter something so pure to drink its blood. Only someone with nothing to lose or desperate would do something that would curse them horribly." There was only one person that came to mind when he pondered just who fit that very criteria, and the thought of his former student lurking anywhere near the castle filled Albus with dread. He had held onto a shred of hope that Tom had indeed perished a decade ago, but Albus thought not. No. The prophecy had yet to be fulfilled, something he had checked several times over the years with Croaker in the Department of Mysteries. That meant Tom was still out there somewhere, or seemingly much closer than Albus was comfortable with. "I want you to be careful in the forest, Hagrid," he urged. "I will look into the matter personally." "Of course, Professor," Hagrid replied, relieved that Albus was taking it seriously. How could he not when such suspicions were immediately aroused? With the stone within the castle, it only added to his worries, and Albus all but forgot about the upcoming exams. No, his attention had very much shifted toward this most unwelcome development. "Break. Do you think we should look for her?" Harry asked, looking towards the door of the Great Hall. Hermione had been gone since lunchtime, missing the rest of the lessons for the day. Before Ron could answer, the girl appeared and took a seat between the two, looking to be rather pleased with herself. "Well," the redhead demanded. Hermione shook her head. "Not here," she whispered, helping herself to some food and tucking into her meal ravenously. She must be keen to tell them of her findings, to throw all of her usual decorum out of the window in such a way. Harry looked on fascination as she devoured it in a matter of only a few minutes before beckoning for him and Ron to follow. Hermione said nothing until they reached a quiet corner of the common room. "Now will you tell us?" Ron huffed impatiently. "Nicholas Flamel," Hermione began, shooting a glance around them to ensure no one was listening. "No wonder I couldn't find anything on him in the recent history books I checked." "What do you mean?" Harry pressed. "He is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione whispered excitedly. "You've lost me," Ron grumbled. Hermione tutted irritably. "It is a stone that creates the elixir of life," she explained. "It means that he is immortal. Well, he won't die a natural death." Ron whistled appreciatively. Is that what is here? Hermione bit her bottom lip uncertainly. It must be, Harry broke in. The package Hagrid took from Gringotts was small, and he did say Hogwarts is probably the safest place in Britain. What I don't know is why Flamel would let anyone near it. He trusts Dumbledore, Hermione pointed out. They must have worked together for years on figuring out the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Harry hummed thoughtfully. Well, it's not as safe as he thinks. Snape already tried to take it. Maybe we should go to Professor Dumbledore, Hermione suggested. Harry wasn't sure. The man would likely not be pleased. They had been snooping around. Not yet, not until we are sure, he urged. Snape hasn't even managed to get past the dog yet. But it is only a matter of time before he does, Hermione returned. It was, and though Harry did not like it, what 3 first years could do was beyond him. It wouldn't just be fluffy guarding, something so valuable. No, there was much more to it than that, and before Harry would be comfortable with making a decision on what they should do next, he was determined to discover what other things were in place to prevent Snape from taking the stone. His gaze shifted to the ceiling above to where his cloak rested beneath his pillow. Perhaps now was the time to put it to use. It has been some time. I fear that I have been unable to face my grief in words when it resides within me so. To discover my own brother in such a state is an image I cannot rid myself of. Night and day, it haunts me still. We laid Antioch to rest in the very churchyard in which death came to us, his body cleansed as best we could to violence acted upon him. I begged him to exercise discretion, to desist from his brash countenance when it came to bragging of the wand he possessed. Alas, as ever, Antioch could be told nothing, and the thief in the night came for him. His throat had been slashed so deeply that the jagged blade used had cut into his spine. I take little comfort knowing that his suffering would have been short with how quickly he would have bled out, but the expression he wore still spoke of the horror of his final moments. Fear. I have only known my brother to show it in the presence of death, and I have no doubt the figure visited him and watched as Antioch's soul became ripe for the picking. It was there, too, when we held the ceremony, lurking within the trees. I saw it, as did Cadmus, but no other present could. It was all-knowing, and I could feel the glee that death felt from claiming the soul of one of the Peverells. Barely a moment has passed since that I have not hidden within the cloak. I feel it all around me, watching and waiting for when it can claim me too. If only that was all. Death is within me, flowing through every fiber of my being, growing only more prominent as time goes by. It has changed the very nature of my magic, which has always been warm and accommodating to me. Now it grows cold, and what I know I am capable of terrifies me as much as it intrigues me. I see myself as a scholar, and I am compelled to understand, but I have no doubt that there is much more to our encounter with death than I could have ever comprehended. We were given our gifts, as cursed as they can often be, but it seems as though death bestowed more upon us. It is the very essence of the figure that fuels my magic now, the cold, yet undeniably powerful force I felt when we foolishly summoned it thrums throughout me. Only today, stricken by grief, I wish to alleviate myself of some of the burden of mourning, and though I am not often wont to do such, I unleashed it through my wand. By the time I was done, barely a tree stood, and those that were the target of my utter misery were little more than husks, appearing as though they had been subjected to a drought of 100 years. The ground beneath my feet had been stripped of anything that had been living, and the very air around me felt to be putrid. I expect had anything wandered within a league of where I had collapsed to my knees in aguish, they would have been suffocated by my efforts. My intention had not been to cause such devastation, but to merely release the pain and anger I felt. It did not work. With each passing word I scratch, my grief remains as steadfast as ever, threatening to unleash itself once more should I lose my composure for even the briefest of moments. For now, I can no longer continue. I will dedicate myself to continuing to understand the relics gifted upon us, minus the stolen wand, and now the magic that has taken hold of me. Nonetheless, despite the loss endured, I remain aware that death is watching and will maintain his vigil until he claims us all. Come death, come. Harry felt himself pulled through the void before he was deposited back onto his bed, where he wiped away the tears streaming down his cheek. He was free of the thoughts of Ignatus Peverell, but somehow, the grief of the man remained with him. Harry knew grief well. He'd spent his life mourning for the parents that were taken from him, and again, when he'd learned the truth behind their deaths. It was one thing to believe they had died in a car crash, but murder. Knowing this filled him with an ager of the like he had never felt, and yet there was no outlet for it. The man who had killed them was already dead, so as he had become accustomed living with the Dursleys, he hid what he felt from the world. He had learned long ago at the hands of his relatives that anything he showed would be used against him, and Harry had stopped providing Dudley, Vernon, and Petunia with the very weapons they could use to hurt him. Being hit occasionally was one thing, but the muggles he resided with were particularly vicious when it came to a more emotional approach with their hatred towards him. Again, Harry wiped his eyes, his chest heavy with grief for a man he had never known. Surely Antioch Peverell was not so foolish to brag about the powerful wand he possessed. He was. From what little Harry had seen of the man and what Ignatus had written about him, it was undeniably the very character he had been shown to be. Still, to have his throat cut in his sleep was no way for any to die, and the savage attack had only been carried out in aid to take the wand. What had happened to it? Harry frowned thoughtfully before shaking his head. It would be fruitless to waste his time pondering such a thing when he had no idea who had stolen it, especially when he had other things to occupy his mind. His gaze drifted down to the cloak he'd wrapped around himself only moments prior. Use it well. Nodding to himself, Harry slid out of bed and draped the cloak fully over him. With what he had just witnessed, he could not bear the thought of such a powerful artifact that belonged to someone falling into the hands of another. For the past few days, he had been mulling over just how he would obtain the Philosopher's Stone from where it rested on the third floor of the castle, and now he was more inspired than ever to retrieve it. Checking that his roommates were still sleeping, he drew his wand and made his way through the door and into the common room. What he hoped to achieve even with it, he did not know. Harry was only in his first year at Hogwarts, and he was far from being an experienced wizard. Nonetheless, he was determined, and he did have the cloak. Putting so much faith in it was far from ideal, but what other choice did he have? Much to his relief, the common room was empty, as was the 7th floor corridor as he stepped through the portrait hole. "Who's there?" the fat lady demanded sleepily. Harry froze, daring not to breathe too loudly in case she heard him. The woman frowned before shaking her head and falling immediately back to sleep, her snores echoing off the stone walls. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, Harry made his way to the nearby staircase, where he descended to the lower levels of the castle. According to his watch, it was almost 3 a.m. That gave him enough time to do what he needed, or so he hoped. He still did not know what it was he would face beyond the slumbering behemoth guarding the trapdoor. Regardless, he pressed on. "Alohomora," he whispered, tapping the lock with the tip of his wand. It clicked open, and the door squeaked gently. Harry grimaced at the sound. Mr. Filch was likely lurking around the castle, and he could only hope the man was not nearby. After a few moments had passed, Harry slid through the slightly ajar door and into the room, swallowing as he looked upon the monstrous 3-headed dog. Fluffy was sleeping soundly, the snores emanating from it putting the fat lady's efforts to shame. Spying the trapdoor, Harry crept towards it and grasped the blackened metal handle. Pulling at it with all his might, it eventually swung open and crashed into the stone floor. Fluffy immediately sprang to his feet, all three mouths snarling and salivating as he sought out the intruder. And as one of the heads turned towards him, Harry did the only thing he could in that moment, and all but threw himself down the hole just as the gaping jaws lunged towards him. His relief at avoiding such a fate, however, was short-lived. Although the landing had been soft, Harry was immediately set upon by what he first believed to be snakes, only to realize that he had fallen into a plant that was intent on throttling him. He fought for all he was worth until he was exhausted, pulling vines away from him, kicking, punching, and even biting them, but his efforts were in vain. Soon enough, he could no longer fight, and as another wrapped around his throat and began strangling him, Harry felt foolish for throwing himself headlong into such a dangerous undertaking. Still, at least he would soon be with his parents. That was the thought that ran through his mind before the wand. He still somehow clung to grew hot before it unleashed a stream of golden flames. The plant screeched as it receded, and Harry groaned as he hit the floor with a dull thud, the smell of burning foliage filling his nostrils. For several moments, he simply lay where he had fallen, breathing heavily as he attempted to calm himself. He had come only an inch from death, and yet here he was. "Come, death, come," he murmured, mirroring the words that Ignatus Peverell had gotten into the habit of writing. He did not know what the message the man was trying to convey from his own iteration, but they seemed rather apt now. "Bloody hell," Harry whispered when he finally sat up and stared at his wand. It was as though it was chastising him, letting him know its displeasure through the budding bond they shared. "I know," Harry sighed. "I am an idiot, thank you," he added gratefully. "I'll be more careful." The wand grew warm once more, and Harry pushed himself to his feet, rubbing his aching neck from where the plant had tried to strangle him. What was that plant anyway? Harry didn't know, but he was certainly not keen on encountering it again. Looking up towards the still open trapdoor, he shook his head. "Forward," he murmured to himself. "Lumos." With the tip of his wand lit, Harry found himself in another corridor, and as he pressed forward, the sound of fluttering wings could be heard from somewhere ahead. Making sure that he was once again covered by the cloak, he pressed on, wondering what he would face this time. He frowned as he found himself in a large circular room. Above him, dozens of odd creatures were flying, and choosing to ignore them, Harry proceeded towards the door on the opposite side of the room. "Alohomora," he whispered, jabbing his wand towards the lock. "Of course it's not that easy," he groaned when it did not open. Sighing, he took a step back, only to trip on something. It was a broom, and the frown that had marred his features for several moments now deepened as he once more turned his attention to the flying creatures above. They weren't creatures at all, but keys that had wings attached to them. A wide grin formed as Harry realized what it was he needed to do. Flying was something he was good at, and being the youngest seeker in over a century to represent his house team would certainly come in useful. However, what one of the dozens of keys would fit the lock? Shifting his attention to the door once more, the mechanism sealing it shut was bronze, so Harry expected that the key would be of the same material. Now, he just needed to find it. Grasping hold of the broom, he took to the air and began scanning the keys, his eyes darting around in search for one that matched the lock on the door. It felt as though hours had passed before he eventually did spy it amongst the others, and with practiced ease, Harry began to pursuit. The key proved to be evasive, but it was no golden snitch, and he managed to snatch it out of the air only a minute later. Still, it fought against the hold he had on it until it was placed into the lock which, much to Harry's relief, clicked open. The relief, however, evaporated the moment he entered the room. Between him and the next door was something Harry had hoped he would never see again, this one much larger than the monster that had attempted to smash his skull in down near the dungeons. The troll tilted its head curiously as it noticed the open door, and Harry wrinkled his nose in disgust as it stepped forward, the stench of the creature even more unpleasant than the fertilizer Aunt Petunia insisted he use on her rosebush. Waiting for the right moment, Harry pressed himself against the wall and deftly darted around the troll as it passed him, not looking back until he reached the door. It unleashed a dissatisfied growl and stomped its feet petulantly when it realized there was indeed no one there, none it could see at the very least. Again, Harry thanked whatever deity was watching over him as he continued his foolish endeavor that he had gotten through that particular sequence unharmed. He didn't quite favor himself facing off with a troll, not for a second time. Turning his attention to the room ahead, he closed the door behind him, groaning as he found himself facing a life-size chessboard. Despite having played the game with Ron many times now, Harry was far from being competent at it. Even now, the redhead had to remind him where he could move certain pieces to. With his grip tightening around his wand, he stepped across the checkered board until he reached the white pieces on the opposing side. Could the cloak be used to avoid having to play? Bracing himself, Harry skirted around one of the pawns and then the queen behind it, punching the air in celebration as neither piece attempted to stop him. The cloak had proven it was indeed capable of perfectly concealing him, though evidently not his scent. Harry would have to look into such an important factor. Was there a spell that could do that? Pushing the thought aside, he wiped his brow as he entered the next room where a roaring inferno burst into life in front him and what was beyond the flames. In front of the fire was a small table with 7 bottles of various sizes lined up across the breadth and a sheet of parchment. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us, 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Harry quickly realized that this didn't require using magic at all. It was a puzzle, and he needed to figure out the clues. Hermione would have been good at this, but without the girl with him to help, he mulled the writing over, murmuring to himself as he worked out what each bottle contained, checking his thoughts several times. He did not want to have come this far only to poison himself. "This is poison," he murmured, certainly touching one of the medium-sized bottle with the tip of his finger. "And so are you and you," he added with a frown, indicating 2 others. "You will send me back whatever that means, and you are nettle wine." His frown deepened as he made his way through his conclusions again, referring to the note where needed. "It has to be right," he decided eventually, picking up the smallest bottle and removing the cork. Taking a deep breath to brace himself, he downed the paltry amount of liquid within and waited to see if he had chosen correctly. And when a moment passed and all he could taste was a slight hint of honey, he closed his eyes before stepping forward. He could feel the flames licking against his skin, but they did not burn him, and when Harry dared to chance a glance, he found that the fire that had been blocking his path was now behind him. "Bloody hell," he sighed, unable to believe that he had not only gotten it right, but had found the courage to trust his judgment. Perhaps the Sorting Hat had been wrong, that he would have done better in Slytherin. Harry couldn't imagine Malfoy doing something so bold. Shaking his head of his thoughts of the blonde, he looked around the room curiously to see only a mirror that had been placed in the very center. Approaching it cautiously, he circled around the outside, not knowing what to expect. When nothing happened, he approached within the cloak and read the inscription that curved around the uppermost edge. "Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi," he stammered through. "What does that mean?" Harry had no clue. It had to be another language, one he could not hope to understand. Knowing there was nothing else for it, he allowed the cloak to pool to the ground at his feet, and he took in his reflection. There he was. His pajamas were torn, and he had several angry marks around his neck and arms where the plant had attempted to kill him. As ever, his hair was messy, and his glasses were perched on the top of his nose. What was special about this mirror? Harry gasped as his reflection grinned at him and reached into its pocket. From within, he watched himself remove a blood-red stone, throw it into the air, and catch it before returning it from where it had been retrieved. "No way," Harry whispered as he felt the weight fall into his own pocket. Tentatively, he retrieved the stone and simply stared at it. He wouldn't pretend to understand just how the wizarding world worked, but Harry had no doubt that there were many who would give their last nut for this, or do anything to possess it. What he held was likely one of the most valuable things in existence, and yet, he truly had no desire to possess it, a notion that only grew as he looked up once more and stumbled backwards at the changes he saw within the mirror. Staring back at him were two people, a woman with red hair and rather unique green eyes that Harry too possessed. The other was a man that Harry could not ignore his resemblance to, and as the realization hit him, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the cold surface of the mirror. "Mum," he whispered. The woman smiled brightly at him and nodded, and as Harry tore his gaze from her and looked towards the man once more, he too smiled. "Dad." He could not be certain how long he simply marveled at the sight of his parents in the mirror. In truth, Harry did not wish to leave them at all, but he knew it would not be good to be found here with the philosopher's stone in his possession. "I'll come back," he vowed. It took every ounce of willpower he could muster to do so, and even as Harry walked away, he found himself needing to wipe wave after wave of tears from his eyes. All he'd ever wanted was a family, something he had long given up on. His parents were dead, and from what little Harry had learned about magic thus far, he knew there was no way to bring them back. The stone. He paused at the thought of what Cadmus Peverell had been given from death, entered his mind. If Harry found it, was it possible he could bring them back? It had to be. Perhaps all was not lost. After all, however, Harry had no idea where the stone was, and he was in no position to begin searching for it. Besides, he already had a stone he needed to return to its rightful owner, and doing all he could, but failing miserably, to forget about the Peverell relic. He passed through the only exit situated behind the mirror, where he tripped down the sudden slope in the darkness. Harry tumbled downwards until he was forced to extract himself from collection of mops and brooms. Lighting the tip of his wand, he found himself in a broom closet with no sign of the slope in sight. The wizarding world was a strange place. Managing to free himself from the cleaning implements, he made sure he was again covered by the cloak before pushing the door open so that he could peer through the merest gap. "The 6th floor," he whispered confusedly. How had he tumbled downwards from the 3rd and ended up here? Magic. All Harry knew was that it was magic that was responsible, and for the first time since he'd begun his trying adventure in the small hours, something had gone in his favor. Thankfully, the one thing he had managed to plan was just how he would return the stone. There was only one he would trust with such a task, and as Harry checked that the coast was clear, he tore off a piece of his pajama shirt and wrapped the stone tightly within it before making his way towards the owlery. Fortunately, there was always parchment, ink, and quills that the school supplied within, and as he penned his brief note, Hedwig landed on his shoulder. "I need you to take this to Nicholas Flamel, girl," he requested, petting her plumage. "Do you think you can do that for me?" Hedwig barked and nudged his cheek with her head. Chuckling, Harry tied the cargo to her presented leg, making doubly sure that it was as secure as can be before releasing her, where she flew towards the rising sun in the distance. Hedwig would get it to the man safely. Of that, Harry had no doubt. Snape would be furious when he discovered the stone was gone, something that brought quite the amused grin to Harry's lips. Break. Hermione watched Harry speculatively as he ate his lunch. There was something undeniably different about her friend today, and she couldn't quite put her finger on what that was. He was more tired than usual, but not unhappy with it. The biggest difference had become apparent in potions when Harry had made an error with his brew. As ever, Professor Snape had not missed the opportunity to berate him in front of the rest of the class, but instead of getting angry as he usually would, Harry had remained silent and simply smirked as the man had walked away, dissatisfied that he had not gotten a rise. Still, Snape had docked 5 points from Gryffindor for Harry's seeming ineptitude. Hermione didn't believe Harry was incapable of brewing potions. It was the presence of Professor Snape that set the boy on edge, along with several others in the class. Poor Neville had melted another cauldron, and beyond calling him a foolish boy, the potions master had not given him half as much a bad time that he had Harry. It had become only clearer since they'd begun their time at Hogwarts that Professor Snape seemed to hold a personal grudge over Harry, and Hermione didn't know what could be done. Time and again, Harry had told her to simply leave it be, but it wasn't fair that he should be punished more than any other student. Nonetheless, there seemed to have been a breakthrough of sorts today. Either Harry no longer cared, which Hermione didn't believe to be true, or he had learned to not let Snape's vendetta get to him. Regardless, there was indeed something different about Harry. "What's next?" Ron asked, his mouth full of potatoes. "Defense against the dark arts," Hermione answered, shooting the redhead a look of disapproval. "Great," Harry huffed. "I thought you liked defense." "I do," Harry replied. "I just don't like Quirrell. His room stinks of garlic and it gives me a headache." Harry had a point. The turban-wearing man was an oddity around the castle and came across as a coward. Why he was teaching defense against the dark arts was anyone's guess, but he didn't seem to be particularly adept in the subject. Rumors abounded as to why he wore the turban. According to the other students Hermione had overheard discussing the man, the turban was a recent addition to his attire. From what little she could glean, Professor Quirrell had endured a rather harrowing encounter with a clan of vampires over the summer, and was paranoid that they would come looking for him. That explained the strong aroma of garlic that followed him wherever he went, at the very least. "Come on, we'd best get there if we want seats at the back," Harry urged. Hermione followed, pulling along a reluctant Ron who did not appreciate being taken away from his meal early. "Honestly, Ronald, you've had enough." "I'm a growing boy," Ron declared, eliciting a smirk from Harry. Hermione continued watching him as they made their way towards the 4th floor. Still, she could not figure out what had seemingly changed overnight. Her thoughts, however, were interrupted by the stuttering voice of Professor Quirrell, requesting they opened their textbooks to begin the lesson. Much to Harry's relief, they had managed to find seats at the back of the room, but the boy still massaged his forehead irritably throughout the class, evidently affected by the overpowering smell of garlic more than any other. Did garlic induce headaches? Hermione didn't know, but Harry quickly shifted between being relaxed and being somewhat on edge in the presence of the professor, and though he hadn't said as much, there was more bothering him than the unending waft of the odorous bulb. Break. It had been a deeply concerned Albus that had returned from his trip into the forest with Hagrid acting as his escort. Despite the report of the man he trusted implicitly, there was no sign of any unicorn having been slaughtered. That was not to say Albus disbelieved Hagrid. No, he had no doubt that the man was telling the truth, but not even a speck of blood could be found at the scene, something that only aroused the headmaster's suspicions. Creatures did not have the wherewithal to clean up after themselves so meticulously, and from what Hagrid had told him, there were few that dwelled within the trees that would kill a unicorn, and none fast enough to catch one. That meant that Albus's initial thoughts were undoubtedly correct. It had been a human that had killed it, had been disturbed by the centaurs, and had returned to remove the remaining traces of the crime. Albus shook his head. To slay a creature so pure was something only the most desperate person would do, and once again, his thoughts drifted to the one person most likely to commit such a heinous act. Tom Riddle. Neither hide nor hair of the man had been seen since the night of Halloween 1981, But Albus remained of the firm belief that the Dark Lord had not simply perished. He was out there, somewhere, and seemingly closer than was comfortable. Nonetheless, what could be done about it was another matter entirely. Until his former student crawled from the shadows, there was little that could be pursued. It was frustrating, to say the least, and more than a little worrying. With the prophecy remaining unfulfilled, and young Harry far from being ready to face such a responsibility, the future looked as bleak as it had become some 2 decades ago. Dark days were indeed ahead, and Albus could only hope that there was time to make the necessary preparations. He had been watching the progress of the boy closely. For the most part, Harry was a quiet and reserved child, as gifted, or perhaps more so than his father when it came to Quidditch, though thus far not having his proclivity for mischief. Minerva was grateful for that, but Harry was still only 11 years old, and yet to come into his own. How could he when he likely endured a rather unpleasant upbringing with Lily's envious sister? With regards to his academic prowess, he bordered on average, though most members of staff held the belief that he was beginning to show potential. Phileas and Minerva in particular were becoming impressed with his progress. Harry would need to be impressive, to say the least, if he was ever to face the likes of Tom Riddle, and if Albus was honest, he needed to become even more impressive than him. But how? Marked as his equal, he murmured, reciting a line from the prophecy. The power the Dark Lord knows not. Albus did not know what that referred to, but he would continue to monitor Harry for any indication of what the power may be. If he did indeed hold an advantage over Tom, it would need to be nurtured. Or was he thinking of things in too literal a manner? Before he could ponder the sudden thought further, the fireplace in his office burst into life and Albus frowned. It was late, after all, and unless Cornelius was having another of his existential crises, there was no reason for him to be contacted at this hour. Releasing a deep breath, Albus forced a welcome smile before flicking his wand towards the fireplace, his eyes widening as he was greeted not by the minister, but Nicholas Flamel. We need to talk, the man said simply. I am coming through. Albus barely had time to respond before the 600, and so year-old man crossed the threshold into the office, his expression a mixture of amusement and irritability. Without saying a word, Nicholas removed something from within his jacket and placed it on the desk. Albus could only gasp at the sight of the stone he had been asked to look after on behalf of his former mentor. You took it back, the headmaster questioned curiously. Nicholas shook his head, a grin tugging at his lips. I did not, he confirmed. Would you believe me if I told you that it arrived at my home via owl post? For a moment, Albus thought the alchemist was jesting, but when he realized that was not so, he felt a sense of dread fill his stomach. Impossible, he whispered. The magic protecting it could not have been breached. None who wished to retrieve it so that they may use it could have taken it, and certainly not have gotten past the other protections in place. You are a stupid boy, Albus, Nicholas chuckled. Did it not occur to you that there are those who are unaware of what this is? Perhaps someone saw your obstacles as a game. Then how did they know to send it to you? Albus asked worriedly. Indeed, Nicholas said gravely. Whomever took it must have known what it was they held, not that the enclosed note left any doubt in my mind. Enclosed note. Nicholas nodded as he removed a piece of parchment and slid it across the desk. Picking it up, Albus read the scribbled missive. Mr. Flamel, I think that it is best that you keep this with you. I would not like to see it fall into the wrong hands. Although the note had evidently been hastily written, it was clear that the penmanship was from someone young, very young indeed, and Albus was simply flabbergasted. It came wrapped in this. Nicholas spoke once more, placing a piece of blue fabric on the desk next to the note. That Albus could work with. The parchment had been free of any magical traces, but clothing worn by a witch or wizard always contained them. With a furrowed brow, he placed the tip of his wand on the silky material, his mouth falling agape as he deciphered the clues left behind. Unbelievable, he whispered, looking up towards Nicholas, who merely nodded satisfactorily. "Do you know who it is?" the man asked. Albus swallowed deeply as he too nodded. "Harry Potter." Nicholas's eyebrows rose significantly. Albus had, of course, spoken of the boy to his former mentor, the very night the Dark Lord had fallen. Having lived for more than 6 centuries, there were not many things that could pique the man's curiosity, but the occurrence in Godric's Hollow between Harry and Tom had. "The boy who survived the killing curse," Nichols murmured thoughtfully. "How old is he now?" 11, Albus answered, still in a state of disbelief at his findings. "Then he is indeed an exceptional young man," Nicholas mused aloud. "How he managed it at such a young age, any of it, is quite beyond my comprehension." "Do you believe it was intentional?" Albus pressed. "Does it truly matter?" Nicholas returned. "Even if it was unintentional, to be able to cast such magic is one thing, but to do so at such an age is impressive." Albus could only nod his agreement. "Even by accident, it is quite the feat," he murmured thoughtfully, his impression of Harry Potter having changed in a matter of moments. "That spell is difficult, even for the most advanced practitioners." "It is," Nicholas agreed, "and it shows the potential the boy possesses. I have met very few who were capable of creating those flames, and certainly none who had not yet matured." "Indeed," Albus returned, "it is curious. As to how the boy managed to navigate his way through your supposed protections," Nicholas pointed out. "At 11 years old, it should not have been possible. Potter should have been killed." Again, Albus felt the dread settle into his stomach. Harry could have been killed. What had he been thinking, and just how had he discovered what was being kept in the castle? "I wish to meet him," Nicholas declared suddenly. "I am curious to hear what he has to say for himself." Albus was of the same mind. He had yet to speak to Harry on a personal basis, and now it had quickly become a curiosity he could not ignore. "I think it is best if I fetch him immediately," the headmaster decided as he stood. Taking his leave of the office, Albus was perplexed as to how the evening had developed in such a way. Harry Potter had entered the magical world only a few short months ago, and by all accounts, had just begun to show the earliest signs of being a capable wizard. Now, Albus believed there was much more to the boy, more than Harry himself could even hope to comprehend at his tender age. If at 11 he was capable of such feats, what would he grow into in only a few years of being in at Hogwarts if he dedicated himself to the study of magic? Albus did not know, and in truth, what Harry would be capable of would be down to his own efforts. Nonetheless, Albus was finally able to take some comfort in what the future held. Dark days may be ahead, but the old headmaster had been given a much-needed glimmer of hope. Moons have passed since we buried Antioch, and yet it feels in my heart as though no time has gone by as I once more find myself cursing death and mourning for Cadmus. He had not been himself, and I had thought that, like me, he was struggling to come to terms with what had happened to our brother. Had I any indication of his own tribulations, perhaps I could have saved him from himself. It is a guilt I shall carry for the rest of my days. The stone. It all came down to the damned stone and the false hope it had given him. He'd made no secret that he missed his once intended, and that there would be no other after she had perished after birthing their son out of wedlock, but I could not have fathomed he would have attempted to bring her back. Another mistake on my part. Cadmus seemed to have accepted her passing with all the grace one would expect, but from what I have learned now, it tortured him every moment he breathed without her. Still, I cannot absolve him of his foolishness, nor rid myself of those desperate hours that he'd needed me. I've been so consumed in my work that I could not see the dire straits of my own kin. I expect that me finding him hanging from the beams of his own bedroom is a punishment of sorts for my neglect. To see your brother so lifeless with a neck longer than should be natural was one thing, but to find his maudlin musings in his own hand was another. She is here. I cannot believe she is back. Something is not right. It is undoubtedly my beloved heiress, but there is no warmth from her. She will not stop begging me to let her go. Why can she not see that we belong together? To see her here but so far away out of my reach is worse than her death. I want to grasp her, every part, but I cannot. Cruelty, that is what this stone is. It returned only a shadow, my beloved, to me. Still, she asks to be returned from whence she came. I cannot let her go, not again. It is done. I could no longer keep her, but I cannot be without her. I am sorry, brother, but death has broken me. I have cast the stone away so that it may never find its way into the hands of another, so that everyone else will be spared my fate. There is only one thing left so that I may truly be with my heiress. I beg that you do not despise me, Ignatus. We will meet again soon in a world, I pray, that is less cruel than this. I would never have thought Cadmus to be the type to end his own suffering in such a way. But alas, I understand. This is a cruel world, and one only made crueler by our own foolishness. My brother's choices cost them their lives, and death is once again sated with the blood and soul of a Peverell. Mine will not be claimed so easily, for I have children to raise, a wife to care for, and the cloak to conceal me from his ever-watching gaze. Oh, he will have his due. That is inevitable, but it will indeed be on my own terms that I will greet him once more. If only I can endure the heavy heart that plagues me. I must. If nothing else, my tireless work will continue and death can wait. Come, death, come. We shall meet again. Harry peered up from his writing and into the same looking glass he had previously, his eyes widening in surprise once more as he took in the reflection. Ignatus was worn, tired, and his eyes were full of the same abject sadness he could feel himself. 2 brothers had perished, and only one remained. I can feel you there, Ignatus spoke. I thought I had been mistaken, but it is you again. Is this another trick of death? Harry felt a sense of panic set in as he looked into the narrowed eyes of Ignatus Peverell, only to be given a reprieve as he was pulled through the void and back onto his own bed. As ever when he returned from the visions, Harry was breathing heavily, but worse yet was the overwhelming sense of loss that remained with him, the very same that Ignatus Peverell had been feeling. He hoped that it would subside in the next passing moments, but it did not, and as he wiped away the tears of mourning for another Peverell he felt as though he had grown up with, he steadied his breathing. What magic was this? How could he feel such a powerful attachment to these men when he had never even met them? Was it a side effect of having seemingly spent time in the mind of Ignatus Peverell? Harry could not begin to comprehend the complexity of what he was experiencing, but for the most part, he didn't like it. Nonetheless, though the feelings were indeed overwhelming and immovable, that was not what he wished to ponder. Somehow, or so it appeared, Ignatus Peverell had known Harry was there with him. If dealing with the difficulties of the emotions he came away from each vision with was confusing, this latest development escaped him entirely. Had Harry somehow been within Ignatus's mind that very moment all those centuries ago? No, that was not possible, but he could not deny that the man had become acutely aware of his presence. Shaking his head and doing his utmost to ignore the feeling of sorrowful mourning that remained prominent within him, Harry busied himself by tending to his wand. It was a solace of sorts removing the old polish, cleaning it, and applying a new layer. It gave him several moments to allow his mind to wander, to somewhat alleviate what it was he had endured, and focus on a menial task for a while before it inevitably came flooding back. With his roommates sleeping, however, the last thing he expected was to hear the lock of the door click, and for someone with a much heavier tread than any of the other boys enter the dormitory. With a frown, Harry pushed his cloak further under his pillow and readied his wand just as the partition to his curtains was disturbed. The fact that he knew little to no spells he could use to defend himself was lost on him, but with a fresh coat of polish, he brought his wand to bear, nonetheless. It warmed in his grasp, calming Harry somewhat, though when the late-night visitor was revealed, his wand calmed itself immediately. Professor Dumbledore was surprised to find himself staring down the length of a wand, but he cleared his throat gently and offered Harry a smile. I apologize for disturbing your rest, Harry, "But there is someone who wishes to speak with you," he whispered. "With me?" Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling merrily in the moonlight pouring through the nearby window. Harry frowned thoughtfully as he pulled on his dressing gown and followed the headmaster from the dormitory. Who could possibly wish to speak with him? He balked as he realized who the person likely was, but how had it been discovered that he had returned the stone? Harry had been certain to not sign the note. Perhaps Dumbledore had identified Hedwig. She was a distinctive bird, after all, and Harry chastised himself for not making use of one of the school owls. Not that he would have trusted any other with such an important task. Nevertheless, he now faced the prospect of having to discuss the matter with Dumbledore and likely Nicholas Flamel. Would he be expelled for what he had done? Harry hoped not, but he did not regret his decision to intervene. The Philosopher's Stone should never have been left within Hogwarts in the first place, not where someone like Professor Snape could have gotten to it. Harry had managed it, so it would likely not have been difficult for any other to do so. No, Harry had no regrets, and if he was to be expelled, it would be that he left Hogwarts with a clear conscience. Break. The stone being returned to him, via post, by all things had come as quite the shock to Nicholas. He had personally checked the protections around his most treasured possession himself, and could not retrieve it from the odd mirror Albus had used. To learn that another had was baffling, but an 11-year-old boy was something else entirely. He vaguely remembered Albus explaining the conclusion of the war Britain had found itself in, due to the actions of Lord Voldemort throughout the past decades, and again, had been taken aback that the very boy who had managed to obtain the stone had survived the killing curse. Harry Potter was proving to be quite the enigma, though Nicholas would not get ahead of himself until he had spoken to him. The aged alchemist did not know what to expect from young Harry, but as Albus returned to the office with him in tow, a light frown marred his features. For a boy of his age, Harry Potter was on the small side. His jet-black hair was messy, and his skin was rather pale. Nicholas, however, soon forgot his lacking physicality as he met the brilliant green eyes. Instead of an innocent youthfulness one would expect to see, or even nervousness at being called to the headmaster's office at such a late hour, there was little more than sadness, a haunting he had seen in those who had faced war and the most unpleasant experiences life could throw at them. It was as though he was looking into the gaze of someone who had already lived a full life of trial and misery, and Nicholas found it to be a rather unsettling experience. What had happened to this boy? "You must be Harry Potter." Nicholas greeted him gently from fear. The seemingly broken boy would crumble at the most delicate of questioning. Harry nodded in response. "Do you know who I am?" Nicholas asked. The boy swallowed deeply. "Nicholas Flamel." Nicholas nodded and gestured for him to take a seat. Tentatively, Harry did so and began to fidget uncomfortably. "You are not in any trouble, Harry," Nicholas assured him. "I'm not going to be expelled." Nicholas chuckled as he shook his head. "Absolutely not," he answered. "If Albie here even considered it, my wife would put him over her knee." Despite the reassurance offered, Harry relaxed only a little but stiffened as Nicholas grabbed the stone from the desk. "Do you know what this is?" "It's your stone, Mr. Flamel." "Do you know what it does?" Harry nodded cautiously. "You use it to create the elixir of life. It is how you have lived for more than 6 centuries. "Correct," Nicholas confirmed as he eyed the boy speculatively. "It is a priceless artifact, and I find myself curious as to why you did not attempt to keep it. You could have used it for yourself or sold it for a fortune to rival any." "I wouldn't use it," Harry said firmly. "You wouldn't?" Harry shook his head. "Everyone should die, Mr. Flamel. Death will always have his due." Once more, Nicholas found himself taken aback, this time by the words of the boy. "Death will always have his due?" Nicholas questioned, ignoring Albus's gaze boring into the back of Harry's head. "Everyone must die, Mr. Flamel. Your stone keeps you alive, and it is your choice to use it. But death comes for everyone eventually. There's no escape from it. Even powerful relics will not keep him away forever. The words were rather ominous, and quite unsettling to hear coming from such a young boy. Nicholas looked towards Albus, who seemed to be as concerned as he was feeling. "You have already experienced your fair share of death, haven't you?" Nicholas pressed gently. He didn't truly need an answer. Harry Potter carried the burden so openly that it all but emanated from him. He nodded, his eyes again filling with such sadness that Nicholas would not have believed possible if he wasn't seeing it for himself. It was as though what had happened to his parents had occurred only moments prior. Nicholas swallowed deeply as the realization hit. "You remember it, don't you?" "Nicholas," Albus pleaded, and the alchemist held up a hand, waiting for an answer. Harry nodded and Albus gasped. "And no one has ever spoken to you about it?" "Hagrid did," Harry revealed. "Before I got my letter, I was told they died in a car crash. I'd always had the dreams, but I thought they were nightmares." "Dreams?" Nicholas probed. "Of a woman begging for a man to kill her instead of me. There was a flash of green light and she would fall down. It was his laughter that would wake me up." Nicholas cursed under his breath in his native tongue as he looked towards a horrified Albus. The man hadn't known. Why would he consider that someone would retain such a memory from when they were a babe? Only the keenest of minds could have, and to relive it for such a long time was unacceptable. "How often do you have this dream?" Harry shrugged. "A few times a week." Again, Nicholas cursed and looked towards his former mentee. "Well, we have two options," Nicholas sighed. "Short term, you could be given a dreamless sleep potion that will ensure you have no dreams, but I would not recommend it. In high doses, it can be toxic and you can become addicted to it." "What is the second option?" Harry asked curiously, seemingly relieved that there was something that could be done to help him. Now this option is much more complicated and will take considerable work and dedication from you. Are you up to the challenge?" Harry nodded firmly, and Nicholas smiled. He may be rather meek right now, but there was no denying his spirit, despite what he had endured. "Do you not believe Harry is too young?" Albus questioned worriedly. Nicholas waved him off dismissively. "In his case, no. I believe it will serve him well to begin at such an age. In a few years, he could be quite proficient in the art if he truly dedicates himself to the practice." Albus frowned, but eventually nodded. "I believe you are right," he decided. "He will need a mentor to monitor his progress, perhaps Severus." "I do not believe that would be a good idea, do you?" Nicholas cut in. Albus may trust the man for his own reasons, but Severus Snape had been a follower of the man that had murdered Harry's parents. No, allowing him such an unprecedented access to the boy would not do at all. "I believe I would be a much better choice," Nicholas continued. "If you would bear with me for one moment, I shall return shortly." Offering the young boy a smile of encouragement, Nicholas took his leave of the fireplace. He was not done speaking with Harry yet, but providing the tools the boy needed to rid himself of the horrifying ordeal he endured regularly was his priority. His own curiosity could wait for now, and besides, he knew he was likely to glean more information from Harry when the boy saw that he could trust Nicholas. Break. The evening, or early hours as it was now, had steadily gone from strife to strife for Harry, culminating in him finding himself in Professor Dumbledore's office waiting for Nicholas Flamel to return, having shared a very odd conversation he, Harry, understood little of. Still, despite the current situation, he found himself dwelling on the other experience of the night, more so than he wished. Being left with Ignatius's grief had proven to be useful when questioned by the alchemist, but the realization that had come with the knowledge gained from the vision left him feeling hopelessly inconsolable. The stone. He'd allowed the foolish notion to set in that obtaining Cadmus's stone would mean that he would be able to bring his parents back, to undo what had been done to them. From the man's final ramblings, according to Ignatius, that notion had all but crumbled to dust. It appeared that Cadmus has managed to bring back his lost love, well, something that resembled her at the very least. Still, it had driven him so mad that what he had managed to summon was not what he remembered of the woman, so much so that he had chosen to end his life. No, Harry would not be seeing James and Lily Potter again, not in this life. He'd clung onto the small amount of hope, no matter how seemingly impossible the task was, and it had been shredded. Perhaps seeing the vision would be for the best in the long run, but in this moment, Harry could only stew in yet another loss. "How did you know it was me?" he asked Dumbledore curiously. The man was watching him intently, and offered Harry a smile before picking up the piece of fabric he'd used to wrap the stone in. "Magical traces are exceptional things," the headmaster chuckled, "but not the easiest things to detect. Magic, however, always leaves a trace, no matter how small. There are traces of my magic on there." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed," he confirmed. "Anything you have prolonged contact with will inevitably be marked. You wore this, so it is only natural." "I didn't know that was a thing," Harry murmured, chastising himself for his lack of magical knowledge. Dumbledore chuckled again as the fireplace burst into life, and Nicholas Flamel re-entered the office. "I was just explaining to young Harry here how we figured out it was him who returned your stone." Nicholas nodded thoughtfully. "You left quite the trace, Mr. Potter," he sighed. "Perhaps you will be more careful in the future should you find yourself partaking in such further activities." "Is there a spell I can use to remove traces?" Harry inquired. A smirk tugged at Nicholas's lips. "There are a few," he confirmed amusedly. "Now, I am rather interested in how you managed to navigate your way to the stone." Harry released a deep breath and shrugged. "It was luck, mostly," he answered honestly. "I managed to sneak past Fluffy, was almost strangled by the plant thing, and I'm a good flyer, so getting the key wasn't difficult." "Harry is our youngest seeker in over a century," Dumbledore interjected. Nicholas hummed appreciatively. "I snuck through the chessboard and past the troll. The clues for the potions took some time, but that was it. After that, the stone appeared in my pocket when I looked in the mirror." "You make it sound so simple," Nicholas snorted. "Indeed," Albus agreed, eyeing Harry speculatively. "So, the flames came when you were being strangled by the plant," Nicholas pressed. Harry frowned before nodding. "There were some flames," he confirmed. "I didn't make them, though. It was my wand. I don't know any fire spells." "Your wand?" Nicholas probed. Harry nodded as he drew it. "I don't know what happened. I was trying to fight the plant, and it was winning. The next thing I knew was almost being dropped on my head." Nicholas nodded thoughtfully. "Well, I can assure you, Harry, that it was not the wand that created those flames. It was your magic, and it is a rather impressive feat." "My magic?" "Your magic," Nicholas reiterated. "From what you have said, it seems that it reacted instinctually to save you when you were on the brink of death. It is not unheard of, but to produce such a spell." "What was the spell?" "Ah, now that is what is most interesting. You see, the spell you inadvertently used is a piece of old magic, one that is seldom seen today. Now, people tend to use wand movements and incantations for the most part. It helps focus the mind on what it is you wish to achieve. Archaic magic is more reliant on the will and intent of the caster, without the need of specific movements of the wand or even speaking words allowed to achieve the desired effect. Do you understand?" Harry nodded thoughtfully, his mind drifting back to the first vision the cloak had drawn him into. "I think so," he murmured. "What about old magic that does use incantations?" he asked curiously. "Really long pleas to get what you want." Nicholas quirked an eyebrow at him, before his gaze shifted to Dumbledore. "What do you mean, Harry?" the alchemist returned. Harry shrugged. "Like if there were lots of symbols drawn into the ground, and someone used their blood or a piece of soul to cast magic." Nicholas's eyes widened in alarm, and he kneeled next to Harry. "Where did you see this?" he asked urgently. "Was it in your dream?" Harry knew he had said too much. He hadn't considered his question would elicit such a reaction, and not knowing what else to do, he nodded and Nicholas shook his head. "Such magic is very powerful and should not be taken lightly," he said firmly. "What you have described sounds like a ritual of sorts. Albus. The headmaster had paled considerably as he nodded. Very dangerous, he agreed vehemently. Do you remember what it is you saw? Harry shook his head. No, I only dreamed it once, but I remember the blood and something about a soul. Dumbledore hummed unhappily but fell silent once more, pondering what Harry had told him. What about the flames? Harry pressed, hopping to change the topic. Ah, yes, Nicholas acknowledged. You casting such a piece of magic would indicate that you have something of an affinity for this type of archaic practice, which ties in rather nicely with what I believe will assist you with your recurring dreams. The man removed a thin, leather book from within his jacket and offered it to Harry. An introduction to the mind arts, Harry asked with a frown. What are the mind arts? A very obscure and difficult branch of magic to master, Nicholas answered. The benefits to doing so make the journey worthwhile. You see, mastering your own mind is a particularly challenging task, and one that you must remain diligent with. It is not an art you simply practice and can neglect. No, it is a lifelong dedication. What are the benefits to it? Harry questioned as he thumbed through the book. It varies, Nicholas explained. For one thing, it will allow you to think with utter clarity and will help you have a better grasp of your emotions. Occlumency will help keep your secrets as you learn to close your mind to any legilimency. Legilimency will help you see through lies that people may tell you. It will not necessarily show you the truth, but will let you know when someone is being dishonest. For you, both will help rid you of your dreams. You can create a place within your mind where you can hide the memory, even from your own unconscious thoughts. There are many other documented benefits to both, but your journey is very much an individual endeavor. You may experience other benefits, but the key is to remain consistent with it. Your first task is to read this book and begin the basic practices on occlumency as explained. When I feel enough time has passed, we will meet again and discuss your progress. Do you think you are up to the task? Harry nodded immediately. It certainly sounded useful for him to learn. Excellent, Nicholas declared. When you become proficient, you will find it much easier to cast spells like those wonderful flames at will rather than when you are in peril. Occlumency can help you replicate feelings of dire need, well enough that you will learn to use the archaic types of spells as you would any other. Mind, it will not be easy, Harry. The mind arts are amongst the most difficult to learn. I will give it my all, Harry assured the man. Nicholas smiled as he stood. I have no doubt you will, he said appraisingly, but I must warn you. The mind arts are heavily frowned upon in Britain. They are not illegal, but they are seen as quite the taboo subject in certain circles. I would advise you keep the practice to yourself, even from those you trust. Harry nodded his understanding. I will. Good now, I think it is best you return to your bed. It has been quite the evening. Harry was relieved that he had been dismissed and wasted no time in heading towards the door, exiting the office, and making his way back towards the dormitory. Not only had he avoided being expelled, but he had learned a considerable amount from simply speaking to two older wizards. The mind arts, he murmured to himself as he placed the book in his pajama pocket. They certainly seemed they would be worth knowing. Break. Albus simply stared at the door for several moments after Harry had left, before shaking his head uncertainly. He knows more than he told us. He does, Nicholas agreed. I do not believe he outright lied, but he undoubtedly kept much to himself. It was rather astute of him to do so. Yet quite frustrating, Albus sighed. What do you think of him? I think he is a poor child who has been horribly treated, Nicholas replied bluntly. I think he has a good heart, but he needs to be nurtured. Truly. Nicholas nodded. If he harbored any ill will, with the school year coming to an end, he will only become more desperate, headmaster, Severus said worriedly. Albus nodded his agreement. You are right, he murmured thoughtfully. His efforts, however, will be for nothing. Quirinus will not be able to retrieve the stone. Who he is working for is what concerns me most. Who he is working for, Severus probed with a frown. Albus deflated in his chair. Much to his shame, it had taken him too long to understand what was occurring within the castle. It had all come together in the end, though he took little comfort knowing what it was that motivated Quirrell. Voldemort. Quirinus had no need to take such a risk as to feed on the blood of unicorns, not unless he had fallen victim to a most unpleasant curse. Albus did not believe that to be true for a moment, which left only one conclusion. The defense against the dark arts professor was not seeking to obtain to the stone for himself, but for the one he had found himself serving. Tom Riddle was certainly not beyond slaughtering a unicorn to sustain himself. The man would do whatever he deemed necessary to cling to life. The Dark Lord, Albus whispered. The usually unshakable potions master shivered involuntarily, his mouth falling agape in surprise. Him, he asked worriedly. Him, Albus confirmed. Severus swallowed deeply and took a sip of water from the goblet on the desk, his hand trembling uncharacteristically. You are certain? I wish it was not so, Severus, I truly do, but it seems that the Dark Lord did not perish the night he attacked the Potters. Then the boy is in danger. He is, Albus agreed sadly. Harry must one day learn the truth. Severus said nothing for a moment, as he allowed the news to sink in. He must not be allowed to get the stone. Albus held up a placating hand. The stone is once again in the possession of Nicholas, Albus assured him. The dilemma I now face is what to do with Quirinus. When he learns that it is gone, what do you think he will do? I do not know, Albus replied gravely. I suspect he may flee and bide his time for another opportunity, but I would rather that the Dark Lord did not have an ally he can rely on. When Quirinus makes his next attempt, I will intervene. Is that wise? Quirinus is not him, Severus, Albus pointed out. He may be acting on his behalf, but he is not the Dark Lord. I am curious to know, however, where he is hiding. I have searched the castle and grounds thoroughly, but have found no sign of him. Unfortunately, he knows Hogwarts better than most, so it is possible he has managed to conceal himself. Severus frowned as he shook his head. I do not believe he would be able to resist attempting to kill Potter if he was here. Perhaps, Albus replied tentatively, but there is no denying that Harry Potter is at the very top of his list. Voldemort is arrogant enough to believe that Harry is no threat to him, so it is quite possible he will wait. Severus shook his head. Potter is an average wizard at best, even for his age, he huffed. He is no threat to the Dark Lord and never will be. You allow your bias to cloud your judgment, Severus, Albus chastised lightly. You must remember, Harry is new to the wizarding world. He knew nothing of being a wizard until Hagrid fetched him from his relatives. He knew nothing, Severus asked irritably. Petunia kept it from him. Albus nodded. It appears that she did not wish for him to come here at all, Albus sighed. She and her husband have done their best to squash Harry's spirit. As I said they would, Severus snapped. The boy should never have been placed with them. And what alternative was there? Albus asked. You know of the protections in place. But they do not protect him from them, Severus returned as he stood. Petunia always was a bitter, petty woman, headmaster. If you want Potter to have any happiness or even a chance to thrive, you will do the right thing and get him away from her. Albus raised his eyebrows in surprise as he leaned back in his chair. You have changed your tune rather abruptly. Severus's jaw tightened. He is her son, he whispered. Every time I look at him, I see his father, but he is still Lily's son. I cannot bring myself to care for the boy, but I would see him live for her. With that, Severus stormed from the room, and Albus released a deep breath. Perhaps now his potions professor would be able to see past the grudge he had with James Potter, and remember that Harry is indeed Lily's son. Maybe Severus would stop punishing Harry for the sins of his father. Albus pushed those thoughts aside as he turned his attention to what concerned him most. With only a few weeks left of term, time was running out for Quirinus to act. It would be soon, and Albus needed to ensure that he was ready for anything Tom would throw at him when they inevitably met again. In what form that would be, Albus could not be sure, but he had no doubt that his former pupil would be present when Quirinus made his attempt. Break. Harry watched as Wood paced back and forth in front of the rest of the team, pausing occasionally when he wished to speak, only to shake his head and continue packing. "All right, you lot, this is it," he declared after a few moments of hesitation. "We can win this. We already beat them back in October, and I want to shut Flint up for good." "Pratt," one of the twins muttered. Wood nodded. "I need you to be at your best today," he continued. "We all know they will do whatever it takes to win. Fred, George, you know what to do." The twins saluted in unison, and Wood turned towards the chasers. "Ladies, keep the quaffle moving and don't let them bog you down." "We know, Oliver," Angelina huffed. Wood turned towards Harry and nodded. "Higgs has got nothing on you, Potter. You flew rings around him last time. Do it again and get the snitch as quickly as you can. Forget about everything else, just get the snitch." "It's as good as in his hands already," one of the twins snorted. "Little Harrikins won't let us down," he added, ruffling Harry's hair. He scowled at the redhead and took a deep breath as Wood gestured for them to leave the changing room. There was considerable buzz around this match. It wasn't often that two teams finished a season on even points and had to play one another for a second time, but here they were, and the rest of the school was excited for the extra Quidditch they would get to spectate. "It's time," Oliver murmured as he mounted his broom. Harry and the rest of the team followed suit as Madame Hooch announced them into the stadium. Hovering above the rest, Harry continued with his breathing exercises, zoning in on the task ahead. It was odd to do so. For the past several weeks, he had been working on allowing his mind to wander towards inane thoughts at will. According to the book Nicholas Flamel had given him, it was an excellent defense against a legilimens. Mastering this particular skill would lead one to believe that their target possessed no ability in the mind arts. It would lead them into a false sense of security, or would serve to simply dissuade them from attempting to breach the mind altogether. It was a strange tactic, but a vital one in mastering the obscure branch of magic. Shaking his head of his thoughts as he realized his mind had been wandering again, Harry turned his attention towards looking for the snitch with the intention of not allowing the game to be dragged out for too long. That would only benefit the Slytherin team, who relied on wearing down their opponents with foul play when they were simply outclassed. No, it was best to end the match quickly before any members of the Gryffindor were injured. The students were due to return home within the next week, and no one wanted to spend the last days of the year under the care of Madame Pomfrey if they could help it. Break. Hermione's grip tightened around Ron's wrist as she watched Harry dive vertically towards the ground. She hated when he did that. Even Ron, who was an avid fan of the sport, would cringe with worry. From what little Hermione knew of Quidditch, even some of the professional players did not dive like that. Ron had told her, though she wished he hadn't. "I can't look," she gasped, covering her eyes with her free hand. Again, Harry had dived to lead Higgs on a chase. One day, he would not correct his broom in time, and he could very well kill himself. Despite his rather reserved demeanor for the most part, Harry was rather fearless in the heat of the moment. "He's fine," Ron assured her a moment later. Hermione peered through the gap in her fingers, breathing a sigh of relief as she spotted Harry flying normally again. "I really wish he wouldn't do that," she muttered. It was as though Harry was a completely different person when he played Quidditch. In the air, he was carefree. And rather reckless it turned out. Although he had changed considerably from when she had first met him back in October, he never seemed happier than when he was on his broom. Maybe it was his escape. Hermione had her books, and Ron had chess. Harry simply seemed to be gifted in something rather dangerous, and the joy he felt doing it couldn't be denied. She shook her head as he flew by and offered them a wave, grinning from ear to ear. If she was going to be friends with Harry, Hermione knew she would have to simply get used to this part of him. "I think he's seen the snitch," Ron declared excitedly only a few seconds later. Again, Harry had dived, though this time he was indeed chasing a small, barely visible golden ball that glinted in the late spring sun. UCHATNGBAS. Ron stopped yelling as he caught the stern glare of Professor McGonagall, who was standing nearby. Higgs knew he couldn't keep up with Harry, and in a desperate move, he'd grabbed the bristles of his broom, pulling him off course and allowing the snitch to escape. Madame Hooch's whistle was shrill, and she flew over to berate the boy for the foul play before awarding Gryffindor a penalty. Higgs merely shrugged, unbothered by being penalized, though Harry did too, eliciting a frown from Hermione. It was one of the changes she had noticed within him. Just recently, Harry seemed to be a lot calmer, less tense, and more calculated in how he conducted himself. Even when asked a question, he wouldn't answer on the fly. He would take a moment to consider his words carefully before doing so. The most prominent example of this was during their potions lessons, when Professor Snape would inevitably criticize Harry for his work. Even if Harry had gotten it right, the man would find something to mock him for. At the beginning of the year, Harry, understandably so, took it quite personally, but now he simply shrugged it off, not allowing Snape to get a rise from him. It was quite a remarkable change, one of many Hermione was beginning to notice. "He's seen it again," Ron whispered excitedly, shaking her forcefully from her thoughts. "Bloody hell." Professor McGonagall did not even chastise him this time for his choice of language, as everyone in the stadium looked on with bated breath. Professor Dumbledore stood and drew his wand as Harry leapt from his broom that Higgs had grabbed once more and snatched the snitch out of the air before he began plummeting dozens of feet towards the ground, holding the tiny ball aloft. Hermione's nails dug into Ron as she watched helplessly, until she could no more, and she closed her eyes tightly. It wasn't until an almost unanimous cheer erupted that she dared open them again, gasping as she saw Harry back on his broom, beaming happily as he flew only inches above the ground. "How?" Hermione could only shake her head. "He bloody caught it," Ron cheered. "He caught his broom." Hermione was lost for words, and Madame Hooch's announcement that Gryffindor had won went unheard as the entirety of the house ran onto the pitch, led by the deputy headmistress. "Oh, I will strangle that boy," the woman vowed, her skin pale and lips thin in anger. Harry would undoubtedly be in trouble, but if his recent behavior was anything to go by, he wouldn't care at all. Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup, and as she witnessed her friend being hoisted onto the shoulders of a weeping Oliver Wood, Hermione couldn't help but join in the revelry. She wasn't a fan of Quidditch. To her, taking part in such a barbaric sport was reckless, but she couldn't deny that it was an exciting thing to watch, even if for most of it she had been utterly terrified. Break. Only after he had been subjected to being shouted at and equally congratulated by Professor McGonagall had Harry been allowed to shower where he reflected on his performance. What he had done had been rather idiotic in hindsight, but he had acted purely on his instincts in the heat of the moment. Still, he had caught the snitch, and his broom had not let him down. Not that he would be making a habit of such a move, when it could have easily gone so wrong. "Harry, are you done yet?" The voice of Angelina sounded throughout the changing room. Ever since Alicia had suffered her unfortunate accident, the girls had opted to take a more measured approach when it came to retrieving him after practices. They no longer barged in, but that didn't mean they wouldn't give him a hard time if he made them wait too long. Nonetheless, none of the chasers believed he hadn't been present when Alicia had tripped and taken an extra, unwanted shower. They just couldn't figure out how he had escaped without being seen by any of them. "I'll just be a minute," he replied. Fred, George, and Oliver had already left a few moments prior. The twins had said something about gathering supplies for an impromptu party, and Wood simply couldn't be detained from excitement. Harry had never seen the older boy so giddy, but it was nice to have given him the Quidditch cup he wanted so badly. Shaking his head in amusement at the memory of the boy all but squeezing the life out of him for several minutes, Harry turned off the shower and dried himself off. He too had never felt such a rush, nor joy from anything he'd done. In truth, he'd never been given an opportunity to achieve anything of note, and now that he had a taste for it, He wanted to experience it more. Whether it was Quidditch or anything else he undertook, he would give it his all so that he could experience the elation of success. Having dressed, he left the changing room to be greeted by the trio of Katie, Angelina, and Alicia, the latter of the three cuffing him on the back of the head. "That has to be the stupidest thing I've ever seen anyone do," she huffed before wrapping her arms around him. "Don't do it again." Harry didn't know how to react. He'd been hugged by the twins and Oliver, but never by a girl before. Not even Hermione was so outwardly affectionate. "I won't," he murmured, relieved when she released him. It hadn't been an unpleasant experience, but an unfamiliar one that he simply didn't know what to make of. "You're not going to hit me, are you?" he asked the others. Angelina shook her head and followed suit, pulling him tightly to her. "No, Alicia is just overreacting as usual," she giggled. "Good job, Harry. You're completely insane, but don't make habit of it." "I won't," Harry assured her. Angelina released him only for Katie to take her place. "You are an idiot," she sighed. "You did that for the Quidditch Cup." Harry merely shrugged in response. Put like that, it did seem even more foolish, but he didn't regret it. Even if he never did anything reckless again, he would have the memory of the match to look back on. "Come on," Angelina urged. "We'd best get back. We don't want to miss our own party." Harry didn't know how he felt about having a party. He'd never been to one before, and the trip to the zoo on Dudley's birthday certainly didn't count, though unwittingly setting an enormous snake on his cousin had been one of the highlights of his life. He smirked at the thought of his squealing cousin as he was led to the castle. The girls chatted away happily, discussing their own performances. It turned out that Gryffindor had won the match 220-10, so it hadn't even been a close contest before Harry's leap of faith. Regardless, Harry was happy to have won and wished he'd seen Malfoy's expression when he realized that his house had lost. If there was one thing Harry had learned about the boy, it was that he despised losing. Being rich and spoiled, Draco wasn't accustomed to not getting his own way. Harry was. Until the day Hagrid had come to fetch him and told him the truth of what he was, Harry had never been granted anything in life that wasn't already broken, worn out, or no longer wanted by Dudley. Now, things were different, and though he was still getting used to the freedom he had, he knew he would never take it for granted, even in the dark days to come when he would be back with the Dursleys for the summer months. It was a tumultuous cheer that interrupted his thoughts as he was dragged into the throngs of Gryffindors waiting to congratulate him for his catching of the snitch, and Harry positively beamed as the praise was heaped upon him. As with success, praise was never something he'd received in his life, and though he didn't care for being the center of attention, it was nice to feel valued amongst his peers beyond what he was already famous for. This Harry had earned, and as a bottle of butterbeer was thrust into his hands by one of the twins, he drank deeply, enjoying the merriment of his fellow housemates. "All right, shut your faces," Oliver called when the party was in full swing sometime later. The common room fell quiet, and the captain stood on one of the tables near the fireplace. "It's been 8 years since Gryffindor has won the cup," he declared. "Before this year, I wasn't sure that would be changing soon. I can't be happier that I was proven wrong." The gathered Gryffindors clapped enthusiastically, and Wood held up his hands to silence them. "Our 3 chasers are the best by miles in the whole school," he continued, nodding towards the 3 girls. "Even when the snakes tried to cheat, they held their own." "Do you know anyone who's messing with them?" one of the twins called, eliciting a bout of laughter from Wood. "I know I wouldn't," he snorted. "That brings me on to the red-headed menaces." Fred and George pointed to themselves, an expression of mock surprise working onto their impish faces. "Not us," one of them denied. "We are the picture of innocence." Wood quirked a disbelieving eyebrow at the duo, whilst their housemates laughed. Fred and George were perhaps the least innocent people to ever cross the threshold of the castle. They were only in their 3rd year here, and their antics were already cemented in the minds of many of the professors here. Snape's nostrils would flare at the mere mention of the boys. Of course, Oliver chuckled. In all seriousness, I couldn't ask for a better pair of beaters. You've all seen what they can do, and I already can't wait to see how far you will go. The twins grinned in response, as Wood turned towards Harry, and the Gryffindors waited for the older boy's assessment. When McGonagall pulled me out of my defense against the dark arts class and introduced you as our new seeker, I thought the old lass had finally cracked. There you were, a weedy little first year who didn't even know what Quidditch was until I told you. That was until I saw you fly, and I knew you would be great. The first time I told little Harry here to catch the snitch, he just did it. In less than a minute, it was in his hands. You're talented, Potter, probably the most talented person this castle has seen in decades, and you proved yourself this year. Keep it up, and I bet the pros will be willing to give you what you want to sign for one of them. They'll probably be kicking his door down when they hear about what happened today, Angelina predicted. Isn't Megan Jones related to Gwenog? Who's Gwenog? Harry asked confusedly. Oliver rolled his eyes at Harry before he chuckled amusedly. You're still bloody clueless, he sighed good-naturedly. Gwenog Jones is the seeker and captain for the Holyhead Harpies. She'll be bloody impressed with what you did today. I doubt even she would try it. Not likely, one of the twins agreed. Harry here is a complete maniac when his parents find out. The boy stopped talking as the common room fell silent at the slip-up. Sorry, Harry, I didn't. Harry waved the boy off and offered him a smile. It's all right, he said dismissively. I know you didn't mean to. Anyway, I'm just going to get some air. I'll be back soon, he assured Ron and Hermione, who had stood to follow him. Well done, you stupid prat, Alicia scolded the twin that had spoken. That was the last Harry heard as he took his leave of the common room. He knew that it was a mistake and that neither Fred nor George would wish to upset him, not where Harry's parents were concerned. Still, it had rather dampened his spirit, and with the joy sapped from the moment he had been enjoying, there was only one place Harry wanted to be. It wasn't with his parents, but it was the next best thing. The closest he would get to seeing them in person. Break. Ron often fantasized about being a Quidditch star, and seeing the house team claim, the cup only strengthened his resolve to one day be amongst them. Oliver would be leaving at the end of Ron's third year, so that gave him lots of time to become a good keeper in his own right. Already, he wasn't bad. Often enough, the twins would take it in turns, hurling a quaffle for him to block in the orchard at the Burrow. All Ron needed to do was practice, and maybe it would be him and Harry sharing the glory of a house cup in the future. Poor Harry, Hermione whispered as he left the common room. Fred didn't mean it, Ron defended his brother. Of course he didn't, Hermione agreed. The twin was devastated by his faux pas and was currently being consoled by the rest of the team. It had been nothing more than a mistake on his part. The twins adored Harry and would never do anything to intentionally upset him. Do you think he will be all right? Hermione asked, worrying her low lip. Ron nodded. He will. Harry's parents would always be a sore point for his friend. Ron often bemoaned how overbearing his mother could be and how odd his father was, even for a wizard, but he couldn't imagine them not being around. Harry had never gotten to know his parents, and Ron knew that the boy would give anything just for 5 minutes with James and Lily Potter. Everyone in Britain knew their names, but none of them knew the Potters. No one did, not really. When Ron had asked his mother about them when he had been a small boy, she could tell him little. The Potters were one of the families that kept mostly to themselves. Occasionally, one would become a person of note, but then they would fade into obscurity again shortly after. Not that it would be an option for Harry to do so. With what had happened to his mother and father, and him defeating you-know-who, he would always be in the limelight, famous for something he couldn't remember. Ron wanted to be famous, but not for what had happened to Harry. No. People seemed to forget what Harry had lost that night, even Ron before he had truly gotten to know the boy. Harry didn't want his fame, but today would only add to it. As an avid Quidditch fan, Ron had never heard of anyone having the guts to do what Harry had, and Wood was right. When the pros heard of it, they would be watching Harry closely. Break. He had become proficient at navigating the obstacles that stood in his way on the 3rd floor over the past few months. A quick trip to the library had told him all he'd needed about the devil's snare and how to avoid being throttled by it. The cloak took care of the rest other than retrieving the key and solving the riddle, which had remained the same. Harry held his most treasured possession around his shoulders as he gazed into the mirror at the image of his parents. They always appeared, and though they didn't speak, seeing them was enough for him. "We won the cup," he informed them. James and Lily Potter smiled proudly at him, and Harry wiped away a tear. He had learned long ago that his parents couldn't be reached through the implement the same way he had been gifted the stone. They were dead, and there was nothing that would change that. Harry knew he shouldn't torture himself like this, but he was drawn to the mirror, even if afterwards it left him feeling hollow and then angry for what had happened to his mother and father. Still, despite the hours he'd spent here, he couldn't say that he knew them any better. He knew every curve of his mother's face, the dimples in her cheeks when she smiled, and the eyes he had inherited from her, but nothing beyond the aesthetics. It was the same for James Potter. Harry resembled the man, almost uncannily save for the emerald green orbs. It made him appreciate them all the more being all he had to show of his mother, but he was not ashamed to look like the man that had sired him. On the contrary, Harry was proud of where he had come from. "Lily, it's him. Take Harry and run." James Potter had stood bravely in front of Voldemort for his wife and son, so that they may escape, knowing there was little chance that he would. For the love he felt for both, he had given his life willingly. Harry offered the man a watery smile. He had been loved and wanted once upon a time. It was a difficult thing to comprehend with how loathed he was by what remained of his relatives, and even looking upon the reflection of his mother, he couldn't see her as Petunia's sister. They didn't resemble one another at all, and his aunt was a bitter and often cruel woman. How had they become so different? Harry pondered the question for a moment before he stiffened at the sound of a disturbance, coming from beyond the flames he had passed through for the 10th time to visit the mirror. Who would be coming down here? Without a second to spare, he pulled the cloak over his head, concealing him fully, and frowned confusedly as Professor Quirrell entered. What was he doing here? Harry watched as the man drew his wand and began circling the mirror, muttering incoherently to himself. "It must be here," Quirrell snarled after a few moments, growing irritated by his apparent lack of success. Harry took the opportunity to put a little more distance between himself and the raging man, retreating to the left of the room, doing his utmost to control his breathing. Would Quirrell destroy the mirror in his attempt to get the stone? I'm afraid it no longer is, Quirinus. Harry turned sharply to see that Professor Dumbledore had entered the room and was looking at the defense against the dark arts professor disappointedly. "Dumbledore," Quirrell growled, surprised by the appearance of the headmaster. "You are supposed to be away from the castle." Dumbledore nodded as he took a few steps forward. "Unfortunately for you, I was not fooled by your ploy to remove me for the evening. I have been watching you closely, Quirinus, and I must say, you have been rather careless. The troll was my first indication that you were up to something, but to slay a unicorn to drink its blood. I know who it is you are acting on behalf of." Quirrell merely leered in response. "When my master has the stone." "I already told you, it isn't here," Dumbledore reminded the man firmly. "Your master will not be receiving the stone tonight, Quirinus." "He lies," a feeble voice croaked from somewhere in the room, and Dumbledore stiffened immediately, drawing his own wand. "It is here." "You are here, Tom," the headmaster sighed. "I expected you would be." "You feared I would be," the voice corrected. "Come now, Quirrell, I would see the fool for myself." "Master, no, you are not strong enough." "Nonsense," the voice chuckled. "We both know that Dumbledore cannot kill me. He doesn't have the guts or the ability to do so. Now, Quirrell." Harry could only look on in horror as the man reached up and began to unwind the purple turban he wore. When it pooled to the floor at his feet, Harry recoiled at the sight of the face protruding from the back of Quirrell's skull. What was happening? Dumbledore, too, seemed to be rather discomforted by the development, and Harry didn't miss the tightening of the old man's grip around his wand. "Surely you must see that you find yourself in a fruitless position, Tom," the headmaster spoke. "Perhaps," the face agreed, "but tonight will not be the end. You cannot defeat me, Dumbledore. You have my word that I will kill you long before you have the chance to defeat me. You are old and weak. Kill him." The violence that suddenly erupted took Harry by surprise, and even as he retreated further back from the exchange of spells, he could not help but look on in awe at the display. Quirrell had immediately began casting a plethora of magic, evidently hoping to catch Dumbledore off guard. The headmaster, however, remained as cool as ever as he defended himself from the onslaught. Harry couldn't identify anything he was seeing. The spells were unfamiliar, and he couldn't even begin to understand how Dumbledore was able to flick the offensive magic aside so that it was pushed out of his path. Despite the severity of the situation, Harry was transfixed on the encounter, wondering if it was possible that he could ever be as good with magic as the two men. "Enough," the face declared when it was clear that Quirrell was coming up short. "I will do it myself." Harry frowned once more as Quirrell fell to his knees. "No, master," he pleaded, trembling before he unleashed a blood-curdling scream. When he stood only a moment later, he looked as he had before he'd collapsed, though his eyes had changed to an eerie red color, and the face that had been on the back of his head was gone. "It always was unsettling how little regard you had for human life, Tom," Dumbledore commented distastefully. "Even those that serve you loyally have always been disposable to you." "I did not come here to be lectured by you, Dumbledore," Tom spat. "The stone may be lost to me, but at least I can rid myself of your foolishness. Avada Kedavra." At the mention of the words, and the following burst of green light, Harry froze fearfully. "Not Harry, please kill me instead." "Move aside, you silly girl." "No, please, not my son." "Avada Kedavra." Harry could only watch as his mother collapsed lifelessly to the ground and listen to the twisted laughter of the man that had slain her. Lily Potter only wished for her son to be spared and had willingly given her life for you. "My equal," the man muttered, and Harry found himself staring down the length of a white wand. "Avada Kedavra." Harry instinctively reached for his scar as it began to burn, and tears streamed down his cheeks. It wasn't the pain he was experiencing that elicited such a reaction, but the hurt and righteous fury that pulsed through his veins. He remembered it so vividly, and although he had witnessed his mother's murder numerous times now, it never got any easier. Harry was pulled from his thoughts by a sudden heat that erupted in the room, and his eyes widened at the sight of an enormous, fiery snake that Tom had conjured and set upon Dumbledore. With a slashing motion of his wand, the headmaster banished it away, only for the serpent to strike at him again. Seeing that Dumbledore was struggling to fend off the attack, Tom grinned maliciously as he leveled his wand towards the man. In that moment, everything seemed to slow, and without thought of the consequences or what he would even do, Harry charged towards the man that had seemingly been his defense against the dark arts professor for the year. "Avada Kedavra," Tom cried gleefully. Even before he had finished the incantation, Harry had taken hold of his hand and sent the spell off course, taken aback by the agonized scream that escaped the man's lips. He could only look on in morbid fascination as the appendage crumbled to dust, and the wand it had grasped clattered to the floor. Tom looked at Harry in shock, before the expression shifted to one of unbridled fury. "You," he spat, lunging towards the boy. Harry took hold of the remaining hand of the man that had begun to strangle him, and immediately, Tom let go with another scream before he was sent careening across the ground. Fueled by the cold anger flowing through him, Harry pounced, taking hold of the throat of the downed professor and squeezing with all his might. It was a symphony of icy magic he could feel thrumming within him, the pained wails of Tom, and the pleading of his mother that Harry experienced as he applied pressure until there was no longer any movement beneath him. Even then, Harry held on as he sobbed his mournful tears for the mother that had been taken from him, exhausted and confused by what had transpired in the past moments, yet still angry as he stared into the lifeless eyes of Professor Quirrell. "I hate you," he seethed. "I hate you." He held on, his jaw clenching until the face had seemingly rotted to a blackened, desiccated state, and Professor Quirrell was barely recognizable, his final expression being one of shock and horror. "Harry," the voice of Dumbledore broke gently into his thoughts. "Come on, it will do you no good to stay here." Harry allowed the man to pull him away, and he wiped his tears before offering a final look of disgust towards the husk that had been Tom or Quirrell. Whomever it had been, Harry could no longer be certain. It was a scream that rent the air that distracted him from his thoughts, and Harry watched as a smoky mass shot out of Quirrell's chest and towards him and Dumbledore. The headmaster reacted by conjuring a blindingly white barrier that sent whatever had emerged through the wall on the opposite side of the room. For a moment, Dumbledore maintained his spell, waiting to see if Tom would return. He didn't, and once more, Harry allowed himself to be led away. There was no clarity to his thoughts, and Professor Dumbledore said nothing. The walk went by in a blur, and it wasn't until Harry was placed onto a soft bed that he looked up. "I am sorry, Harry," Dumbledore offered sincerely. They were in the hospital wing, and the headmaster looked tired and guilty. "Sorry," Harry whispered. "For all you endured this evening," Dumbledore sighed. "You were not supposed to be there." Harry nodded his understanding. "The mirror," he murmured. "I've been going there to look in the mirror." Dumbledore released a deep sigh. "The mirror shows only what we desire, nothing more," he explained. "I should have inquired about it the night you retrieved the stone. I fear I was distracted by your achievement that it slipped my mind to do so." "I figured it out," Harry replied. "It showed me something I know I can never have." Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, but prevented himself from doing so. "Who is Tom?" Harry asked curiously. The headmaster's expression darkened. "Tom Riddle was a student here many years ago. He was an unpleasant boy and became an even more unpleasant man, as you saw for yourself." "Voldemort," Harry whispered, as he met the gaze of Dumbledore. The headmaster nodded. "Voldemort," he confirmed. "He's not dead, is he?" "No." "That means he will come looking for me, doesn't it? He tried to kill me, and he will try again." Dumbledore said nothing. Not that Harry needed him to. For some reason, the Dark Lord wanted him dead. It was Harry he had come for that Halloween night. James and Lily Potter had merely stood in his way. But why? Why did he want Harry dead? He had been just a baby and hadn't done anything to him. "Are you hurt, Harry?" "No, I'm fine." "Well, I think it is best that you spend the night here under the care of Madame Pomfrey, just to make sure," Dumbledore urged. "I will ask her to give you some dreamless sleep. I do not believe that it is wise for you to relive any part of this evening again so soon." The man stood, and Harry released a deep breath of irritation. "Why can't you just tell me, Professor?" he huffed. "Am I in danger?" Dumbledore offered Harry a sad smile. "As long as Lord Voldemort lives, Harry, you will always be in danger, but I will do all I can to protect you." With that, he walked away to fetch the matron, and Harry shook his head. He didn't want protection. He wanted to be ready. If Voldemort was still alive, then Harry wanted to be the one to put an end to him for what he had done to his parents. No one had more right than him as far as Harry was concerned. But if he was to one day face the monster that plagued his nightmares, he would have to ensure he was able to overcome him. Harry shuddered as another wave of cold magic washed over him, and he took the cloak that Dumbledore had evidently brought with them from the bedside table. Somehow, Voldemort had survived the night the two of them had first met, but Harry had learned that death always got his due. By hook or by crook, Voldemort would be no different. No matter what it took, Harry would make sure of it, Even if he had to hand the man over personally to the cloaked figure the Peverells had summoned centuries prior. "Come, Death, come," Harry whispered, hiding the cloak under his pillow as he heard the approaching footsteps of the headmaster and the healer, shuddering once more as the cold magic comforted him. "I've never seen anything like it, Nicholas," Albus sighed, taking a rare sip of whiskey to calm his nerves. The body looked as though it had been decomposing for months by the time Harry let go. At first, it burned, and then it withered. Nicholas offered the man a comforting smile. "It's all right, Albus," he murmured. Albus shook his head. "The last thing I expected was for Harry to be there. I feel so guilty." "That's because you care," the alchemist pointed out. "A withering curse." "What else could it have been?" Nicholas shook his head. "I don't know," he replied thoughtfully. "Maybe it was the grief he felt that triggered it." "Perhaps," Albus sighed, "but I'm not entirely sure. He was so full of hate." "Would you not be if you were him?" Nicholas watched as Albus pondered the question. "He's not like him," he decided. "Not in the way it matters." "No, he isn't," Nicholas said firmly. "But you cannot make the same mistakes. Harry may not be like him, but he needs to be nurtured, Albus. If what you believe is correct, they will one day meet, and Harry must be ready." "After what I saw." "It means nothing," Nicholas interjected. "He is bound to be angry and hurt by what happened. That anger will never fade, but it can be turned towards something positive. He is a good boy, Albus. You need to only spend a few moments with him to see that." Albus nodded gratefully. "How was he when he left?" "As can be expected," Albus replied tiredly. "It will take some time to come to terms with, but Harry is resilient. He has to have not crumbled already." "I think it is best if I check in with him over the summer," Nicholas mused aloud. "I can use testing him on his occlumency as a reason to see him." Albus did not seem comforted by the idea. "Harry's relatives will not be welcoming," he warned. "They are very much opposed to anything magical." Nicholas frowned. "Leave them to me, Albus. I will ensure they behave themselves." Nicholas grinned at the memory of the smirk of horror Albus had worn, and the alchemist whistled a jaunty tune as he made his way down Privet Drive, bemused by the symmetry of each house he passed. Why the people that lived here wanted to be like one another was beyond him. Where was the individuality? Muggles really were rather odd with the societal veneers they wore in a bid to blend in. If Nicholas lived here, he would paint his house a garish color just to stand out and annoy his neighbors. "Number 4, he murmured as he found himself stood in front of a house that had nothing defining about it. The lawn was as equally well kept as the others, and even the car on the driveway was the same color and model as many others. Nicholas shook his head. Cars were a very new thing, and so far flung from the world he had grown up in. Pushing those thoughts aside, he approached the door and rang the bell, quirking an eyebrow at the thin, horsey woman that answered with an expression of disdain marring her features. "Break. Once more I find myself cursing my lot in life, and cursing death for hearing our foolish pleas. My son, too, has not escaped our hubris. Is there no end to this damned punishment? He has always been a happy boy, taking to a more outdoor life than I ever did. He can oft be found climbing trees or skipping stones across the pond, and seldom taking to books as I was wont at his age. No, he is not like me at all, and for that I suppose I am grateful. I had hoped that his proclivity towards simpler endeavors would see him escape a similar fate. Only a learned fool would attempt what my brothers and I did all those years ago, and live in fear of being pursued by what stalks the shadows. I miss them still. Both Cadmus and Antioch are forever in my thoughts, and now it seems that my Gawain, my only boy, has been caught in the web of my errors, ensnared by the hungry beast that calls it home. It came to him on his 13th day of being named, is what Gawain told me when he came back to me, following him in his dreams, judging him as he did my brothers and me. All had been well until the 13th hour, when Gawain simply collapsed to the ground, cold and trembling, and unresponsive to our pleas. Unlike death, I would note. In those darkest hours, we cared for him. My wife kept his brow clear of perspiration, and I cursed every deity I could name for my son's affliction throughout those hours of fever. It all ended as quickly as it had begun, but the changes were unmissable. The very magic that runs through my veins, bestowed by the thrice-damned figure, now flows through Gawaine's as cold and as daunting as my own. My son spoke of the dream, spoke of the debt the Peverells owed to the figure, that Gawain was merely a reminder to me of what I had done. I told them all, Gawain and my wife, all that had occurred. Perhaps they think me mad, but I care not. I am only grateful for the mercy of my son being spared, and yet he is to be forever punished for the sins of his father. Harry again peered into the looking-glass, his reflection of an old man now, but still younger than that of Professor Dumbledore. My time is not yet, my friend, he spoke, though he had not intended to do so. When Gawain is grown and no longer needs me, I will greet death willingly. There is not a man that can evade him forever. Never forget that. Come death, come. Harry nodded, and Ignatus followed suit, offering a tired smile at his own reflection. It was only a moment later that Harry found himself back on his small, single bed in his bedroom at Privet Drive, and he immediately began working on his breathing exercises to steady his thoughts. He still understood little of what he was witnessing, but perhaps they would become clearer the more experienced in life and magic he became. What he did know, however, was that Ignatus Peverell's life had been unendingly plagued by what he and his brothers had done. Why Harry was witnessing these events and inner monologues of his ancestor, he didn't know, but he was undoubtedly learning from them. What that was, he couldn't be sure, but he could feel the changes within him with each one he saw. There hadn't been many over the intervening weeks since he'd left Hogwarts. He'd experienced the utmost joy of the man's marriage and subsequent birth of his son, and had even gotten a very brief glance at Ignatus's findings when it came to the magic the Peverells wielded, courtesy of death. Nothing substantial as yet, but Harry held out hope it would be coming. He had been back at Privet Drive for around a month now, and for the most part, the Dursleys had left him alone. Petunia had gotten into the habit of attaching a list of chores for him to complete on the fridge, and Vernon would simply grunt a greeting, the vein in his temple throbbing whenever Harry was in his presence. Dudley would whimper and flee from the room, much to Harry's amusement. In truth, he was grateful for the distraction his daily work offered. He had tried not to ponder what had happened on the third floor at Hogwarts, though it was inevitable that it crept up on him several times throughout the day. The evenings were the worst. Left alone with only his thoughts, it was impossible to escape the agonized screams and the image of the desiccated corpse of what had been Quirinus Quirrell. It was not an easy thing to come to terms with, and no matter how Harry had tried to justify it, he had willingly taken a life. He didn't feel guilty as such. Harry would never forget the anger that had pulsed through him in the heat of the moment, and even if he could, he knew he wouldn't change what he'd done. No. Quirrell and Voldemort had deserved it. Still, it was a disconcerting event for him to relive, and in the lonely hours he spent shut in his room, he had delved much more deeply into his occlumency studies, coupled with reading ahead as much as he could in his studies. It was the ringing of the doorbell that pulled him from his breathing exercises, the very same ones the occlumency book recommended to use to relax the mind. Whatever that meant. "What can I do for you?" Petunia asked the visitor cautiously. "Good evening, madam. I am here to visit with young Harry." "What do you want with the boy?" his aunt asked waspishly. "You're one of them, aren't you?" "My business with your nephew is none of your concern," the voice of Nicholas Flamel returned. "Now, I would appreciate it if you would fetch him." "Petunia, who is it?" Vernon demanded to know. "This man says he is here to see the boy." Harry could almost hear Vernon purpling in anger, along with the sound of the creaking of the armchair, as his uncle's massive girth was pushed from it. This wasn't good. To prevent a potentially dangerous situation occurring, Harry left his room, pausing at the top of the stairs as Vernon waddled towards the front door. "I will not have your kind in my home," he hissed, his neck turning from side to side to ensure the neighbors were not watching. "Good grief, you are a very fat man," Nicholas commented, and Harry's eyes widened. "Never in all my years have I seen such gluttony. Sir, you need to learn the words 'I'm full.'" "Ah, there you are, Harry," Nicholas greeted him with a smile, squeezing past the dumbstruck Vernon. "Hello, Mr. Flamel," Harry replied in a mixture of amusement and horror. Vernon would recover soon, and he would be apoplectic. "You look thin, boy," Nicholas said with a frown. "You don't seem to be sleeping well either. Perhaps we should discuss things in private." "We can use my room," Harry suggested. Nicholas nodded appreciatively and was halfway up the stairs when Vernon finally erupted. "How dare you?" he roared, breathing as though he had run a great distance. "Vernon, please," Petunia pleaded, eyeing the wand Nicholas had drawn. "Yes, Vernon, please," the alchemist mocked. "Do not think I am beyond cursing you because you are a muggle. Even I have my limits, you vat of blubber. Now I suggest you move along. I currently have no quarrel with you, but that will change shortly if you continue to annoy me." Vernon opened his mouth to speak once more, but the combination of Petunia's hand coming to rest on his forearm and Nicholas's wand being pointed at him silenced the man. With only a glare towards Harry that promised misery in the near future, he stomped back into the living room with Petunia in tow. Harry simply sighed and beckoned for Nicholas to follow him. "This is where you live?" the man asked, eyeing the small space he'd been given with distaste. "It's better than my old room," Harry snorted. "Your old room?" "Never mind," Harry said dismissively. "What can I do for you?" Nicholas stared at him for a moment before deflating. "Well, first of all, I apologize for my conduct with your relatives," he offered. "I pride myself on politeness, but when faced with such a manner, I fear I am unable to hold my tongue. It only gets worse the older I get." "It's okay," Harry assured the man. "Vernon will only rant and rave for a few days." Nicholas hummed irritably as he shook his head. "Secondly, I wish to see how you were after the incident at Hogwarts." Harry swallowed deeply and shrugged. "I'm fine." "No, you are not," Nicholas sighed. "Come, Harry, keeping your emotions in check is the sign of a good accoutrement. You are not that, not yet. Talk to me. It will help." Harry felt the weight of everything burdening him more, and he began to speak, not truly knowing what he was saying. He simply unloaded everything he felt. Of course, he didn't mention the cloak, nor the visions he was having of Ignatus Peverell. Everything pertaining to that he would keep to himself. Nonetheless, discussing what had happened in front of the mirror was something he wished to be rid of. "He is going to come for me, Mr. Flamel, and I'm not ready to face him," Harry finally finished helplessly. He didn't like feeling such a way, but what else was he supposed to feel? Already, the odds were stacked so heavily against him that he couldn't help but believe that his future was bleak, and his life would very well be a short one. "You are not," Nicholas agreed, squeezing Harry's shoulder. "What you have endured is more than any man, let alone boy, should have to have faced. You are not ready now, but the choice is yours if you ever will be or not." "What do you mean?" "Well, you can either feel sorry for yourself and live in fear until he comes for you, or you can prepare yourself for that inevitability. Every day that passes, you can become a better, stronger wizard. You do not strike me as a quitter, Harry, or have you already given up?" "I don't know," Harry answered. "I saw what he could do." "And you can learn how to fight it," Nicholas interjected. "If you want the truth, Harry, I will give it to you plainly." Harry nodded. There was no point hiding behind lies and false assurances. "He is an exceedingly dangerous wizard, more so than most others I have heard of in my many years of living. He might very well kill you, but the question you have to ask yourself is if you will cower before him and allow him to rob you of your life, or will stand and fight and be carried off the battlefield on your shield." Harry's nostrils flared as he pondered the question. James and Lily Potter did not cower before Voldemort. They died bravely so that he could live. Their sacrifice would be for nothing if he did not do all he could to be as brave as them. No, he wouldn't cower, and he would not allow Voldemort to be the one to turn him over to death, not without giving everything he could to honor what his parents had done for him. "I won't cower," he whispered, meeting the gaze of the much older man. Nicholas smiled. "I believe you, Harry," he replied. "There is a spark of determination in your eyes. It is up to you to stoke it into a roaring inferno." "How?" "That is down to you," Nicholas replied thoughtfully. "I am no warrior, Harry. I have dedicated my life to the study of alchemy, not combat." Harry nodded his understanding. "Where did you begin with it?" "Alchemy is very much a theoretical practice for the most part," Nicholas explained. "For me, it was vital that I understood the works and findings of others before delving into my own practices. I expect it will be quite different for you. If you ever want to become great at something, which I fear is a necessity for you, then you must live and breathe it." "And what if I fail?" Nicholas shook his head. "You only ever fail if you give up," he said passionately. "Do you think I learned all I could and simply created my stone? No, I made mistake after mistake until I got it right. It took decades of dedication until I realized success." "I don't have decades." "No, but you have unlimited resources to guide you, and no offense intended, but combat is not so deeply ingrained in theory work. From what I have seen in the world, you are either a warrior or you are not. You can learn all the spells in the world, but you cannot teach instinct, tenacity, and natural affinity. Those are what make a good warrior." "How will I know if I am?" Harry asked confusedly. Without warning, Nicholas's wand snapped upwards, and Harry barely avoided the jet of red light aimed towards his head. "Well, I would say you have good instincts," the alchemist chuckled, "and judging by what Dumbledore told me of your encounter with a certain Dark Lord, you do not lack tenacity. I would say that you are more than halfway there." Harry merely gaped at the man for a moment, in a state of disbelief of what had just occurred before shaking his head. "So it would be good to start off with some books?" he asked. "I would say so," Nicholas answered as he tapped his chin with his finger. "You must remember, you are still only young. Much of the magic required for combat will be beyond your ability, but mastering the theory will go a long way to seeing you on the right path. By all means, you should practice, but it will take time, as does anything else worth learning." Harry nodded his understanding. "Is there anything you would recommend?" "I'm afraid I will be of little help in that regard," Nicholas sighed. "If you want my honest advice, it would be to begin at the very beginning. Master the basics, and also accumulate some more obscure books. With a man like Voldemort, there is no telling what he himself has delved into." "Obscure books?" "Ones that are not so readily available. For those, you would need to visit antique shops and even those of lesser repute. Combat magic is not illegal, but many types of the spells are rather frowned upon. With that being said, if anyone needs them, I expect it will be you, Harry," Nicholas added sadly. "Now, I did come here to check on your progress in the mind arts. It has been a few months now that you began your journey. How are you finding it?" "Hard," Harry answered honestly. "I've been working on breathing techniques and controlling my thoughts from focused to wandering." "You have completed the section that discusses learning about yourself." Harry nodded. "A while ago now," he answered. "I'm practicing every day." "That is rather impressive, Harry," Nicholas praised. "It is not unusual for practitioners to truly struggle with the first part of the study. Are you able to control the type of thoughts you have?" "Mostly," Harry replied. "Sometimes I still accidentally focus on something too much, even if it isn't something I wouldn't want anyone to see." Nicholas hummed. "Would you allow me to test you?" he asked. "I will not attempt to breach your mind. I only wish to look upon your surface thoughts and see how well you can shift from one to the next intentionally." Harry nodded cautiously, and Nicholas offered him an appreciative smile. "You just need to meet my gaze, and you will feel a slight disturbance." Harry did so, and immediately he became acutely aware of something that didn't belong in his mind. "Focus, Harry," Nicholas urged. Harry took a deep breath, allowing his thoughts to shift from one to another seamlessly, as he had practiced for hours every day since he'd returned to Privet Drive. "Excellent," Nicholas praised a moment later. I could only catch a glimpse of each one as it passed by. Now I would like you to focus on one particular thing for me. Anything will do." Harry nodded and turned his thoughts to the final Quidditch match of the year before meeting the man's gaze once more. Nicholas chuckled approvingly sometime later. "You are making fantastic progress, Harry," he assured him. "It can sometimes take others a year, maybe longer, to achieve the same. Keep it up, and you will be quite the practitioner in your own right." "Thank you," Harry murmured quietly. Praise was not something he was used to, and he felt rather awkward receiving it. Harry didn't know where to look, something Nicholas did not miss. "Are your relatives always so unpleasant?" Harry shrugged. "They don't like magic." "I can see that," Nicholas grumbled as he looked around the room and shook his head. "Would you miss this place so much?" "No," Harry snorted. "Professor Dumbledore thinks this is the safest place for me." "Magically speaking, it is." Nicholas reiterated the very same thing the headmaster had explained. "But it is doing you no good being here. You look unwell, Harry. I know you have had a difficult time, but I do not believe being here with them is helping. If you are to one day be the greatest wizarding fighter in the world, this is not the place it will happen. Come, let us gather your things." "Where are we going?" Harry asked worriedly. "You will spend the rest of the summer with myself and my wife," Nicholas insisted. "We have a wonderful house in Paris. It will do you good to get away from here and have your own kind around you. You will even eat regular meals. Perenelle will be certain of that." Harry shook his head. "Professor Dumbledore." "Will do as I damn well tell him," Nichols interjected. "Albie might be a high and mighty headmaster now, but I've known him since he was an imbecilic teen. Don't worry about him, Harry. He will understand when I have a word with him. Maybe I will send Perenelle to do it," he added thoughtfully. With only a few waves of his wand, Harry's trunk was packed and shrunk, and Hedwig was set free from her cage. "Wait, I need to send a message to my friends," Harry said hurriedly, fetching a quill and parchment from his bedside table. "She's been cooped up in there since we got back." Nicholas cursed under his breath, and Harry quickly scrawled a note to Ron and Hermione before attaching them to Hedwig's leg. "I'm sure you remember where I live," Nicholas murmured amusedly to the owl who hooted in response before flying out of the window. "Now, let us bid farewell to your relatives." Harry could only follow the man mutely as he wondered what had happened in the last half an hour or so. Not only had he been visited by Nicholas Flamel, but the man had invited him to stay with him for the rest of the summer. It was certainly an odd experience to say the least, but if Vernon's expression was anything to go by, it was certainly for the best that Harry did not remain here. His uncle was beyond furious, his mustache twitching and face still purple as he opened and closed his fist menacingly from his chair. "I will be taking Harry with me," Nicholas declared. Vernon merely grunted in response, and Petunia looked towards the alchemist questioningly. "I would not leave a mutt in your care, let alone a child," Nicholas added in disgust. "I expect you will be happy to know it is unlikely that you will see him again, not unless he chooses to visit you. I doubt you need to concern yourself with that eventuality. Come, Harry." Once more, Harry followed the man, this time through the front door of the home he had grown up in. "You said I'd be coming with you for the rest of the summer." Nicholas nodded. "There are ways around these things, Harry," he answered cryptically. "Leave it with me, and I will ensure you have your freedom. I would bet that Albus didn't know what your life would truly be like there. If he did, even the protections in place would not have been enough for him to allow you to remain with them. Have you ever traveled by Portkey before?" Harry shook his head. "Then this will likely be rather uncomfortable for you," Nicholas chuckled as he took hold of Harry's wrist. "Break." It was getting harder to see into the distance, but Ron continued to look towards the horizon for any sign of Hedwig. With the sun setting, he knew it would soon be a lost cause, but he would wait for as long as he could. "He's doing it again," George pointed out. "Is he in love?" "That must be it," Fred snorted. "Little Ronikin's looking towards the sky with a dreamy expression, but who is the unlucky girl of his affections?" "Bugger off," Ron muttered irritably. Oh, being in love has made him brave, George chuckled. We can't have such Gryffindor behavior, can we, Fred? No, it sets a bad example around here. There's too many lions in one house. Maybe Ginny will change that. George shook his head as he took a seat next to Ron. Unlikely. She's just as fiery as Mum. And as quick when provoked. What are you looking at, Ronald? Ron scowled at the twins. Harry hasn't written back once, he explained. I've sent him 3 letters now. That's not like our little hero, George remarked. It isn't, Fred agreed. For some reason, Harry likes Ron. He wouldn't ignore him even if he is a stupid prat. Then something has to be wrong, George mused aloud. Do you think his relatives are being gits? His relatives? Ron asked. Harry doesn't really speak about them. And that, our smooth-brained brother, is the problem. Why would Harry not speak about them? Because they are quite unpleasant, methinks, George answered. Little Harry clams up tighter than a crab's buttocks whenever they're mentioned. He does, Ron sighed. Then maybe we should do something about it, Fred mused aloud. Some mischief may be in order. We could be grounded for the rest of the summer, George added with a grin. But for Harry. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I think I might be. Ron's gaze switched between each brother as they spoke, so quickly that it started to give him a headache. What are you thinking? He asked. That we pay our wayward friend a visit. An unannounced one. How? Ron pressed with a frown. The twins grinned, and Ron knew that could only mean trouble for all of them. I'm in, he agreed. If something was wrong with Harry, he couldn't sit and wait until the end of summer. I knew there was some Weasley in you, George said proudly. Come on then, before Mum and Dad get wind of what we are up to. What are we up to? Never you mind, you nosy little twonk, Fred chastised. Just write another letter to Harry and we will follow Errol to him. On our brooms. No, we have a much better form of transport. Tonight, Ronald, we will be flying in classic style, George said with a smirk, and Ron knew that before the night was out, they would undoubtedly be in trouble. Break. You said that Albus would be the last, Perenelle said amusedly. I did, Nicholas acknowledged. Harry is different. He has no agenda towards the stone or even alchemy for that matter. No, he faces a very daunting destiny, one that is far flung from anything I have achieved. Yet you took him in. Nicholas nodded. You know that I am no longer one of sentiment, but the boy has no one, my love. Albus is a good man, but he is not the right one to guide Harry. And you are. No, I truly have nothing to offer him for what he will face, but as things are, he needs someone he can turn to, someone who can just be there for him in his moments of need. You saw him. He cannot be left with those people. He will either perish or become something worse than the man he will face. He is a good boy, and I would see him become a good man. Perenelle's lips quirked. He has not had an easy life. A terrible beginning, Nicholas agreed. He needs to be free from the shackles that bind him if he is to truly flourish. I already have plans within plans to help him, though I fear it will not be much. Harry will still need to carve his own path if he is to survive what is coming for him. Do you believe in him? I do, Nicholas answered confidently. He has it within him to be great, I can see that, but he will need to be resilient and as dedicated as any. This Voldemort is a dangerous man, and Harry has a long and treacherous road ahead of him if he is to emerge victorious. Perenelle deflated. The poor boy, she murmured. You are putting a lot of faith in him. Nicholas shook his head. I am only giving him a fair chance. The rest is up to him. Perenelle took his hand and gave it a squeeze. He returned the stone. That tells me enough about him that he is not like many others who have sought you out over the centuries. What are your plans for him? Well, I first need to pay a visit to Albus and explain the situation, and then I will call in a few favors. And whilst Harry is here. He is free to do as he pleases, Nicholas returned. It will do him good to see more than those 4 walls. He needs to find his feet. Another prison will serve him no purpose. Albus won't like it. Albus doesn't always know what is best, Nicholas sighed. "Speaking of which, I will pay him a visit now. I don't expect I will be long." With that, Nicholas took his leave of the room and checked on the sleeping Harry before activating his portkey. Perenelle was dubious, as was her nature, but Nicholas knew that when she spent only a few moments speaking to the boy, she would see exactly what he did. Harry had immediately been ushered to bed upon their arrival with how late the hour was, but the two would meet in the morning, and Nicholas had no doubt his wife would quickly become attached to the boy. Chuckling to himself, he prepared himself for the impending conversation with Albus. The man would not be happy, but as Nicholas had said to Harry, he would do as he was damn told. "Break. Are you sure Errol took us to the right place? He is an idiot." Ron shrugged in response. "It must be," he murmured. There had been no sign of Harry at the house, though there was some parchment and a quill on one of the bedside tables. How many wizards lived in Little Whinging? Ron didn't know, but it couldn't be many. It had been a long journey there. Errol had stopped 3 times to rest, and though they had raced home to the burrow, the sun had begun to rise by the time they'd made it back. "Let's get the car back in the shed before Mum wakes up," George suggested once they'd landed. "She'll do her nut if she—" "Too late," Fred groaned as the back door opened, and an irate Molly Weasley glared at the trio with her hands on her hips. "What do you think you have been doing?" she demanded. The boys said nothing, knowing they were already in enough trouble. "Well, we went to get Harry," Ron answered. Instead of being mollified, their mother's nostrils flared. "You flew that death trap all that way." "He hasn't written to Ron," George defended. "We are worried about him." "That is no excuse for doing something so reckless. Now get inside and eat your breakfast. You will be spending the day denoming the garden, and I will be telling your father exactly what you have done." With her warning given, she re-entered the house. "That could have gone worse," Fred muttered. George and Ron nodded their agreement and headed inside, the 3 of them exhausted from their adventure. Their mother shot them a look of disapproval as she loaded their plates with bacon before placing an envelope in front of Ron. "It's from Harry," he declared, recognizing the handwriting immediately. He tore the envelope open and frowned as he read the short note. "Ron, I'm sorry I have not written, but I will as soon as I can. I am fine and hope you're too. Harry." "At least he's okay," Ron sighed, relieved he'd finally heard from his friend. Having received the letter, the prospect of denoming the garden was not so daunting, and at least he would get a good night's sleep at the end of the day. "It was worth it," he murmured, eliciting a nod of agreement from his older brothers. "Break. Do you think it is wise to take him away from there?" Albus questioned. "The protection's in place. We'll keep him from harm from those that wish it upon him from our world, but not those he lives with. They are repugnant people, and Harry will not be returning." "So, you have taken him in?" "For now," Nicholas answered carefully. "Other arrangements will be made. Keeping him a prisoner will do him no good, Albus. I know your heart is in the right place, but you must tread carefully with him. He needs to be prepared for what is to come, not hidden from it. I implore you to listen to me, or you risk alienating the boy against you. It will not do to keep him in the dark, not when he already has no one to turn to." Albus nodded his understanding. "I just wish to keep him safe." "I know, but you cannot protect him, not even now. He knows Voldemort is out there, and it is better that he prepares for all eventualities than being coddled with false hope. You know what is coming for him, Albus. Harry should be given a real fighting chance." Albus took a seat behind his desk before nodding reluctantly. "Perhaps you are right," he sighed. "I wanted Harry to have something of a normal childhood before he needed to know what he would face." "The chance of that was taken the day he witnessed his mother being murdered, Albus," Nicholas pointed out gently. "He remembers it too well to just brush it aside and live. The older he grows, the more he will want to know, and the stronger the desire for justice will become. It is best that he is nurtured now to avoid him losing his way." Albus released a deep breath. "As ever, I have been blinded by the best of intentions," he chided himself. "I will stand by your decision, Nicholas. Harry should be free of his relatives if they will only add to his misery. Nicholas smiled encouragingly. I knew you would see sense, he replied. That doesn't mean that he shouldn't be kept safe, but allow him to grow, Albus. Let him carve his own path towards destiny. I am sure he will surprise us both along the way. Albus nodded. I expect he might, he agreed. Did you find the time to check his progress in the mind arts? I did, Nicholas confirmed. And if he shows equal proficiency in combat, then Lord Voldemort will have no easy task. He is doing well, Albus. Already much better than I'd anticipated at this point. Break. It was a well-rested Harry that found his way to the Flamel kitchen when he eventually woke. He'd never slept past 9:30 before, and though he felt that it had done him well to do so, he didn't care for waking so late in the day when he was used to being up by 7. Still, last night had been rather an exceptional set of circumstances that had led to his restful slumber. Hello. He greeted the woman sitting at the table as he entered the room, his eyes searching for the famous alchemist that had taken him in. You must be Harry, the woman replied in a thick accent as she stood, frowning as she took in his appearance. Non, this will not do at all. Sit, you are deathly thin. Before Harry could formulate a response, he had already been guided by the shoulders into a chair at the table, and the woman was already puttering around the kitchen making food, muttering to herself in her native tongue. He watched in silence as he made breakfast, not knowing what to say. Eat, she insisted as she placed a plate of food in front of him. Harry's eyes widened at the sheer size of the meal. All of it looked wonderful, from the pastries to the selection of meat and cheeses. Thank you, he said dumbly. You are very welcome, the woman replied. She was old, there was no denying that, but there was a youthfulness to her gaze. Harry suspected she had once been a rather beautiful woman. He couldn't quite understand why he thought that, but there was something about the way she carried herself. She was graceful in her manners, but assertive too. Cautiously, he tucked into the food and continued to eat until it felt as though his stomach would explode. Harry hadn't been eating well recently. Being at the Dursleys was enough to rid him of his appetite, but with everything else on his mind, he'd not felt hungry, not until today, and he'd certainly eaten his fill. Better, the woman asked amusedly as she cleared the plate away. Harry nodded appreciatively, and she offered him a smile, her gaze roaming over him as though she was trying to read him like a book. You are too small for a boy of your age, she commented bluntly, and too pale. Are all French people this honest? Harry asked. The woman's eyes crinkled in mirth. Are all English boys as tiny as you? No. Then that is your answer, the woman said airily as she busied herself setting the dishes to wash themselves in the sink. Harry chuckled, something that felt foreign to him recently. You have a nice smile, Harry Potter. You should do it more often, she urged. I do try, Harry murmured. Where is Nicholas? My husband is running a few errands. I am expecting him back shortly, the woman answered. Ah, that will be him now. Only a moment later, a tired Nicholas Flamel entered the kitchen and took a seat at the table. Accepting the cup of coffee, the woman offered him with a grateful smile. I see you have met my wife, Perenelle. Isn't she a treasure? She is, Harry agreed. The woman rolled her eyes and began preparing Nicholas some food. So what are your plans for today? The man questioned. My plans? What will you do? I don't know, Harry answered, at a loss at what to do with his time. Might I suggest that you explore the local area? There are some fantastic wizarding stores nearby. You may even find some things of use for your journey ahead. Harry nodded his understanding. I can just go out. Of course, Nicholas chuckled. You didn't think you would be cooped up here, did you? That was exactly what Harry had thought, and Perenelle tutted. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will be home before dark. Do you need any gold? Harry shook his head. No, I have lots left over from last year. Then you should clean yourself up and enjoy yourself, Nicholas urged, taking a sip of his coffee. There is much for you to do, is there not? Harry nodded as he stood. I don't speak French, he pointed out. Most of the vendors either speak English or will be able to translate for you. I would recommend trying to learn the language. As a citizen of France, you would be doing yourself a disservice if you didn't. A citizen of France. Nicholas grinned as he removed a roll of parchment and handed it to Harry. Unfurling it, he couldn't read anything that had been written other than his name. It seemed to be the best approach, given the circumstances. Think of it as a place you can come if you need to. School holidays, for example. Harry's eyes widened. I don't have to go back to the Dursleys. You do not, Nicholas confirmed with a smile. Think of it as your first taste of freedom, Harry. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, again in disbelief at his sudden turn of fortune. You're very welcome. Now off you go. Harry could only nod dumbly as he left the room, and Nicholas's smile only widened. He is a sweet boy, Perenelle commented. With a dark future, Nicholas murmured. But you have given him a chance. It is the least he deserves, the alchemist murmured. The rest truly is up to him. Low-level hexes, curses, and jinxes are rather simple to cast due to the low input of effort required to use them and the speed with which they can be utilized. However, they are equally easily defended against with the most basic of shields. This doesn't mean they should be dismissed as useless even by the most advanced practitioners. Often, implementing simpler spells will serve a user better than attempting more advanced offerings. It is important to remember that to be able to master more powerful feats of magic, a solid grounding in the basics is a necessity. They serve as a pathway to using advanced magic and should be treated as essential stepping stones on your journey. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He had spoken with Hermione about this very topic, and it was only reaffirming what he already deduced for himself. Offendo, he whispered, nodding once more as the blue spell collided with his desk. The tripping jinx was one of the low-level spells he had learned throughout his weeks of being in France, and one that would eventually lead him to be able to cast others, such as a bludgeoning curse. Langlock. This would be a useful spell to use against any not proficient in using what one of the books he found described as non-verbal casting. Harry had been attempting it, to no avail. The idea was that spells could be used without the need of an incantation, but it seemed to be far beyond him for the time being. Still, he would continue to work on it until he was successful. For now, he would have to continue whispering the incantations, as the very same book advised. Placing his things back into his trunk, his gaze shifted towards the clock. It was only 8 a.m., so he had lots of time to prepare before he would be meeting Ron and the other Weasleys in Diagon Alley a little before lunch. Harry was looking forward to it, but he liked it here in France. The language was not so easy to grasp, but he was making progress, and he enjoyed venturing out to practice with the local vendors and store owners who had become accustomed to seeing him most days. They were friendly enough and were patient with him as he muddled through his attempts to order food or ask questions about items he came across. If it wasn't for Nicholas teaching him a basic translation charm to use on the books he purchased, Harry wouldn't be able to make head nor tails of them, thus making little progress with his efforts. It was early days yet, and though he was happy with what he was achieving, Harry knew he had much work ahead of him before he would be considered proficient in any aspect of magic. He was very much still learning the most basic of things, but every day he was getting better. There was no denying he would miss France, and both Nicholas and Perenelle. They had treated him with nothing but the utmost kindness, something Harry was not familiar with. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be long before he would be returning to Hogwarts for his second year of magical education, and he was determined to make the most of it, to truly dedicate himself to being the best wizard he could be. If he wished to survive Voldemort, he simply had to. Even so, despite the necessity, Harry found that he enjoyed working on new things, and it only reiterated his desire for success, having tasted it upon winning the final Quidditch match of the last school year. It wasn't that he wished to so much boast of his achievements, It was that he found he thrived on the feeling of accomplishment, and the harder the task proved to be, the stronger the elation was when he'd managed it. Small steps, he murmured to himself as he left his room and headed to the kitchen for breakfast. "Good morning, Harry," Nicholas greeted him in his native tongue. "Are you ready for your trip to London?" It took Harry a moment to digest what the man had said, and Nicholas smiled as he responded, choosing his words carefully. "I am looking forward to seeing my friends." "You are getting better," Nicholas praised, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Having spent the past several weeks surrounded by people speaking the language, he was beginning to pick up bits of it. Not that he could hold a conversation of substance, far from it. "I will be joining you on your travels," Nicholas declared. "Not to Diagon Alley, but I have a few errands I wish to run in England. I know I need not remind you, but I must reiterate how important it is that no one learns of where you have been staying. I do not believe any of your friends would do so intentionally, but all it would take is one person to learn of your time here, and you could find yourself in danger. There are those that still wish to possess the stone, after all." Harry nodded his understanding, and Nicholas offered him a smile. "I won't say a word," Harry assured him. Both Ron and Hermione had inquired as to where he was spending the remainder of the summer, but true to his word, Harry had not told them. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but as Perenelle and Nicholas had both said, 12-year-olds tended to speak without thinking, and one slip could prove to be disastrous for Harry and the Flamels. "Do you have your list?" Perenelle asked as she placed a large stack of pastries on the table. "I do," Harry confirmed, patting his pocket. "There are a lot of books from one person. I don't suppose either of you have heard of Gilderoy Lockhart." "I cannot say the name is familiar," Nicholas replied with a frown. "Nor to me." "Well, he must be good if so many of his books are part of the syllabus," Harry commented as he helped himself to some food. "You will be eating more than that," Perenelle insisted, adding to the food Harry had taken for himself. Nicholas grinned and Harry rolled his eyes. He had grown used to the woman feeding him up, so much so that he'd already had to send an order off for some new school robes. Having tried them on the week before, his old ones were now too short and tighter around the shoulders. If he was to remain here, Harry feared he would begin to resemble Dudley in only a few short months. "You are a growing boy, Harry. You must eat." Perenelle echoed the same words she had spoken to him daily since his arrival. "Now, I want you on your best behavior." "I'm sure Harry will be fine." "I was talking to you, Nicholas," Perenelle returned evenly, and Harry laughed at the crestfallen expression of the man. "I know that Harry will behave. He is a polite boy." "I'm polite," Nicholas protested. Perenelle hummed as she poured herself a coffee, and Nicholas shook his head. "Ah, married life," he sighed. "If you ever have need of a wife, Harry, get one who is not afraid to keep you in line. It's good to be kept on your toes from time to time." Perenelle quirked an amused eyebrow at her husband. Marriage was something Harry had never even pondered, let alone considered. It would be many years before that notion even popped into his head. Nonetheless, he was always entertained by the antics of the Flamels. Even after 6 centuries, it was clear they still made each other happy. Harry couldn't imagine how much they had seen change around them. In the last 2 centuries, alone the world had shifted to something entirely new to what it was. The old photos in the local cafes were like a glimpse in the past of what Paris had been not so long ago. 600 years was a long time for any, let alone the almost 1,000 years Harry's cloak had existed for. Instinctively, he checked his pocket to ensure it was with him, a habit he had gotten into. He kept it on himself at all times now, and still slept with it under his pillow. The visions had slowed since he'd arrived, but they still came sporadically, though for the most part there seemed to be little to take from them. Most were simply glimpses into the life of Ignatus Peverell, and as interesting as they were, they made little sense to Harry. Again, he reminded himself that it may change when he was older, but as things were, the meaning eluded him. Still, it was nice to see that the man had not merely endured doom and gloom throughout his years. On the contrary, Other than the undeniable paranoia he exhibited of death coming to claim him, he lived a relatively normal life. "We have a couple of hours yet before we must leave," Nicholas spoke once more. "What are you planning for the rest of the morning?" "I'm going to work on some more spells," Harry answered thoughtfully. "I have to live and breathe it," he added, echoing the very same words Nicholas had spoken to him. "Good," the alchemist praised. "There is the potential for greatness from you, Harry. Dedication is the key." With a nod, Harry took his leave from the kitchen. "It is such a shame," Perenelle murmured. "Every boy should have the right to a childhood." "They should," Nicholas agreed, "but Harry is not so fortunate. He knows what is out there, and I believe Albus when he says that it is only a matter of time before Voldemort finds a way back. Harry must be ready. I would not see him die in the pursuit of righting the wrongs done to him." "Do you believe he will be successful?" Nicholas nodded thoughtfully. "I do. I have seen it within him, that very thing that separates being competent from being exceptional. Albus had it, and so does Harry." "Harry cannot be like Albus," Perenelle said worriedly. "He won't," Nicholas murmured. "It is necessary that he is willing to do what has to be done. Harry must be as ruthless as the enemy he faces." With a frown, he stood and put his plate in the sink. It was difficult to envision the man Harry would need to be, especially when he was looked upon as the boy he currently was. Over the coming months and years, Harry would change, and though Nicholas believed in him, he did not wish for him to lose his way and find himself on a path he cannot return from. No, that would not happen to Harry. Despite everything, he remained a kind though tortured soul at the very core. The kindness would serve him well throughout his life, but he needed the warrior spirit to go along with it. What would come was yet to be seen, but Nicholas chose to believe in the boy. So long as he remained as dedicated as he was proving to be, there was no reason he couldn't emerge on the other side victorious and live a fruitful, happy life when all was said and done. Break. Hermione had never had friends before she'd attended Hogwarts. She'd always been different to the other children at her Muggle school, and not because she was a witch. Things had happened around her due to her magic, but being of what she considered to be a logical mind. They had been put down to mere coincidences. Like the time Hattie Green, a girl who had bullied Hermione regularly, had ripped her shorts all the way to the crotch during a PE lesson, or when Jason Glynn's nose had begun to bleed and wouldn't stop after he'd made fun of Hermione's teeth. All merely coincidences, or so Hermione had thought. When Professor McGonagall had paid her and her parents a visit, these occurrences seemed to have been bouts of accidental magic. Magic. Hermione had been dubious, to say the least, when what she was had been revealed. But having taken the chance offered, she had been proven wrong. It had been an opportunity to perhaps reinvent herself, but deep down Hermione knew there was no escaping her desire to read and learn all she could. She was an academic at heart, a scholar who loved nothing more than the written word. As such, Hogwarts had almost been just like her Muggle school. None of the other students seemed to like her much, except for Harry and Ron. The latter still teased her, but he was no longer outright horrible to Hermione. Harry never had been. Although her start had been shaky at best, Hermione knew she had found a true friend in Harry, and she treasured the friendship they shared. He was quiet and shy for the most, and sometimes didn't try his hardest when she knew he could do better, but he'd always been kind to Hermione. "I still find them uncomfortable," her father murmured, eyeing the goblin who had taken away a considerable sum of her parents' Muggle money to convert into wizarding currency. "There's just something about them." "Wizards and goblins have been at war many times," Hermione informed him. "They don't like us very much." "I can see that," her father muttered, accepting the bag of coins offered to him. "Come on, let's get out of here." Hermione was only too happy to follow. She had nothing against the goblins, but they were outright unfriendly to humans bordering on hostile. "Where are we meeting your friends?" "At Flourish and Blots," Hermione explained. "It is a bookshop just along the alley." "Of course it is," her father chuckled amusedly. Hermione offered the man a grin as they made their way to where they would be meeting Harry and the Weasleys, where she hoped she would finally learn what had been happening with the latter since the start of the summer. For weeks, Hermione had heard nothing, and just when she was truly beginning to worry about Harry, she'd received a rather ominous note. Ever since, he had been in touch regularly, though he had offered no explanation for his initial silence. "What on earth is going on there?" her father questioned. Hermione frowned at the fracas occurring outside of the bookshop, and her eyes widened as she saw the sign in the window. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his long-awaited autobiography, Magical Me, from 1 p.m. today. Quite the queue had formed in honor of the man's appearance, mostly consisting of women. It wasn't difficult to see why. The life-size cutout of Lockhart depicted a rather handsome man, sporting a cheeky smile. "He has good teeth," Hermione's father commented, and the girl rolled her eyes. Being dentists, her parents always noticed someone's teeth before anything else. "It looks as though some are a little too excited." Hermione watched as a scuffle broke out in front of the shop between a blonde and a red-headed man. "Go on, Dad, chin him." Someone cheered, and Hermione recognized the Weasley twins as several people poured out of the shop. "Arthur, that is enough," a firm voice sounded. The two men untangled themselves, both breathing heavily and sporting minor wounds from the fight. The blonde said something that Hermione couldn't hear from where she stood, but he threw a book into a nearby cauldron before turning sharply and storming off. It was then that she noticed who was following along. Malfoy. The man must have been his father, and despite the fact he had just been in a brawl he certainly had not won, the boy smirked at her. "Filthy mudblood," he commented gleefully. Hermione had tried to ignore the boy for the past year, but she could not deny that the slur still hurt whenever it was uttered. She was as much a witch as he was a wizard, and yet she knew there were those that would never accept her because her parents were muggles. "Mudblood," her father questioned, "what does that mean?" "Break." Harry didn't think he would ever get used to traveling by portkey, and Nicholas's laughter at his unsteady arrival didn't help. The man had simply bid him farewell before leaving him near Gringotts, chuckling as he headed towards one of the nearby alleyways. "Git," Harry muttered as he took in his surroundings. Seeing the shop he wished to visit above all others, he made his way up Diagon Alley. Ever since he'd had the vision of Ignatus writing about a wizard's bond with their wand, he'd been keen to discuss the matter with Mr. Ollivander in the hope he could understand the concept further. Harry had kept up with his routine of cleaning and polishing it regularly, and was working on using it more, even for the most mundane of tasks. The wand seemed to be happy with the attention it received, but Harry still wished to discuss the matter with an expert. If there was anything else he could be doing to strengthen the bond, he would. Entering the little shop, he was pleased to find it empty. Evidently, Mr. Ollivander did most of his business for the new influx of first years earlier in the summer. "Ah, Mr. Potter," the man greeted him, his gaze roaming over Harry speculatively. "I trust there is nothing amiss with your wand." "No," Harry assured Ollivander with a smile. "I was hoping you could spare a few moments to discuss it." "To discuss it?" Harry nodded as he removed it from his sleeve and offered the wand to its maker. Ollivander accepted it with a smile and nodded appreciatively. "It is a fine wand," he commented as he twirled it through his fingers. "You are taking very good care of it." "I clean and polish it often." "I can see that," Ollivander praised. "What is it you wish to discuss?" "Well, I read that a bond between a wizard and their wand is important, and strengthening it will make casting magic easier." Ollivander's eyes widened in surprise. "It is not often that many consider their relationship with their wand," he sighed. "To most, it is merely a tool and they are content that it simply works for them. The initial bond that is formed when the wand chooses a master will remain, but you are indeed correct. It can be strengthened considerably. Doing so offers the benefit of loyalty, the ability of the wand to understand your intent when casting, and even an increase in the smoothness with which the casting occurs. It is an unending undertaking mind, a lifetime of dedication to one another. Harry nodded his understanding. So, the more I use it, the stronger the bond will become. Yes, Ollivander agreed, but there is more to it than that. You must understand your wand, Mr. Potter, truly understand its nature and what will make it thrive. Now I'm confused. Harry replied with a frown. Take your wand, for example, Ollivander suggested patiently. The core is a phoenix feather, a creature of immortality and of fire. You have done a wonderful job caring for it, but what do you think would help it? Harry frowned thoughtfully for a moment. Keeping it warm. Ollivander's smile widened as he nodded. Exactly, he confirmed. It must be kept warm magically. How? Well, the best thing would be a holster made from either phoenix feathers or the skin of the bird. An impossible task, I'm afraid. Being immortal, phoenix skin simply does not exist, and they do not part with their feathers lightly. They must be gifted, and that in itself is a rarity. So, I'd have to find an alternative. Indeed, I may have just the thing, he revealed before heading into the back of the shop, returning a few moments later carrying a box. There are other magical creatures of fire that I believe your wand would be content with, he explained as he placed the box on the counter. Now, it is usually serious duelists that use holsters, but I expect you will find it useful. Ah, here we are. He removed several pieces of what appeared to be leather and placed them in front of Harry. Let us see which one it prefers, shall we? Ollivander asked excitedly. Place the wand in each one. I am sure it will let you know when it has found a holster it is happy with. Harry took the first and placed the wand. Ollivander returned inside. No, he murmured a moment later. The wand doesn't seem to like that one. Then move on to the next, Ollivander urged. Harry did so and repeated the process another 4 times before he felt the wand grow warm within a green holster. Interesting, the wandmaker commented when Harry nodded. The common Welsh green. It feels right, Harry confirmed. His wand had certainly reacted positively to it. Ollivander hummed. Well, it may merely be a coincidence, but if I remember correctly, the Potter family roots are deeply embedded in Welsh origins. Perhaps your wand recognizes that, and the skin itself does too. Harry nodded. The Peverells had been Welsh, which likely meant both sides of his Potter heritage had begun there. How much do I owe you? He asked. That will be 2 galleons, Mr. Potter. Harry reached into his pocket and handed over the coins. You are doing a fine job with your wand, Ollivander praised. Keep it up, and it will serve you admirably. I will, Harry assured the man. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. With that, Harry took his leave from the shop as he attached the holster to his arm. After a quick stop at Madame Malkin's, it was time to meet with the Weasleys and Hermione. He'd already replenished his potions ingredients over the summer whilst in France, and purchased almost everything else he would need for the upcoming school year. The required reading was all that remained, though as he approached Flourish and Blots, he frowned at the large queue that had formed, and the heated exchange that had occurred at the front where he spotted Hermione. Filthy mudblood. Malfoy. Of course, he wouldn't be able to keep his mouth shut, and felt even braver insulting Hermione in front of his father. Removing his wand from the holster, he discreetly leveled it towards the smirking blonde. Offendo, he whispered. The burst of blue light was well disguised by the throngs of people, but it hit its mark and Draco tripped, yelping in surprise as he slammed into the cobbled street. Harry did his best not laugh as he approached the down boy who was being stared at, most of the onlookers unable to hide their amusement so well. Get up, boy, the man who Draco resembled uncannily hissed, tapping the pavement with the cane he carried irritably. How clumsy, Harry commented as he pulled Draco to his feet. You should watch where you're walking. There we go. Oh, you've split your trousers. Get of me, Potter, Malfoy snapped, flushing bright red. I was only trying to help, Harry replied, holding his hands up. I don't need your help." "How very rude," Harry commented, his gaze shifting towards Draco's father. "I would think a man of your father's caliber would have taught you some manners." Turning away from the duo, Harry's face almost split in two from the grin that formed. "Come, Draco," he heard the man demand, and another yelp escaped the Slytherin as he was dragged away from the commotion. "Hello, Hermione," Harry greeted his friend who had watched the entire scene unfold. Immediately, the girl threw her arms around his neck and squeezed him. "Thank you," she whispered gratefully. "For what?" Hermione stepped back, and Harry rubbed his neck as she raised an eyebrow at him. "I saw what you did." "I have no idea what you are talking about," Harry denied. "Is this your father?" Hermione narrowed her eyes at him, but decided let it go for now. She would bring it up again, though. Of that Harry had no doubt. "It is," she confirmed as she gestured to the confused man standing behind her. "Dad, this is Harry." The man simply shook his head before offering his hand politely. "Dan Granger," he introduced himself. "Our Hermione speaks a lot about you, Harry." "Not that much," Hermione squeaked. Her father chuckled, and Harry accepted the proffered limb. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Granger." What did that boy mean with that word? "Nothing," Hermione answered before Harry could. "Can we go and get our books now?" Mr. Granger frowned as he was all but pulled towards the shop by his daughter, followed by an amused Harry. There was nothing in life more exciting than books to Hermione. "Please, ladies and gentlemen, there is no need to push. Gilderoy has promised to stay and sign all of your books." "I bet he has," the pompous Pratt, one of the Weasley twins, commented. "Harry, what's this all about?" "Lockhart," the twins snorted. "All of the women have just about wet their knickers." "George, do not be so disgusting," an irate woman who could only be his mother chastised. "I'm Fred," the twin replied. "Sorry, Fred." The twins smirked as the woman turned away. "Works every time," he said with a wink. "Where have you been? We tried to free you from your relatives earlier in the summer." Ron had mentioned their efforts in one of his letters, much to the disbelief of Harry. "It's a long story," Harry replied, beaming as he spotted Ron pushing through the crowd to greet him. He did so by thumping Harry on the arm enthusiastically. "It's mad in here," he huffed. "I've never seen so many witches in one place." "Ah, if only you were a few years older, you'd appreciate it all the more," the other twin said whimsically as he joined them, eliciting a snort of amusement from Mr. Granger. "What does he mean?" Ron asked confusedly. Harry shrugged, and Hermione's cheeks had turned a little pink. "Maybe we should just get our books," she suggested, trying to find her own way through the converged witches of magical Britain. Again, Harry found himself following her, and just as he managed to obtain each of the volumes listed on his piece of parchment, he felt a strong hand grip his shoulder. Looking up, he saw the wide, toothy grin belonging to the man who had written almost all of his required reading for the year. Immediately, Harry did not like Gilderoy Lockhart, but before he knew it, he was being paraded in front of the entire gathering within the shop, with the man holding onto him firmly. When they realized who he was, they all began to gawp, and Harry understood what this was. Lockhart was trying to use him for his own gain. With a grin, Harry removed his wand once more and pointed it towards the man. "Langlock," he whispered. When Lockhart attempted to speak only a second later, his eyes widened as only an incoherent noise escaped him. The crowd looked on confusedly, and the man began to panic, grasping at his mouth, the noises he was making becoming rather desperate as he began flailing. Harry took his opportunity to escape Lockhart's presence, and the few men who had been seemingly dragged into the shop began to laugh hysterically at the plight of the famed author. "What a prat," one of the twins exclaimed gleefully. "Nice one, Harry." "I didn't do anything," Harry denied, though he did a poor job at hiding his smirk. "Do you think he'll be all right?" Hermione asked worriedly as the shopkeeper attempted to restore order. "Who cares?" Ron snorted. Harry was in full agreement with the redhead. "Shall we get some ice cream?" Ron's eyes immediately lit up as he nodded. "Dad, can we go and get ice cream?" Mr. Weasley was rather amused by the ensuing chaos and simply nodded his consent. Along with a thoroughly confused Mr. Granger, Harry led Ron and Hermione from the shop and towards Florian Fortescue's. He remembered enjoying the offering Hagrid had brought him the previous year and was looking forward to experiencing it once more. Break. Spending some time with his friends in London had done the boy some good. Since returning to France in the later afternoon, Harry had been in high spirits, just as any child should be. Now, however, it was time to broach a topic Nicholas wished was avoidable. Harry was doing very well with his studies and was being as diligent and dedicated as he would need to be over the coming years. The alchemist was pleased to see it, but unless he immediately began to truly understand what it was he faced, Nicholas feared Harry's efforts would be for nothing. Clearing his throat, he removed a package from within his pocket and slid it across the kitchen table, eliciting a questioning look from both Harry and Perenelle. "They are for you," Nicholas explained to Harry. "I acquired them today." He watched as the boy unwrapped the sizable parcel, ignoring the look of alarm sent his way by his wife. "Nicholas," she protested. He held up a hand to silence her. Perenelle would not like this any more than him, but it as a necessity for the path that lay ahead of Harry. "A comprehensive guide to the darkest of dark arts," Harry murmured, reading the first title of 6 books. Nicholas nodded. "It is an exceedingly rare tome," he explained. "I wish it did not have to be this way, Harry, but you will need to have an incredible understanding of that magic. Voldemort does, and he will use any and all weapons he can to ensure his victory." Harry's expression immediately fell, the joy he felt from his outing all but evaporating immediately. "Isn't this illegal?" "Not illegal, but heavily frowned upon," Nicholas pointed out. "I do not think it would be in your best interest if anyone outside of this house knows that you are in possession of such books." Harry nodded his understanding. "What do I do with them?" "They are books, Harry. What else would you do with them?" The boy offered Nicholas a weak smile. "Should I learn them?" "That will be your choice. You need never use the spells you may find within them, but it is absolutely necessary for you to know them, understand them, and learn how to defend yourself against them. Magic is just magic, Harry. It is neither good nor evil by nature. It is what you choose to do with it that makes it one or the other. Your actions will define you, but I would be remiss in my duties as someone who cares for you if I shielded you from this. Albus will not approve, but if you wish to live, then what you can learn from those books will go a long way in ensuring that. Do you understand?" "I do," Harry whispered, as he looked at the cover of each of the books Nicholas had acquired, some of which he was fortunate to happen upon. "Good," Nicholas whispered as he reached across the table, his heart filling with sorrow. Taking Harry's hand, he gave it a squeeze. "Remember, your journey is your own, and you will have to make difficult decisions from time to time. I am not encouraging you to be like him, Harry, because I know you never would allow yourself to do so. I am merely providing a tool that you can use. My advice would be to study those books and make up your own mind. Your enemies will one day be plenty, and none will hesitate to cut you down by any means necessary." It was guilt that filled the alchemist as the boy took his leave from the table, and as he often had over the 6 centuries they'd been together, he turned to his wife for solace. "Did I do the right thing?" Nicholas whispered. Perenelle nodded. "It pains me to acknowledge it, but Harry must be prepared. Albus will not do what is necessary, and it would be a shame to see Harry fall because no one gave him what he truly needed." "Then why does it feel so wrong?" "Because you are a good man. Nicholas and Harry will one day thank you for it." "I hope so," Nicholas replied, his gaze shifting towards the ceiling to where Harry was somewhere above them. "A chance. I'm giving him a fighting chance," he reminded himself. Break. I feel it breathing down my neck. Each day that passes, I grow weaker in mind and body. My time to greet him will soon be upon me, and I cannot pretend that the very thought does not terrify me. For our sins, my soul is damned, and death will take no small amount of glee in claiming me. All that is left is to decide how I greet him. I will not cower in fear. I shall embrace him as an old friend, and not the enemy he has proven to be. Come, death, come. Harry gazed into the looking glass, offering his reflection a smile. He truly was old now, the color in his eyes milky with age and the lines of his face deep. His life had been much longer than that of his brothers, though not without the constant fear hanging over him. "It is you again, isn't it?" he whispered, his fingers brushing against the reflection. "I can feel you there, yet I know not who you are. You are like me, but also like Cadmus too. Perhaps it is you who is the destined one death spoke of. I'm afraid my works are incomplete, but I have done all I can for you to understand the magic our line has been plagued with. You will come across my findings in the church where we summoned him so many decades ago now. If it is the will of fate, you will find them. Live well, and without fear of death. All men must bow to his whims in the end." Harry felt himself pulled from the void, deflated and flat from the vision he'd had. However, instead of being returned to his bed, he found himself in one that did not belong to him, looking up at a younger man. "Drink, father," he urged, holding a goblet to Harry's lips. Harry shook his head. "No, I have had enough," he sighed. "I have drunk my last, my son." "Don't say that. There's life in you yet." Harry chuckled weakly. "No, mine is all but done, but you have much to live for. I do wish I could have seen the birth of my grandchild, but I have every confidence in you." Harry watched as a tear broke from and rolled down the younger man's cheek, and he reached up, cupping it before wiping it away with his thumb. "Do not weep, Gawain," he whispered. "I need you to listen. The tears can wait until I am gone, yes." The man nodded, a watery smile cresting his lips. "You stupid man," he sighed. "You have no idea," Harry murmured as he reached underneath his pillow and removed the cloak. He looked upon it in a mixture of fondness and regret before presenting it to Gawain. "This is a truly exceptional relic," he said seriously. "I need your word that you will keep it safe, and when the time is right, you will pass it to your own child. Promise me, Gawain." Gawain nodded confusedly. "What is it?" "My biggest mistake but most precious material possession," Harry murmured. "It is a cloak of true invisibility, gifted by a power I could not hope to understand. It will hide you from anyone, even death himself," he added, glancing towards the door. "And now that I am no longer hidden, he has come for me." And there it was, the very figure he and his brothers had summoned so many years prior, waiting for Ignatus Peverell to join him at long last. "What are you talking about, father?" Harry waved him off. "I would greet him on my feet, Gawain. Help me up. It is time I was reunited with your mother and my brothers." Gawain was confused, but he took the hands in front of him and helped his father to his feet. It took all of his strength, but Harry managed to shuffle towards the cloaked figure, turning before he reached him and offered Gawain a final smile. "Despite everything I have done, you are my greatest achievement. Never forget that, my son." As the cold grip of death's hand closed over the shoulder of Ignatus Peverell, Harry felt himself pulled through the void once more, this time appearing on his bed in the Flamel home. It was a sense of grief that washed over him, and confusion as he pondered what he'd witnessed. There was no longer any denying that somehow Ignatus Peverell had known he was there. He'd even told Harry where he could find the book he had spent hour upon hour writing in. Still, it was not that Harry was focusing on. Ignatus Peverell was dead, and as with each loss of the man's siblings, he felt the weight of it as though he had just lost a close relative. He swallowed deeply as he wiped away the tears. Through Ignatus, he had experienced the joys and horror that life brought, and though his 12-year-old mind struggled to understand much of it, the emotions he was experiencing now were very real. However, if there was anything Harry had learned through the visions, other than some important lessons, it was that those that he held dear were to be treasured, and that he truly had missed out on so much by not having a family of his own. Perhaps one day he would, but before that could be a possibility. He had a seemingly insurmountable task to overcome in the form of a dark lord that wished nothing more than to murder him. Releasing a deep breath, his gaze shifted to the stack of books Nicholas had gifted him. He'd thumbed through one of them briefly and had decided that he did not wish to have any part of them. Now he wasn't so sure. If it would see him live and experience some of the joy Ignatus Peverell had, why should he not make use of them? Voldemort would undoubtedly do his utmost to kill Harry, and the prospect of returning the favor was daunting. There was no escaping the truth. If Harry wished to live to have his own share of joy in life, he would have to kill the man that murdered his parents. Somehow, though as difficult as it seemed to be, he felt little guilt as he reached for one of the books and began to read, absorbing each and every word as he went. He knew what he had seen. Gawain had thought his father's fascination with death was merely a quirk of the rather eccentric man, and had always been dismissive of it until the moment Ignatus Peverell had walked into the embrace of the cloaked figure. It had appeared for only the briefest of moments, but there was no denying it. Gawain had watched as the hand had grasped his father's shoulder and froze as the figure looked directly at him, almost as though he was judging his worth as a man. He'd seen his father's soul leave his body before the two vanished into an archway that had formed, his sire smiling as they went on their way, leaving his vessel for his only son to bury. The service had been a somber one. Ignatus Peverell has been held with high regard in the village, and wizard, witch, and muggle alike had filled the church to pay their final respects. Ahead of them all had been Gawain, clutching his father's parting gift as he mourned his loss. That had been some years ago now. How many, Gawain could not be certain, but the memory of what he'd witnessed remained as clear as though he could see the figure before him now. "Gawain, are you listening?" Harry looked up at the bedraggled man. "You have my apologies, Tristan. Go on." Tristan looked at him in concern for a moment before shaking his head. "You've heard the rumors, Gawain, and I have seen the aftermath for myself. She sacked Gloucester and will soon be on her way to Camry." Gawain hummed. His lands had seen peace since his uncle Antioch had viciously rebuffed the Danish invasion decades prior, the name Peverell enough to deter any fool from making a similar attempt. With the passing of his father, it seemed that there were now those that had forgotten what had happened. "They say that she controls the serpents, that she speaks with them and they do her bidding," Tristan continued. "She is an evil witch, Gawain. She must be stopped even if she is your kin." Gawain slammed his fist on the table. "I do not consider her such," he said firmly. "Just because Daffy'd wed one of them, it does not make her my kin. The Gaunts have always been troublesome for the Angles, but should she cross into our land, she will meet the cold steel of my blade." "She has gathered quite the following," Tristan warned. "The snake worshippers are what people call them." Gawain snorted. "A snake is weak when it is faced with death," he murmured. "I need no army to be rid of her, should it come to that. My father and uncles vowed that any with the Peverell blood would keep Camry free from any who would bend us to their will or bring violence to the people. I am a Peverell, Tristan, and I will uphold that vow until my dying breath. Give the people my word. They will not be harmed by Mallory Gaunt nor her sycophants." "I will," Tristan replied as he stood, offering Gawain a bow of respect before leaving the home. "Come, death, come," Gawain sighed, his gaze shifting to the cloak and the blade he'd become accustomed to carrying. It had been a gift from the goblins to him shortly after the death of his father. A rare, yet treasured endowment indeed. It may come in useful throughout the days to come. He had heard the whispers of a mad woman seeking power across the Isles, slaughtering those that would not bow to her. Those that did comply did so from fear, not loyalty. Mallory Gaunt would be best to avoid these lands if she wished to live. Gawain Peverell would show her no mercy, just like his uncle Antioch and the Danes. Harry had thought that perhaps with the passing of Ignatus Peverell, he would no longer be shown any more visions, but his notion had been proven wrong. It was only a few days after the last vision, and here he was, once more contemplating a series of events he had yet to see. Who was Mallory Gaunt? Harry had never heard the name, and in truth, he was still focused on the passing of Ignatus and the final visions he'd had of the man. Godric's Hollow. That was where he would find the book Ignatus had mentioned, whilst peering into the looking glass. It turned out that Godric's Hollow was also where Harry had been born a little over a decade ago. Harry had already ascertained that somehow he was a direct descendant of Ignatus Peverell, which only made the story shared with him of the man's life all the more personal. He was born to the line of those that had summoned death. It was quite the revelation, and it seemed that having seen the vision of Gawain Peverell, his journey was only just beginning. How far would it take him? Would he see where the Potter and the Peverells eventually became one? He couldn't be certain, but he was almost sure that there were no longer any Peverells in the world, and Harry was deeply interested to see how that had transpired. What had become of Cadmus's line? Evidently, he had married into a family, the Gaunts, that was not so well thought of. Mallory Gaunt, Harry whispered. Who was she? From what little he had learned from the vision, she was not a pleasant woman, but could seemingly speak with snakes. Harry could do that. Well, he had done it once at the zoo, on Dudley's birthday the previous year. Was it a bad thing that he could? The latest vision had only raised more questions. Shaking his head of the thoughts, he turned his attention to the still open book in front of him. He had been studying them intently, and despite the fact that much of what he read went over his head, Harry had quickly learned that he did not wish to fall victim to any of these spells. He couldn't imagine the pain of his eyeballs exploding in their sockets, or his guts rotting from the inside out and leaking out of every orifice of his body. He shuddered at the very image. No, he wouldn't want that at all. Nonetheless, he would rather know what he could potentially face one day and how to defend himself against it, at the very least. He couldn't imagine using the magic himself, except maybe against Voldemort. There seemed to be little, he had read, that he would not exact upon the man who had murdered his mother in front of his infant eyes. Yes, maybe Voldemort deserved all of the spells to be cast on him. Not that Harry had attempted any of them. The spells were certainly above his current ability, and as things were, he did not wish to spend his days here in a perpetual state of hurt and anger, something that was necessary according to the books. It seemed that emotions played a key role in the casting of certain magics, and he did not have a strong enough grasp of occlumency to be able to flit from one to another seamlessly. Harry, are you ready? Looking towards the clock, he realized the time was drawing ever nearer to 11 a.m. in London, and though Harry would miss being here, he was keen to return to Hogwarts. In all, his summer had been much better than he could have anticipated, but he longed to spend time with his friends and attend his much-needed lessons in magic. Ensuring he didn't leave anything behind, he packed the last of his things into his trunk before taking a final look around the room he had spent the last several weeks in. France had been good for him in many ways. It had been an escape from the Dursleys, and Harry had gotten to know the magical world and how it functioned a lot more intimately. Dragging his trunk behind him, he made his way into the kitchen where Nicholas and Perenelle were waiting for him. Immediately, the woman swept him into a tight embrace and began murmuring in her native tongue. "You will write to us," she insisted. "I will," Harry promised, reveling in the warmth that spread throughout him. Perenelle truly was a sweet woman, firm at times, but one of the nicest people he had met. "Good, now make sure you stay out of trouble. I will be checking with Albus." "Leave the boy be," Nicholas snorted. "Come, Harry, you do not wish to miss the train." Bidding a final farewell to Perenelle, Harry braced himself for another journey by Portkey, the last for a while, he hoped. With a knowing grin. Nicholas took him by the arm, and as he had become reluctantly accustomed to, Harry felt the odd hooking sensation in his navel as he was pulled away from the Flamel home. The duel landed in an alleyway a moment later, and Harry took a moment to catch his bearings, grateful he had neither stumbled nor fallen flat on his face this time around. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that," he grumbled. "Just wait until you apparate for the first time." "Apparate?" It is another form of magical transportation, Nicholas explained. You can vanish from one place to another without a portkey. Harry frowned thoughtfully. Is it possible to do it accidentally? I suppose if the need was great enough, Nicholas mused aloud. Apparition is very dangerous. That is why you have to be 16 to get a license to do it. I think I already did it, Harry revealed. My cousin and his friends were chasing me at school. I remember thinking I wanted to get away from them, and when I opened my eyes, I was on the roof. They had to call the fire brigade to get me. My aunt and uncle were furious. Is that so? Nicholas said amusedly. Well, it certainly sounds like that it was happened. Maybe you are a natural, but I would not attempt it until you are a little older. Perhaps I will teach you myself after you've finished your 3rd year. It will be an invaluable skill for you to have. Of course, that would have to be kept between us. It is quite illegal, after all. Harry grinned as he followed the alchemist, looking forward to the future lessons. It couldn't be any worse than traveling by portkey, could it? Ah, here we are, Nicholas announced a moment later as they emerged onto a busier street. It has changed over the past century, he added with a frown. King's Cross. Nicholas nodded. Everything has changed for me, Harry. Come along, we don't have much time. Again, Harry followed the man into the familiar station, where Muggle businessmen spoke on mobile phones, as they dragged little suitcases on wheels in their wake. Nicholas eyed them all curiously, until they reached the pillar between platforms 9 and 10, where the man came to a halt. I will echo Perenel's sentiment for you to write to us often, Harry, he said fondly. I will visit to check on your progress with the mind arts throughout the year, so this certainly isn't goodbye. Keep your wits about you and keep doing what you are. Remember, you must live and breathe what it is you wish to achieve. I will, Harry promised, feeling a pang of sadness settle in at the impending separation. I know you will, Nicholas murmured as he pulled him into an embrace. Come now, it is almost 11. Your friends will be waiting for you. With a nod, Harry wheeled his trunk towards the pillar and offered the man a wave before attempting to pass through, only to groan as he hit his head on the brickwork. Bloody hell, he groaned. You need to focus, Harry, Nicholas chuckled as he helped him to his feet. Harry rubbed his head before attempting to pass through again, only to be met by a solid barrier. I did focus, he huffed irritably. Nicholas hummed before reaching through the divide without being hindered. Try now, he urged. As Harry did so, the man was pushed away from the pillar and he frowned deeply. Something is preventing you from passing through, he muttered as he drew his wand, his gaze sweeping around the passers-by around them. No, something isn't right. Wand out, Harry. Harry immediately drew it, suddenly uncomfortable with the development. Nicholas was evidently concerned as he shifted his attention back to the barrier and began muttering under his breath. It isn't human magic, he whispered. I cannot be certain what it is, but something does not want you on that train. Come, we will return to France and I will send a message to Albus informing him of what has happened. It looks as though there is more portkey travel in your future, he added with a smirk. Harry could only groan as he followed the man back out of the station. What had prevented him from passing through to the Hogwarts Express? Harry did not know, but with how his first year had ended, it was worrying to say the least. Was it the work of Voldemort? His grip tightened around his wand at the very thought. Not that he would be a match for the man if he was here, but Harry remained true to his vow. He would not die pleading for his life, even if he had no hope of success fighting for it, if necessary. Break. Where is he? Hermione asked worriedly, biting her lower lip as she peered through the window at the last of the students boarding the train. It's almost 11. He'll be here, Ron assured her dismissively, though Hermione took no comfort in his words, especially as the whistle sounded only a moment later with no sign of Harry in sight. Maybe he won't, Ron said confusedly, finally showing some concern for their friend when the train began to depart the station. Could he already be on? Hermione shook her head. No, he promised he would find us. Then where is he? I don't know, Hermione answered sadly. "I hope he's okay." "We'll find Dumbledore when we get to the castle," Ron decided. "He'll know what to do." Hermione nodded, but once more, she took little comfort as she tried to settle in for the long journey to Hogwarts. Where was Harry, and why hadn't he made it to the train? Break. Nicholas watched as Albus carefully inspected the pillar. He'd immediately reached out to his mentee upon returning home to explain what had happened, and the man had met him at King's Cross Station. "Whatever was blocking him has been removed now," Albus spoke, "but it has left traces behind." "What was it?" Nicholas asked curiously. Albus placed his wand up his sleeve as he frowned deeply. "It seems that it was a house elf that is responsible." A house elf? What would a house elf be doing attempting to prevent a student returning to school? "That is the pertinent question," Albus mused aloud. "They rarely act without instruction. I too am curious as to who would intervene in such a way." Nicholas did not like it. He'd never owned a house elf as he'd never felt the need of one, but he knew they were common amongst the upper echelons of society across the wizarding world. "A pureblood then," he murmured. "Undoubtedly," Albus agreed unhappily. "I can think of few that do employ an elf that would have the best of intentions towards Harry. But why simply try to stop him getting the train? It would make more sense to have the elf attempt to kill the boy." Albus hummed as he pondered the conundrum. "It would," he agreed. "Perhaps the elf was not acting on the orders of its master. Maybe it was acting of its own accord in a bid to keep Harry safe." "From Hogwarts?" Nicholas asked skeptically. "It does not make any sense," Albus sighed. "I would urge Harry to be particularly vigilant until the culprit is identified. He will be safe when he is within the castle. I will instruct our own elves to be on the lookout for any that do not belong amongst them." "So, any house elf can come and go as they please?" "Only if they are serving the family of a student," Albus explained. "It is a rather glaring loophole, and I have attempted to have it changed. The governors and certain parents, however, are reluctant to comply. They pointed out that certain students must be accessible as they are being groomed to take over the interests of a family." Nicholas shook his head. "That is a glaring issue," he reiterated. "What is to prevent them from bringing contraband into the castle?" "Very little," Albus acknowledged. "We have our rules in place. The protections around Hogwarts are far from infallible as demonstrated by what occurred at the end of the previous school year. Were I allowed to, I would certainly improve measures. But the governors are uncooperative. With Lucius Malfoy on the board, they are quite the hindrance." "Malfoy, wasn't he one of his followers?" Albus nodded darkly. "He has gone to great lengths and expense to redeem himself in the eyes of the public. Unfortunately, Cornelius has fallen for his charms, and his generous donations over the years have rather endeared him to many. He has cultivated quite the reputation for himself. There are, however, those that have not forgotten. He claims to have been under the imperious curse." Nicholas cursed in his native tongue. "And he is allowed to be a school governor." "I have no say on who is appointed," Albus explained. "They nominate and ratify their own candidates. Unsurprisingly, when Lucius made it known he was interested in a position, one became available quickly. It took less than a week before the rest were catering to his whims." Nicholas could only shake his head. He despised devious individuals, especially those who got away with their crimes. Still, he had faith that Lucius Malfoy would eventually get his comeuppance, but for now, Harry should exercise caution with the man. It also raised the question of how many others had gotten away with their part in Voldemort's uprising. Was Britain crawling with those still loyal to the Dark Lord? "I will fetch Harry and bring him to the castle myself," Nicholas decided. He would need to have a word with the boy and explain the need to remain vigilant. All it could take would be a whisper that Voldemort was still out there somewhere for one of the Death Eaters to strike. Nicholas would not see that happen. No, Harry truly needed to tread carefully until he was able to defend himself. "Look out for him, Albus. Perenelle and I will be most displeased if any harm was to come to Harry." Albus nodded his understanding, and Nicholas once again took his leave of the station, his thoughts troubled by what he had learned. "Break. Come on, Ronald," Hermione urged as they departed the train several hours after they had set off. "All right, I'm coming," Ron huffed. He had been rudely awoken from his nap as they had pulled into Hogsmeade, and it took the redhead several moments to gather his wits. Hermione all but dragged him into one of the waiting carriages before closing the door, tapping her feet impatiently for the duration of the ride to the castle. As they came to a stop, she did not hesitate to hurry inside, her gaze seeking out any member of staff who could help her. "Professor McGonagall," she called as she spotted the woman leaving the great hall. "Harry wasn't on the train." "I am well aware of Mr. Potter's circumstances, Miss Granger," the woman replied. "He is already inside." Without another word, Hermione charged into the hall, breathing a sigh of relief as she saw Harry sitting at the Gryffindor table. "Why weren't you on the train?" she asked breathlessly as she reached him. "Hello to you too, Hermione," Harry chuckled. "There was a problem with the barrier. It's fine, I made it here." "See, I told you he would be fine," Ron huffed. "He might not have been, Ronald," Hermione bit back as she took a seat next to Harry. Ron merely grinned in response. It was easy for him to get a rise out of her, and he seemed to revel in it. Still, Harry seemed to be okay if a little distracted, and the great hall began to fill with the other students only a few moments later. "I wonder if Ginny will be a Gryffindor?" Ron asked, as the new influx of nervous first years were led into the room shortly after the others were settled. "When was the last time a Weasley wasn't?" Hermione asked. Ron shrugged. "I think there was a great uncle of some sort who was a Slytherin about 100 years ago. Dad doesn't speak about him, though. I think he died in Azkaban in the end." "Really?" Hermione asked interestedly. "What's Azkaban?" Harry broke in. "A wizarding prison," Hermione explained. "It houses the worst and most dangerous criminals in the country." "I never thought about it," Harry murmured with a frown. Before they could discuss the matter further, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and addressed the assembled first years. "When I call your name, you will step forward and the sorting hat will be placed on your head. Once your house has been announced, you will join your housemates at their table." A red-headed girl that could only have been Ron's younger sister glared at the laughing Fred and George, who had undoubtedly exaggerated what the sorting would entail. "Adam Appleby." Hermione clapped politely with the rest of the students, as each of the first years was sorted, and felt Ron stiffen next to her when it was Ginny's turn. "Gryffindor," the hat declared within a second of being placed on her head. The girl beamed as her brothers cheered uproariously, and being the last to be sorted, Professor Dumbledore stood to greet the students. "Welcome one and all for another year at Hogwarts," he began with a smile. "Before we indulge in our sumptuous feast, there are a few start-of-term notices to give. Firstly, Mr. Filch has asked that I remind you all that the list of banned items can be found attached to his office door. I would suggest you all familiar yourself with it." "Fat chance," one of the twins muttered, offering Professor McGonagall an innocent smile as she glared at him. "Of course, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students," Dumbledore continued, he too shooting a glance towards the Weasleys. "And finally, I would like you to give a warm welcome to Professor Lockhart, who will be joining us as your defense against the dark arts instructor." Hermione felt her cheeks tingle as the man sauntered into the room, smiling brightly at the students. "Bloody hell him," Harry groaned as his head thudded into the table. Hermione frowned at the boy. Professor Lockhart would be a fantastic teacher. He'd undertaken so many daring deeds across the world over the years. They were lucky to have him. "Pompous Pratt," one of the twins muttered. "Git," the other added, taking a sharp intake of breath as one of the chasers kicked him under the table. "Yes, welcome, Professor Lockhart," Dumbledore said as the applause for the man died down. "Now let us eat." Hermione helped herself to the platters that appeared in front of her, loading her plate as the others bemoaned the appointment of Gilderoy Lockhart. "I'd rather have Snape than him," Harry said moodily as he stabbed a potato with his fork. At least the greasy sod doesn't try to grab me. He'd sooner strangle you, mate, Ron snorted. What is Dumbledore thinking? One of the twins sighed. He will be great, Angelina said supportively. A great arse. There's no way he did all those things in those books. It's all bollocks, the other twin declared. You think he's a liar? Harry asked. The twins nodded in unison. Just look at him. Does he look like someone who could tangle with a vampire? I doubt he could tangle with a flobberworm. The boys laughed at the quip, and the girls eyed them disapprovingly. They were just jealous of Gilderoy Lockhart. His travels and accomplishments were well documented, and Hermione was certain he would prove them all wrong. Break. Emotions. This was touched upon very briefly when you were introduced to the topic of occlumency. Emotions are powerful tools in many scenarios, but they can also be quite the burden for a practitioner of the mind arts. Showing emotion is a natural reaction, but one that is necessary to curb when in the presence of hostile persons. Emotions will give away your weaknesses, only arming your more aware enemies. You must become accustomed to minimizing your instinctual, emotional responses. Practice it consistently, and it will soon become as natural as drawing breath. To all practitioners, flitting between being amongst friends and enemies alike will be important on your journey to mastering the mind arts. This is not to say you should attempt to entirely block out emotions. It would be detrimental to do so, but there are times that should and shouldn't allow them to be read. Choose your moments wisely. This is step 1, a more defensive mechanism in practice. Now step 2 is considerably more complicated. Using memories as weapons. Yes, you read that correctly. Emotions are exceedingly powerful conduits for casting magics such as charms, hexes, curses, and jinxes. Many of these rely on an emotion to fuel them correctly, or to achieve casting them at all. However, it is not always conducive to your current mood when you have the desire to use a particular spell. That is where creating what we will refer to as an emotional bank will come in most handily. As essential as it is to be able to hide what it is you are feeling around enemies, it is equally essential for you to call upon emotions at will to employ the above-mentioned magics. Already, you should have compartmentalized your key memories. It is these you will require to create your emotional bank. For this, you will need to create another compartment where you will be able to access memories that trigger various emotional responses within you. It is suggested that you choose only the strongest memories for each emotion, including joy, fear, hope, happiness, despair, love, and envy. These are the emotions most relevant to emotion-based casting, but it is advised you do not leave any others neglected from the emotional bank. Once you have sorted and stored these memories in their new compartment, you will be ready to proceed onto how to use emotions as a form of both attack and defense with regards to enemies attempting to break into your mind. Remember, a state of perpetual calmness and serenity, for the most part, will serve your use of emotions incredibly well in mind and in magic. The study and practice of occlumency was getting harder. That, Harry couldn't deny. But he'd already begun putting his latest task into motion during his first potions lesson of the year. Although Professor Snape had not been as unpleasant as he was used to, he was the perfect candidate to act as Harry's enemy. As such, he had practiced remaining calm and allowing no emotional response to cross his features. The potions master had offered him an odd look or two throughout the lesson, but Harry had remained steadfast in his practice. Honestly, the man is a disaster, one of the twins groaned from their spot at the Gryffindor table. He doesn't know his arse from his elbow. Did you have Lockhart? Ron asked. The twins nodded in unison. Don't get your hopes up. He's a bigger prat than you can imagine. You just don't like him because he's handsome, Katie snorted. Oi, I'm handsome. Katie raised an eyebrow at the boy, eliciting a bout of laughter from the other chasers. You are handsome, Fred, Angelina cooed. I'm Fred, the other twin protested. Angelina rolled her eyes at the boys. I'm not falling for that again. The twins shared a grin. Is he that bad? Harry asked. Worse, Fred or George answered. It's his first day, Alicia defended. Harry wasn't convinced, but he couldn't be worse than Quirrell. At least Lockhart was unlikely to attempt to murder him, would he? Come on, it's time for defense, Hermione announced with a bright smile. Bloody hell, not her too, Ron grumbled. It seemed as though every female in the castle was enthralled with Gilderoy Lockhart. Even Professor Sprout had blushed at the mention of the man during her lesson on mandrakes. Harry didn't understand it, and his already low expectations were lowered when they reached the class to find a piece of parchment on the desk, a list of questions about Lockhart. What has this got to do with defense? He muttered irritably. It's an icebreaker, Hermione said as she produced a quill and some ink. He wants us to get to know him. I'd rather get to know Filch, Ron snorted, grimacing as Lockhart entered the room, his smile as dazzling as ever. Welcome, he greeted the class, his teeth sparkling. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, author of many works and the protagonist for each, numerous winner of Witch Weekly's most charming smile, he added with a wink. As you can see, I have arranged a little quiz for us to begin with. It is just a little fun, but I do not expect any of you to struggle. Begin now. Harry shook his head as he read the first question. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? The man was even more arrogant than Snape professed Harry to be, and as he made his way around the classroom offering comments to answers he read over the students' shoulders, Harry realized he disliked the man more and more with each passing moment. Time is up, Lockhart declared several agonizing moments later. Please, hand your parchment to the front of the class. I will look them over later. Ponce, Ron muttered. Hermione shot him a look of irritation as Lockhart continued to grin, stupidly in Harry's opinion. Now, let us move on to what we are here for, the man spoke once the quizzes had been piled on his desk. In my lessons, you will face things beyond your imagination. You will be confronted by creatures that reduce most men to quivering wrecks, but there is nothing to fear so long as I am your professor. I will ensure you are kept safe. Harry was almost convinced for the briefest of moments that perhaps he had been wrong about the man. But as Lockhart uncovered the jittering cage on his desk, he quickly decided he had gotten the measure of their new professor. Pixies, Seamus Finnegan mocked. Freshly caught Cornish pixies, Lockhart corrected. They can be very tricky creatures, as I will now demonstrate. With a tap of his wand, the cage door burst open, and the dozen or so critters within immediately sprang to freedom, descending on the students who immediately began to panic. Harry took refuge below his desk, eyeing the pixies warily as they zoomed around the room. Not to panic, they are rather simple to subdue, Lockhart declared. Harry watched interestedly as he drew his wand. Perhaps now Lockhart would prove himself competent. Pesky pixie pestronomy. It didn't even sound like a real spell, and one of the pixies snatched the wand from Lockhart's hand, eliciting a girlish scream from the man. Well, I am sure you can handle this, he spoke as he all but sprinted up the stairs to his office, slamming the door shut behind him. Harry could only shake his head. Lockhart was evidently incompetent and a coward. Drawing his own wand, he shuffled himself out from his retreat and swept it across the breadth of the room. Immobulus, he whispered. Immediately, the pixies were frozen stiff, floating through the air above the class. I was just going to do that, Hermione exclaimed in surprise, looking towards Harry thoughtfully, her own wand in hand. Harry merely shrugged as he began rounding up the pixies and putting them in the cage, whilst the rest of the students gathered themselves. I suppose that means this lesson is over, Dean Thomas chuckled, shooting a look of disgust towards the office door. He's not very good, is he? It's his first day, Hermione defended with many of the girls nodding their agreement. He's a bloody prat, Ron declared. What idiot sets a load of creatures loose when he can't even control them? They took his wand, Parvati Patil returned. That just makes him even more of an idiot, Seamus snorted. Even Neville didn't lose his wand to them. He's hanging from the chandelier, Lavender scoffed. He still has his wand, Harry pointed out. Anyway, I don't think Professor Lockhart is coming back. He's probably changing his pants, Seamus snickered. The boys laughed, and even Harry grinned as he left the room. There was no reason to remain there without Lockhart to teach them. Not that it seemed he could teach them much. Still, Harry had more than enough to keep him occupied when it came to the study of defense against the dark arts. It wasn't as though he would suffer through Lockhart's tenure. If there was any mercy in the world, however, the man wouldn't last the year. "Practice tonight, Potter," Wood suddenly spoke from next to him as he passed the library, pulling Harry from his thoughts. "It's the first day back." "Exactly. We need to get ahead of the others. We have a championship to defend and new teams to prepare for. We are the only house with hours intact from last year. 6 o'clock. With that, the keeper walked ahead and Harry frowned. The boy really was obsessed with Quidditch. Break. The book was of the highest quality leather, the writing etched into the back in what she believed to be real gold. It felt good in her hands, even if she didn't remember purchasing it. Her mother must have packed it in her trunk. "Tom Riddle," Ginny murmured as she ran her finger over the lettering. With a shrug, she opened what she had already decided to use as her diary. There were things that a young girl needed to express, but with only several older brothers and no close friends as yet, a diary was perfect. Rifling through her bag, she retrieved a quill and some ink, removing the lid from the latter before dipping the writing tool in. "It is strange being at Hogwarts. I never thought it would happen, and I am so happy to be here, even if Harry hasn't even said hello to me. Ron is his best friend, so I will get the chance to speak with him. His hair is messy, and he is just as handsome as the book said. If only he would notice me. Who knows, maybe one day we will be married, and I will be Ginny Potter." She frowned as the ink vanished into the parchment and huffed irritably. The diary was broken, just like almost everything else she owned. Just as she was going to discard the book in her trunk, some writing appeared on the page she had been using, though it was not her own musings. "Hello, Ginny." Ginny's eyes widened before she penned her reply. "Hello, who are you? Why are you inside my diary?" Only a moment passed before another response came forth. "My name is Tom. I didn't wish to intrude, but I have been here for so long without any friends. Would you be my friend? I can keep all of your secrets and even share some of mine." Ginny wasn't sure. "Please, Ginny, it is so lonely here." She felt a pang of sadness. Ginny always had her brothers, but being the only girl, it often felt as though she was alone, so she understood Tom and how he felt. "I can be your friend." Again, only a moment went by before another message appeared on the page. "Thank you. I promise I will be the best friend you could ever hope for. You wrote about someone named Harry. Harry Potter is a famous wizard at my school. He sounds very interesting. I'd like you to tell me everything you can about him." Ginny smiled as she dipped her quill in the ink once more. Telling Tom everything she knew about Harry would take some time. There was so much to say about the boy who had rid the world of you-know-who. It was just as Harry had gotten used to something resembling normality at Hogwarts when he'd heard the voice, and subsequently led Ron and Hermione to where they'd found Mrs. Norris hanging morbidly from a candelabra. Rip-tear kill. What alarmed him most was that neither of his friends had heard it, and no matter how loud it had become the more he followed, he had seen nothing out of the ordinary. That was when they had happened upon the unfortunate cat, and had been confronted by an apoplectic Mr. Filch only a moment later. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir beware," Draco Malfoy declared gleefully. "That means you, mudbloods." Harry did not miss how his gaze had shifted towards Hermione as he uttered the slur, and he drew his wand, ignoring the continued ranting of the irate Filch. Pointing it between two first-year Hufflepuffs, he whispered the incantation for his chosen hex, his words drowned out by the chattering crowd. Draco screamed and recoiled, clutching his cheek as though he'd been slapped. Harry had chosen the spell for its lack of color, and as the blonde frantically looked for where it had come from, he knew he'd made the right choice. Malfoy had only gotten worse since his father had bought his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team. Not that it mattered. Despite being hounded by Dobby's bludger, Harry had flown rings around his counterpart and secured the snitch. The elf. If Lockhart hadn't tried to play the hero by repairing his broken arm, Harry couldn't promise he wouldn't have strangled Dobby. Was this the danger he was talking about? Harry didn't know, but the writing in blood was not a good omen, and the voice only made it all the suspicious. Why couldn't Ron and Hermione hear it? It had reverberated off the walls clearly, so much so that Harry had been able to track it here. "Excuse me, coming through," Dumbledore's voice sounded. The headmaster took in the scene before him, swallowing deeply. "He's killed my cat," Filch growled. "I want him punished." Dumbledore frowned as he looked towards Harry, whom the caretaker was pointing at. "Calm down, Argus," he urged. "She is not dead. Mrs. Norris is merely paralyzed. I believe Madame Sprout is currently growing quite the crop of mandrakes in one of the greenhouses. When they reach maturity, she can be cured." Filch's eyes welled with tears at the revelation. "Prefects, lead your students to their common rooms," Dumbledore instructed. Reluctantly, they did so, and when the corridor was clear except for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a gathering of professors, the headmaster turned towards Harry. "I didn't do it," Harry defended immediately. "I do not believe for one moment that you are responsible for this," Dumbledore assured him. "Is there anything you can tell me about what occurred here?" Harry shook his head. Even he knew that hearing a voice that no other around him could was not a good thing. "Very well," Dumbledore murmured. "I think it would perhaps be best if the three of you returned to your common room too." Harry didn't need telling twice, and even as they began to do so, he heard Lockhart claiming to have been able to save Mrs. Norris if he had been present. Even Hermione was now struggling to defend the man. Although he hadn't attempted to release any more creatures on the students, his lessons had been nothing short of lackluster, an opportunity for Lockhart to boast about the achievements in his books. Most of the students were now convinced that all were fabricated, but Harry found he no longer cared. It wasn't as though he was allowing his education in the subject to suffer. "What do you think happened to Mrs. Norris?" Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. "I don't know," he replied. "What is the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione had no answer, but Harry had no doubt that as soon as they arrived back in Gryffindor Tower, she would begin looking into the very thing. "Harry," the voice you heard. "What about it?" Hermione, really, did seem to be quite concerned. "Well, it's not normal," she continued carefully. Harry looked towards Ron, who also seemed to be worried. "Not even in the wizarding world, mate," he said darkly. "What did it say?" Harry didn't like the sound of that, and he frowned before shaking his herd. "I'm not sure. I really couldn't make it out. I just heard someone talking." Already they were eyeing him cautiously, and he knew their concern would only grow if he divulged what he had heard. Hermione would likely insist he spoke to one of the professors about it, but Harry didn't want to. If it became a real problem, he would, but for the time being, he didn't wish to draw any unwanted attention to himself. He'd had his fill of problems the previous year, and though he knew it was unlikely, Harry wished to experience something of a normal term at Hogwarts without magical stones or an insane professor that was housing a dark lord in the back of his skull. "Okay, well, I have some reading to do," Hermione announced as they entered a rather somber common room before she headed towards the staircase leading to the girls' dormitories. "Chess?" Ron asked. "I don't really feel like it," Harry murmured apologetically. "I think I'll just shower and go to bed. I don't really like Halloween much." Ron frowned before his eyes widened in realization. "Oh yeah, sorry, mate." Harry waved him off and offered the boy a weak smile. He'd never really been able to enjoy the holiday growing up, and having learned that it was this very date that Voldemort had come for him and his parents, Harry found he truly disliked it. He hadn't lied to Ron about his intentions. As such, he did shower as he pondered just what had happened to Mrs. Norris, and climbed into bed to begin sifting through his thoughts, as the book on the mind arts urged him to do every day. Whilst he did so, he tended to his wand, cleaning and polishing it before returning it to the holster that he wore even when sleeping. Catching sight of the corner of his book on the mind arts he kept under his pillow, along with the cloak, Harry shook his head. His progress had slowed over the past weeks. Emotions were a rather complex topic to tackle, and much of this particular leg of his journey tied in with the very first section he'd studied. It took a complete acceptance of the emotions he felt when he reflected on certain memories, and Harry learned that being honest with himself as to what emotions were triggered by certain memories was not easy. Maybe it was that he simply could not fully understand what it was he felt, or he simply wasn't ready to accept his true feelings. Harry didn't know, but he had reached a point in his undertaking of the mind arts that was the most challenging thing he had ever attempted. Nicholas and Dumbledore had been right. Becoming a competent practitioner was difficult. What he had learned, however, was that magic that required the use of what he deemed to be more negative emotions was much easier to implement than spells that were powered by positive ones. Perhaps it was that Harry had more experience of them, so it was more natural for him to draw on things such as bitterness, hate, and sadness. It wasn't that he wished for it to be so, but thus far, that was what he'd found. In truth, he had so few memories that elicited any warmth or positivity within himself, so he was less able to focus on these aspects of magic. Was that why some people found practicing the dark arts easier? Harry couldn't say. He was struggling to understand himself, let alone anyone else, but it seemed to make sense. He couldn't imagine Voldemort had become a Dark Lord because he was happy, but Harry did not doubt that the man had reached a level in the dark arts that he could use them through a twisted sense of joy. How else could he have laughed whilst murdering a woman in front of her infant son? No, Voldemort had reached that pinnacle where the misery of others brought him a warped feeling of joy, something Harry had read about in one of the books Nicholas had provided him. It took severe abuse of the dark arts to reach such a point, and an undoubtedly already twisted mind to allow one to delve so deeply. Each of the books warned of this happening. To be able to retain feelings of empathy, sympathy, and meaningful feelings of care, any practitioner of the dark arts had to be of a sound mind, or they would fall foul of them. Had a young Voldemort ever possessed any of these things? If he had, they were certainly no longer present within him, and he had truly become a slave of the arts he coveted so much. Harry wouldn't become like him. Using such magic was a slippery slope to navigate, but he would not become a victim of the magic he needed to become an expert on. If he had any hope of survival, it was a necessity for him to have a deep understanding of them. Harry, however, would not be drawn in by the allure of the power he could wield and lose himself in the process. He frowned as he again felt his mood shift to one of melancholy. It always overcame him when he thought about the Dark Lord and what he had lost because of the man. No, he needed to focus on something else, and with that in mind, he retrieved the cloak from beneath his pillows. For hundreds of years, it had been passed on to the next generation until it had fallen to Harry. It truly was an exquisite garment, and though his magical journey had only just begun, it was not lost on Harry just how special this cloak was. Now, he groaned as he felt himself being pulled into the familiar void. It had been some weeks now that he'd had the vision of Gawain Peverell as he discussed a certain Mallory gaunt, and as he arrived at his destination, Harry could see things had progressed. "There they are," Tristan whispered, pointing into the steep valley below. Beneath them, dozens of tents had been erected, and several fires burned brightly throughout the camp. "I told you she was coming." Harry nodded gravely. Although they had not crossed the border into Camry, there was nowhere else for them to go. Mallory Gaunt had evidently not heeded the warning. "What are we going to do?" Tristan asked worriedly. "We cannot win against them." It seemed that the original number of around 500 followers had been grossly underestimated, And in the intervening months, since Gawain had been informed of the woman heading in their direct, her numbers had swelled considerably. "I will handle it," he murmured. "How?" Gawain's hand shifted to the pommel of his sword. He was not foolish enough to attempt to cut his way through droves of sycophants, but he didn't need to. Although Gaunt had yet to enter the Celtic lands, it was only a matter of time before she did so. That could not be allowed. Gawain would not see a single drop of blood of his people spilled unnecessarily. "Fear not, Tristan," he said comfortingly. "It will be dealt with by morning. It is best if you return home now." "I can't leave you here." "You can and will," Gawain said firmly. "I will return in a day or so, but know that I will be well. It is Mallory Gaunt who will suffer. Go." Tristan was torn, and it took a shove from Gawain to send the man on his way. After a moment, he took off in a run, and Gawain released a deep breath. "Come, death, come," he murmured, his grip tightening around his wand and sword simultaneously whilst he looked on, waiting for the activity in the camp to die down. He watched as they set up magical protections around the perimeter, and eventually, those gathered around the fires began entering their tents, leaving only a dozen or so to stand guard. When he was certain no more would be going to bed this night, Gawain closed his eyes before circling his wand around him. Immediately, he was enveloped in the cloak in a way Harry couldn't manage without magic. It seemed to fit the man perfectly, and he took note of the feeling that washed over him when he cast the spell. There had been no incantation, but the sudden influx of welcoming, cold magic could not be ignored. With a nod, Gawain began traversing the steep hill leading into the valley, careful not to trip on any protruding rocks. It would not do to break his neck on the terrain. After some time, he reached to where the magical protections had been placed and took a moment to analyze them. They consisted mostly of alarms and a few simple iterations of spells used to repel muggles and creatures, but little else. A mistake. Gawain simply carved a gap big enough for him to pass through. He was certain the cloak would have concealed him from detection, but he would not risk it here, not when so much was on the line. It was odd being amongst those that would treat him with hostility, passing by them so closely that he could kill any he chose. Tonight, however, they need not die if all went well. Now, he only needed to find Mallory Gaunt. He began peering into each tent as he came to them, growing increasingly frustrated when there was no sign of her. Was she even here? It wasn't until he spotted a larger pitch in the distance that he realized she was. The crest of a three-headed snake on a background of skulls couldn't belong to anyone else, after all. Cautiously, Gawain approached, pausing as he heard a gentle hissing coming from within the tent. Mallory Gaunt proved to be a strikingly beautiful woman, her thick, chestnut locks spilling over the pale skin of her shoulders, and her bright emerald eyes reminiscent of Gawain's father. He had not inherited them. Instead, he had been endowed with the brown eyes of his mother, much to her disappointment. She'd always said that his father's eyes were what first drew her to him. Gawain shook his head of his thoughts. Now was not the time to be distracted. "It's quite all right, little one. You will produce a large clutch of eggs," Mallory spoke soothingly to the large snake she held. "I will," the snake hissed contently. Once more, Harry was taken aback by something he'd experienced in the vision. Gawain continued to look on confused by the interaction, showing no sign of comprehension to what the woman and the serpent were discussing, but Harry understood every word, just as he had when the boa constrictor had spoken to him at the zoo. Gawain was far from being an expert on the reptiles Gaunt could commune with. Was this one venomous? Nonetheless, he would not be deterred. He had a task to complete, and it would take more than a damned snake to stop him. It sounded as though the woman was almost singing to the creature, a song that ceased as he touched her with the tip of his wand. Gaunt fell limply to the ground, and the snake hissed in fury, looking around to see what had happened. As Gawain raised his wand once more to put an end to the creature, he paused as more hissing was heard, and in only a matter of seconds, the tent was filling with more serpents. It was when one brushed against his leg that they all turned simultaneously towards him, each rearing their heads, poised to strike. Harry felt the panic set in. He too knew little of snake species, but he recognized the hood that many had flared. Cobras were particularly dangerous, and if Gawain was bitten by one, it would be the end of the man. "Stop," he said dangerously, taken aback as the hissing sound escaped Gawain's lips. The snakes, however, complied with the command, and whilst Gawain attempted to process just what had happened, Mallory Gaunt began to stir, a look of shock forming as she took in the now peaceful snakes. "What is it, my bobbies?" Pulled from his inner musings by her words, Gawain fired a jet of red light at the woman, and she once again fell unconscious. "What was that?" a voice questioned in the distance. "I don't know. Let's check it out." Without further preamble, Gawain cast another spell that turned Gaunt almost invisible, and another that enabled him to pick her up with only one hand before stepping out of the tent, barely avoiding the two men that entered only a second later. "Bloody snakes everywhere," one muttered. "Where is Gaunt?" "I don't know," the other replied. "Come on, we'd better alert this." He fell to the floor as his head was cleaved from his shoulders, and the second choked, his eyes widening in shock as he looked upon the blade protruding from his chest. With the two men dead, Gawain knew he needed to escape quickly. He didn't know when or if others would come, but he did not wish to be here when they did. Having secured the village from any means of magical transport, the journey back to Godric's Hollow would be a long one. 2 days at least on horseback with his cargo, and he doubted that Mallory Gaunt would go out of her way to make it any easier. Checking that the woman was still unconscious, he fled the camp and once more navigated his way through the slopes and out of the valley to where he had tied his horse. Securing Gaunt across the back and removing her wand, he decided he would ride through the night to put some distance between him and those that would inevitably come looking when they realized their leader had been taken. "Come, death, come," he murmured. Harry could only frown in confusion as he was pulled back through the void. Had he somehow influenced what had happened by conversing with the snakes when they had been ready to bite Gawain? If so, then how had he managed it from close to 1,000 years into the future of when the event had transpired? Again, there were many more questions than answers from the vision, but he was eager to see what would come next. Now, however, he was exhausted from the experience, and with another day of lessons ahead, Harry needed his sleep. Transfiguration was first, and he would need to have his wits about him for that lesson. Professor McGonagall would not be pleased if he was too tired to complete her tasks to her standard. Regardless, Harry knew he would sleep little tonight. With the vision playing over in his mind, he drew his wand and attempted to replicate the same feeling he'd experienced when Gawain Peverell had shrouded himself in the cloak. When he was certain he'd managed it, he drew his wand around him in a circular motion. A loud bang sounded, and Harry was propelled into his headboard. Groaning, he rubbed his back and shook his head. Of course, it wouldn't be so simple. "What was that?" Ron asked sleepily. "Nothing, I fell out of bed," Harry replied. Ron snickered in the darkness. "Will you two shut up?" Seamus grumbled irritably. Only a moment later, Ron's snores filled the dormitory once more, and Harry decided that he would need to work on that particular trick when he could find somewhere to practice. Sometimes he would manage to sneak away for an hour before Quidditch training to work on some spells, and this was just another of many to add to the list, though this would undoubtedly be invaluable to master. Not tonight, however. The prospect of being blown across his bed again was not particularly appealing. Break. Albus watched as Poppy checked Mrs. Norris over. He'd already deduced that she had indeed been paralyzed, but the nature of her condition was what mattered. There were very few spells that could incapacitate someone in such a way, and not any that could be cast by a student. The cat could have been drugged with several potions, though Albus doubted Mrs. Norris would willingly accept anything offered by any other than her owner. Argus remained as upset as he was furious whilst he waited for the diagnosis, and both Minerva and Severus looked on, equally curious. After several moments, Poppy shook her head as she pocketed her wand. "What is it?" Argus demanded. "She is paralyzed," Poppy confirmed, "but there are no potions or anything else in her system that has contributed to her state. There is also no sign of any spell being responsible. There are no wounds to be found, but I have no doubt that this was caused by a creature. Which one, I cannot say, but there are not many that are capable of this." Albus nodded his agreement. "That is rather concerning," he murmured. "Any creature that possess this ability are exceedingly dangerous and have no place near the school. I do not believe that any are even native to Britain." "Then perhaps you should be speaking to the keeper of the keys," Severus suggested. "His admiration of all creatures is well known. Only last year you had to confiscate a dragon from him." "Hagrid is not responsible for this," Albus said firmly. "Then who?" Severus asked. Albus and Minerva exchanged a glance. "It is happening again, isn't it?" the woman said worriedly. "Again?" Albus nodded darkly. "It was before your time, Severus, but there was an incident some 50 years ago that resulted in the death of a student under very similar circumstances that we have seen tonight. Did you catch who was responsible?" "We knew who was responsible, but there was no proof. No, the blame fell to another who was entirely innocent." "Hagrid," Minerva confirmed. Severus raised an eyebrow, as much a reaction as Albus would expect from the man. "You are certain it was not him?" "I have as much faith in Hagrid as I do you, Severus," Albus assured the man. "I do not believe I need to tell you of all people who was responsible last time." "The Dark Lord," Severus whispered. "Indeed." Severus took a moment to process the news, as Albus pondered the most unwelcome development. Surely Tom had not regained enough strength to make another attempt so soon after his last failed efforts. If, however, he was behind this latest attack. How, Severus broke into his thoughts, how can he be responsible? "I do not know, Severus," Albus sighed. "I do not know." "Well, what are we to tell the students?" Minerva interjected. "They will ask questions." "We tell them nothing," Severus urged. "Nothing more than what they could find in any book in the castle," Albus suggested. "The Chamber of Secrets is a place of legend. Many have attempted to locate it, but all have failed." "Except for him," Severus pointed out. "Except for him," Albus acknowledged, the thought only increasing his worry on the matter. Somehow, Tom had to be responsible, but how? It was a question that needed answering sooner rather than later, and what would be occupying the headmaster's thoughts until he uncovered the truth? Break. She was confused. It had almost been dinner time when she decided to pen a few notes in the diary to Tom. He always listened to Ginny, was a comfort to her, and eased her worries about school and being away from home. He was always interested in what she had to say, especially when it came to Harry. Ginny would write down everything she could about the boy, what he had eaten for breakfast, what he was wearing, and even gave an in-depth description of the last Quidditch match, much to Tom's delight. He'd said that he wished he could meet the boy in person, that Harry seemed like a very interesting boy. He was. Ginny would watch him, whenever she could, in complete amazement. He had defeated you-know-who, and was the hero her mother had spoken so fondly of over the years when she would tell Ginny the story, even for the umpteenth time. Now, however, Ginny was only confused. She had been writing to Tom, and then everything had simply gone blank. Perhaps she had fallen asleep, but as she spotted the blood on her hands, she knew that couldn't be true. What had happened? Panicking, she all but sprinted into the nearby bathroom that attached to her dormitory and began frantically washing her hands. Even when the blood was gone, she felt sick. Tom. He would know what to say to her. He always managed to make her feel better. Taking some calming breaths, she changed for bed before returning to the dormitory and retrieving the diary from under her pillow. "Tom, I do not know what happened tonight. I was writing to you and then, I don't remember. I woke up with blood on my hands. She waited, her gaze fixed on the diary, anticipating the reply. It is okay, Ginny. There is no need to panic. I'm sure you just fell asleep. Is it possible you had a nosebleed? It can happen when you are stressed. It used to happen to me when I was your age. Ginny frowned. Could it have been something so innocuous? She didn't know, but if Tom had nosebleeds when he was young, it was possible that it had happened to her. Maybe she had just been more tired than she thought and fell asleep. Maybe you're right, Tom. Thank you for making me feel better. With that, she closed the diary and climbed into bed. Despite having just woken up, Ginny was exhausted and felt as though she had gotten no sleep at all. The headache didn't help matters, and as she drifted into an uneasy sleep, she dreamt of roosters. She was chasing them through a pen with the intent on strangling them. No, that couldn't be right. They had chickens and roosters at the burrow, and she'd never had the urge to harm them. It was an odd and unsettling dream, but it faded and shifted to one of her playing Quidditch with her brothers. Ginny quickly forgot about it. It was just a dream, after all. Wasn't it? Break. Hermione watched as Harry helped himself to some toast, his expression giving nothing away to his thoughts. He had changed since they'd met. During their first year, he had been all but an open book, and his mood had been easy to decipher. Now, however, it was as though there was nothing going on in his mind whatsoever, like he was experiencing no thoughts at all. It was quite the drastic change for the boy. "How are you today, Harry?" she asked. "I'm fine," he answered. "You?" Hermione frowned. When he spoke, there was little given. His words, even during the inanest of conversations, seemingly chosen carefully. The previous evening had been the most animated she had seen him for some time. He had been genuinely concerned when he'd heard the voice, fearful. When she had pressed him on the matter, he'd reverted back to how he was now and had been dismissive of it. Hermione believed he had heard a voice and knew exactly what it had said. Still, he wasn't going to tell her. Harry had become rather guarded with most things, and in truth, Hermione had other things on her mind. She had returned to her dormitory last night to rifle through her books for any reference of the Chamber of Secrets, but had yielded little. Hogwarts. A history had mentioned the room briefly, but gave no other information other than that many had attempted to find the fabled room with none evidently proving to be successful. Instead of visiting the library, as she normally would, Hermione had no doubt that every book that may contain any information will have already been checked out, so she decided she would take a more direct approach. "Transfiguration," she reminded the two boys, and Ron groaned as he was pulled away from the breakfast table. Often, Hermione had to take this approach, or they would be late to just about every lesson that followed a meal. "I wasn't finished," the redhead huffed. "You've eaten more than enough." Ron scowled, though he cheered up considerably when Harry handed him a slice of the toast he had brought along. "Thanks, rye," he said through a mouthful of food. Again, Hermione shook her head. She had never met anyone as food-orientated as Ronald Weasley. The mood within the classroom was a somber one, and even Professor McGonagall's expression was rather grim. "Settle down," the woman barked. "Today we will be continuing, yes, Miss Granger." Hermione had raised her hand. She wouldn't usually disturb a professor when they were addressing the class, but today was an exception. "I was wondering what you can tell us about the Chamber of Secrets, Professor." It appeared as though the other students shared her curiosity, as they murmured amongst themselves. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the breadth of the room before she nodded. "Very well," she agreed reluctantly. "Now, you should all be aware that Hogwarts was founded by 4 of the most brilliant witches and wizards to have ever lived: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin." The students nodded. Of course, they were as close as friends could be and decided to pool their talents into forming a school for the magical people of Great Britain. This very castle is what they created. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment before continuing. It is said that Hogwarts was a resounding success, but quite the fallout occurred when Slytherin raised his concerns. With the Muggle attitude at the time towards magic being rather dangerous, he proposed they limited access to the school only to those who were born to two magical parents. He believed the Muggles would eventually learn of the castle and would attack it. But they didn't, Dean Thomas pointed out. No, but it was a viable concern, Professor McGonagall replied. For the most part, Muggles could not harm a witch or wizard. There are simple spells that will prevent you being burned at the stake, drowned, or hung, as they were wont to do. Children, however, were another matter entirely. Many were killed for what they were, and it wasn't until the statute of secrecy was introduced that there was a way of preventing this. Anyway, I digress. Slytherin thought it best to exclude Muggle-born students from the school to ensure those that came here were safe, and the others proposed that Hogwarts remained open to all who possess magical ability, despite the danger. So, Slytherin was willing to allow children to be murdered instead of attempting to rescue them? Seamus questioned. It is not so simple, Mr. Finnegan, Professor McGonagall replied. There were very few laws governing the wizarding population. The Ministry of Magic was very much in its infancy, and it wasn't until 169, after that the statute of secrecy was voted in, and many years after that the ministry began tracking accidental magic. At the time, there was little that could be done to protect magical children born to Muggles. So, Slytherin didn't hate Muggles. It is evident he was not fond of them, and he did believe that students born to magical parents were superior. What he seemed to never consider, however, is that the Muggle-born students came to Hogwarts with no prior magical education. Those we consider to be purebloods had quite the head start. It was a lot to take in, but Hermione nodded her understanding. It made sense, though she couldn't help but feel resentful towards Slytherin for his beliefs and attitude. The man was quite willing to allow Muggleborns to die in a bid to protect the purebloods. Anyway, the fallout of the four is well known. It is clear that Slytherin took his leave of the castle after a particularly heated argument with Gryffindor, never to return. It is said that whilst they were building the castle, Salazar created a retreat for himself that only he or his kin would ever be able to find. To date, no sign of the Chamber of Secrets has been discovered. Hogwarts is a magnificent place, so there could well be many rooms that have not been entered in decades or even centuries. What about his monster? Neville squeaked. My Gran told me that there is a monster in the chamber. Professor McGonagall tutted. Mr. Longbottom, Salazar Slytherin has been dead for almost 1,000 years. If there ever was a monster which is highly unlikely in a school, it is long dead. Now, if there are no more questions, perhaps we can get on with the lesson. There were none, and as the woman proceeded to teach, Hermione found herself distracted from learning for the first time in as long as she could remember. Malfoy was an idiot, but maybe there was something in what he'd said the night before. That means you, mudbloods. Slytherin evidently cared little for the students he saw as inferior to his preferred purebloods, but would he go out of his way to cause harm to rid Hogwarts of them? Not knowing the man, she couldn't say, but what little insight she had gotten had not been a positive one. Slytherin at the very least had been bigoted, and at worst, a monster himself. Break. If Harry closed his eyes, he could see the duel unfold in his mind and still smell the residual magic in the air. At first, he had not come here to reminisce about what he'd witnessed at the end of first year. It had been the mirror he had sought. Dumbledore, however, had removed it along with the other obstacles that had prevented people coming here. Now, the third floor of Hogwarts was open, but no one seemed to venture down here. If they did, they too would see the scorch marks, and maybe even where Harry had worn the stone out by sitting in front of the mirror for so many hours. Still, it was gone now, but the space provided a perfect place for him to practice. Perhaps it was a little morbid coming here, but it reminded Harry of what he had seen and would likely one day face. Voldemort would come for him, and he had no idea where to begin wielding magic of the likes he had seen that night. Tonight, he only had around 30 minutes before he would have to leave for Quidditch. Plenty of time to run through the small number of spells he could use in conflict he had managed to master. Running through them, he focused on his form. One of the books Nicholas had given him had explained that having an efficient form when casting was one of the most important things to learn. It then went on to discuss maintaining said form when switching between spells and even chaining them together. That particular section had gone over Harry's head. He was far from being ready for any of that. Finishing up with the last of his spells, he focused once more as he had in his bed during the early hours and readied himself. Once more, a loud bang echoed around him, but instead of being propelled into his headboard, he was sent skidding along the stone floor. Bloody hell, he grumbled as he pushed himself back to his feet. He really would need to work on that, but not before Quidditch practice again. Wood would kill him if Harry got injured. Chuckling at the thought of a furious captain, Harry headed towards the exit that would lead into the broom cupboard, pausing before he reached it. The book. Maybe the book would explain how he could use the same trick Gawain had. He did know where it was, after all. Ignatus Peverell had somewhat told him himself, but was it still there? Harry knew there was only one way to find out, so it seemed that a trip to Godric's Hollow was something he would be undertaking in the near future. Any notion that Harry may have had that the attack on Mrs. Norris had been an isolated incident were quashed rather quickly. Only a few weeks after, a student had been found in a similar state and was currently being kept in the hospital wing, awaiting the maturation of the mandrakes. It made for a rather tense atmosphere within the castle. Speculation on who the heir of Slytherin was rife, and though Ron was convinced that it was Malfoy behind the attacks, neither Harry nor Hermione shared the sentiment. The boy was a braggart, but they had ultimately decided to assuage the redhead's concerns by formulating a plot to speak with Malfoy without him knowing it was them. Polyjuice potion. It was a complex brew, and as such, Hermione was the one undertaking that task. In truth, Harry wanted no part in it, but he could not deny that he was curious as to what was occurring. The heir of Slytherin was as interesting as they were proving to be dangerous. Still, he would much rather the entire ordeal came to an end, and if Malfoy was involved in any capacity, Harry couldn't deny that he would enjoy having a hand in his downfall. Not that he believed for a single moment the boy was anything more than a slur-spewing mouthpiece. "A dueling club?" Ron asked as they entered the common room, their lessons having finished for the day. "What do you think, Harry?" Harry nodded thoughtfully. Dueling was a skill he was eager to begin practicing. For all of the spells he was working on, it would be for nothing if he did not know how to use them in live situations. "It could be good," he replied. "There can be a lot of gold in it if you are good enough," Ron revealed. "It takes years of practice and competitions to become a champion, though, Hermione." "I'd be interested in trying," the girl answered as she checked her watch. "The first meeting is tomorrow, but now I have something to check on. I hope Myrtle isn't there," she added in a whisper. "Is it almost done?" Ron asked. "It will be ready before Christmas. Another week should do it." "Takes bloody forever, that stuff," Ron grumbled. "You have no patience," Harry chuckled. "Well, I want to know what is going on. It's getting dangerous around here with whoever is the heir of Slytherin lurking around." "How would anyone even know who the heir of Slytherin is?" Harry asked. "He died 1,000 years ago." "But his children didn't," Hermione pointed out. "To be his heir, someone would have to be a direct descendant from Salazar." "There isn't anyone with the name Slytherin alive," Ron sighed. "No, but there are other families who were married into by them. Daughters who would have lost the name in favor of their husbands." "How do you know that?" "Because I studied history at Muggle school," Hermione explained. "There were daughters of kings and queens who lost their names when they married their husbands. I know the wizarding world is confusing, but it is the same, isn't it? Your mother wasn't born a Weasley, was she?" Ron's eyes widened in realization. "No, she was a Privet. She came from another pureblood family." "Exactly," Hermione said excitedly. The heir of Slytherin wouldn't have the name if they came from a female that married into another family. That could be one of dozens of families, Harry explained. Not really, Hermione mused aloud. If Slytherin was against Muggleborns, wouldn't he only let his children marry other purebloods? That's a bit of a stretch, Harry replied. It isn't, Ron disagreed. Most purebloods marry other purebloods. Even my parents followed that tradition. Your family probably did too until your mum and dad. Really? Ron nodded. It reflects badly on purebloods to let their children marry Muggleborns. Even half-bloods are a touchy subject. Half-bloods? Someone with a pureblood parent and a Muggle-born parent. You're a half-blood, Ron informed Harry. Harry frowned. Why is it such a big deal? Ron chuckled, seemingly enjoying that he knew more on a topic than both Harry and Hermione. Well, to a lot of purebloods, anyone who marries a Muggle or even a Muggle-born is a blood traitor. Malfoy and some of the others call my father a blood traitor for working in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department at the Ministry. Marrying someone not a pureblood is about as bad as it gets. That's ridiculous, Hermione muttered irritably. Ron merely shrugged. It's just how it is. So, it can't be many people around who is directly descended from Salazar Slytherin, Harry pressed. Ron shook his head. No, but I don't know what family it is who is related to him, he sighed. It's an old family. Not the Malfoys. Ron's mouth fell agape at the question. Malfoy isn't the heir of Slytherin, he groaned. I was hoping the Git would be expelled. No, it's not them. Then who? Harry probed further. I don't know, mate. Look it up. I will, Hermione declared, taking her leave of the room to check on the potion and evidently begin delving into something else entirely. How difficult would it be to uncover? Harry didn't know, but he doubted she would reappear for several hours, which worked out well as he had Quidditch practice to attend before. Judging by Wood's pointed glance towards him, the older boy was keen to get them on the pitch and put them through their paces. Come on, little Harry, Alicia insisted as she pushed him towards the door. It's time for you to be a good boy and climb on that broom of yours. You have a snitch to chase. Harry frowned at the girl. He had grown over the summer months, but so had all three of the chasers who remained taller than him. Any hope of the nickname they had given him phasing out had all been in vain. Still, it was all in good fun, and they didn't mean anything malicious by it. Harry was just simply tired of being the smallest player on the team. I don't need to be escorted, he protested as Angelina looped an arm through his. You have a tendency to vanish, the girl replied with a smile. Now, stop complaining. Most boys would love to be accompanied through the castle by 2 girls. 3, Katie corrected as she joined them with the twins in tow. The 2 redheads snickered at Harry's predicament. She's not wrong, Harry, one of them commented. What I wouldn't give to be the meat in that sandwich. Harry could only shake his head, as all 3 of the chasers began berating the boy who took it in his stride. The grin never left his face, and it served as the perfect distraction from Harry, who struggled to stifle an amused chuckle of his own. Break. You have given Lockhart permission to run a dueling club, Severus asked in disbelief. I have, Albus answered. Severus's lips thinned. The man is a buffoon, he protested. Surely you can see that by now. I have been watching him closely and have decided that he will not be returning to the castle next year. Oddly, he is improving, but not enough to my satisfaction. I have given him permission to run the dueling club, but he will have an able assistant. How did you talk Phileas into that? Albus's beard twitched in amusement, as he merely stared at Severus in response. Me, the man scoffed. You want me to act as his assistant? Albus nodded. You are an exceedingly gifted duelist, Severus, he complimented. Under your supervision, perhaps the students will learn something worthy. Severus shook his head. Phileas is a duelist, he pointed out. They will learn much more from him. I did not study the traditional practices. Oh, Phileas has agreed to be there also, but I do not think it wise for him and Gilderoy to demonstrate anything. Phileas is amiable, but I fear his goblin blood will see Gilderoy injured for the way he looks down on him. You have an unwavering level of control. I expect you will need it." Severus's nostrils flared. It would be better to allow Phileas to put Lockhart out of commission for the rest of the year. "Severus," Albus warned. "Fine, I will do it, but I will not take it easy on him or the students." "I would expect nothing less." Severus hummed before taking his leave of the room, and Albus returned to the workload that kept him occupied as the headmaster. Coupled with the current conundrum of the heir of Slytherin business, his days were full. Despite his best efforts, he'd had no luck in either locating the Chamber of Secrets or identifying the student responsible for opening it. It was then that he paused briefly before shaking his head, realizing he had perhaps missed something during his conversation with Severus. No, he would not see Harry harmed during the Dueling Club if the boy attended. Severus could be petty, but he would not put Harry in danger, or so Albus hoped. Perhaps it would be best if he was there too, for the first meeting to oversee the proceedings. Between Gilderoy and Severus, it could prove to be a rather volatile environment, and there was no promises that some unpleasantness would not occur. The mood within the school was not a positive one, and it could take the mildest of slights for tempers to boil over. Albus hummed to himself. The tension was already palpable, but the Dueling Club could be just what the students needed. Why should they be deprived because of his own failings to find the culprit responsible for the current climate? They shouldn't, but Albus would attend for his own peace of mind. Maybe there were some promising practitioners amongst the students who had a future in the sport, after all. Break. Training had been nothing short of brutal. Having won the House Cup the previous year, Wood had become completely obsessed with Gryffindor retaining. As such, he was pushing the team harder than ever, and Harry had muscles that he did not even know existed aching. He cursed the Quidditch captain as he finally climbed into bed. Hermione had already turned in for the night by the time he'd returned to the tower, and evidently had found nothing. If she had, she would have been waiting for him in the common room. The girl did not have enough patience to wait when she found an answer to a problem she was looking into. To Harry, it was quite the conundrum as to who was the heir of Slytherin, but he knew that he would not figure it out himself. In a bid to occupy his mind with something else, he went through the process of cleaning and polishing his wand, reveling in the warmth of the bond he shared with it. The connection was indeed growing. The more Harry tended to and used it, the more apparent it became. Slowly but surely, he was beginning to reap the benefits of the countless hours he had spent familiarizing himself with his wand. Thinking back to when he had first obtained it, there was almost no comparison to how it performed for him now. His spell work felt easier, and his casting smoother. Sometimes, it was as though his wand knew what he was going to do even before he'd uttered a syllable of an incantation. Could it be that his, admittedly lacking, attempts at nonverbal magic were beginning to pay dividends? Harry didn't know, but he could feel the improvement in simply how the wand felt and responded to him. Still, he was far from being an expert in anything magical, but he would remain as diligent as he traversed the path of his magical journey, as Nicholas referred to it. Both the alchemist and his wife stayed in touch, writing to Harry regularly to see how he was doing, and the latter to check up on him. It was certainly a highlight of his day when he would receive a letter, even if it was penned in French, and he had to translate it without magic. The one spell Nicholas had taught him was not working, and Harry suspected the Flamels used a charm of sorts to ensure it wouldn't, so that he kept up his studying the language. Harry did so when he could, and he was still improving, though much slower than he had over the summer being amongst native speakers consistently. Nevertheless, progress was progress, and he would take what he could get from his efforts. He was pulled from his thoughts, shuddering as a wave of cold magic washed over him. "Now," he whispered tiredly, his gaze shifting towards his pillow. Shaking his head, he retrieved the cloak and braced himself to be pulled through the void. Despite his protest, Harry knew it would happen. He was tired, but equally eager to see the next part of the cloak's journey, and as the familiar feeling of being dragged from his bed overwhelmed him, he wondered what he would see this time. The sun had risen several hours ago, and yet Gawain had not stopped to rest. By now, Gaunt's followers would undoubtedly be aware that she was no longer amongst them and would likely be on their trail. The woman had regained consciousness hours ago, but without her wand and being bound, she could only glare at him. Mallory Gaunt had not said a word to him. That was fine by Gawain. He was keen to return home, where it could be decided what to do with the woman. Strictly speaking, she had broken no laws in his land, but she would have the moment she crossed the border with her followers. The tales of the horror she had exacted upon her own countrymen had reached Godric's Hollow, and Gawain would not see history repeat itself on his people. "We will stop for a short rest," he declared a while later. He was sore from being in the saddle for so long, and he needed to take on water from the river nearby. Gaunt remained silent as he helped her off the back of the horse, and even refused to drink as he held a skin to her lips. "Who are you?" she demanded to know. "My name is Gawain Peverell." Gaunt quirked an eyebrow at him. "Daffyd's cousin," she acknowledged. "I've heard him speak of you." Gawain merely hummed in response. "What were you planning on doing on my lands?" he asked. Gaunt smirked. "I just wish to see what your country has to offer," she replied with a smile. "With dozens of armed men and women. Around here, we consider that an invasion. We do not take kindly to invaders." "I can see that," Gaunt said dryly. "My intention wasn't to invade. There is something I am looking for, a stone that belonged to your uncle. Daffyd mentioned it." Gawain stiffened at the mention of the stone. It was an exceedingly dangerous artifact that had driven his uncle to ending his own life. Gawain's own father had warned him of it and urged him not to seek it out. During his younger years, it had been easy to do, but with the passing of his wife, the temptation had grown stronger. Dragonpox. His beautiful Winifred, the mother of his 2 sons, had perished in a matter of days upon being infected. It was an unforgivable and horrific disease. Nonetheless, Gawain had heeded his father's words and had not sought out the stone. He had grieved for his beloved, and though he missed her dearly, he would not follow in the footsteps of his uncle who had been driven mad by what he'd allegedly managed to summon from the lands of the dead. He shook his head. The stone was cast away and should be left where it is. "So it does exist," Gaunt whispered excitedly. "No one knows where it is," Gawain pointed out. "It is not something that any should possess. Besides, you are no longer in a position to seek it out." "Are you going to kill me?" Gaunt asked with a teasing grin. "If it comes to it," Gawain returned severely. He did not wish to kill an unarmed woman, but if it kept his country safe from the scourge of her and her followers, he would do so. "You would too," Gaunt murmured almost appreciatively. "I can respect that, but I would rather not die. I am not so old that I am ready for that." "Then what would you propose I do?" Gawain asked interestedly. "I don't suppose releasing me is an option." Gawain snorted. "You know I can't do that. I could take you to your ministry." Gaunt's expression darkened. "They would execute me." "Can you blame them?" Gaunt smirked as she shook her head. "No, it is exactly what I would do. I think I will have some of that water now. I suppose I should be grateful that it was you that caught me. I would like to know how. My snakes are taught to be hostile towards any that attempt to harm me. You did that and they remained peaceful. I did not see you, but I saw them. They were calm." Gawain shrugged as he handed her the skin. "I don't know," he answered honestly. Harry did. Somehow he had spoken to the snakes, or had given Gawain the ability to do so briefly. "Well, you took me by surprise, Peverell. If I had a hat, I would tip it to you." Gawain chuckled as he took the skin back. "Will you behave yourself if I allow you to be a little more comfortable for the duration of the journey?" "You have my wand," Gaunt reminded him. "And I have cast several spells on you to ensure you cannot escape," Gawain revealed. If you attempt to put more than 10 yards between us, it will be most unpleasant for you." Gaunt's smile only widened. "You are quite the enigma," she whispered. "They speak of your family. My own is well known for having married into the Slytherin line, but yours is shrouded in mystery. I must say, when Daffyd married my sister, I was interested to meet him. He proved to be a disappointment. You are no such thing, Gawain Peverell." Gawain eyed the woman as he took a sip of his water. He had expected to find a monster, and perhaps he had, but Mallory Gaunt was not simply an insane woman who sought power. She was friendly enough, and though the rumors he had heard spoke of her viciousness, there was no need for hostility between them. If anything, they were somewhat kin, and Gaunt had not brought violence to Camry. Not that she hadn't tried, however. Gawain would need to keep his wits about him for the rest of the journey, but as he took another sip of his water, he could not deny that his prisoner was indeed a beautiful woman. It seemed that she didn't smile often, but when she did, as she was now, it changed her entire appearance. Harry frowned as he was pulled through the void and returned to his bed. The Gaunt family had married into the Slytherin line. Had the answer him, Ron and Hermione, been seeking come to him so easily? Harry didn't know, but other than that snippet of information, he was struggling to find anything else of worth from the vision. Gaunt knew of the stone because Cadmus's son had spoken of it, but how was it significant? Mallory clearly wished to possess the stone for her own reasons. Had she managed to obtain it? It was becoming frustrating re-emerging from these visions with more questions than answers, but it was intriguing to say the least. Watching the history unfold before his eyes was an opportunity Harry was grateful for. Even if it was confusing and difficult to contextualize, perhaps things would become clearer the more he witnessed. Harry hoped so, because as things were, he was struggling to understand just why he was seeing these things. Break. The Polyjuice potion was doing well, though with Ron seemingly accepting the fact that Draco was not the heir of Slytherin, it seemed pointless to continue with brewing it. Hermione, however, was enjoying the challenge and process of doing so. There were fully fledged witches and wizards who were unable to successfully produce the potion, and for her, it was now a matter of proving that she could. Not that she could tell anyone. The brewing and use were highly regulated by the Ministry of Magic, but she could not deny that there was something rather invigorating about breaking the rules. Having added a little more boomslang skin to stabilize the potion, Hermione had spent some time in the library to investigate just who could possibly be the culprit responsible for the attacks, but to no avail. Other than Hogwarts, a history, it appeared that any reference to the Slytherin line had been removed from the library. Why? Hermione didn't know, but even in the books specifically discussing magical genealogy, she found nothing. She did, however, find out more about Ron's and Harry's families. The redhead had been right. Until Harry's father had married Lily Evans, the Potters had seemingly followed the pureblood tradition of marrying into other families of a similar standing. Throughout the past centuries, they had joined with several other prominent lines through matrimony, though again, Hermione had been rather confused by the sudden cutoff in the Potter history. It was as though they had not existed some 400 years prior, whereas the Weasleys, and almost every other family tree she had looked at, went further back. Still, as interesting as it was to learn more about where her friends had come from, it was the Slytherin line Hermione wished to establish. Bloody hell, why won't it work? Ron huffed as he attempted to conjure the bluebell flames within the lantern Professor Flitwick had provided. Because you're not focusing, Harry answered, already warming his hands on his own. With a shake of his head, he extinguished his creation and conjured them again, barely whispering the incantation. Hermione didn't know why he did that, but he had been casting his magic in this way for some time now. See, Harry continued, you have to want to create the fire. He was right. Only a year ago, Hermione would likely have been attempting to show both of the boys how it was done, but she could not think of a single time this year that Harry had needed her assistance. It was another of the changes she had noticed within him, particularly after he'd returned to Hogwarts for the start of the second year. "I did it," Ron said triumphantly, and Harry clapped the boy on the shoulder. Ron wasn't a poor wizard, nor was he as dense as he sometimes came across. He merely lacked motivation when it came to his schoolwork, though he seemed to enjoy it when he got something right. "Did you manage to find anything in the library last night?" the redhead asked curiously. Hermione shook her head. "No," she grumbled. "There was nothing in the books I checked. I found what became of the Hufflepuff family, but nothing for the other 3 founders." "Well, Gryffindor is related to a lot of families," Ron explained. "Even Harry's somewhere down the line." "Mine?" Ron nodded. "Yeah, but I wouldn't get too excited. Neville is related to him too, as are 4 or 5 other families. Apparently, he was a bit of a ladies' man in his time." "Why wasn't that on Harry's family tree then?" Hermione questioned. "I could trace it back to around the 1600s, but then it stopped." Ron shrugged. "Some families seal their records so they can't be published," he explained. "They either have something to hide or they just don't want people nosing around. Not many bother with it. They like to be able to prove they are purebloods all the way back." Hermione hummed thoughtfully. "Well, either way, I couldn't find anything about what happened to the Slytherin family." Harry frowned and opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself doing so before any words passed his lips. He did that a lot too. It was frustrating at times, but it was better that he had the capability. It certainly kept him out of trouble with Professor Snape, even if the man mainly chose to ignore him now. "Are you excited about the Dueling Club tonight?" Ron asked. He was. There was little other than Quidditch and chess that elicited such a reaction from the boy, but the Dueling Club seemed to have done so. "It will be interesting," Hermione replied, her gaze once more shifting to Harry, who was extinguishing and recasting the fire spell. "It will definitely be worth learning." "As long as it isn't that prat Lockhart," Harry muttered. After what the man had done to his arm, Harry had no time for Gilderoy Lockhart, and Hermione could hardly blame him. She'd had high hopes that he would prove to be a good professor, but with what had happened during his first lesson, they had become rather dull in comparison. For the most part, they simply read from books and were told to practice any spells they were required to learn for homework. Not that they were ever asked to demonstrate them. It was as though the professor was terrified of any wand being drawn in his lessons, even his own. Even for Hermione, who loved nothing more than reading at every opportunity she could, defense against the dark arts had lost all of its excitement. She couldn't see why it would be Professor Lockhart who would teach the Dueling Club, not when he didn't even use his wand during lesson time. Break. Any hope that Harry had held on to that Gilderoy Lockhart would not be the one in charge of the Dueling Club was dashed when the man entered the great hall and swaggered onto the wooden platform, grinning like the buffoon he was. Immediately, he wished he hadn't bothered coming. "Welcome," Lockhart greeted them, his smile never wavering. Despite how inept he had proven himself to be, there were still those that fawned over him and looked as though he was the greatest gift that could have been bestowed upon them. "Bloody hell, what a stupid prat," Ron muttered. "He's not right in the head, that one of the twins added, frowning and rubbing his ribcage where Angelina elbowed him. Now, with the unpleasantness that is plaguing the castle, Professor Dumbledore asked if I would be willing to show you a thing or two about defending yourself if you are attacked." Dumbledore asked him, Harry snorted. I bet Lockhart had to beg on his hands and knees. Hermione shushed him as the others laughed, and Lockhart continued, either not noticing or pretending he hadn't. "Under my guidance, you will all become capable of defending yourselves from any would-be attacker. Rest assured, I would not see any of you harmed," he added to a gathering of sixth-year girls who had pushed themselves to the front. "Today, I will be ably assisted by Professor Snape. I think before we begin, perhaps a demonstration is in order. Professor Snape, if you would humor me." Harry had not noticed the potion's master skulking at the back of the room, and though he appeared to want to be anywhere else but here, Snape's lips curled in amusement as he made his way towards the dueling platform. "Do not worry," Lockhart urged. "I will not cause Professor Snape any permanent harm." Snape's pace quickened with how eager he was to get to the man. Harry had never envisioned a scenario that he would wish to see Snape wipe the floor with someone else, but his irritation with Lockhart won out, and he found himself hoping that his least favorite professor would indeed wipe the grin of Lockhart's face. "I've got a galleon on Snape," Ron declared. "No one is taking that bet, Ronald," one of the twins chuckled. "Lockhart will be picking his teeth out of his arse by the time Snape is finished with him." "Do you have to be so vulgar?" Alicia huffed. "If the truth is vulgarity, then I am the most honest person in this room," the twin replied. "Just shut up," Katie snorted, nodding to where Lockhart and Snape were facing off on opposite sides of the platform. "On the count of 3, Lockhart instructed after he'd retrieved the wand he had dropped. Harry looked on intently as the man began his count. 1, 2. Snape didn't wait for 3. With an elaborate motion, he stepped forward. Expelliarmus. The spell careened across the length of the platform and struck Gilderoy Lockhart in the chest, sending him spinning through the air before he hit the floor with a dull thud. Harry cheered along with many others. "Do you think he is hurt?" Hermione asked, craning her neck to see over the crowd. "He's fine," Harry said dismissively. "It was only a disarming charm." It took a moment for Lockhart to recover, but when he did, he stumbled to his feet and pushed his disheveled hair back into place. "Where is my wand?" he asked. "Ah, thank you," he added to a girl who handed it to him. With his grin as unwavering as ever, he stepped back onto the platform. "An excellent demonstration, Professor Snape. It was best that I allowed the students to see the effect of that one. Quite harmless and all, but can certainly leave you disorientated for a moment and without your wand. A disarming charm," he explained. "A simple spell to master, but one that is indeed very useful." Snape did not seem to be happy with Lockhart's dismissal of his effort. "Ah, perhaps that would be a good place to start," the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor declared. "Now, if you would like to break off into pairs." "I think that doing so would be foolish," Snape interjected. "It would be best if 2 students at a time came up to the front to demonstrate, don't you?" "Another excellent suggestion," Lockhart agreed. "Mr. Longbottom, would you and Mr. Potter like to come up?" "Longbottom would be a poor choice," Snape broke in once more. "Even the simplest of spells are beyond the boy. Malfoy, you will come up against Potter." Immediately, Harry readied himself as he drew his wand and took his place on the platform. Draco grinned smugly as they met in the middle. "You are to disarm only," Lockhart said firmly. Harry's gaze remained on the Slytherin. Malfoy wouldn't merely try to disarm him, so he needed to be ready for anything. "Scared?" Harry said nothing as he walked backwards towards his spot on the platform. Never take your eyes off an opponent. That had been the first thing Harry had learned about any type of conflict, even one that was intended for sport. "On my count," Lockhart instructed. Harry anticipated that Draco would follow Snape's example, and the blonde did not disappoint. As such, Harry was forced to dodge the jelly-legs Jinx sent his way, though his breath hitched in his chest as he felt it disturb his hair with how close it came. He also lost his footing and stumbled as the next spell came towards him, but on sheer instinct, he managed to avoid that too. Harry quickly realized that he needed to practice avoiding spells, especially since he didn't know any shields, but how? He didn't have time to ponder the matter, as Draco proved to be relentless, continuing the onslaught despite Lockhart's attempts to intervene. "I said to disarm only." "No chance." Draco hesitated for only a second before raising his wand again, but Harry had not been idle. He had taken the opportunity to return fire, and Malfoy's eyes widened as the disarming charm raced towards him. He avoided it by throwing himself to the floor, only to be hit by Harry's next spell. Fortunately for the boy, it had only been a pushing hex, though it did send him sprawling to the ground once more. Draco was unceremoniously pulled to his feet, by Professor Snape, who whispered something in his ear that elicited a smirk from the Slytherin student. "Serpensortia," he cried. "Get him, attack." The very second the serpent exploded from the tip of his wand, Harry's mind drifted back to the very same book he had thought about earlier. Any animal that is conjured, regardless of whether or not it poses an immediate threat, should be eliminated as quickly as possible. Even if it is not dangerous, it is a distraction and you must be able to focus on your opponent. The students gasped collectively, and as the snake landed and reared its hooded head, Harry reacted immediately. With a whispered incantation, he unleashed a spell, one of the few he had managed to wield from his reading of the books Nicholas had gifted him. The sickly, yellow bolt of light collided with the reptile, and it screeched as it recoiled. Harry looked on in morbid fascination as it began to writhe in agony. After a drawn-out moment, it vomited up its innards and fell still before the corpse burned through the wooden platform, crumbling to ash as it hit the floor below. Shifting his gaze towards Malfoy, Harry was pleased to see the boy's eyes widened in fear, but Draco was not the only one. Those within the hall had fallen silent, and Snape was looking at him in a mixture of anger and curiosity. "I think that will be enough," Lockhart announced quickly, his expression one of horror as he looked at Harry. "Out," Snape shouted. "All of you get out, not you, Potter." The room cleared quickly, though the fact that most continued to look at him as they exited the great hall was not lost on Harry. The moment the door closed behind the last student, Snape stalked towards Harry, grabbing him tightly by the arm. "Where did you learn that spell?" he demanded. Harry did not flinch under the gaze of the man, but he did not allow him to read his surface thoughts. Pulling his arm free, Harry narrowed his eyes at the potion's master. "It is quite rude to attempt to look into my mind," he bit back. Snape seemed to be surprised that Harry knew what he had done, but it did not deter him. "The spell, Potter," he pressed. Harry shrugged. "I read it in a book." He hadn't lied. "Which book?" "I don't think that is any of your concern," Harry returned evenly. "I eliminated a threat against me." "That was dark magic." "Was it?" "You know very well what it was. That spell is not something you cast accidentally." "Maybe I did." Snape's nostrils flared, and it was clear that he wished for nothing more than to peer into Harry's mind to find the answer he was seeking. "Get out, Potter," he snapped. Harry gladly obliged and did so, not regretting what he had done. The snake had been venomous. Malfoy had tried to cause him real harm, and he had reacted accordingly. Still, he needed a moment or two to gather his thoughts, so he stepped into the bathroom Hermione had commandeered to brew the Polyjuice potion, frowning as he stepped into a rather deep puddle of water. Myrtle must have thrown a tantrum, because much of the bathroom was flooded, and Harry could hear sobbing coming from within one of the stalls. "Myrtle," he called as he pushed the door open. The ghost was sitting on the toilet with her head in her hands. "Go away," she choked. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" "Has something happened?" Myrtle hiccuped. "Imagine just sitting here minding your own business, and someone throws their rubbish at you." "Someone threw rubbish at you?" Myrtle sniffled as she nodded towards a black book floating in the water. With a frown, Harry picked it up, his heart sinking into the pit of the stomach as he turned it over and read the name inscribed on the back in gold letters. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," he whispered, the name immediately familiar to him. Dumbledore had mentioned it at the end of the last school year. Tom Riddle had once been a student here, who had gone on to be. Harry swallowed deeply as he felt an unpleasant wave of magic wash over him and push against his mind. He shook his head and fought back, causing the probe to retract. There was something off about this book. How had it come to be here? Harry didn't know, but in the wrong hands, he had no doubt this could be rather dangerous. "Myrtle, did you see who threw it?" The ghost shook her head. "No, but I remember Tom Riddle," she replied. "He was in the year above me when I was a student. He was very smart and popular. I wonder what happened to him." Harry did not respond and took his leave of the bathroom, the incident in the Great Hall all but forgotten. He had barely taken the first steps of his magical journey, but even he knew there was something very strange about this diary. Perhaps he should take it to Dumbledore, but there was something that stopped him from doing so. Whether it was the book itself or his own curiosity, he pocketed it before heading back towards Gryffindor Tower. He decided would investigate it at his earliest convenience and hand it to Dumbledore if he felt the need to. That was what he would do, even if it was against his better judgment. "There you are," Hermione said in relief as he entered the common room. The rest of the students were eyeing him warily, and she pulled him towards the fireplace where a pale Ron was sitting. "Harry, what did you do?" Hermione asked. "I don't know," Harry answered. "I saw the snake and I panicked." Hermione didn't seem to believe him, but she was cut off by Ron. "You saw what Malfoy did," he said triumphantly. "It was a snake. He must be Slytherin's heir." "Not this again," Hermione huffed. "It's a simple spell. Ron Malfoy is not Slytherin's heir. If he was, he would have spoken to the snake in Parseltongue." "Oh, I didn't think of that." "Parcel what?" Harry asked with a frown. "Parseltongue," Hermione repeated. "It is a rare language, which allows humans to speak with snakes." "Rare?" Hermione nodded. "Slytherin was famous for being able to do it. It is an inherited ability. Anyone with Slytherin's magic can do it. Draco cannot." For the second time that evening, Harry felt his heart sink. He could speak with snakes, and had done so on a couple of occasions now. Could he speak Parseltongue? "Stupid Malfoy," Ron grumbled. "So, if it isn't him, then who is it?" "Well, I think most people will think it is you, Harry," Hermione whispered worriedly. "They all saw what you did. It was dark magic. Slytherin was famous for using the dark arts, as were all of his descendants we know of, even you-know-who." "Voldemort." Hermione nodded. "He was famous for being a Parselmouth, and a big reason lots of people followed him was because he claimed to be the heir of Slytherin. I mean, he's dead now, so there must be others." Harry did not hear anything else she said. Voldemort was not dead, so the only possibility was that he was somehow behind the attacks that were taking place. It wasn't as though he hadn't managed to get into the castle last year. Maybe he found another way. The thought was certainly concerning, and Harry decided that he would need to be vigilant. If Voldemort was here, then he would probably come for Harry in some form. What concerned the boy more in this moment, however, was that there seemed to be a relation of sorts between himself and the man that had murdered his mother. Was the Potter family tree expunged because of that? Harry didn't know, but the thought alone of sharing blood with Voldemort made him feel physically ill. A part of him wished to ignore what he had learned, but he couldn't. Regardless of the outcome, he needed to know the truth. "Break." "You saw it, Headmaster. That was no accident." "I do not believe it was," Albus sighed. "Where did the boy learn that?" Severus asked. "I do not know, but it is a rather concerning development," Albus answered. Harry had not learned the spell from any book he would find in the castle. Long ago, Albus had ensured that all of those were removed from the library. No, there was only one place he would have obtained the knowledge, and it seemed that he would need to have a conversation with his mentor to discuss what the man had done for the boy. It had been a strange few months, to say the least. With what had transpired during the Dueling Club, no other meetings had followed. The students hadn't been given an explanation, but it was thought that Professor Dumbledore himself had decided against any further sessions being run. Harry and the others had been disappointed, and he had no doubt that it was his display that was behind the decision. If only it had ended there. People looked at him differently now, with caution, and were unmistakably wary of him. It had quickly gotten to the point where many were questioning if Harry was the heir of Slytherin and responsible for the attacks that had occurred earlier in the school year. Oddly, it had been Malfoy who had unwittingly come to his defense. The thought of anyone believing that Harry was indeed the heir of Slytherin infuriated the boy, and he made his thoughts on the matter known. Draco Malfoy was many things, but being an ardent advocate for pureblood supremacy all but topped that list. Anyone believing that Harry Potter, half-blood, was in any way related to the Slytherin line was as close as blasphemous to Malfoy as anyone claiming the two of them were paternal siblings. Regardless, the rumors and whispering ceased very quickly when Draco had reminded the others that Harry's mother was from a Muggle family, and the Potters had not married into the Slytherin line, his words on the matter chosen very carefully in Harry's presence. The one good thing that did come out of the entire debacle was that Malfoy no longer dared utter his bigotry when Harry was around. He had become the most cautious of Harry after what he had witnessed him do during their duel. It had been a strange period, and one that Harry had expected to come attached with consequences. However, nothing else had been mentioned, and he'd even received a letter from the Flamels a week later praising him for what he had done. It made the incident rest easier on Harry's conscience when he had been questioning the wisdom in what he had done. You acted accordingly to a threat made against you, and do not allow anyone to tell you any differently. We continue to be proud of you, Harry. Keep doing what you are. This is your own journey, and something is only a mistake if it sees you hurt. Harry had needed that letter more than he would have cared to admit at the time. Of course, Hermione and Ron had both questioned him on his use of a darker spell, but Harry had remained silent on the matter. The latter had quickly gotten over it, and though it had taken Ron a little longer, he too seemed to have put the incident behind them. The Weasleys, it turned out, were staunchly against the use of dark magic in any capacity, beliefs they had passed on to their children. Still, despite months having gone by, there were those that hadn't and likely wouldn't forget what Harry had done. It served him to the extent that he no longer had to endure Malfoy and his lackeys' vitriol, but it came with the addendum that most felt the need to distance themselves from him. Not that it mattered. Harry's friends stood by him, and he had spent most of his life alone. Perhaps after the impending summer break was over things would go back to normal, or perhaps not. "Harry, are you even reading it?" Hermione huffed, pulling him from his thoughts. "You've been staring at the parchment for almost 10 minutes now." "Sorry, I zoned out." Hermione shook her head in disapproval. "This is really important," she reiterated for the dozenth time in the space of 2 days. "Our choices now will affect what careers we can have when we leave school." "I know, Hermione," Harry sighed irritably as he shifted his focus back to the list of optional subjects he could begin studying during his 3rd year. Thus far, one stood out to him, reminding him of the earliest of visions he'd had courtesy of the cloak. Ancient runes. He vividly remembered the strange symbols he'd seen etched into the stone floor of the churchyard when the Peverells had summoned death, and even looked at his own crudely drawn depiction of them he had copied upon exiting the memory. They made no sense to him now, but Harry was still determined to decipher them. They were indeed a motivating factor, but the study itself certainly appeared to be interesting, though seemingly quite challenging. Ancient runes. A subject that will take any practitioner to the very foundations of magical theory and practical use. During your studies, you will learn to read, decipher, and recreate runes of various ancient languages. Ancient runes is a must for any budding aurors, curse breakers, and a myriad of other careers that lay ahead of you. The course will be a mixture of theory and practical work, but should not be taken lightly. Becoming a rune master or mistress takes years of dedication, but will prove to be one of the most flexible, adaptable, and useful subjects any can choose to take. Both complex and robust, ancient runes is a powerful branch of magic that should not be overlooked. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Without doubt, it would be one of the options he would be electing to take, and was anticipating taking the subject. "Huh, that will be easy," Ron declared as he ticked one of the boxes on his sheet. "Divination." Harry frowned at his choice. "I didn't realize you were psychic, mate." "I'm not," the redhead denied, "but you can just make it up. Reading tea leaves and pretending to see stuff isn't so hard." Harry shook his head. He doubted that it would be so simple, and without having some skill in premonitions or visions into the future, he felt that it would be a waste of time even attempting to study the subject. His frown deepened as he pondered his own unique visions. What did seeing into the past equate to? Was it a form of divination? He didn't know, but it wasn't him that was possessed the magic that allowed him to experience the visions he did. It was the cloak that did that and had nothing to do with Harry and his ability to conjure them. No, he certainly would not be studying divination. Ancient runes, Ron groaned as Harry ticked it off on his parchment. That will be bloody hard. I think it will be interesting, Harry replied, eliciting a smile of approval from Hermione. It will be, she agreed excitedly. Runes are one of the oldest and most powerful forms of magic. If you learn them well enough, you can do so many things. Yeah, right, Ron muttered grumpily. I'm not doing that. Why not? Hermione pressed. It's hard, Ron answered with a shrug. I saw Fred and George's homework on it during the summer. I don't fancy that. You know you don't have to take it, Harry pointed out. Ron did not seem pleased for reasons known only to him, but he merely nodded in response and began poring over his list once more. Harry looked questioningly towards Hermione, who only shrugged before following suit, ticking off just about every available subject. Muggle studies, Harry probed. You come from a Muggle family. Hermione tutted. Don't you think it will be interesting to see what witches and wizards think of Muggles? She returned. If it's anything like how Malfoy and his lot see them, I doubt it will shine them in a positive light, Harry snorted as he read the synopsis. Muggle studies. An in-depth study of Muggle culture and how they have developed over time. Throughout the course, you will investigate Muggle technological advances, the development of medicine, and the emergence of the modern world. To Harry, it did not sound appealing. He had grown up in the Muggle world, and if truth be told, it had been a most unpleasant experience. He had no desire to study it whilst at Hogwarts. The castle was his haven, away from the other life he had lived. No, it was not a study he would be taking. Care of magical creatures, however, did seem to be something he would enjoy, but it was arithmancy he needed to consider further. Arithmancy. The study and practical implementation of magical formulae. Have you ever wondered just what it is that makes spells work the way they do? Would you like to become an inventor of new spells? If yes, then arithmancy is the right subject for you. Among the most challenging of branches of magical study. Throughout the duration of the course, you will dissect and understand intricate complex magical equations, understand the importance of formulae when creating new spells, and delve into the most intricate aspects of magic as a natural force. It did sound exceedingly complex, and Harry did not miss the similarities it seemed to share with Muggle numeracy. He'd hated math at school. Not so much the subject, but the teacher he'd had during his short stint had been a gruff man who often smelt of alcohol. It wasn't uncommon for the teacher to fall asleep in his chair, and for reasons unbeknownst to Harry. Mr. Pinner had despised him almost as much as Snape did. No, arithmancy didn't appeal to him either. With his mind made up, he placed a tick next to care of magical creatures and nodded satisfactorily. At least we'll be together for that, Ron said, having cheered up somewhat. Harry offered the boy a smile as he placed the parchment into an envelope and sealed it, happy with the electives he had selected. Ron had opted to take divination and care of magical creatures respectively, not even giving any thought towards the other three. It was a shame, really, that he didn't think enough of his education to choose something more useful than the former, but it was ultimately his choice. If he wanted to waste time on a subject he couldn't thrive in, it was his prerogative to do so. Will you even be able to do all of them? Ron asked Hermione. I'm sure something can be arranged, she replied. I can't be the only one ever to have done it. Maybe I will speak with Professor McGonagall, she added as she stood and headed towards the staff table. She's bloody mad, Ron declared almost disappointedly. She won't have time for anything else if she does them all. Again, It was not Harry's concern what his friends decided to study. He'd made his choices, and along with his continued work in occlumency and digesting all he could from the books Nicholas had gifted him, Harry, too, had more than enough to keep him occupied. Quidditch pitch, 7 o'clock, Wood instructed as he passed where they were seated. At least Oliver and the rest of the team hadn't treated him any differently since the incident during the Dueling Club. Fred and George had asked him to teach them the spell he'd used, and the 3 chasers had not even mentioned it at all, something Harry was grateful for. Even so, he could do without the additional training Oliver was putting them through. With only 1 game of the season left, the 7th year had become somehow more obsessed with retaining the Quidditch Cup and had them training every free moment they had. If he could get away with it, Harry suspected Wood would have them skipping classes, but even with McGonagall being as big a fan of the sport as she would never allow it, much to Harry's relief. He enjoyed Quidditch and loved flying, but it was not the most important thing in his life, not with everything else hanging over him. Inevitably, his mind wandered to the other things that had been plaguing him more recently. The diary. From the moment he had held it, he knew that there was something off with the book. At first, he thought that it had perhaps been the feeling of dread at reading the name of whom it had belonged to that felt so wrong. But having woken the next morning, even in Harry's inexperienced hands, he could feel that there was more to it. It was a strange thing that Harry interacted with purely in a passive nature. Whatever it was concealed, by the seemingly innocent pages of a book tried to breach his mind often, though without success. Had Harry not begun his studies in the mind arts, it would have likely been able to. What it would be able to achieve, he didn't know, but he suspected that it would not be good. If it fell into the hands of those who were unaware or inexperienced in occlumency, Harry dreaded to think what the diary was capable of. For the most part, it was simply there, a presence on the fringe of his mind trying to find a way in. Harry refused to allow it, but he did use the book for his own means. With something attempting to manipulate innermost thoughts, he took the opportunity to delve into some practical defense against the intrusive magic. Still, it was unsettling to say the least. He knew that he should perhaps hand it to Dumbledore, but there was something that stopped him from doing so. Was it the diary, somehow influencing him to keep hold of it? It was a possibility that Harry couldn't ignore, but he felt control enough in the situation that it did not bring him great concern. Regardless, he instinctively knew that he was not ready to tackle whatever it would prove to be. He would need to be much more advanced in his magical ability and knowledge to do so. With the diary belonging to Voldemort, it would be foolish to take too many risks with it. "You look pleased," Harry commented as Hermione returned. "Professor McGonagall said she will do everything she can to ensure I will be able to take all the subjects," she explained. Again, Ron shook his head, mostly in amusement. Harry was in agreement with the boy, but it was not his place to say anything. Hermione would have to learn from her own mistakes. They were unable to drop any of their current subjects, and taking on 5 more would likely prove to be too much, even for the bushy-haired girl. "What do we have now?" Ron asked, having finished with his choice of options some time ago already. "Potions," Harry grumbled. Ron groaned. "Bloody hell, why can't we dump some of our classes? I'd happily take one of the others to get rid of potions." "Potions is one of the most important classes we take," Hermione pointed out. "That is why it is mandatory until we finish our owls." This time, Harry agreed with her, but as Ron opened his mouth to argue with the girl, as was his very nature, he said nothing. He'd rather not be treated to their bickering when it came to education, and opted to ignore the duo as they made their way towards the dungeons. Only a matter of weeks ago, Hermione may have felt a little more sympathetic of Ron's feelings towards the topic. Harry hadn't known it at the time as he hadn't checked, but Myrtle's tantrum the night he had found the diary floating in the water had corrupted the polyjuice potion, rendering it useless. Hermione had been furious and had bemoaned how easily the brew had been compromised. Still, she didn't hate potions, unlike their red-headed friend. Harry didn't like potions either, but he understood just how important it would prove to be. He merely wished they had a professor that didn't despise him with every fiber of their being. Break. It was that time of year again that saw Albus making preparations for the 5th and 7th year students to sit their pivotal exams. Already, there had been admitted to the hospital wing suffering with severe anxiety attacks, and the headmaster had no doubt that more would follow. It happened every year, and this one wouldn't be different, though in other ways the term had not gone to plan. The attacks, for one thing, had been an unexpected and unpleasant addition, even if they had ceased several weeks prior. That in itself was an odd development, particularly where Tom was concerned. It was not within his nature to simply stop something that was working, especially when there had been no danger of him being caught. It shamed him to admit it, but Albus was no closer to discovering just how the attacks had been carried out, and although he was grateful for the cessation, he was equally frustrated. He did not wish for them to continue, and he would have preferred to deduce how they had occurred. It was concerning, to say the least, but until Mr. Creevey was revived in the coming days when the mandrakes would finally be ready, there were no leads to follow. If the boy did indeed see something, anything, Albus would immediately continue with his investigation. "Come in," the headmaster instructed as a knock sounded at the door to his office. "Ah, Minerva," he greeted the woman as she entered. "The second year's options for the Gryffindors," Minerva explained as she placed them on the desk. Albus nodded appreciatively. "As I had expected, Miss Granger has opted to take all of the electives." Albus frowned before shaking his head. "It is not possible to take all 5, he sighed. 3 at most would work. There simply isn't enough time nor the flexibility to accommodate the request." "I thought as much," Minerva sighed. "I shall speak with her in the morning, not unless we can make a special arrangement for her. We have done it before." Albus hummed thoughtfully. "I will consider it," he decided. With how the past 2 years of schooling had gone, he was reluctant to have something so potentially hazardous within the castle. It could be disastrous if such a thing were to fall into the wrong hands. "Any other surprises?" he asked. "I would not say surprises, but Mr. Weasley seems to have decided he wishes to be a seer," Minerva answered, the corner of her lips tugging in amusement. "You should not be dismissive of divination, Minerva," Albus chided lightly. "There are few who understand it, but it is as legitimate as any other branch of magic." "But particularly more imprecise," Minerva countered. "At times," Albus agreed, not wanting to have the same debate they shared just about every year. "What about Mr. Potter?" "He has chosen to study ancient runes and care of magical creatures." "Not divination." Minerva shook her head. "I do not believe he even considered it," she replied. Albus nodded. It would have been beneficial for Harry to take the class, to experience the subject before he became aware of the prophecy hanging over him. Perhaps it would make it easier to believe had he the inclination to obtain an understanding of it. Not that Albus would force the boy, even if he could. He grimaced at the memory of the disagreement he'd had with Nicholas and Perenelle only a matter of weeks ago, when he had visited them to discuss the incident that occurred during the first and only Dueling Club meeting. Flashback. He had taken a day or so to ponder the incident and how best to approach his former mentor with what had happened. Albus didn't wish to give the impression that he was accusing either Nicholas or Perenelle of any wrongdoing. After all, even if they were somewhat responsible for Harry's display of dark magic. Releasing a deep breath, he threw a handful of flue powder in the fireplace. "The Flamel residence," he murmured and waited for a response. "Albus," Nicholas greeted him joyfully only a moment later. "Is something wrong?" he asked, nodding the worn look of the headmaster. "I think it is best if we have this conversation in person. If you and Perenelle would be kind enough to join me." Nicholas frowned and nodded. "We will be with you shortly." His head vanished from within the flames, and true to his word, the Flamels entered the office only a few minutes later. "What is this about?" Nicholas pressed. Perhaps you should see for yourselves, Albus urged, gesturing towards the pensive. He had reviewed the memory himself several times over the past couple of days, and no matter how often he did so, he did not feel any less unsettled by what had transpired. Saying nothing, the Flamels complied, and re-emerged from the memory a moment later, neither seeming pleased by what they had witnessed. It is concerning, is it not? Nicholas nodded. It is, he agreed, his expression quite thunderous. That man, Snape is it? He instructed the other boy to summon a deadly snake to attack Harry. Albus was taken aback by what Nicholas had taken away from the memory. It is not Severus that I wish to discuss with you. It damned well should be, Nicholas snapped. Who was coaching Harry during that farce of a duel, How is it that a student was instructed to endanger the life of another? Harry would not have been on any danger, Albus assured the apoplectic Frenchman. Only because he took the initiative and defended himself. I did not see any other step in to do so. I believe you are missing the point, Nicholas, Albus sighed. Am I? You saw for yourselves what Harry did. Nicholas's jaw tightened as he glared at Albus irritably. He reacted accordingly to a severe threat made against him. Using magic, a boy of his age has no business knowing, let alone using. Nicholas snorted derisively. Harry has endured more than anyone his age should. You know better than any what is waiting for him outside of these walls. Did you teach him it? No, Nicholas said firmly, but I did provide him with the means of learning it, he added unashamedly. It is Harry's choice if he uses the magic. At the very least, he must be able to defend himself from it. I do not know what you are expecting will happen when they inevitably meet, but it will not result in peaceful negotiations. There are other ways, Albus protested. Other ways, Perenelle broke in. Please do enlighten us to these other ways, Albus. The request may have sounded polite, but Albus knew Perenelle Flamel. The woman was on the cusp of becoming very angry with him, and he knew he needed to choose his next words carefully. There is magic at play here, he replied. Lily Potter's sacrifice prevented Harry dying that night. Him delving into the dark arts is not how he will win this fight. Her love saved his life, but it will not win a war, Perenelle returned. You always were far too narrow-minded in your ways, Albus. The world is not simply as black and white as you believe it to be. Harry cannot be you. He cannot adopt a set of unrealistic morals just because you and others do not agree with what actions he may have to take. Tell me, Albus, who is it you and the rest of Britain will look to when this Voldemort does return? Albus, of course, knew the answer. Before he could speak, however, Perenelle continued. Who is it that he will come looking for first? Harry is the singular defeat he has suffered, and it made him look human when he wishes to appear to be a god. He will not let that lie, and Harry will be at the top of his list of wrongs he needs to put right. You may not like it, Albus, but Harry will have to do things you do not like or agree with if he wishes to survive what is to come. You will not stand here and lecture Nicholas for taking necessary steps to see that he survives, not when you are doing nothing to help him. I am not telling you to teach him what you stand against, but I will not allow you to stand in the way of what needs to be done. Harry is not you, he is not Voldemort, and he is not Grindelwald. The last name caused a pang of guilt and regret to make itself known in Albus's chest. I will continue to help him in any way I see fit, Nicholas declared, and I would suggest you really consider what part you wish to play in what is to come. If you are unwilling to help him, then step aside and do not impede him. Ultimately, it will be up to Harry what course of action he takes, and I will not see him killed because of your inability to keep your damned nose out. Do you understand? Albus felt as though he was a teenager once more, and being given a lesson from the man who had been kind enough to open his life to him. Nicholas possessed a brilliant mind, and quite the vicious tongue when provoked. I understand, Albus returned with a bow. Good, now this Snape. What is being done about him? End flashback. Even with so many weeks having gone by since the interaction, Albus felt the sting of Nicholas's chastisement whenever he pondered it. Minerva, how is Harry doing? He asked curiously. Truthfully, Albus, the boy has been different this year. He is taking his work seriously, and his efforts are showing. If he continues as he is, he will soon begin pulling far ahead of his peers in the practical aspect of his work. Already, he is seldom challenged in my classes, and Phileas has said much the same. He has the potential to be an excellent wizard, so long as he goes on as he has this year. Albus nodded his understanding, his mind drifting back to the conversation he'd shared with the Flamels. He could not, in good conscience, partake in teaching Harry the very magic he so strongly opposed, but there was much he could assist the boy with. "Then I would like for you to encourage him to develop his skill," he urged. "Push him and challenge him sufficiently. I will speak with Phileas and suggest he does the same if you believe he can handle it." Minerva nodded. "It remains to be seen, but I will do as you have asked," she complied. "Thank you," Albus said gratefully. It was not an admission that Nicholas and Perenelle had been right, but if Harry was truly progressing as Minerva had described, then he should be nurtured. He would need a solid grounding in all aspects of practical magic when it came to facing the Dark Lord. Break. He felt groggy as he woke, naked beneath fur, and under an elder tree they had stopped at the night before. Gawain did his utmost to remember how he had gotten in this position, his dread growing as the previous evening unfolded in his mind. He had never been one to take to drink until his wife had died, and that phase had lasted only a period of a few days or so after. Seeing how it upset his children, he had vowed to never let another drop pass his lips. He had kept his word, so why did he feel as though he was drunk? He took another sip of the water after the first failed to quench him, and again, he could not help but notice how rather striking Mallory Gaunt was, especially in the fading light of day. From her dark, wavy locks to her brilliant eyes, she was a true beauty. "Is something wrong, Peverell?" she asked amusedly. Gawain shook his head as he looked away, busying himself with his skin of water once more. His head began to swim, and despite his best efforts, he could no longer keep his eyes off his prisoner. It was odd, almost as though he was in the middle of a very vivid dream. Everything had slowed down considerably, and the next moment he became truly aware of was when he felt Mallory's lips and taut body pressed against his. He wanted to push her away, to remain faithful to the vows he had made to his wife, but with only a smile. What willpower he possessed all but evaporated. They had laid together, given in to whatever carnal urges they felt towards one another, and writhed in ecstasy for the next hours with no thought to the consequences. Gawain swallowed deeply, the foreign taste in his mouth not the reason for the sickness he felt. No, that was guilt for what he had done. Why hadn't he stopped? He drank deeply from his skin again, the exertions bringing his thirst to bear as he took in the sight of the nude Mallory Gaunt. "You do have a strong will," she said appraisingly, her words sounding slurred though she seemed to be as sober as the day she was born. "Drink," she urged. "It will help." Gawain did so, emptying the skin before it fell from his weakened grasp. "What did you to me?" he managed to whisper as he felt his consciousness slipping away. "What was necessary," Mallory replied as she rifled through his pack and retrieved her wand. "Do not worry, Peverell, you will not die. Perhaps it would be best to kill you, but I have grown oddly fond of you. I do not wish you harm, but I must find the stone. You have my word that none of my followers will enter your land so long as you do not look for me. I will not harm your people if that is your concern. I just want the stone." Gawain's thoughts were a mess, but he remembered vividly what had happened to his uncle Cadmus, and he nodded his consent, hoping that Mallory Gaunt would find just as much misery from her experience that he did. "Good," Mallory whispered as she leaned in and placed her lips against his. "There is no need for us to be enemies in this. Perhaps you will learn not to be so damned chivalrous and trusting now. You are a sweet man, Gawain Peverell," she added as she cupped his cheek. "I am certain we will not meet again." With that, Mallory had left, and Gawain had lost consciousness. He had indeed been a fool, and had paid the ultimate price. Sitting up, he quickly checked his belongings, relieved to find his wand and cloak amongst them. He cared for nothing else other than his bruised ego. What would he say when he returned to Tristan without the prisoner? How would he explain why he was no longer seeking Gaunt out? At the very least, Gawain knew he would have to make a token effort to find Mallory Gaunt, if only to preserve what little remained of his dignity. Whatever the woman had managed to put in his skin had been consumed, and though he sporadically received involuntary lusty thoughts and reminders of the night they shared, they became less frequent throughout the day as he headed towards Godric's Hollow, hoping that what had happened would never become known to any other. "It is rude to keep ladies waiting, Harry." The voice of Katie sounded as he was pulled back through the void, as confused as ever by the memory, and a little bashful at what he had witnessed. Mallory Gaunt had been a beautiful, with and without her clothes. "Harry, it's just as rude to lurk outside of the showers," he pointed out. "Sounds like he is getting brave again," Angelina sighed. "Hurry up." Harry could only shake his head as he turned off the shower and dried himself off with his towel. Only a moment later, he joined the 3 chasers so they could escort him back to Gryffindor Tower. "I'm not a first year anymore," he pointed out. "I don't need a security detail." "After what you did to the snake, we don't doubt it," Alicia piped up. Harry paused as he looked at the girls. It was the first time any of them had mentioned what had happened during the Dueling Club, though none of them seemed to be judging him negatively. "What would you have done?" he asked. "Probably set it on fire," Angelina answered with a shrug, "but your way worked." "I did what I had to," Harry murmured. "It was the first thing I thought of when it came at me." "It was still dark magic," Angelina reminded him. "Most people don't like it. They will think badly of you." Harry chuckled humorlessly as he shook his head. "I couldn't care less," he replied sincerely. "Dark magic is just like any other magic. If I used that spell to save one of your lives, would it be such a bad thing? If someone was trying to kill me and you used it, I wouldn't be upset," Alicia reasoned. The 2 others nodded thoughtfully. "What if I used a water summoning charm to drown someone? Wouldn't that be using magic for a dark purpose?" "I've never really thought of it like that," Angelina mused aloud. "Most people don't," Harry huffed. "I'm not some kind of dark wizard, but I will always do whatever is necessary to keep myself and the people I care about safe. Would you not do the same for each other or your parents?" "If I knew how to, I suppose," Katie replied. "Exactly," Harry said tiredly. "Come on, let's get back before people start accusing me of trying to recruit you into my inner circle of darkness." The 3 girls laughed and encircled him, drawing their wands for dramatic effect. "What are you doing?" he grumbled. "Protecting our leader," Alicia declared with a smirk. "Bloody hell," Harry muttered. "He still doesn't seem to appreciate his unique position," Angelina said airily. "My unique position. You have 3 young witches escorting you to the castle. Most boys at Hogwarts could only dream of that." "It's because he isn't old enough to start appreciating witches yet," Alicia teased. Harry blushed at the images of the vision he had witnessed only moments prior. Oh, he was definitely old enough to appreciate witches, even if it wasn't something he had truly considered before this evening. "You might be wrong there. His cheeks have gone pink," Katie said gleefully. "Is there a certain witch that has caught little Harry's eye?" Harry shook his head. It was not as though he could tell them that he was currently thinking of a woman that had been dead for several hundred years. "Oh, he's lying," Angelina whispered excitedly. "Come on, little Harry, who is the lucky girl?" "No one," Harry denied vehemently, though he felt his cheeks continue to redden. "Leave me alone." "Not until you tell us," Angelina insisted as she took him by the arm so that he could not flee. "Is it one of us?" "Or all 3 of us," Alicia added with a wink. "Someone kill me, please," Harry pleaded as they passed a group of older Hufflepuff students. They ignored him, and Harry cursed the students that wore the yellow-trimmed robes. "Oh, come on, Harry," Angelina pressed. "You can tell us." "I'm not interested in anyone here." Somehow, Harry thought he may have said the wrong thing as the 3 girls stared at him pointedly, almost offended by his words. "And what is wrong with us?" Alicia asked. "I would like to know that," Angelina chimed in. Katie merely nodded her agreement. a grin of amusement tugging at her lips. "Wait, no, there's nothing wrong with any of you," Harry denied. "No, it is too late for that," Alicia said dismissively. "You have hurt our feelings." She stuck her nose up in the air and walked off, quickly followed by the others with Katie shaking her head at him. "I think you need to learn how to talk to girls, Harry," she urged. He could only stand rooted to the spot in a state of confusion. What had he said that was so wrong? Harry had no idea, but as he made his way up the remaining staircases, he soon forgot about the 3 chasers as his mind wandered back to the vision. It had been months since he'd experienced one, even when he had willed the cloak to show him something after weeks of silence. Nothing had been forthcoming, not until he had taken the cloak with him in his bag for Quidditch practice. Usually he left it under his pillow, but today he hadn't. Why now, and not when it usually called to him? For the second time this evening, Harry found himself facing a question he did not know the answer to. What had changed to cause the cloak to cease showing him the visions? Harry paused in the middle of the next staircase as a thought popped into his mind. The diary. It had been, when he'd obtained it, that the cloak had begun to function as only a cloak. Was the diary somehow preventing the visions, or was it the cloak refusing to work in the vicinity of the seemingly cursed book? It was impossible to say without investigating the matter, but Harry couldn't help but think that he may well have figured out the problem. Either the diary truly was an exceedingly powerful object that the cloak recognized it as such, or the diary was able to prevent the cloak from working as it had been. Regardless, neither outcome was one Harry would relish, but he was determined to discover the reasoning behind the cloak not acting as it once had. With the school year coming to an end in only a matter of days, it would have to wait until the summer. Harry frowned at the thought of the break. What was he going to be doing for the months away from the castle? The Flamels had not said whether he would be returning to them or not, but he certainly had no intention of staying with the Dursleys. Harry had truly put those days behind him, and there was nothing that could happen that would change that. It was a sense of relief that washed over Harry as he stepped out of Gringotts and back into the hustle and bustle of Diagon Alley. The goblins really were rather unfriendly creatures and very unwelcoming. He had been here for a week already, and staying at the leaky cauldron that Nicholas and Perenelle had booked for him. At first, Harry had been quite put out that they had done so, but he found he was indeed enjoying his time living amongst the witches and wizards of Britain. In the short time he had been here, he had learned much of the magical culture, as the Flamels had expected he would. It had been around a week before the end of term that he'd received the letter explaining that they would be unavailable for the first part of the summer, but that they had made arrangements for Harry to stay in Diagon Alley. So far, Harry had ventured into Muggle London to buy some clothes that fit him. He had browsed the wizarding shops but found the fashion not to his liking, even by his own low standards. Still, it was the first time he had been able to buy things for himself, and though he did not wish to waste the money he had been left by his parents, the clothing was an essential purchase. He'd had a look around the alley at his leisure when he was taking a break from completing his homework, this task being made much more pleasant with the inclusion of the ice cream provided by Mr. Fortescue. Now, however, his work was complete, and Harry was quite keen to take in the rest of the shops he had yet to visit. Along with his clothes, he had bought one other item that proved to be most useful and rather eye-opening. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple, velvet bag that was sealed shut with drawstrings. What it provided for Harry was not only a place to store things, but a lesson in magic he had sorely needed. The bag itself wasn't of particular note, but what it did was something Harry was exceedingly grateful for. According to the enchanter that sold it to him, the bags were used by cursebreakers to encase the effects of items found during the course of their work. An item of questionable origin needed to only be placed within, and the ambient effects it produced would immediately be stifled. Harry had bought one to store the diary in, and immediately felt the oppressive magic he had unknowingly been plagued alleviated. It was a testament to both how powerful the diary was, and how inexperienced as a wizard he was, that he did not even notice how heavily the magic had been weighing on him. With it gone, his mind felt clear, and his mood had improved significantly. He would certainly not be so foolish again to assume that something so seemingly benign, for the most part, wasn't much more dangerous than it appeared. Well, he certainly hoped he wouldn't be so dense. As it was most days, the alley was awash with a variety of people, and Harry took a moment to look around to see what shops he would visit today. Quality Quidditch supplies was immediately added to his list, and there seemed to be more stalls set up along the length of the street than usual. Pausing at one of them where the smell of fresh bread was emanating from, he nodded at the plethora of pastries that were on display, his mouth watering. He hadn't had breakfast yet, and this seemed as good a place as any to sate his hunger. "I'll take one of the honey and cinnamon rolls, please." When he received no reply, he looked up to see the vendor, a fairly young man simply gawping at him. After a few seconds of awkward staring, he snapped out of his stupor. "Of course, right away, Mr. Potter," he said cheerily, though Harry couldn't help but notice that he seemed to be rather nervous. "How much do I owe you?" The man waved him off. "It is on the house." Harry frowned as he shook his head. "No, I can't take it for free," he refused politely. "I'd like to pay for it." The man chuckled as he wrung his hands. "2 sickles," he relented. Harry handed the coins over and immediately took a bite of the baked good when it was given, nodding appreciatively. "What do you think?" the vendor questioned. "It's the best bread I've ever had," Harry answered truthfully. Not that he had much comparison over the years. At best, he was only allowed the heel of the loaf at the Dursleys, only because neither Vernon nor Dudley would eat it. Other than that, the bread at Hogwarts was deliciousness enough, but certainly not the same as what he had just sampled. "You really think so?" the man whispered. Harry could have sworn he had a tear in his eye, though his observation was interrupted, as the stall was all but mobbed by more than a dozen or so people demanding they had the same as him. Harry was thoroughly confused by what was happening, and could only look on as they were each served by the flustered man. "Does this always happen?" Harry managed to ask. The man shook his head. "Never," he replied, seemingly experience a bout of shock. "They saw what you had and wanted it for themselves. They bought it only because I had it." "You endorsed it," the vendor pointed out. "They saw Harry Potter order something they probably never would have looked twice at, and they wanted it." "That's bloody stupid," Harry muttered. "But very good for business," the man chuckled as another wave of people rushed over. Again, Harry found himself dumbstruck with the vigor in which they did their utmost to get served, and more than once, he heard his name being mentioned amongst the crowd. Deciding that being here was not likely a good idea, he bid a hasty retreat to put some distance between himself and the growing crowd. Were people so easily led? With a shake of his head, Harry headed inside Quality Quidditch supplies, which he found to be considerably less busy, much to his relief. "It seems as though you cause quite a stir, Mr. Potter," the shopkeeper said amusedly. "I've been here all week, and that hasn't happened." "There are very few who would openly approach you," the man explained. "Most will keep a respectful distance, but they watch from afar. You are quite the enigma to most after, well." He trailed off as his gaze shifted towards where Harry's scar rested just above his brow. "Anyway, let us not discuss things that will dampen the atmosphere," the man suggested. "What can I help you with today, Mr. Potter?" "Am I really that recognizable?" Harry asked. The shopkeeper nodded. "There are those that remember your father well enough. You look very much like him when he was your age, though I doubt that you are half the troublemaker he was." "Troublemaker?" "Quite the little scamp at times," the shopkeeper chortled. "Mind, he was an excellent Quidditch player, as you seem to be proving yourself. I heard quite the rumor that you jumped from your broom from quite the height to catch the snitch." Harry rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "It was a stupid thing to do," he murmured. The shopkeeper chuckled. "It's only stupid if it goes wrong, Mr. Potter. It was all the kids in here spoke about last summer. They wanted to know if I had any Harry Potter jerseys for sale. Bloody hell, Harry grumbled. You don't, do you? No, but that might change one day. Gwenog Jones and Alan Tilbury have told me themselves they are watching you already, and they're the only two I know of. Alan Tilbury. He's the coach of the Montrose Magpies, soon to be the coach for the England team, if what I've heard is true. Harry could only shake his head. I'm not sure if Quidditch is in my future, he replied honestly. I've not really considered it. You're only 12, the shopkeeper pointed out. You don't have to have it all figured out yet, but it is something you may want to consider. The gold alone makes it worth it. Then again, you don't need that or the fame, he added apologetically. Harry waved him off. Is there anything you would recommend a seeker owns? Well, other than the best broom money can buy, a good set of weatherproof goggles and gloves wouldn't go amiss. I just got these in from the Firebolt Company. They're a little pricey, but they are the best on the market, the shopkeeper explained, pointing to the garments inside the display case in front of the counter. Harry nodded appreciatively. What are they made from? No one knows, the shopkeeper answered. The Firebolt lot keep everything close to their chests. They wouldn't want the competition copying them. That's understandable, Harry murmured as he gazed at the gloves and goggles. They would be a useful addition for when the conditions were poor. I'll take them, he decided. The shopkeeper offered him a smile as he removed them from the case. If you could just put the gloves on, I will size them correctly. Harry did so, and as the man went about his task, he couldn't help but marvel at how light and flexible they were. It was as though he was not wearing them at all. How do they feel? Good, Harry answered, opening and closing his fists a few times. How much? 100 galleons. Harry whistled at the price. He didn't quite know just how much it equated to in Muggle money, but he knew it was a lot. Still, it would be a worthwhile investment. Removing his recently replenished bag of coins, he handed the fee to the shopkeeper, and the man placed goggles and gloves in a mahogany box. I can resize them as you grow, he explained. Just bring them in and I will ensure they remain in perfect condition. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. Not a problem, Mr. Potter. You wouldn't happen to be interested in the broom that goes with them, he asked amusedly as he pointed to the next case along. Harry read the description of the firebolt, his eyes widening as he did so. Speeds of over 150 mph, he choked. The shopkeeper nodded. There won't be a better broom than that for decades, if ever. How fast does the Nimbus 2000 go? It maxes out at around 90, and the 2001 will get to 105, give or take. The extra speed didn't help the Slytherins last year, Harry snorted. A broom will only ever be as good as the person flying it, the shopkeeper mused aloud. I was reluctant to sell the brooms to Lucius Malfoy when he came in, but I couldn't turn that much business away. I'm glad it seems that he wasted his gold. He hasn't tried to buy 7 of these, has he? Harry asked, nodding towards the firebolt display. No, not even Malfoy would spend so much for the bragging rights of a school Quidditch team. If you think the gloves and goggles are expensive, the price tag of the broom will make your eyes water. How much? The shopkeeper released a deep breath. For the man on the street, it will set you back a few thousand galleons. I expect if you were to reach out to the company, they would give you some discount, especially if they have heard how promising a student you are. That's a lot of gold, Harry said with a frown. No, I quite like to be challenged at the very least. If my broom is double speed of the rest, it would be ridiculous. Maybe when I finish school I'll think about it. The shopkeeper nodded approvingly. You'll learn nothing from always winning with ease, Mr. Potter. It is always best to face and overcome adversity. Harry had not heard truer words spoken. I'll remember that, he vowed, offering the man a wave as he took his leave from the shop and found himself amongst the excitable crowd once more. Again, he groaned. Read all about it. Sirius Black ESCAPES AZKABAN and is on the loose. It was then that Harry realized that the people gathered in Diagon Alley were not caught up in a furore around the baker's stall, but were in a state of panic and shock at the breaking news. Wherever Harry looked, he could see men and women gazing furtively around the alley, and even those with children rounding them up and taking their leave of the area as quickly as possible. Only a moment later, the alley was teeming with people garbed in red robes, ushering the crowds along, urging them to follow suit and go home. "Is this normal?" Harry asked one of the vendors who was hurriedly packing away his stall. He shook his head. "No one has ever escaped from Azkaban before," he said worriedly. "It's only worse because it's Sirius Black." "Who is Sirius Black?" "A mass murderer. Killed 12 muggles and a wizard at the end of the war," the vendor revealed. "Didn't even put up a fight when the Aurors came. They dragged him off laughing. He found it funny. The man is a lunatic. Best get yourself somewhere safe, lad. You wouldn't want to bump into Black." With that, the man shrunk his trunk with a tap of his wand before heading towards the apparition point at the other end of the alley, tipping his hat towards Harry as he did so. Black sounded like a dangerous man, but Harry couldn't fathom that he would go to the effort of escaping just to take a stroll down the most public place in Wizarding Britain. Nonetheless, he did sound as though he was quite insane, so it was possible, even if completely stupid. "You boy, get yourself out of here," one of the Aurors instructed. "Go on, move." Harry didn't need telling twice, and though he did not panic half as much as the rest of the crowd, he did make his way back towards the leaky cauldron where Sirius Black would undoubtedly be the topic of conversation for the days to come. Break. It was the same process every year, but Albus took comfort in the familiarity of the tedious task of finding a new defense against the dark arts professor, though this time around, he would be considering his decision more carefully. Gilderoy had opted to leave the castle of his own accord, evidently realizing that he was neither skilled enough nor cut out for teaching. None of the other members of staff had been upset to see him go, but now Albus was once more on the hunt for another suitable candidate. "What now?" he murmured as the fireplace flared into life. A moment later, Cornelius's rather pale face was floating within the flames, his expression one of outright alarm. "I take it you haven't heard the news." "What news?" Albus inquired with a frown. "Black has escaped Azkaban." Over the years, there had been dozens of people pass through the school bearing that name, many of whom proved to be particularly unpleasant people upon graduating Hogwarts. "Sirius?" Albus questioned worriedly. For all intents and purposes, Sirius was the last living Black. The others of his generation had either perished during the war or were women who had married into other families. Cornelius nodded darkly. "I saw him only a few days ago. He asked if he could have my copy of the paper as though he didn't have a care in the world," he explained. "The Dementors didn't seem to be affecting him at all." "When was it noticed he was missing?" Albus pressed as he stood. "A few hours ago. The entire island has been searched, and he is nowhere to be found." Albus's frown deepened. "Is there any indication of how he escaped?" Cornelius shook his head. "The cell door was locked and hasn't been tampered with. It's as though he vanished into thin air." That would be quite the feat if Sirius had managed such a trick, but apparating from one of the cells was impossible. "Portkey." "No, all methods have been checked, and none of the guards on duty would have assisted him. They are being questioned under Veritaserum, now just to be certain." "Then how did he escape?" Albus mused aloud. "I do not know, but the guards mentioned something rather concerning." "Concerning?" Cornelius nodded. "He was talking in his sleep, the same line over again, something about someone being at Hogwarts." Albus felt his stomach fill with dread. Sirius would not be so foolish to attempt anything in the castle, would he? No, he would not be so daring, not when he'd just escaped the prison. Still, a deep frown marred Albus's features. They were missing something, of that he had no doubt, but just what that was, Albus could not even begin to speculate. Besides, his thoughts had already drifted to the more pressing matter. Harry was alone in the wizarding world, and if Sirius had escaped, there was a strong chance he would seek the boy out. "Keep me updated, Cornelius. This is most concerning." The minister nodded before his head vanished from the fire, and Albus paced back and forth in front of it for several moments, pondering the first days and weeks that followed the war. Had anyone told him that Sirius Black would ultimately be responsible for Tom locating the Potters, he would not have even entertained the idea. Never had he seen two closer people than James and Sirius throughout their years at Hogwarts, a friendship that endured for many more after. No, Albus would not have believed such a thing would come to pass, until it did. What was puzzling, however, was the interaction Sirius had shared with Hagrid the night he had sent the enormous man to retrieve Harry upon hearing of the attack. Hagrid had arrived, found the babe amongst the devastation and rubble of the humble home in Godric's Hollow. According to Hagrid, Sirius had arrived a moment later in a state of shock, but instead of attempting to kill Harry, which Albus had no doubt the man would have been capable of, even under Hagrid's protection, he had offered his prized motorcycle to ensure the boy was gotten to safety. The next time any had laid eyes on Sirius was when he had been apprehended after killing Peter Pedigrew and the Muggles. Something did not add up about the entire scenario, nor the events that followed, but now was not the time to ponder it. No, Albus needed to find Harry, to ensure he was safe. Scribbling a brief note on a piece of parchment, he tied it to Fawkes' leg. "I need you to find Nicholas, old friend." With a trill, the phoenix vanished in a ball of flame, and Albus made his way towards the fireplace. Throwing in a handful of flue powder, he drew his wand, just in case. "The leaky cauldron," he called clearly before stepping into the flames. The pub was full of revelers who would have been in the alley up until the news broke of Sirius Black escaping. They had evidently congregated here to discuss the past they thought had been left behind when the man had been imprisoned. Albus doubted that any of them had given any thought to Sirius, since it was announced he had been transported to Azkaban a little over a decade ago. "Professor Dumbledore, are you looking for him?" one of the crowd questioned when he'd spotted the headmaster amongst them. "I have spoken with the minister," Albus explained once the room had fallen silent. "He assures me that everything possible to track Sirius Black down is being done." His words did little to placate them. As they had during the war against Tom, they were already looking to him to solve the problem at hand. Such a reputation he carried had been quite the burden since he'd confronted Gellert all those years ago. Minister after minister had turned to Albus, and whenever something like Sirius's escape occurred, it was the people that looked to him to make things right. No matter how often Albus reminded them that he was a headmaster first and foremost, their reliance on him never wavered. With the ministry failing to mitigate Tom and his followers, it was with reluctance that the Order of the Phoenix was created to pick up the slack, and again, Albus had taken to the helm in Britain's time of need. Sirius Black was a ministerial problem, and not one he would be sacrificing his primary duties to pursue. When Tom inevitably returned, which Albus hoped was many years from now, it would be Harry they would turn to. The very person Albus was here to see. Offering the patrons a bow, he made his way towards the bar where Tom greeted him with a toothy smile. "Your usual, Professor." Albus shook his head. "Not today, Tom. I am here to see a guest you currently have staying here." "Would that be Mr. Potter?" Tom whispered. "It would. He returned a little while ago, room 10. Albus gave the man a grateful smile before heading up the staircase that was situated in the hallway behind the bar. The Leaky Cauldron was a rather quaint establishment, one of the odd places where the magical and muggle world combined harmoniously. Other than Godric's Hollow, there were very few of these places that existed. Reaching the door, Albus paused as he heard a voice coming from within the room, and he smiled as he recognized the murmured incantations of the boy within. It warmed his heart to know that there were students who were going beyond what was expected of them, who wanted to push themselves to achieve their very best. Knocking on the door, Albus waited until it was opened after only a brief delay. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry questioned as he took in his appearance. "What are you doing here?" "I wish to speak with you, Harry," Albus replied, uncertain of how much he should divulge to the boy. As he stepped into the room, however, he knew he could not withhold anything from him. Despite his reservations, Harry deserved the truth in full. "You have been casting series of spells," Albus acknowledged, impressed that he was able to do so. "That is rather advanced magic. You won't start learning to do that until the end of your 4th year." "I'm working on it," Harry replied shyly. "It's not easy, and transfiguration is harder than charms and other magic." "It is," Albus agreed. "What is it you are struggling with? I'm not sure if you are aware, but before I was the headmaster, I taught transfiguration." The boy seemed to be surprised by the revelation, but he nodded appreciatively. "I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to flow as easy from one transfiguration to another." Albus smiled knowingly. "Show me," he instructed. He watched as Harry went through the motions, and though it was clear he was facing adversity in doing so, he did manage a few simple changes of the quill he was using. "That's it," he declared when he'd finished. "That is still quite remarkable progress, Harry," Albus praised. "You are struggling because you are attempting to make the changes too quickly. Between each one, pause and gather your thoughts before moving on to the next one. The more you practice, the easier it will become and the faster you will get." "That's it." Albus nodded. "That's it. Could you show me?" Again, Albus smiled as he drew his wand and changed the color of the quill to a blood red to a bright blue, and then into a live parrot. Taking a pause is key when you are beginning sequence work in transfiguration. When you find the changes coming easily, then you can progress into faster, more advanced changes like so. Once more, he began casting, this time turning the parrot into a lion and the lion into pig. Finally, he reverted it back to the quill it had originally been. "Do you understand?" Harry's eyes were all but bulging out of their sockets, his gaze transfixed on the wand in Albus's hand. It lasted only the briefest second before the boy shook himself from his stupor, but Albus did not miss it. Was it possible that Harry knew what it was? Albus couldn't see how, but the way he looked at it was as though he recognized it. "I understand, Professor. Thank you. I will keep working on it." Albus nodded, clearing his throat before placing the elder wand back up his sleeve. "Now, the reason I came to see you was to discuss the escape of Sirius Black." "I already know to be careful," Harry replied. "I heard what he did, and I don't fancy being blown up if he comes to the alley, even if he would be stupid to do so. Have you seen the amount of horrors out there?" "If only it was so simple," Albus sighed. "Do you know who Sirius Black is, Harry?" He shook his head. "Only what I heard the others say in the alley." "Then I should explain," Albus said sadly, the very same mood of disappointment and distress he'd felt the night he'd learned of Sirius's betrayal washing over him. "Explain what?" Albus saw no point in delaying the inevitable. It would not assuage what Harry was going to learn, and if there was anything he'd learned about the boy, he appreciated honesty. "Sirius Black was a friend of your father. They were best friends until the very end." Harry frowned in confusion. "My dad was friends with a murderer." "It is safe to say your father did not understand the true nature of Sirius. From the moment they met at Hogwarts, they were inseparable. Sirius even spent the summer holidays with your family when he fell out with his own. The Blacks are renowned for their beliefs in blood purity and never shied away from showing it. They have a reputation for being particularly vicious to their enemies, but Sirius was different. Well, I believed he was." "I don't understand," Harry murmured. Albus offered him a sad smile. "Your parents were hidden under a very powerful charm, one that requires a secret keeper to ensure their location was kept hidden. An enemy could be within inches of them and never know they were there. Sirius was their secret keeper. So long as he never uttered a word of their location, they were safe. They trusted him so deeply that they even made Sirius your godfather." "My godfather," Harry whispered, realizing the magnitude of the betrayal his parents had endured. Yes, Albus confirmed sadly. He told Voldemort, Harry deduced, his expression darkening. Albus nodded. I cannot fathom why he eventually decided to side with the other members of his family that sided with Voldemort. Perhaps he felt more affection for them than he let on, but he lost most during the war, even his own younger brother. So he switched sides. It is the only outcome that makes sense, Albus sighed. I am sorry you had to learn like this, Harry, but I must implore you to not do anything foolish. Sirius Black is an exceedingly dangerous man, one of the very best we had on our side. Going after him will only get you hurt or worse. Harry's jaw tightened as he swallowed deeply. I won't, he promised. Not yet at least. Albus believed him, and though he did not like the addendum, Harry was sincere enough that he would wait. With a little luck, Sirius would be long back behind bars before Harry ever felt he was ready to face him, and judging by the expression the boy wore, he was already making plans within plans. There is one other thing, Albus continued, pulling Harry from his thoughts. You're going to send me to the Dursleys, aren't you? Albus shook his head. No, I do not believe that would help you, but I must insist you tread very carefully, Harry. There will be a strong aura presence within the alley, but you must be vigilant. I would ask that you ensure you return here before dark. Harry readily nodded his agreement. Thank you, Albus offered sincerely. I will leave you with your thoughts. I am sure you have developed a way to handle them. Harry nodded, and Albus smiled sadly once more. Stay safe, Harry. With that, he took his leave of the room and the bar before he could be accosted again. He remained hopeful that Harry would stick to his word, and he did have the cloak if he needed it. Albus frowned at the thought. The wand. He couldn't be certain as the expression of surprise was so brief, but he could not help but believe Harry recognized it for what it was. How? The boy certainly wouldn't tell him, and Albus once more found himself pondering the notion of gifting it to Harry when the time was right. He wasn't getting any younger, after all, and unless he wished for the legend to die with him, a new owner must be found. Harry was a Peverell, so it made sense that it would be him. For now, Albus would keep hold of it. He needed to be certain he was making the right choice, and besides, it wasn't as though Harry was struggling with magic. The more he grew as a wizard, the more he would understand just how incredible the wand was, even if it had not reached the lofty heights Albus once had of it. Break. Nicholas breathed a deep sigh of relief as he read the second missive he received from Albus. Harry will be remaining in Diagon Alley, he announced. Is that wise? Perenelle asked worriedly. I don't know, Nicholas murmured. I would much rather him with us, but we must look at the bigger picture. If the people of Britain are to support him when he needs it, he must be seen amongst them. I do not like it, but it is necessary. Perenelle nodded her agreement, albeit reluctantly. It will make him stronger, and he will need that strength for what is coming, Nicholas said irritably. As much as I wish to protect him from the world, it would serve no purpose. He must overcome whatever adversity is thrown his way. His enemies are great, and Harry will need to be greater. He has to rise while others fall. It is the only way to see that he will be victorious. That doesn't mean I have to like it, Nicholas. It does not, the alchemist agreed as he took his wife by the hand. He will be with us in only a few short weeks. If Black doesn't get to him. Harry is a bright boy, Nicholas pointed out. He will be careful. I hope you're right. Nicholas did too. He did not like this development at all, but Harry needed to flourish even at times of difficulty. Dark days were ahead of him, and Nicholas could not help but feel they would be upon Harry sooner rather than later. Break. It was raining heavily, and had been for the past few days now. Most complained, but Gawain was comforted by the pitter-pattering of the drops of water on the roof. Good rain meant that the muggles that lived amongst them would not be suffering a famine or a food shortage when it came to gather their crops. He nodded as he turned, aiming his wand towards the fireplace, lighting it and rubbing his hands together to warm them. Life was indeed simple here, but he would have it no other way. He frowned as frantic knocking on the door sounded before it was shoved open. A breathless, sodden Tristan entered and pulled Gawain towards him. "We found her," he said grimly. "Found her?" "Gaunt," Tristan exclaimed. "Come on." Gawain felt a sense of trepidation come over him as Tristan dragged him outside towards a nearby cart. "Where are the others?" he asked. Tristan merely shook his head. "She did not come quietly." Gawain raised an eyebrow. Upon his return home several months prior, he had sent a small force of 5 men, along with Tristan, to locate Mallory Gaunt. He had not expected them to find her, let alone bring the woman here, though as he peered into the horse-drawn cart, he could see how they had managed it. "I'm as surprised to see you as you are to see me, Peverell," Mallory gasped, clutching her swollen stomach. "Shit," Gawain cursed as he took in the sight of the heavily pregnant woman. "Is it?" Mallory nodded. "You were my first and only." Tristan remained respectfully silent, though his gaze flittered questioningly between them. "We'd best get her inside," Gawain decided, climbing into the cart and lifting the woman into his arms. "Help me, damn you." Tristan complied, and only a moment later, Mallory was laid in front of the fire. Gawain dried her off as best he could in his panicked state, and Tristan fetched some blankets from the bed. "How long have you been in pain?" Gawain asked. "My water came 2 days ago," Mallory answered tiredly. "I still fought them off until this one caught me," she added with a smirk, nodding towards Tristan. "He does that," Gawain murmured as he tentatively peered up her blood-soaked robes. "It's coming, and soon. Tristan, get the healer." The man nodded and fled from the house. "They won't make it," Mallory chuckled humorlessly. "He will," Gawain said firmly. Mallory shook her head and grasped him by the wrist. "I found it," she whispered. "The stone, I found it." "I wish you hadn't," Gawain sighed. "You should have gone home when you had the chance. Why couldn't you just bloody go home?" "Where was the fun in that?" Mallory returned amusedly. Gawain could only shake his head as her grip tightened around his arm painfully. "What did you do with it?" "I sent it to my sister and instructed her to replace the stone in the family ring with it. She doesn't know what it is." "What if she figures it out?" "If I couldn't, she won't be able to," Mallory assured him. "It didn't work, but I could feel the magic, the same magic I felt from you. It is cold but warm at the same time." "You tricked me." "I did," Mallory admitted unashamedly. "I needed to escape and you were easy on the eyes. You're a good man, Peverell, too good and too gullible for the world beyond your lands. It would eat you alive." "Then it's a good thing that I have no intention of leaving my home," Gawain chuckled. Again, Mallory's grip tightened around his wrist. "She's coming." Gawain swallowed deeply as he set to work, positioning himself to ease the babe out when the time was right. "You need to push," he urged, spotting the baby's crown. "Now." Mallory pushed, though not enough. "Again." "I don't think I can," Mallory snorted. "You have to. Just one strong push will do it," Gawain encouraged, doing his best to ignore the amount of blood the woman was losing. "Come on, I'm here with you." Mallory nodded as she braced herself, her already pale skin a deathly white and the sheen of perspiration on her brow visible in the firelight. "Come on," Gawain urged once more. Mallory screamed, a sound that Gawain would never forget for the rest of his days, and this time the room filled with the cries of the newborn. "It's a girl," Gawain declared as he cleaned the babe with a clean cloth. "She looks just like you." "Let me see her, Peverell," Mallory demanded weakly. With a nod, Gawain cut the cord before placing the baby in her mother's arms. Mallory said nothing as Gawain went about attempting to stem the continuing flow of blood. "I never thought about having children," Mallory whispered. "She's so perfect." Mallory nodded, her eyes welling with tears as she looked upon her daughter, her expression shifting to one of sadness and acceptance as she took in the bloodied cloths around her. "I would have loved her so much," she choked. Gawain didn't know what to say. Already, he could see the light leaving her eyes, and he was certain that it was only the sheer desperation of wanting to cradle her daughter a little longer that kept Mallory here in this moment. She needs a name, one that is worthy of the two families she comes from. Carris, Gawain suggested. Carris? It means love in my native tongue. Will you love her? Mallory asked worriedly. She will need you. Gawain nodded. I need your word, Mallory demanded, taking him by the hand. Give me your word that you will love her. With everything I am. Mallory met his gaze, seemingly searching for any sign of hesitation or dishonesty. Seemingly content, her grip slackened. That is all I needed to know, she said with a smile. Just love her, Gawain. With that, she was gone, and Gawain could only stare at the woman still holding on to her daughter with everything she had, even in death. Come, death, come, he whispered as he gently retrieved Carris and cradled her in his arms. Gawain couldn't be certain how long he stood there just staring at the babe. But it was a hand on his shoulder that pulled him from his vigil. The healer is here, Tristan murmured, nodding to the village elder that was attending to Mallory. It's too late, Gawain whispered. Tristan nodded. Is it really? She is mine, Gawain confirmed. A story for another time, her name is Carris. A beautiful name, Tristan praised. What about Gaunt? Gawain's gaze drifted towards the sheet that covered the woman. She will have her place with the rest of my family, he murmured. She birthed a Peverell, it is only right. It was in the early hours of the morning that Gawain dug the hole without magic, before placing Mallory Gaunt in her final resting place. The journey they had shared had been brief, deceptive, and unpleasant for the most part, but the woman had gifted him the most precious thing, making every second worth it. Covering the body and turning toward Tristan, who was cradling the sleeping Carris, Gawain already knew what needed to be done. Taking his daughter, it was impossible to ignore the resemblance to her mother. For the few moments she had been awake, even her eyes were the same shade of brilliant green, an eternal reminder of the woman that had birthed her. Not a word, Tristan, Gawain said firmly. No one is to know what happened. How will you explain her? Gawain shrugged. I do not need to explain myself to anyone, he replied, nodding towards the babe. When the time is right, she will know the truth. What about your other children? They will know as much as they need to, Gawain assured his friend. Nothing more. He took a final look at the unmarked grave and smiled, though it was not one of joy. Rest well, Mallory. She will be loved. Not for the first time, Harry experienced a myriad of emotions he could not begin to comprehend when he was deposited on his bed in the leaky cauldron. Love, sadness, loss, melancholy. There was just so many things he needed to ponder from what he had seen, but for now, he wished only to wallow in what he felt. He knew it wasn't healthy to do so, but he could not bring himself to rid himself of it so quickly. No, he would endure it, but when he was ready, he knew what needed to be done. He may have promised Dumbledore that he would be careful, but Godric's Hollow awaited him. It was time for him to visit where it had all begun so many centuries prior. The night bus quickly proved to be Harry's least favorite form of magical transport he had experienced thus far. Portkey travel lasted only a moment or so, and the unsettled feeling in the stomach faded within a minute. The bus, however, was miserable for every uncomfortable second that it moved. Already, Harry had been flung forcefully back into his chair several times, had almost landed in the lap of an elderly passenger, and had hit his head on one of the grab rails, all in the space of 5 minutes. With around a dozen passengers being taken to their locations before him, it would be a miserable journey to endure, though he knew it would be worth it to see just where he had come from. He had considered using the flu network, but had never done so before, and with Black on the loose, he did not wish to be overhead asking for information pertaining to his planned excursion. Black. The very thought of the man made his blood boil. Having learned of how close his parents had been to Sirius, Harry had trawled through the photo album Hagrid had gifted him for Christmas during his first year, and it hadn't taken long to find what he'd been looking for. The picture in question had been taken during the wedding of James and Lily Potter, and amongst the few guests was Sirius Black, the man who would eventually betray them and Harry to the Dark Lord. It was odd. He looked so very different from the maniacal man shown daily in the newspaper. Sirius Black had appeared ecstatic, and the smile he wore joyous and unwavering. In truth, it was impossible to comprehend the man in the photos ever doing what he had, but Harry had learned long ago that smiles can hide the worst in a person. He shook his head of the thoughts of his godfather, not wanting this day to be sullied by the likes of Sirius Black. Still, becoming an avid reader of the Daily Prophet, as he had over the past few weeks, is what had informed him of the existence of the night bus, though now he was regretting boarding the death trap. Nonetheless, it was giving him some much-needed time away from the alley so that he could gather his thoughts. The latest vision he'd had courtesy of the cloak had left Harry reeling. From the birth of baby Carris to the death of Mallory Gaunt, the emotional turmoil alone had been overwhelming. Despite knowing the nature of the woman and what she'd done, Harry had wept for her and the baby that would grow without her mother. He knew what that was like, and there was not a thing he wouldn't give to have his parents with him. Seeing Mallory's final moments haunted him, the pain she'd endured, the unequivocal joy at seeing her daughter, and the heart-wrenching acceptance of her impending death was more than he could take. What had become of baby Carris? Harry was hopeful that the cloak would show him, but the birth of the girl and subsequent death of her mother was not all he'd taken away. The stone. If Mallory's sister never discovered what it was, it could be that it remained within the Gaunt family ring to this day. How likely that was, Harry did not know. Centuries had passed since Mallory had found it, and it could be anywhere, but it was a lead Harry did not have. From what little knowledge he'd been able to glean, there had been no mention of any of the Gaunts wielding any power that related to the stone and what Cadmus had achieved with it. According to Florian Fortescue, who Harry had asked, the Gaunts had fallen out of favor with the other purebloods long ago and had resorted to inbreeding to sustain their purity. Little had been heard of them for several decades, now apart from the fate of what appeared to be the last two males of the line. Both Marvolo and Morphin Gaunt had been sent to Azkaban, the latter for murdering a local family of Muggles. Marvolo, according to Florian, had been arrested when he'd fought against a contingent of Aurors that had arrived at his home to arrest him. He had died in Azkaban some years prior. If the ring did exist, then it would either be in the possession of the Ministry of Magic, within Azkaban, or perhaps on the finger of Morphin Gaunt. None of the deductions were promising for Harry, but it was likely he was the one person who knew what the piece of jewelry, if undiscovered over the years, contained. Kingston upon Hull, Stan Shunpike, the conductor of the night bus, declared cheerily, helping the old woman Harry had almost gotten closely acquainted with off the bus. Harry groaned as he was flung back in his chair once more, and his thoughts shifted to the other Hallow he did not possess but knew who currently did. Dumbledore. Harry could not begin to fathom how the headmaster had found it, but there was no doubt in his mind that the man knew exactly what he held. He'd recognized it immediately, the white piece of elder that death itself had plucked from the tree in the churchyard and gifted to Antioch Peverell. If seeing wasn't enough, he had felt the same cold magic emanating from the wand as Dumbledore used it. Harry had been dumbstruck at the mere sight of it, and there was the briefest of moments that he felt the familiar essence reach out to him, brushing against his very being in recognition. Then it was gone, and Dumbledore had been speaking to him. Nonetheless, Harry had not forgotten, nor would he. Godric's Hollow. Harry startled at the announcement. The bus had emptied around him as he had been lost in thought, and his stop had eventually come upon him. "Thank you for using the night bus, young man," Stan said, offering Harry a bow as he departed. Harry nodded, already dreading the return journey. Before then, however, there was much for him to do. The first thing he noticed was the thick freshness of the air within the village and the mountains in the distance. However, despite having been here throughout the visions, Godric's Hollow had changed much over the centuries. The houses were more modern, and it had undoubtedly expanded in size, though it remained a rather small community. From his place in the center, Harry could see every corner that it stretched to and the fields beyond. Still, there was an undeniable familiarity to the place, and the magic in the air brushed over him welcomingly. It was here where it had all begun, and not wishing to waste a moment, he took his first steps in the village as the night bus vanished with a loud bang. He could see the church a short distance down one of the paths leading away from the main square, the one thing that was seemingly untouched by the ravages of time, but it was a monument to his left that caught his attention. It was an obelisk like others he had seen during his time with the Dursleys, depicting names of the fighting men who had not returned from one of the Muggle wars. However, when Harry stepped closer, it shifted into a statue of three people, a man who very much resembled him, and a woman who was cradling a baby in her arms. It was a sense of longing that filled Harry as he realized what this was, and as he placed his hand upon it, the weight of his parents' death had never felt so cumbersome. They had died to protect him, had given their lives so that he stood a modicum of a chance at keeping his own, and here he was. He had lived whilst they had been claimed by the cloaked figure. "Come, death, come," he whispered the mantra first spoken by Ignatus Peverell so many years prior. Swallowing deeply, he turned away from the statue knowing that he would fall into the same trap he had with the mirror on the 3rd floor at Hogwarts, pausing once more as his gaze fell upon a small home across the nearby road. For the most part, it was unkept. The foliage had grown wildly along the outside, and the once brilliant white finish was smeared with bird droppings and was now a creamy color. It was upsetting to see, but it was the roof of the home that Harry looked upon where a large chunk of it had collapsed inwards. It was here that it had happened. This had been the Potter family home when Voldemort had come for them. Placing his hand on the gate, Harry took a step back as a wooden sign rose from the ground, a frown marring his features as he read. On this spot, on the night of 31 October 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters, and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. Harry's frown deepened. He hated that the house had been left, and he hated the wooden sign that others had seen fit to carve their initials into. This was not how he wanted his parents to be remembered. It would have to be changed, something he would look into in due course. The house was his, and even if the thought of ever living in it made him feel sick, he would not see it left as it was. Whomever had seen fit to do so would be hearing from him. That was for another day, however. It was other personal business that had brought him home, and he intended to tend to it, despite his now maudlin mood. With a final shake of his head, he turned and made his way towards the church, passing through the kissing gates where he found himself in the very same graveyard he had witnessed Gawain Peverell burying Mallory Gaunt. It had indeed changed over the years as people had been added to it, but it was the first recognizable place he had found himself in within the village. He walked amongst the tombstones for a while, pausing as he came upon those he recognized. All three of the Peverell brothers were here, buried next to one another with the symbol they had adopted carved into each of their memorials. Harry offered each a respectful nod. They had been far from perfect, even foolish in what they had done, but he felt as though he had come to know them well enough throughout the visions he'd shared of them. "Orchideus," he whispered as he drew his wand, placing a conjured rose on each of the graves before stepping past them. Gawain Peverell was the next he came to, and it felt strange to be standing in front of his grave when he had yet to witness the man's demise. As with his father and uncles, there was no date of birth or death etched into the stonework, only the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Again, Harry laid a flower on his grave and looked for the only other familiar name he had learned, but it wasn't here. What had happened to baby Carris? He knew it was likely he would see it in another vision to come, But her absence did not sit right with him, though he did spot one other grave he'd hoped to see. Gawain had left the stone blank amongst his family members. His mother, his aunts and cousins that had found their way home in death, but it had not remained so. Much different to the writing on the other graves, a word had been added to the memorial of Mallory Gaunt. Mother. That was it, a single word summing up the complex person Mallory had been throughout her life, undoubtedly left by a daughter that never knew her. Gawain must have told her the truth, and the man earned a little more of Harry's respect for doing so. Still, there was no sign of Carris anywhere, and whilst he pondered what had happened to her, he added a rose to Mallory's grave before going along his way, seeking out 2 more graves he expected he would find here. He did only a moment later. James and Lily Potter had indeed been laid to rest here, and again, Harry found he despised the words left to remember them by. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death, he murmured before chuckling humorlessly. Death was neither a friend nor an enemy, and it certainly would not be destroyed. In his few short years of life, Harry had learned better than most that death was the inevitable end. It wasn't something to be escaped or destroyed, but to be embraced when your time was done. Regardless, he couldn't help but feel more connected to the Peverells. His mother and father had been a perpetual absence in his life, the only memory he had of them being of their murder. He had photos, but it wasn't the same as it was with the Peverells. Harry had gotten to know Ignatus and his brothers to a lesser extent and was familiar with Gawain. It felt wrong, but it was not something that could be helped. That did not mean that, as he stood before James and Lily Potter's final resting place, that he didn't feel the same sense of longing he always did. It was just that to him, they would always be the people that had been taken away before he'd been given a chance to know them. With a sad smile, he placed a flower on each bed of kept soil and took a step back. There was a love and admiration for his parents that would never waver, and Harry knew he would never be content in life until he had righted the wrongs done to them. Perhaps James and Lily would wish for him to do what they had and hide from Voldemort when he returned, but that was not Harry. He'd had to fight tooth and nail for everything he'd ever had, and that would not change. No, somehow, he felt drawn to the Dark Lord, that all of it would come to an end with the death of one of them. Whether that would be Harry or Tom Riddle remained to be seen, but he could feel it in his very being that it would culminate in a standoff between them. With a final look of gratitude to his parents, Harry headed towards the church to finish what he had come here for. He would be back again and would always take a moment or two for those that had given him a chance at life, but there was something else that required his attention. The door to the church was unlocked, and Harry suspected it remained so for those that lived in the village who may wish to seek solace with their god. He, however, was not here to convene with higher powers. In truth, the only god or deity he recognized was the one he had witnessed being summoned by the Peverells. Even so, there was a tranquility about the church, a peacefulness Harry could not explain. Not that he thought on it for more than a few seconds. He was here to obtain something, if it was still here. 1,000 years was a long time, after all. Making his way up the aisle towards where the priest would stand to give his sermons, Harry took in his surroundings. The stained-glass windows were a thing of beauty, and the complex architecture was a sight to behold. Maybe if Malfoy and the other bigots saw this for themselves, they wouldn't think so lowly of Muggles. Harry doubted it. Reaching the podium in which an enormous Bible rested atop, he realized that he did not know where to begin looking for the book that had belonged to Ignatus Peverell. Would he have buried it in the churchyard? Harry didn't believe so. Churchyards changed often as new graves were dug, and Ignatus would have taken that into account. No, it had to be within the walls of the church, but where? He peered around the room, almost aimlessly searching for any clue as to the whereabouts of the book, when his eyes came to rest on one of the windows, situated behind the podium. On the surface, it did not appear to be so different from the rest, but within the depiction of what Harry believed to be Jesus surrounded by his disciples was a cloaked figure lurking at the very back, clutching a large tome in one of his bony hands. In the other, it held a rope threaded through a trio of skulls, each marked with the symbol of the Hallows. Cautiously, Harry approached. He had learned that it was best to be reticent when it came with anything to do with the figure. Nevertheless, the nearer he got, the stronger the feeling of the cold magic became, and when he was only a foot away, he placed his hand on the glass. The book was seemingly so close, yet so far away. Until it wasn't. Harry gasped as the figure pushed what he sought from the glass, and it was with a trembling hand that it was accepted. Having given Harry the book, the figure gazed at him for a moment before simply walking out of view to the left. For several moments, Harry stood still, daring not to move. He had encountered several portraits at Hogwarts that did something similar, but this was no mere magic painting. Nothing else within the glass moved, just the shadowy figure. When Harry felt as though he could breathe freely once more, he unashamedly ran from the church, not stopping until he was clear of the kissing gate, and he was certain he was not being pursued. Breathing heavily, he shot a final look towards the graves, and even ignored the almost overwhelming urge to enter the home he had spent his earliest months in when he reached the center of the village. Instead, although reluctantly, he drew his wand and summoned the night bus for his return journey to Diagon Alley. He did not wish to leave, but he had gotten what he had come for, and so much more than he'd expected additionally. No, this was not goodbye to Godric's Hollow, but a temporary farewell. There was still much he wished to do here when the time was right, but for now, other things required his attention. He would be back here, however. Of that, he was in no doubt. Break. Albus looked on as a frustrated Cornelius paced back and forth in front of the fireplace, turning his bowler hat over in his hands. The ministry had failed to locate Sirius, and it was a growing concern for all. "It has been weeks," Cornelius huffed. "There is no sign of him, Albus. He has no wand and no one to turn to. Where the hell can he be?" Albus had been pondering the same thing. Sirius was very much alone in the world with no resources and nowhere to go, not unless he had gone to ground in his childhood home. It was possible, but Albus had his reservations. Sirius had not escaped Azkaban to spend his life in another prison. "He's at Hogwarts." The ominous words led Albus to believe that Sirius would be coming here, if he wasn't in the area already. He looked out of the window thoughtfully, wondering where the escaped man was now. "I am at a loss," Cornelius sighed as he took a seat. "The Aurors have combed every inch of the country. All of the supposed sightings have been nothing but hysterical chancers hopping for a little fame. Damn it, his face is even all over the Muggle news, and nothing." "He will show himself, Cornelius," Albus comforted. "But what will he do between now and then?" the minister asked worriedly. "Black is an unpredictable lunatic. I have never seen someone so unaffected by the Dementors. They are furious, Albus. They want him returned to them." Albus detested the foul creatures. He had visited the island on a few occasions over the years, and he always dreaded encountering them. The mere thought of being in the presence of a Dementor sent a shiver down his spine. "Well, there is nothing for it," Cornelius declared as he stood. "If Black isn't found, they will have to be stationed around the school to ensure he stays out. Lucius and the other governors are adamant that security is increased until Black is caught." "You are suggesting that the Dementors be allowed to patrol Hogwarts?" "I can see no other way." Albus shook his head. "I will not have them in the school," he said firmly. "They do not differentiate between guilt and innocence. I will not expose the children to them, and that is my final word on the matter." "I was not suggesting that they are in the school. The Dementors will patrol Hogsmeade and be stationed at the gates of Hogwarts. It has already been approved by the governors, Albus. I understand your reluctance, but this is a most desperate situation. Imagine the uproar it would cause if Black managed to get in." It was not often Albus allowed his anger to get the better of him, but the governor's decision to once again bow to the whims of Lucius had irritated the headmaster greatly. Surely even Lucius would not wish to expose his son to the Dementors. Why was he so keen to see Sirius apprehended? Draco. With his mother being the last legitimate black not wanted by the ministry, it stood to reason that the boy would inherit the family fortune and perhaps the lordship. It was the only scenario that led Albus to believe that Lucius would take such drastic measures for something that did not affect him on the surface. Of course, his interest was in himself and the legacy of the Malfoys. Regardless, there was little Albus could do if he did not wish to cause an unpleasant relationship between himself and Cornelius. They will not cross the threshold, he insisted. They will keep their distance from the students. Of course, Cornelius said dismissively. If we are fortunate, we will capture Black before the school term starts. We have a little over a month after all. He can't hide forever. Albus was not feeling as positive as the minister appeared to as he stepped into the fireplace and vanished. It only made him more pleased that he had reached out to Remus to take the defense against the dark arts post. If there was anyone left alive that would know where Sirius might be or was able to prevent him entering the castle, it was Lupin. Or so Albus hoped. Break. Swimming from Azkaban to the east coast of England across the North Sea had taken its toll on Sirius. Even in the summer months, the water was cold, and his weakened state still made the calmer current difficult to navigate. It had been an arduous journey, to say the least, and one that had only just begun. He had taken a day or so to recover in some nearby woods, where he managed to hunt a rabbit or two to eat. Still, he was severely malnourished from his many years in Azkaban, but Sirius knew he could not remain where he was. As such, he had begun making his way north, avoiding all populated areas he could, until it became necessary to risk venturing into them to catch his bearings. Twice he found he'd been traveling in the wrong direction, much to his chagrin. He couldn't risk apparating, and without a wand, he was living off the land, eating only what he could scavenge, washing in rivers, and sleeping uneasily beneath the trees. Despite the hardship, Sirius had no regrets leaving his cell. Wormtail. The despicable man was hiding as a rat at Hogwarts, and that could not be allowed. He was responsible for what had happened to James, Lily, and little Harry. A lump formed in Sirius's throat at the thought of his godson. Blinded by the grief and anger he'd felt upon learning of what had happened, he had not considered the boy. That he did regret. Sirius could only guess what kind of life Harry had lived up until now, and though he was hopeful Albus would have assured he was well, it would not have been the same without his family. Sirius should have been there. He should have taken Harry from Hagrid and fulfilled the vow he had made to James and Lily to protect their son, with his life if necessary. He had failed them, and it was a guilt he would carry for the rest of his days. Sirius licked his lips as he watched a woman emptying the leftovers of a meal into the bin outside a home, followed by some other general waste. He would have to sift through it to get to the food. It didn't matter to him. Sirius hadn't eaten for the best part of 2 days, so getting his hands dirty for a meal was a minor inconvenience. He watched the house for several minutes after the woman had returned before he slinked from the shadows in his dog form, flicking the wheelie bin open with his nose and resting his forelegs over the rim. Helping himself to the potatoes, gravy, and vegetables, he wolfed them down ravenously before snatching the discarded newspaper and heading back into the undergrowth where he transformed. It had been a week since he'd last gotten hold of one of the many Muggle tabloids, and as he glanced over the cover, he was pleased to see that his face was not plastered across the page. Sirius did pause, however, as he took in the date. July 30th, 1993. Tomorrow would be Harry's 13th birthday, and Sirius found himself once again pondering his godson. What was the boy like? Had he taken after James, or was he more like his mother? There were dozens of questions Sirius had, and he hoped that he would get the opportunity to have them answered. Firstly, he needed to deal with Pedigrew, and then, perhaps he would be granted some time with Harry before he was inevitably returned to Azkaban, where he would live out the rest of his days. He would do that gladly knowing that the rat had gotten exactly what he deserved. Break. It felt as though he had only just taken his leave of the graveyard. And yet, here he was once more, though there were fewer monuments and the surrounding houses of the village were much older. Everything else felt so familiar, and as he passed through the kissing gates, he gazed into the distance looking for whom it was he sought. Harry spotted her where he expected she would be, and as he approached, she turned to him and offered a sad smile. "What is bothering you, my girl?" Harry asked as he took a seat next to her on a wooden bench. The girl was in her mid-teens at most, and the resemblance to Mallory Gaunt was undeniable. Down to the brilliant green eyes and thick dark tresses, Carris was the very image of her late mother. "I just need to know," Carris murmured. "They call me bastard, a stain on the family. They even call me a mudblood." Harry felt his irritation rise at the hated slur, but also a sense of foreboding. He had dreaded the coming of this day since Carris had been born. Still, he would not lie to her. He had promised himself he would never lie to his daughter. "What is it you wish to know?" "Who was my mother?" Harry nodded, a sense of sadness washing over him as he thought of the woman. Their encounter had been brief and rather chaotic, but he had never forgotten Mallory Gaunt. How could he, when she had given him such a perfect daughter? "Your mother and I were not married," he sighed, his gaze shifting towards the unmarked grave. "We did not know each other well. She was complicated." "Complicated?" Harry nodded. "It is a painful truth, but you shall know it all if that is your desire." Carris nodded, and Harry released a deep breath. Her name was Mallory Gaunt. She was from a well-known pure-blood family from across the border. Mind, their reputation was not a good one and has only worsened over the years. We met when I learned that she intended to raid our lands. I captured her and foolishly let my guard down. She escaped. Carris frowned in confusion. "But I was born." Harry smiled as he nodded. "She was a wily woman," he murmured somewhat fondly. "I gave in to her, and when I woke, she was gone. I still do not remember what happened that night." Carris did not seem placated by the explanation, so Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "She was a wanted woman, Carris. Some months later, she was found by some of the men here and brought to me. She was in the midst of giving birth to you, and she died shortly after you came. Your mother loved you. I will not see you believe otherwise. Our short time together was turbulent, but I would not lie about what I saw. She wanted nothing more than to be here with you, to know that you were loved, and in her final moments, she held you in her arms and we named you together. She did not pass on until she had my vow that I would love you as deeply as she did. I kept that promise to Mallory, not out of any loyalty to her, but because the moment I looked upon you, I loved you so." Carris nodded as the tears rolled down her cheeks. She had always been a quiet girl, observant, but exceedingly brilliant in her ways of magic. This was perhaps the first time Gawain had seen her so vulnerable, the wounds of truth exposing the longing she had endured over the years. "I am sorry, Carris. I wish that our tale was one of romance and adoration." She shook her head as she wiped away her tears. "You told me the truth. That was all I wanted." Harry pulled the girl into his arms and held her tightly, and Carris' silent weeping turned into deep sobs. Not knowing what to do, he clung to her. "Do you wish I was never born?" Carris asked. "They all say things about you too." Gawain shook his head. "Cowards," he snorted. "I have regrets in my life, Carris, but you coming into it is not one of them. I would die for you in a heartbeat, just as I would for Arthur and Bryn." Carris looked up at him, and Harry held her gaze until a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "You look just like her," he sighed. "Just as beautiful. She would be proud of the woman you are becoming." Carris nodded. "Why didn't you write anything on her stone?" she asked. "I didn't know what to write," Gawain answered honestly. "You can do it if you'd like." Carris frowned thoughtfully before she stood and approached the blank stone, drawing her wand. After a moment, she carved a single word into it and took a step back. "Mother?" Gawain asked curiously. "She was my mother," Carris answered simply. "It is no one else's business who she was or where she came from. I don't care what she did. She loved me, and that is all that matters." Gawain smiled proudly. "She loved you dearly," he reiterated, "just as I do." Harry felt himself pulled through the void, experiencing no confusion for the first time. He had seen the stone for himself only a few days prior, but it was nice to see the memory of how it had gotten there. Gawain had kept his word to Mallory and had raised their daughter well. In truth, it only made the knowledge that they were no longer here all the more somber. Gawain Peverell really had been a good man, and someone Harry had come to respect deeply. He hadn't held the circumstances of Carrie's birth against her, and yet he still wished to know what had led to the young woman not being buried with the rest of the Peverells. The knowledge would come to him, he hoped. Shaking his head of the thoughts, he looked around the room, his gaze coming to rest on the small pile of cards and presents that had arrived for him throughout the morning. Hermione had sent him a book on runes that he was quite keen to read, and Ron, who was still in Egypt, had sent some souvenirs from the country. Nicholas and Perenelle had sent him a card with the promise they had a gift for him when he would be visiting them the next day for the remainder of the summer. All in all, it had been a good birthday, a peaceful one, but enjoyable nonetheless. For much of it, he had been thumbing through Ignatus's book, absorbing every word he could of the man's life, his findings on the cloak, and even some very useful spells he had included. It was as informative as he could have hoped for, even if he struggled to comprehend much of what had been written about the magic of the cloak. One day he would understand, but having just turned 13 years old, today would not be that day. Stretching where he was sitting on the bed, he shuddered as a chill ran down his spine. It was a lunchtime in July, and Harry couldn't understand why he suddenly felt so cold. Trembling, he stood in front of the fireplace in his room and lit with a muttered spell, and the coldness that seeped into him only increased as he did so. What was happening? No matter what he did, Harry could not get warm, and as the colors of the room around him began to fade into a grayish hue, his concern grew, turning into outright terror as he turned his attention to the door and caught sight of the cloaked figure that had haunted the Peverells. "Now," Harry asked weakly, his throat suddenly dry. He wanted to be as brave as Ignatus had in the face of death, but he could not ignore the fear he felt. Was it the cloak figure that terrified him so? No, it wasn't death that frightened Harry, but the unknown of what lay beyond. Would he be reunited with his parents? He didn't know, but he also didn't understand what had led to him facing his own demise at such a tender age. Slowly, the cloaked figure shook its head and pointed towards the clock on the mantel. 1 p.m., Harry murmured, his eyes widening as an extract from Ignatus's book came to the forefront of his mind. It came to him on his 13th day of being named, is what Gawain told me. His 13th name day. Harry's was today. Had death come to him the same way he had Gawain? It was the only thing that made sense, unless it truly was his time to pass. Before Harry could ponder the situation further, the cloaked figure glided towards him, a skeletal hand reaching out from within its robes. With nowhere to run, Harry could only brace himself for the inevitable, and as the tips of the bony fingers touched him on the skin above his heart, he felt a rush of magic like no other wash over him, settling into every fiber of his being. It was cold, colder than anything else he had ever felt, yet as familiar as the magic within the cloak. It was all Harry could focus on, and for a moment, he felt as though he would indeed die from chill. Even when the figure retreated, the coldness stayed, and it stared at him, seemingly judging Harry's worth to have been bestowed with whatever had been gifted to him. "Peverell," it spoke in a gravelly voice. Harry could only swallow deeply as the figure offered him what appeared to be bow before it vanished, taking the eerie, grayish hue with it. For a moment, Harry could barely breathe as the cold magic continued to flow through him, whilst he lay upon the floor in front of the fire that still failed to warm him. Would the cold remain with him in perpetuity? Harry didn't know, but as he attempted to stand, his limbs gave out from the sudden onslaught of weakness and fatigue he felt, and all he could do was let the darkness take him as he wondered what had been done to him in the past few moments. He'd been tending to the garden that his late wife had taken so much pride in when Carris had arrived, taking a seat and simply watching him go about the task. Gawain had never liked gardening, but it was his way of keeping the woman's memory alive. And as he finished pruning a particularly thorny rosebush, he turned towards his waiting daughter. "You know, I don't think my back will take too much more of this," he chuckled. Carris offered him a smile as she helped him into another of the chairs. "You're not so old." "Not yet," Gawain murmured, "but I feel the years catching up to me. Anyway, what is it you want? I know that look, girl. You didn't come here to just watch my suffering." "I didn't," Carris agreed. "I need to speak with you, father." "Go on," Gawain urged. Carris seemed to not know how to broach the subject she wished to, and she began packing back and forth. "I would like to travel," she suddenly declared. "I want to see the lands my mother came from." Gawain nodded his understanding. "Is this because of the Englishman you have been spending time with?" he asked amusedly. Carrie's eyes widened, and she began stumbling over her words, frowning as Gawain began to chuckle. "There is little that does not reach my ears," he pointed out. "It's not just because of John," Carris denied. "He has offered to be my escort, but it is something I have been thinking about for some time now." "I know," Gawain comforted. "I've been waiting for this day for a while now. If it is what you want, then you have my blessing. I would not keep you here against your will." Carris positively beamed as she threw her arms around his neck and squealed. "Thank you." Gawain shook his head amusedly. Ever since the day he had revealed who her mother was, he'd expected that Carris would one day leave their lands for different pastures, and who was he to stop her? No, he would not attempt to do such a thing, though he did have his reservations. "Isn't he a muggle, this Englishman?" Carris took a step back, her expression falling before it was replaced by one of stubbornness. "He is." Gawain hummed. "Do you plan on telling him what you are?" "I've not thought that far ahead," Carris answered. "John is a good man who has offered to help me, that's it." Gawain held up his hands. "I trust you," he assured the woman, "but I need to know I can trust your life in another man's hands if necessary." "John is capable, father." Gawain relented with a nod. Carris was very much channeling her mother, and how the rest of the conversation would go was on a knife edge. "Okay," he placated, "but if I were you, I would avoid mentioning your mother or anything to do with the Gaunt family. They have never been well thought of, and their reputation has only suffered more in recent years. I do not expect you would be welcomed by them or the magical community at large." "But I am a Peverell." Gawain smiled proudly and pulled the woman into his arms. "You are," he whispered warmly. "Besides, I'll have to travel as a muggle anyway," Carris pointed out. "I'll tell John if the need arises. I'm not looking for trouble, father. I just need to see it for myself." "I know," Gawain sighed. "Do you trust this John?" Carris nodded. "I do." "I would still like to meet him," Gawain instructed. "You didn't really think I would let you go without doing so, did you?" She rolled her eyes at him. "You mean now?" she asked when Gawain simply stared at her. "There's no time like the present. Go and fetch him. I'm content with waiting." Carris could only shake her head, though she did offer him a smirk before taking her leave of the garden. When he was alone, Gawain allowed his smile to waver for the first time. He did not want his daughter to leave. He would miss her terribly, but he knew he could not stand in her way. Gawain had never understood that loving something meant that it should be set free, but he did now. Besides, the prospect of Mallory Gaunt haunting him in the afterlife was not a prospect he wished to consider, and he had no doubt the woman would. He'd kept his promise to her all these years, not that it had ever been a burden, but he would not break his vow now. It had not always been easy. Arthur and Glynn had found it difficult to accept that he had fathered a child with a woman not their mother, but they had grown to love Carris just as much as him. They'd both long left home and had children of their own, something that only made Gawain feel older, though he had no complaints. The circumstances in life had not always been ideal, and it had only made him love and respect his father all the more for having raised him. Ignatus Peverell had been there for Gawain through everything. His first steps, his first words, and even when he'd fallen ill on his 13th name day. Gawain shuddered at the thought of being pursued by the cloaked figure, a memory he'd done his best to put behind him, though could never escape. Arthur and Glyn had both experienced much the same as their magic had changed, to the same cold and unyielding force. It truly was unlike anything else Gawain had experienced, and something Carris had not seemingly inherited. It had not escaped Gawain's notice that his daughter had never mentioned the cloaked figure, nor fallen ill around the same time as he and his sons. Perhaps it was that the gaunt magic had seemingly taken precedence within her, or it may simply be that it did not infect the females of the Peverell family. It was moments like this that Gawain wished his father was still here. His magical knowledge was second to none. "Father." Gawain was pulled from his thoughts by the voice of his daughter, who had returned with a young man, standing nervously next to her. He seemed strong, but his brown eyes were kind. Gawain believed you could tell a lot about someone from looking into their eyes. John was tall too, with the wiry build of someone who lived an active life. "Hello, Mr. Peverell," the man greeted him, offering a hand. Gawain accepted the proffered limb. "You must be John," Gawain replied. "Do you have a family name, John?" "Evans, John Evans." "Well met, John Evans," Gawain returned. "I understand that you wish to accompany my daughter on her travels." Harry gasped as he was returned to his room within the Peverell home. "No," he whispered in disbelief. "Could it be?" He shook his head. The Evans name was common enough, but was it not too much of a coincidence that an Englishman carrying it had wound up meeting one of his ancestors? Harry wished so much that the vision hadn't ended there, but there was nothing to be done, though he could not help but believe he had witnessed something of deep importance. Carris was birthed by Mallory Gaunt, a Parselmouth, and had met a muggle named John Evans. The two had evidently traveled to England together, and some centuries later, Harry had been born to an Evans and had the same ability to converse with snakes. He had learned that the trait was all but unheard in Britain, other than for those who had come from the Slytherin line. Had his mother unknowingly been born to it? The more pressing question was whether she did know she had been. Harry could only shake his head. If Lily Potter had known, she certainly had not made it common knowledge. What Harry had already concluded before seeing the vision was that whomever Mallory's sibling had married Gawain's cousin, a son of Cadmus Peverell. Was Harry somehow descended from Ignatus on both sides of his family? It seemed unlikely, but the unlikely things in life seemed to happen to him, and he certainly could not ignore the inherited ability of Parseltongue. Regardless, he would get no answers by pondering it, only a headache like the one that was beginning to set in. Today, he would be returning to Hogwarts to begin his 3rd year of magical education. His thoughts, however, were so far removed from his schooling and had been for the past month. The changes within him were undeniable, and though he was still adjusting to what had been done to him by the cloaked figure, he was learning more about how he was now with each passing day. He had woken in front of the fire several hours after the odd encounter, as cold as when he had lost consciousness, but it was no longer uncomfortable. Harry could feel it in every part of him, a comforting presence of the very same magic that his cloak had been made from. It was almost as though he had been reborn in the days that followed, somehow different but very much the same at the same time. It was difficult to put into words just what it was that was different about him, other than the magic the cloaked figure had given him. He could feel it in everything he did, and in every spell he cast. Truthfully, were it not for Ignatus's book, Harry would not feel so calm about all that had transpired, but the words of the man were reassuring enough that he hadn't felt the need to panic. If you are reading this, then I can only assume that you are the descendant in which death spoke of the night we convened. It appears that fate has plans for you, and for that, I can only offer my deepest apology for what we brought upon you. Had we not summoned it, perhaps things would be different. Since that night, I have dedicated my life to understanding the magic we have been afflicted with, and the cloak I received as a gift. I cannot say that I have been wholly successful, but I am hopeful that my ramblings will be of some use to you. At the very least, you will have a foundation to build upon, and if fate possesses any inkling of kindness, she will grant you time to do so before you face what she requires of you. Live well, son of my son. I pray to death that they will watch over you in your times of need. Ignatus Peverell. The book appeared as though it had been penned only the day before, and already it had proved to be a wealth of knowledge for Harry. Over the past month, he had digested every page several times over, and though, as he had become accustomed to, much went over his head, he knew that he would understand it all one day. Well, he hoped. Along with his findings, Ignatus had included a list of spells he'd managed to cast using the Peverell magic, with the addendum that he believed that he had only scratched the surface. It would be up to Harry continue the man's work, something he was looking forward to including in his magical journey, as Nicholas called it. Of course, he had mentioned nothing of what had occurred. Where would he even begin explaining all he had experienced since he'd received the cloak? The heartache, the joy, the confusion. And the knowledge were his as much as it was his ancestors', and Harry got the impression that it was not to be shared. Even when he considered mentioning it to Nicholas or anyone else, it was as though the magic itself warned him against it. In this, and likely many other things to come, Harry was in it alone, and in truth, he preferred it that way. What the cloak had shown him was the closest thing he'd ever experienced to having a family, and though perhaps it was selfish, he wanted it all to himself. "Harry, it is time for breakfast," Perenelle called from the other side of the door. "I'll be there in just a minute," he assured the woman. As her footsteps faded down the hall, Harry double-checked that he had packed everything before making his way into the kitchen. Again, he'd had to purchase new robes due to him growing considerably over the past year. By the end of term, his old ones were a little too short, and as the summer ended, they had only gotten shorter, the hems swinging above his ankles. "Good morning," Perenelle greeted him warmly, her gaze roaming over him speculatively as it always did. "Good morning," Harry returned, whispering an incantation and presenting her with a rose. Perenelle tutted amusedly, and Nicholas chuckled. "She will keep that," the man assured him. Perenelle quirked an eyebrow at her husband as she placed the flower into a vase. "You're not jealous, are you, Nicholas?" Harry quipped. "I can always conjure a flower for you if you're feeling left out." "Oh, he thinks he's funny," Nicholas grumbled good-naturedly as Perenelle laughed. "Eat your breakfast before you say anything else that will land you in trouble. You should never mess with an alchemist, Harry. We play with chemicals for fun." "I was trying to be nice," Harry sighed dramatically. Nicholas hummed, the corner of his lips tugging into a smirk. As ever, Harry knew he would miss the Flamels. They had been so gracious to him, had given him a home and taken care of him like no one else. One day, he would make it up to them. Today, however, it was time to return to school where he would have new subjects to begin studying. Still, he could not ignore the dark cloud that hung over him. Sirius Black remained at large, and although Harry was not foolish enough to seek the man out, he'd never forget what Black had done to his parents. Break. King's Cross was as busy as any other time Hermione had visited throughout her life. When she had been younger, she often came to the station en route to visiting one of the many museums London had to offer with her parents, all before she had learned that she was a witch. Some of her happiest memories had been leading her father on a tour through the archives, speaking animatedly about the exhibitions, much to the man's amusement. It all seemed so long ago now, however. She would be 14 in only a few short weeks, long past the age where she needed her parents to accompany her here. They did still, when Hermione was returning to Hogwarts. It had been quite the adjustment for her parents, with Hermione being absent for much of the year. She scanned the crowd, looking out for either a large group of redheads or the darker hair of her other friend. Harry hadn't made it on the train last year, but he'd assured her in one of his letters that he would be here today. Boo. The word was whispered, but Hermione all but jumped out of her skin and turned, finding herself looking up at a chuckling Harry. You bloody prat, she huffed, her eyes widening at how different he looked. He was taller, that was plain to see, but he didn't look much like the boy she had met during her first year of Hogwarts. Harry was no longer unhealthily thin nor timid, but stood firm and confidently. He looked older too, but there was something else about his presence that Hermione couldn't quite put her finger on. Nice to see that you missed me, he said dryly. Hello, Mr. Granger. Hermione's father offered Harry a nod, doing his utmost to hide his smirk. You're blushing, young lady, he observed. He scared the life out of me, the girl defended irritably. Don't do that again. Harry grinned in response. Ron's late. Isn't he always? Hermione returned. Harry nodded, turning towards Hermione's mother as she cleared her throat. You must be Harry. Hermione has told us a lot about you. Nothing bad, I hope. Her mother shook her head. Are there bad things we should know about? Harry held up his hands innocently. No, he denied. Hermione's mother hummed, her eyes twinkling in amusement. Come on, we will wait for him on the train, Hermione muttered, bidding her parents farewell as she all but dragged Harry through the divide between platform 9 and 10. Good luck getting a compartment, Harry grumbled, noticing that most of the students had already boarded the express. We'll find something, Hermione assured him as she led the way onto the train. They wandered down the length of the carriages, all which were indeed occupied. It wasn't until they reached the very last one that they found one man inside. Should we leave him? And sit where? Hermione asked. Oh, nice of you to show up, she added to a breathless Ron who had seemingly just made it before the train had departed. The redhead muttered something about the twins causing trouble with Percy. Who's that? He asked, noticing the stranger. Professor R.J. Lupin. You know him? Hermione rolled her eyes as she pointed at the battered suitcase the slumbering man clung to. Do you think we should wake him up? Hermione shook her head. He must be tired if he's sleeping through that racket, she whispered as she closed the door behind them. Best leave him be. It wasn't ideal to share the compartment with a sleeping professor, but the trio made the best of it by catching up with what they had been up to during the summer, though as ever, Harry spoke little of his time away from school. What about this black business? Ron whispered excitedly. When we went to the alley, it was crawling with Aurors. Harry's expression had darkened very briefly at the mention of the man, but when Hermione looked again, he appeared to be normal enough. Black's escape had shaken Wizarding Britain to the very core. Being the first prisoner to ever escape, and doing so with none the wiser as to how he had managed, it was deeply unsettling. The Aurors will catch him, won't they? Hermione asked. Ron shrugged. They haven't yet, and it's been weeks. Merlin knows where he is now. Hermione frowned. She was certainly no Auror, but she too was wondering just how Sirius Black had managed such a feat, and why now. Had it taken him the best part of 12 years to plan his escape? Are we there already? Ron questioned, checking his watch as the train began to slow. Seeing out of the windows was almost impossible with how much rain was falling, but they couldn't possibly be at Hogsmeade yet. Bloody hell, it's cold, Ron muttered as he began to shiver. It had come so suddenly, and Hermione felt as though she had been plunged into a freezing bath, though the chill was not merely skin-deep. She felt it in her very core, and an overwhelming sense of fear and sadness washed over her as her most unpleasant memories came to the forefront of her mind. What's happening? She stammered. None replied, but Harry's eyes narrowed as he stood, drawing his wand. Out of the three of them, he was the only one that didn't seem to be suffering from effects of whatever was occurring. Hermione watched him closely as his grip tightened around his wand, and his nostrils flared as though he was waiting for something. Harry. He said nothing, but held up a hand, and Hermione recoiled in her seat, as the door was slid open with considerable force. Before Harry was a cloaked figure, and the emotions she was experiencing became overwhelming. "Leave," Harry snarled angrily. The room somehow grew colder as he spoke, though it was not the same kind of coldness that permeated from the creature. It was oppressive, dangerous even, but Hermione did not feel threatened by it. "Get out," Harry spoke again. The cloaked figure seemed to listen to him, and Hermione would later swear that she had even seen it offer her friend a bow before it did as it was bid. When it was gone, Harry slammed the door shut, and slowly but surely the warmth began to return. Now that was quite impressive. A voice spoke. Professor Lupin had evidently woken up during the altercation, and he stared at Harry in a mixture of shock and curiosity as he held his own wand. It is not the traditional way to defend yourself against a Dementor, but quite effective, apparently. What did you do? Nothing, Harry denied immediately. It was clear that Lupin did not believe him, nor did Hermione for that matter, but she knew they would get nothing from Harry. Here. It will make you feel better, the professor spoke, as he offered squares of chocolate around to those in the compartment. Harry refused the chocolate, his look one of irritation as he pondered what had just happened. "I will return shortly," Lupin announced. "I wish to have a word with the driver." The man left, and the train continued on its way towards Hogsmeade, reaching the station after a silent final leg of their journey. Lupin did indeed return, but did not try to engage them in further conversation, and judging by Harry's expression, he was in no mood to talk. "First years," Hagrid's booming voice echoed across the platform as they departed the train. "How do we get to the castle?" Harry asked. "Carriages," Ron replied, nodding to where they would be located. Harry merely nodded in response and followed the redhead. Hermione had seen him change over the past 2 years that she'd known Harry, but the most recent ones were undoubtedly the most drastic. What had happened to him? She watched with interest as he hesitated when they reached the carriages and was confused as he approached the front. "What are these?" he whispered. "What are you talking about, mate?" Ron huffed. "There's nothing there." Harry reached up and began seemingly petting something quite large. "You can't see them." "The Strowls," Hermione said in realization. "I read that they pull the school carriages in Hogwarts, a history." "The Strowls." Hermione nodded as she tried to remember what little she had learned about the creatures. "They're supposed to be bad luck," she murmured sadly. "People can only see them if they have seen death." Harry's gaze snapped towards her. "Death?" Hermione swallowed deeply. "If they have seen someone die." Harry seemed to relax somewhat as he continued petting what only he could see for another moment before whispering something to it. "Come on, I'm starving," Ron groaned. A moment later, they were trundling towards the castle where Harry was once again silent. Of course he could see the Strowls. He had seen his mother die before he'd turned 2. Did he remember that? Hermione did not see how, but the evidence was clear, and more than ever, she felt terrible for what had happened to her friend. If he could see the Strowls, he undoubtedly did remember it in some capacity. Taking his hand, she gave it a sympathetic squeeze, not knowing what else to say. "It's fine," Harry said dismissively as he squeezed it back, and despite the undeniable changes of her friend, Hermione took confidence in knowing the same boy she had met on her first day at Hogwarts was still very much there. "Break." Sirius gazed at the castle in the distance, his hackles raised knowing that he was so close, yet so far from the rat. He had arrived in Hogsmeade more than a fortnight ago now. Often, he found that he still had to live off the land, but there was much more opportunity for him to scrounge the scraps thrown out by the woman who ran the 3 broomsticks, and sometimes some cake from Madame Pewterfoot's. He did have access to the cellar of Honeydukes, but he did not wish to draw attention to stock going missing by taking too much. No, life was not grand here, but it was much better than traveling the length and breadth of the unknown parts of the country. Still, he needed to plan his next move. Wormtail would flee at the first whiff of him, and Sirius's efforts would have been for nothing. He would watch for some time and strike when it was right to do so. Break. The feast had been as welcoming as ever, and though Katie had met with Angelina and Alicia over the summer break, she was glad to be back at Hogwarts with them for another term. It wasn't that she didn't enjoy being at home with her family, but her oldest brother had already moved out, and Chris, the middle of the three of them, had lost interest in playing Quidditch altogether. Katie didn't see much of her parents outside of work. Her father worked in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and her mother ran the magical plants business as a herbologist. Unless she went to work in the shop, she spent much of her time alone flying in a nearby magical park. Not that she had anything to complain about. She loved flying. "Are you ready for another win this year?" "Already, Oliver," Katie huffed. "I've not even unpacked my bras and you're already getting on my case." "Champions never rest," Wood said dismissively. "Oi, Potter, come here." Katie watched as Harry approached, a questioning frown marring his features. He'd grown a lot over the summer, and as Katie stood to see just how much, she pouted. "What's wrong with you?" Harry asked, noticing her expression. "Has Wood upset you already?" "That's nothing new," Katie muttered. "You got taller." Harry nodded. "Well, I wasn't going to stay that small, was I?" Katie scowled at his sarcastic tone. "She's upset because we can't call you Little Harry anymore," Angelina interjected. Harry grinned as he realized he was around an inch or so taller than Katie now. "I can just call you Little Katie," he declared, patting her on the head. "You'd better not," Katie warned as the others laughed at her expense. "Oh, how the tables have turned," Harry said gleefully, before turning his attention to an amused Oliver. "Can you still play Seeker?" the older boy asked seriously. Katie and the other chasers rolled their eyes collectively. Of course Oliver would shift the conversation to Quidditch. "Why wouldn't I be able to?" Harry asked. "You're taller," Wood sighed. "It will affect how you fly." "I can fly just fine," Harry assured him. "I was doing it yesterday without any problems." Wood breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, because first practice is tomorrow night. 7 o'clock. Don't be late," he added to the group before taking his leave. "Bloody hell, he's keen," Harry grumbled as he shook his head and headed back towards the twins' little brother and the girl he spent most of his time with. "What happened to him?" Alicia asked. "He got taller," Katie pointed out. "And quite handsome," Angelina added with a smirk. Katie grimaced. "That's Little Harry you're talking about," she reminded them. "He's not so little anymore, is he, Little Katie?" Katie growled as she threw a pillow at her fellow chaser. "Don't call me that." Angelina held her hands up to protect herself from another projectile. "We won't," she giggled. "But Harry will," Alicia added amusedly. Katie narrowed her eyes at both girls, who seemed determined to annoy her. "I'll tell him what you said," she threatened. Angelina shrugged. "I'll tell him myself," she replied before turning towards where Harry was sitting. "Potter." "What?" "Alicia said you're looking hot," she called across the room. Harry immediately turned red and did his best to melt into the background, whilst Alicia could only look on aghast at what her friend had done. "I can't believe you," she hissed. "You said he was hot." Angelina merely shrugged and looked rather pleased with herself. Katie continued to watch Harry, who had been set upon by the twins, who were undoubtedly doing their best to wind him up some more. He did look good. Harry was not half as shy as he used to be, and he was growing up to be a good-looking boy. Katie shook her head of that thought and shot a glare at Angelina. She wouldn't even have noticed if her so-called friend had not said anything. "Break." "You saw it?" Remus asked as Albus emerged from the pensive. "I did," Albus whispered. In all of his years, he had never heard of a Dementor behaving in such a way, let alone seen it for himself. It had listened to Harry and had even bowed before him. "What does it mean, Albus?" Remus asked. "What did it mean?" Albus had long believed that the true power of the Hallows was not simply within the objects themselves, but in the very blood of the Peverells. The headmaster could not even begin to comprehend the reasoning behind the outcome of the interaction between Harry and the Dementor, but he suspected that it had something to do with his bloodline. "I do not know," he sighed. "It is something I must look into, Remus. For now, mention it to no one. I will speak with Harry when the time is right." Remus did not seem certain, but he acquiesced with a nod before taking his leave of the office. Albus leaned back in his chair as he pondered the boy. There was undoubtedly something different about Harry Potter. What that was, he didn't know, but it became more obvious with each passing year that he would not prove to be a normal student. Albus was interested in seeing just how the boy would grow and change over the coming years. Break. There was something comforting about waking up in his bed at Hogwarts. For Harry, it meant that he was home, though the same could be said of Godric's Hollow. He had spent so much time there, throughout the visions, that it had begun to feel like that. Perhaps when he got around to addressing what remained of the house he had been born in, he would find himself living in the village when he was older. That, however, was for another day. Thus far, he'd already worked through his occlumency exercises, something that came much easier since he had placed the diary in the pouch he had purchased from Diagon Alley. Still, he did feel the benefit of having been exposed to the magic for such a prolonged period of time. His mind felt stronger, and his regular practices took considerably less time to complete. Progress. He had been studying the mind arts for only a little over a year, and felt he was doing well. Harry was far from being an expert, but he no longer felt like a complete novice. Something that proved to be useful the previous evening. His expression darkened at the memory of the Dementor entering their carriage. He had felt it just like the others, the oppressive coldness wash over him, and even heard the screaming of his mother as his worst memory was brought to the forefront of his mind. Harry managed to prevent the effects taking hold of using his rudimentary skill in occlumency. At first glance, he had thought that it was the cloaked figure itself that had arrived, but no. The coldness of the Dementor was not the same, not as strong, and certainly not as intimidating. At best, it was a facsimile of death, nothing more. It was odd how angry its presence had made Harry. To him, it was as though the creature made a mockery of death, and it resonated quite deeply within him. Death was much more than a cloaked figure pretending to be something it wasn't. Death was the creator of the Hallows and the reaver of souls, the gatekeeper for this world and the next. The Dementors were thieves. They had no right to feast upon the souls that did not belong to them. They belonged to death and should be returned to him upon someone's passing. An abomination. That was what the Dementors were, and Harry would not stand to have them in his presence. Much to his surprise, however, it had listened to his command to leave them be, evidently realizing that it was indeed no match for the magic death created. "Is it time to get up?" Ron asked sleepily, pulling him from his thoughts. "It was time to get up about half an hour ago," Harry chuckled. "Hermione is going to be furious if you make her late to get her timetable." Ron cursed under his breath as he all but jumped out of bed and began rifling through his trunk. "Why didn't you wake me up?" "I tried," Harry replied with a shrug. Ron scowled as he got dressed and made a token effort to tame his hair. "Come on," Harry urged as he chuckled. Hermione was packing back and forth in front of the fire as they arrived in the almost empty common room. "We're going to be late," she huffed irritably as she headed towards the portrait hole. "Told you," Harry murmured. Ron could only shake his head as they followed the girl, and with the pace Hermione had set, they reached the great hall in record time. "Watch out, Alicia's there," Ron teased, nodding to where the chasers were seated. "Shut up," Harry muttered, doing his best to ignore the redhead's teasing. Fred and George had been bad enough the night before. He certainly didn't need it from Ron. Harry wished Angelina hadn't said anything. He knew the girl was only joking, but the twins would use it against him for weeks. "There's Casanova," one of them called. "Bugger off," Harry replied as he took his seat. The twins guffawed, and Harry again did his best to ignore them. No easy feat when they insisted on blowing kisses at him across the table. "Gits." Ron nodded his agreement. "I've been telling you that since we met," he pointed out. "Professor McGonagall is coming," Hermione whispered excitedly. The woman reached them only a moment later and began consulting a sheet of parchment. "Mr. Weasley, you have divination first this morning," she informed Ron before tapping a blank sheet with her wand and handing it to him. "Mr. Potter, it is ancient runes for you with Professor Babbling." Harry nodded as he accepted the piece of parchment, excited for his foray into studying runes. "Miss Granger, this is your timetable." Hermione took the parchment, glanced it over and placed it within her robes, smiling brightly as Professor McGonagall moved along. She spent the next several minutes fidgeting restlessly in her chair, until Harry finished his breakfast before he relented and was pulled from the hall, managing only to wave Ron goodbye. "We've got ages yet," Harry groaned. "We want to get good seats, don't we?" Harry could only shake his head. They were indeed the first to arrive, followed by who Harry could only assume was Professor Babbling around 5 minutes before the lesson was due to start. She was a young woman, much younger than any other professor within the castle, and was rather attractive. "My, you are keen," she commented amusedly, flicking her blonde, wavy hair over her shoulder. "You can wait inside if you like." Hermione didn't need a second invitation, and Harry once more felt himself being dragged by the girl until he was placed in a seat at the front of the classroom. It wasn't so long after that the other students began to arrive, mostly Slytherins and Ravenclaws, but Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff joined them. "Welcome," Professor Babbling greeted warmly when they were all situated. "We will begin today with an introduction in the study of ancient runes and where we will begin. Now, it is a complex branch of magic and breakthroughs are always being made. I will make you aware of any of these that will affect your time here." Already, Hermione was scribbling away on a piece of parchment, taking down every word that was spoken. "Can anyone tell me what runes are used for?" Immediately, Hermione's hand shot up. "Runes are used for several tasks and creations. They can be incorporated into enchantments or used as a standalone branch to erect powerful magical protections. They can also be used in ritualistic magic and for offensive purposes." "Excellent," Professor Babbling praised. "That is indeed several ways in which they can be used, but it is not as simple as carving them into something and activating them. Runes are very much adaptable and will change when paired or grouped with other particular runes from the same alphabet, and more so when used in conjunction with other groups entirely. It is a very dangerous undertaking becoming a rune master, and your theoretical work must be outstanding before attempting anything of a practical nature. Many have lost their lives because they made an amateur miscalculation, and I would prefer that it didn't happen to any of you." Professor Babbling's warning was an ominous one, but Harry knew not to take it lightly. "As we progress through the syllabus over the next 5 years, you will gain an understanding of several runic languages, how they behave when incorporated with others, and even how the concept of magical numbers is an important factor in creating runic arrays." Hermione raised her hand once more, and Professor Babbling gestured for her to speak. "What are magical numbers, Professor?" Babbling nodded thoughtfully, evidently trying to find the best way to explain it. "Magical numbers are a simple enough concept and are a proven determining factor in runic undertakings. For example, it is agreed upon by rune masters that the numbers 3 and 7 often produce the strongest outcome when implementing runes. So, you could take 3 groups of 3 runes from 3 languages and arrange them in 3 different arrays to create an effect. That runic creation would be stronger than if you replace the number 3 with the number 5 because of its magical properties. Do you understand? But what makes a number magical?" Professor Babbling smiled at the question. "No one truly knows," she replied. "As I said, the study of ancient runes is forever changing." "What other magic numbers are there?" Harry asked. Well, there are many that have been proven, but it is not only just the number itself that must be considered. It is how that number relates to runic arrays, magical conduits, and even time in many cases. Time. Babbling nodded. Often, time denotes into seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, and rarely, years and decades when it comes to runic magic and other branches. Some practitioners are so superstitious that they will only undertake any physical work if the timing coincides with what they are doing. If we take our groups of 3 concept and add the factor of time, most will choose to carry out that particular task on the 3rd hour of the 3rd day of the month. Those who are even more cautious would wait until the 3rd month too. Not only does it make the work safer, but also stronger. Harry was surprised by how deeply the subject was considered, even before anything was attempted. What about the number 13? He asked curiously. Babbling's smile widened. The number 13 is considered to be quite unlucky in many cultures, but it has proven to have exceptional power when it comes to runic magic, especially when used within rituals. Unfortunately, such magic is heavily frowned upon by the Ministry of Magic, and much of it has been deemed illegal under the same laws of practicing the dark arts. It's considered a dark art, Hermione asked. It is, and for good reason, I suppose, Professor Babbling sighed. Many people have abused this type of magic, and the consequences can be extremely dire. Where Mr. Potter's question comes into it is that the number 13, although a bad omen, is widely believed to be the most optimal magical number that has been explored to date. Was that why the cloaked figure had come to him on the 13th hour of his 13th birthday? Harry had his doubts that both things were coincidental, and though his brain was already awash with all the new information he had learned already, he knew he had made the right choice by studying ancient runes. It was already proving to be quite the fascinating topic, and one that was raising more questions than answers. He was very much looking forward to seeing what he could achieve when he became competent in the art. Gawain braced himself for another unavoidable coughing fit as his breath hitched in his lungs. The years had finally caught up to him, and though he wished he were not so frail and could be here for his sons and grandchildren for what was to come, he was of no use to them. He had been bedbound for the best part of the last 4 years and had needed to be cared for continuously. Admitting that he could no longer stand unaided had been a bitter moment of acceptance, and his health had only deteriorated from there. His hearing was not so good, and even his vision had become rather cloudy in recent months. Nonetheless, he had long accepted that his time was nigh, and he would soon follow in the steps of his own father, who had walked and greeted death so proudly. Gawain intended to do the same, but not until he had tended to his final needs. "Arthur," he whispered, the voice that had once been so strong being no longer so. "I'm here, father," Arthur replied. Even through his limited vision, Gawain could see the abject sadness that plagued his eldest son. "Reach under my pillow, boy. There is something I must burden you with." Arthur frowned as he did so, his eyes widening as he retrieved the piece of silvery fabric. "Your cloak." "Your cloak," Gawain corrected with a smile, his thoughts drifting to when his own father had bestowed the garment upon him. "It is an exceptional piece of magic, and now it is yours to protect. May it keep you as safe as it has me and my father." "I remember the story you used to tell me about this cloak," Arthur said fondly, as he allowed the fabric to glide between his fingers. "That grandfather and your uncles managed to trick death into giving them a gift. This was what grandfather chose." "It is no story, Arthur." His son looked at him skeptically, and Gawain chuckled. He too had found it difficult to believe the yarn his father had spun about summoning death and what had happened after. But even in his advanced years, Gawain remembered vividly what he had witnessed the night Ignatus Peverell had passed on. Death had come for him, and there was no doubt the cloaked figure would come for Gawain too. Arthur humored him with a smile as he adjusted his sheets. "I expect it will be useful if our lands are invaded." Arthur's smile faded at the mention of the rumors that were abound. Raids had been occurring up and down the coast of Camry, and beyond the rest of the Isles. It was said those to the west were responsible, but others said the invaders came from the south. It did not matter where. Camry would not tolerate invasions. "It will," Arthur agreed, his hand reaching for the pommel of the sword he'd kept tied to his belt more recently. "Where is Gane?" Gawain asked, not remembering seeing his younger son for a few days now. "He took some men to scout the coast," Arthur explained. "I'm expecting him back shortly." Gawain nodded, though he could not deny he was worried that he might miss seeing him a final time. He did not have long left. "Any word from Carris?" Gawain asked hopefully. It was only a matter of weeks after Gawain had been introduced to John Evans that the two of them had departed. As Gawain had suspected, they had married and eventually settled somewhere in the southeast of England and blessed him with 2 more grandchildren to add to Arthur's daughter and Glyn's son, who was a grown man himself now. Over the years, Carris had returned home to Godric's Hollow only once, bringing her daughter Violet when she had been but a babe. According to Carris, it was something of a tradition in the Evans family to name their daughters after Flora. He hadn't met Peter, her son. Gawain suspected that Carris thought he'd be ashamed that the boy had been born a squib, but he wasn't. Peter was as much his grandson as any of the others, and it was much to his disappointment he hadn't gotten to be blessed with his company. Regardless, Carris was happy and had written often, and that was all that mattered to Gawain. He had been pleased to learn that she had not traveled long. Having heard tales of the reputation of her mother's family, she thought it best to forget the Gaunts. Gawain had been right. The line had only worsened over the years. Dafydd had died young some decades prior, and the Peverell name would be all but forgotten in a generation or so. He bore no sons, but 2 daughters who had already married their own cousins, according to what Carris had learned. Oh, how Cadmus's legacy had suffered. Antioch has passed on without fathering any children, so Arthur, Glyn, Carris, and their children was all that remained of the line. "Father," Gawain smiled as Glyn entered the room. "My boy," he greeted him fondly. "How are things?" "Safe for now," Glyn murmured. "I brought someone to see you." It was in this moment that Gawain realized his children knew he was not long for this world, and as his only daughter entered, he knew he would die as content as his own father had. "Carris," he whispered excitedly, unable to prevent the tears from spilling. Of course, Gawain adored all of his children, but it had been years since he had looked upon the face of the woman standing before him. Carris looked terrified at the sight of him, and Gawain realized he could not be looking his best. He truly was quite old and frail, far from the strong man he had once been. "Father," she choked as she kneeled beside him, taking one of his hands in her own. Gawain struggled to grip it tightly, but he gave it his all. "I'm so sorry," Carris whispered. "I should have come sooner." Gawain waved her off as he smiled. "You needn't have come at all," he replied. "I do not wish to be remembered like this, but I will not pretend that I am not elated to see you." Carris said nothing as she simply stared at him fearfully, the same way she had as a child when she sought to be comforted after a nightmare. "You can't die," she demanded. Gawain chuckled. "We all must die," he declared. "Death is not something to be feared but embraced when it is your time. Come death, come." "What does that mean?" Arthur questioned curiously. "I cannot say I know," Gawain snorted. "It is something my father used to say often. It is almost poetic that I was in the very same position you all are now whilst I witnessed his final moments." "Was it as horrible as this?" Glyn asked. Gawain nodded. "One of the worst moments of my life, but one I would not change," he said resolutely. "It made me the man I became, and now it is my time to move on. I know that I will see him again, along with my mother. I suppose I will see your mothers too. I expect they will have a few choice words for me." "Mother could be difficult," Arthur sighed. "She was a good woman," Gawain declared. "I could not have asked for a better wife." "And mine was as insane as the rest of her family," Carris huffed. "Your mother was ambitious," Gawain countered, coughing once more. I will not pretend to agree with much of what she did, but I choose to remember the woman I saw holding you. Birthing you changed her, Carris, and I have no doubt that had she lived, she would have been an exceptional mother. Carris smiled, and Gawaine's attention was caught by movement close to the door. It's here, he whispered. What's here? Arthur questioned confusedly. Gawaine said nothing, as the cloaked figure materialized in front of the wall behind his sons, but nodded his understanding. Death had come to claim another Peverell this day. My time, he said eventually. I'm ready. The figure approached, and the last thing Gawaine heard was the voices of his sons and daughter despairing over his passing. As it had been with his father, the figure grasped him on the shoulder, and all the pain and misery that had plagued him these past years was gone. Gawaine had not managed to make it to his feet, but he accepted death as readily as he could, and now his time truly was done. Harry wiped away a tear as he was returned to his bed. He had seen Gawaine as a babe in arms, had watched him grow into the man he had become, and to see his passing was nothing short of a sobering experience. These were merely visions of what had once been, but Harry could not deny the familial connection he felt towards the Peverells, and losing them was akin to losing a someone he knew deeply. He had learned so much from Gawaine throughout the intervening months, and though he was pleased the man had passed on peacefully centuries ago, he felt the loss so profoundly. Wiping away another tear, he released a deep breath, drawing his wand as he did so and circling it around himself. Harry took only a small amount of joy from being able to place the cloak over himself, as he had seen Gawaine do in the vision. It was only a bittersweet victory now, where he would have been unequivocally proud of the achievement only moments ago. With Gawaine's passing, he simply knew that he would be able to do it. With another motion of his wand, the cloak was returned to his hand, and he placed it back under the pillow, sighing as he took in the weather outside. It was miserable, not ideal conditions for the first Quidditch match of the year. It was raining heavily, and the wind buffeted the trees to and fro along the edge of the forbidden forest. Perhaps the game would be called off. Harry had his doubts, and whilst the rest of his dormmates were sleeping, he worked his way through his breathing exercises in an attempt to mentally prepare himself for the match. Harry, Ron called an inordinate amount of time later. Come on, you've got to get some breakfast in you if you're going to beat Hufflepuff. Harry nodded before readying himself and following Ron through the common room and into cold corridors of the castle, with Hermione joining them as they did so. It was only halfway through October, and yet it seemed that winter was all but upon them. The rest of the house would be sporting warm coats and scarves, whilst they tried to watch the match through the storm. Harry would be atop his broom as he attempted to seek out a minute golden ball, cold and soaking through. It was not a favorable prospect, though he could not deny he was excited for a game of Quidditch. Eat, Hermione urged. Harry didn't feel much like eating. It wasn't the pre-match nerves that had ruined his appetite, but his experience of witnessing Gawaine's passing. How could he eat when he was in mourning? Nonetheless, he helped himself to some toast to appease the girl, snorting derisively as Draco swaggered into the great hall, his arm still heavily bandaged. It had been weeks now that the idiot had provoked Buckbeak and gotten scratched for his troubles, and he still insisted that he was injured. He wasn't, and everyone knew it, but most were too intimidated to call the boy out for his shenanigans. Harry wasn't, and he would not see Hagrid nor Buckbeak punished because Malfoy had embarrassed himself. Care of magical creatures had been exciting for that one lesson. However, every other session had been dull. For the most part, the class had been tending to the very few needs of flobberworms. The incident with Buckbeak had knocked Hagrid's confidence, and he dared not show them anything more interesting. It was Malfoy's fault, and every time the boy smirked smugly for what he had done, Harry had to fight the urge to curse him. Still, it was early in the year yet. There was plenty of time for that, and Harry had no doubt the blonde would give him dozens of reasons to do so before long. Come on, Potter, the voice of Wood pulled him from his thoughts. It's time. With a nod and having bid farewell to Ron and Hermione, Harry followed the 7th year out of the castle and towards the Quidditch pitch in the distance, knowing that the match truly would be a miserable experience. Harry was grateful for the temporary reprieve that the changing rooms granted, and he wasn't the only one. The 3 chasers were utterly as miserable as the weather outside, and even Fred and George lacked their usual enthusiasm. "All right, I know we have been preparing to face Slytherin, but it's better this way," Wood spoke. "You mean the cheating bastards won't be able to use the weather to hide what they're doing?" One of the twins snorted humorlessly. "Exactly," Wood agreed. "Harry, we could really do with you catching the snitch early today. Diggory is a good seeker, but not as good as you. Fly rings around him and catch it. The rest of us will do our jobs." Harry nodded his understanding. He'd already intended on catching the snitch as quickly as he could. "Right, there's nothing else to say other than it's our time to remind the rest of them why we have been champions the last 2 years. I'd really like to win it for my last year here." Harry hadn't thought of that. With Wood leaving, who would take his place next year? It would likely be Angelina. She already took charge of the chasers for the most part, so she would be the natural choice. Still, the team would be down a keeper. Harry shook his head. Now was not the time to consider that, not when this season was only just beginning. "Let's get this over with then," Wood urged only a moment later, leading them from the changing and into the tunnel. "Come death, come," Harry whispered as he realized the conditions had scarcely improved. "What was that?" Katie asked curiously. "Nothing," Harry murmured. "Nothing at all." "Break. How can they even see in this?" Hermione asked over the howling of the wind. Ron shrugged, squinting as he tried to track what was occurring in the match. At last count, Gryffindor were winning by 50 points to 10, and despite the atrocious weather, the crowd were as jubilant as ever watching the game unfold. Hermione would not profess to be a fan of Quidditch. Her brief foray into flying during their first year was the last time she had mounted a broom, and she had no intention of doing so ever again if she could help it. How Harry flew the way he did, she'd never understand, and even those experienced enough in the art agreed that he seemed to defy all logic when atop a broom. Hermione shivered and buried herself deeper into her coat. It was exceptionally cold today. Even Scotland in October was never usually so chilly. "Ron," she whispered as another wave of coldness washed over her. It was different this time, though not unfamiliar. Hermione had experienced this only once before, and as she tugged frantically on the redhead's sleeve, she scoured their surroundings. By now, the others had noticed what seemed to be happening, and Hermione felt her heart sink into the pit of her stomach as she spotted the first of the Dementors gliding amongst the Quidditch players high above. "Harry!" she shouted as she saw her friend appear seemingly from nowhere, flying head-on into the congregating creatures. "Break." Albus stood as he drew his wand, furious that the Dementors had dared cross the threshold into the grounds. He had been firm that they patrol only outside of Hogwarts. Leveling his wand towards them, he opened his mouth to cast the spell, only to balk as a figure garbed in the scarlet robes of Gryffindor appeared amongst them. Albus could feel it. The coldness radiating from Harry Potter overwhelmed that of the Dementors, and they scarpered with a screech, the young man pursuing firing bolt after bolt of black magic after them. Albus's own fury paled in comparison to the expression of unadulterated rage that marred Harry's features. It was as though he took their presence as a personal affront, and even when the Dementors had fled and he turned his attention back to the game, it was with an aggression uncharacteristic of the boy. "Merlin, what was that?" Minerva asked. Albus shook his head. He had never felt anything like it. It was one thing to witness the effect in a memory, but to feel such a coldness was something else entirely. Whatever it was Harry had done had seemingly terrified the Dementors, and Albus could not even begin to understand just what had occurred. "I do not know," he murmured in response. Everyone else in the stadium, were discussing the incident amongst themselves, with many speculating as to what had happened. All Albus knew was that Harry Potter possessed something that repelled the Dementors at the very least. Perhaps there was even more to it than that. It was impossible to say with no knowledge of what he'd done, and even as Harry snatched the snitch from the sky, bringing the game to an end, his expression of anger did not morph into one of joy at the victory for his team. "Minerva, I would ask that you take charge in my absence for the rest of the day. I will be paying a visit to Cornelius immediately." Minerva nodded, and Albus took his leave from the stadium. The Dementors may have been banished for now, but the minister would be hearing of the incident. Cornelius would not like it, but Albus wanted the Dementors gone. Who knows what could have happened had Harry not intervened? Break. It was taking considerable effort for Harry to calm himself after his encounter with the Dementors. He did not know why they elicited such a response within him, but the anger that coursed through his veins was palpable. He despised the foul creatures more than just about anything else he'd ever come across. Perhaps it was that, when they were near him, he could hear the pleas of his mother for Voldemort to spare his life, or it was simply that they seemed to be wishful usurpers of death. "Are you all right, Potter?" Wood asked as he took a seat next to him. Harry nodded, and Oliver clapped him on the shoulder. "Thank you for whatever it was you did," he said appreciatively. "The Dementors are nasty blighters, and they could have cost us the match." "What did you do to make them shit themselves like that?" one of the twins asked. Harry shrugged in response. He didn't know what he did. It seemed to be little more than a natural reaction to their presence. "Can you teach us?" Harry shook his head. "It's not something I can teach," he replied apologetically. "I think it's just something to do with my magic." "Could be family magic," the other twin mused aloud. "Family magic?" Harry asked. "Some families just have an affinity for certain types of magic," Fred or George answered. "It's usually a pureblood thing. They are good at something and they keep it to themselves. It's a tradition to keep their families safe if they were to fall out with another. The Crouches are known for their ability in magical languages, some for their skill with magical plants," he added, nodding towards Katie. "I'm technically not a pureblood," she pointed out. "My mother is, but my father is a half-blood." "You still inherited the ability. Maybe the Potters have their own family magic." Harry said nothing. This wasn't anything to do with being a Potter. The magic that flowed through his veins was a gift from death that had been bestowed upon the Peverells. Is that why his magic reacted with such hostility towards the Dementors? Did death oppose the very existence of the creatures? It mattered not really. All Harry knew was that he had changed so much since his 13th birthday, in mind and in magic. Maybe it was a combination of death's visit to him and witnessing what he did regularly in the visions. Regardless, he felt the differences within him. "Anyway, party in the common room," Angelina questioned. Fred and George nodded eagerly. "We will catch up. We have to get supplies. Come on, Fred." "Right behind you, George." Harry could only chuckle amusedly. No one knew where the twins acquired their supplies, and when they were asked, they would only tap their noses in reply. Their secrets were evidently their own, as were Harry's. He wouldn't even know where to begin explaining all that he had learned and experienced since receiving the cloak, and judging by the last vision, it appeared that it would be Arthur Peverell he would become familiar with. "Are you coming, Harry?" "You can escort me back to the common room if you must, little Katie." The girl narrowed her eyes at him. "You will stop calling me that." "I don't think I will," Harry decided as he stepped past her. "I think it suits you." Katie growled and Harry laughed as he took refuge behind the broader form of Oliver Wood, who was not pleased to be placed in the middle of the disagreement, particularly when his hair was changed to a rather impressive shade of maroon. Break. Sirius used the cover of the stands within the stadium to slink away, taken aback by what he had witnessed. He'd thought that fortune was favoring him today. With a Quidditch match having been scheduled and a storm he could hide within, He'd been hopeful that he would be able to capture Wormtail. It was not to be, however. It was when he was making his way through the stands towards the redhead to ensure the rat was not with him that he caught sight of something that took him back to his own days at Hogwarts. He had been so enthralled by seeing Harry fly that he had all but forgotten about his former friend. It was just like watching James. Harry flew so well, and in the moment, all Sirius wished for was to see his godson play Quidditch. All had been going well until he felt them approaching. Immediately, Sirius had begun to tremble uncontrollably, and though he knew the Dementors could not detect him in his animagus form, he could still feel their effects. He remembered whimpering from where he had taken refuge, and then witnessing Harry of all people flying towards the creatures. They had fled. Sirius could not believe what he was seeing. It was only a few moments later that the match ended, and though Sirius had squandered his opportunity to get his revenge, he did not regret how he'd spent his time. Harry was incredible. James had never gotten the opportunity to pursue a career in Quidditch, but maybe his son would. As Harry's godfather, it was Sirius's responsibility to give him the best chance he possibly could, and his mind wandered to an advertisement he had seen in the Daily Prophet he had liberated from one of the bins in Hogsmeade. His vengeance could wait another day. Before he was undoubtedly sent back to Azkaban, after finally committing the crime he had been sent away for, Sirius wanted to do something for Harry. Cautiously, to ensure he was not seen here, he took his leave of the grounds once the stadium had emptied. Peter would live for today, but they were indeed numbered. He could not escape Sirius forever. Break. Albus, the public would have my hide if I removed the Dementors from Hogsmeade, Cornelius sighed. With what the guards heard him saying in his sleep, it would be foolish to do it. They entered the grounds, Cornelius. My one condition was that they did not do so. And they won't again, I can assure you of that, the minister replied diplomatically. The message will be relayed to them that they are forbidden from entering Hogwarts. I would really appreciate your support on this. Black is a dangerous man, and we must be seen to be doing everything we can to apprehend him. Albus could only shake his head as he took his leave of the office. Cornelius would not budge. At the very worst of times, he could be a stubborn fool. It was fortunate that the students had only been exposed to the Dementors very briefly. Regardless, Albus was returning to the castle as displeased as he'd left it. It appeared that as much as he'd never coveted having it, his influence with the Minister of Magic had waned. Albus had feared that Lucius, having escaped prosecution for his crimes, would do all he could to ingratiate himself with the administration. The man's efforts seemed to have worked, and Albus feared for the future. If Tom was to indeed return, as he suspected, it was likely going to be a difficult period if Cornelius remained in charge of the country. Break. Once more, Harry found himself the topic of interest within the castle after all who had attended the Quidditch match had witnessed him confronting the Dementors. Rumors of how he had repelled them had begun immediately, amongst them, the claim that he had somehow enslaved the creatures that would only listen to him. It was a ridiculous notion, but Harry could not miss the pointing and whispers wherever he went. "Ron, you're next," Professor Lupin instructed. Harry looked on amusedly as the boggart shifted into the form of an enormous spider, and what little color Ron had to his skin vanished. "Ah, ridiculous." The creature skittered comically on the spot as it failed to maintain its balance, and the class laughed at the sight. It was quite the sight to behold. Harry continued to watch as the others took their turn, pondering what it was the boggart would turn into when he stepped up to face it. Before he could, however, Professor Lupin jumped in front of him and banished it into the wardrobe. "Excellent work," the man praised. "Each of you have earned a point for your houses. Off you go to your next lesson." Harry frowned as Lupin busied himself with cleaning up the staff room. "I'll catch up," he assured Hermione. The girl left with the others, and Harry waited until the professor was finished. Lupin startled when he realized he was still there only a moment later. "Is there something I can help you with, Harry?" Why didn't you let me face it? Lupin's expression fell. I do not think it would be wise for even an effigy of you-know-who to be seen within the castle. Harry nodded his understanding, his frown deepening. Voldemort isn't what I fear the most, he murmured thoughtfully. He isn't, Lupin probed, surprised by the revelation. No, Harry realized. I don't know what the boggart would become, but the only thing that I'm scared of is seeing the people I care about dying. It was the truth. As much as he was learning from the visions, having witnessed 3 people dying within them, it was the thing Harry had come to dread more than anything else. Lupin was taken aback by the revelation and sat in a nearby chair. I hadn't even considered. The man had paled considerably, and Harry shrugged. It's fine, he said dismissively. Lupin looked at him oddly for a moment, almost as though he wished to say something, but evidently thought better of it. The thing with the Dementors, how do you do it? It was Harry's turn to be taken aback. I've seen it twice now, Lupin continued. It is not a traditional defense against them, and certainly something I have never heard of. I honestly don't know, Harry answered truthfully. Lupin nodded. Well, it is effective, he chuckled. Even the most skilled with charms struggle to fend off a few Dementors at a time. You seem to have a knack for driving away dozens. There's a charm for it, Harry asked curiously. There is, Lupin said cautiously. It's called the Patronus Charm. It is an exceptionally advanced piece of magic that most are unable to accomplish. It takes considerable concentration and power to achieve it in its most effective iteration. How does it work? Lupin smiled at the inquisitiveness. Well, the magic of the Dementors bring out the worst feelings and memories in us. The Patronus Charm acts as a guardian of sorts that is powered by our more positive feelings. Do you understand? So, it is the opposite side of the same coin, Harry mused aloud. You need to be able to concentrate on the positive emotions to allow the spell to be cast and be sufficiently powerful enough to maintain it. Casting some types of dark magic Harry had read about was done so in the same way, but with the focus shift onto negative emotions. He'd managed to cast a few of those spells, even if he didn't like how they made him feel. That is exactly it, Lupin whispered in surprise. That is rather advanced magical theory, Harry. Can I try it? Lupin smiled again, almost as though he was humoring Harry as he nodded. There are no wand movements, but the incantation is expecto patronum. Expecto patronum, Harry repeated as he drew his wand. As he had become accustomed to with using similar dark magic spells, Harry carefully considered what memories could elicit such a feeling of joy within him. It was no easy task, and as he had learned long ago through his practice in the mind arts, it was indeed easier to recall negative memories to elicit negative emotions. Still, he would not be deterred, and settled on the birth of Arthur Peverell, and the sheer joy Gane had experienced having his firstborn placed into his arms. Expecto patronum, he whispered. After only a short delay, a blinding light filled the room, and Harry had to squint from the sheer brightness of it. He couldn't help but marvel as the raw energy coalesced into a form he recognized. Unbelievable, Professor Lupin whispered, his gaze fixed on the Thistral pawing at the ground. The man was in utter shock, but Harry even more so. The warmth that filled him was incredible, and he held on to the feeling for several moments before allowing it to dissipate. It truly was the opposite experience to casting dark magic. Much of the time, Harry was left with something of a shadowy taint that clung to him for some time after he'd cast such spells, and it seemed that magic on the opposing side would leave him feeling quite invigorated and even pure. It was quite the realization, though Harry did wonder what would happen if it was implemented continuously. Would it have a similar effect on the psyche as the overuse of dark magic did? Harry didn't know, but it seemed to him that it could prove to have negative connotations in a similar way. What they were was something he did not intend to find out for himself. No, magic was indeed magic, but he'd quickly come to believe that neither light nor dark was more righteous than the other. I have never seen anything like it, Professor Lupin whispered, still shocked but coherent enough to speak. This was your first time attempting the spell. Harry nodded. I didn't even know it existed until you told me. Professor Lupin laughed, his eyes full of pride as he took Harry by the shoulders. What you just did is incredible, Harry. I can think of no one who would have managed a corporeal patronus on their first attempt. Corporeal patronus. One that took a form, Lupin explained. It is one thing to cast a shield successfully, but a corporeal patronus is extremely advanced magic. Very few people could manage it with years of practice. It is far beyond a newt-level charm. Harry didn't know what to say. A Thistral too, Lupin chuckled. Dumbledore's is a phoenix, but I've never seen another that is a magical creature. What does that mean? I don't know, Lupin replied, his smile firmly in place. You seem to have quite the gift in charms, or it may well be all defensive magic. Anyway, I am sorry for keeping you. You're already quite late for your next lesson. Allow me to write you a note. The man did so, and Harry accepted the piece of parchment when he was done. Take 25 points for Gryffindor too, Lupin urged. I am looking forward to seeing where you go from here. Harry could only exit the room feeling rather overwhelmed by what had just happened. Was what he had done such a big deal? For the usually reserved Lupin to think so, it must have been, even if it hadn't been such a challenge for him. Still, Harry was in no doubt that it was his skill in the mind arts that had made casting the spell possible, and it was likely if others had such a solid grounding in them, they would be able to do it too. Not that it was likely to happen. The mind arts were heavily regulated in Britain, after all. Regardless, Harry's dedication to them had proven to be worth every second of practice, and he began to wonder just how else they would help him in his future endeavors. Break. Having returned to the castle, Albus had busied himself by attending to his duties as the headmaster of the school, in a bid to keep his mind off the unsuccessful meeting with Cornelius. He needed to find a way to ensure the Dementors stayed out of the grounds, though such an achievement would be exceedingly difficult. So little was known about the creatures other than their ability to consume souls and the misery that lingered wherever they lurked. Most who were unfortunate enough to encounter them were not keen on spending much time in their company, let alone for a prolonged period to study them. Even Albus abhorred being in close proximity to them. Come in, Remus, he called as the werewolf knocked on the office door. Considering the full moon would soon be upon them, the man looked well and was even smiling quite brilliantly. Albus, I need to discuss Harry with you. Has something happened? Albus asked worriedly. In a manner of speaking, Remus replied. I think it is best if you see it for yourself. May I? Albus gestured for the man to proceed and watched with interest, as Remus added a memory to the pensive. With a light frown marring his features, the headmaster indulged his colleague and entered the stone basin. What he bore witness to was nothing short of astonishing. By all accounts, Harry's work in his core subjects, save for potions, was exemplary, and Albus had been receiving regular reports on his progress. This, however, was something else entirely. Not only had the boy done what even he would deem to be exceedingly improbable, Harry had proven that he was not set on a path of exploring only dark magic, as Albus had feared. No one who had delved so irreparably into the dark arts would be able to produce a patronus, such as the one Harry had. It filled Albus with hope and assuaged the concerns he'd harbored since discussing the matter with Nicholas a little under a year ago. That was his first attempt. Remus nodded enthusiastically. Even Lily. He broke off and swallowed deeply at the mention of the woman. She would be so proud of him, Albus said with certainty. It is quite the feat. Remus nodded. What does it mean, Albus? The headmaster returned to his chair, his gaze shifting towards the clock. Lessons would be finished for the day, and there was around an hour before dinner was due to be served. It means that we are failing him as an educational establishment, Albus chuckled. Would you fetch Minerva and Phileas for me? I will retrieve Harry myself. Remus nodded before hurrying from the office, and Albus followed only a moment later, heading towards the 7th floor. "Headmaster," the fat lady greeted him, surprised by his appearance. "My dear, I have need of one of your students, if you don't mind." Of course," the woman acquiesced, opening to allow him to enter. The students within the common room Albus had come to know so well during his own time, as one of them fell silent as they noticed him, and the headmaster cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, if you would follow me," he requested. Whispering ensued as Albus turned to leave, the students speculating as to why he had personally come to fetch a student. In truth, it had simply been much quicker for him to do so, though Albus knew he should have perhaps asked Minerva to fetch Harry in hindsight. Still, the walk was serving him well, and it gave him a moment alone with the boy. Harry was nervous, and Albus shot him a comforting smile. "You are not in trouble, Harry," he reassured the boy, who relaxed considerably. "Is this about the Dementors?" "I suppose it pertains to them," Albus answered. "All will be revealed shortly." Harry said nothing else, and Albus led him into the office, gesturing for him to take a seat. "I apologize for the delay," he offered. "The others will be here shortly." "Others?" Before Albus could answer, the door opened, admitting Remus and the curious duo of Phileas and Minerva. Evidently, the former had said nothing of the matter to them. Thank you for coming," Albus greeted them. "What is this about, Albus?" Minerva questioned, her gaze shifting towards Harry. Albus smiled in response, taking no small amount of glee in the interest of his most senior staff members. "Harry, would you kindly demonstrate what you did for Professor Lupin today?" "You mean that?" Albus held up his hand to cut the boy off. "Please." With a nod, Harry drew his wand as he stood. "Expecto Patronum." Albus's smile widened as the Thistral appeared, the brightness eliciting protests from the watching portraits. When it was gone, Albus received the expected reactions. Minerva simply gaped at the boy, and Phileas positively twitched with excitement at what he had seen. "That was incredible," Phileas squeaked, interrupting Minerva. "What you just demonstrated, Mr. Potter, was nothing short of amazing. How long have you been able to do it?" "He tried it for the first time today," Remus answered. "He did it on his first attempt. Harry asked me about the spell, and I decided to humor him. I didn't expect any results." "Is that true, Mr. Potter?" Phileas asked skeptically. Harry nodded. "I'd never heard of it until Professor Lupin told me." Phileas bounced on the balls of his feet with excitement. "Well, I suppose it is time," he declared. Albus nodded his agreement. "Time for what?" Harry pressed. "Time that we challenged you more," Minerva interjected. "We have been monitoring you closely, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick and I have been suitably impressed with your performance in our lessons, so it is only natural that you are to be pushed." "Pushed?" "We both run advanced lessons for promising students," Phileas explained. "It is for those who demonstrate a particular proficiency in our subjects." Harry's expression fell. "I don't want to be singled out," he murmured. "You are not being singled out, Potter," Minerva tutted. "We both have other students who have proven themselves capable. Mr. Diggory from Hufflepuff is one of them, along with a few older Ravenclaw students." Phileas nodded. "I have 5 7th-years who I met with regularly," he confirmed. "What about Hermione? She's an excellent student," Minerva agreed, "and demonstrates a lot of promise. Miss Granger, however, already has an enormous workload with all the subjects she has chosen. When it comes to practical magic, I would say she is indeed above average, but not so much that she will begin to stagnate during her lessons." "Oh, this is quite the opportunity, Harry," Albus interjected. "We would not force you, but I believe you would benefit greatly from the additional work in these subjects. You have demonstrated that you are more than capable, and I believe it would be a shame for you to not push yourself further. Tell me, do you struggle with any of the work you are assigned?" "Not really," Harry murmured. "Then it appears that this is the right move for you," Albus encouraged. You will still attend your regular lessons with your peers, but you would be given additional assignments by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick to supplement your education. And me, Remus added. His defensive work is already outstanding, and I can add another dimension to his work. Albus nodded readily. Do you think you are up to the challenge, Harry? He asked. The boy seemed excited by the prospect, and smiled as he nodded in return. I suppose there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Albus beamed at the boy, pleased he had accepted. The coming months and years he had remaining at Hogwarts would be interesting to say the least, and as the professors offered their own congratulations, Albus was already envisioning the conversation he would share with Nicholas and Perenelle. How many are there? Arthur questioned, as the 3 men he'd sent to scout the coast returned. Close to 1,000 at least, Harold answered darkly. We have but 300 fighting men. Arthur nodded darkly, his hand resting on his pommel as he considered their options. They cannot be allowed to pass over the cliffs, he murmured. If they make it through, there is nothing to stop them from here until they reach the capital. We will be slaughtered, Harold predicted. Perhaps, Arthur agreed, but we are all that lie between them and our families. We must protect them, even if it costs us our lives. Of course, Glynn interjected. I will ready the men. Thank you, Arthur returned, watching as his brother left the command tent they had erected in the woods. As ever, when Camry faced hostility from another nation, it was the Peverells who would step up to defend their lands. With the main army at the eastern border keeping an eye on the warring English, it was down to Arthur and his rather paltry force to fend off the Irish. Earlier reports suggested only a few ships would be arriving, but only the prior day 8 had come into view on the horizon, more than double what had been expected. Nonetheless, Arthur knew they could not flee. His wife and daughter. No, he would not allow the Irish heathens to get to them. Come hell or high water, he would drive them back into the sea from whence they came. Come death, come, he sighed as he stood and exited the tent. Already, Glynn had rallied the men and begun marching them the short distance away to the cliff tops. Among them was only 30 archers, who would draw and loose volley after volley of arrows upon their enemies. There was no cavalry of which to speak, though the horses would prove to be quite useless in this terrain. Whatever remained of the Irish forces after they had made their way through the initial onslaught would have to be eradicated with cold steel, and by those that possessed magic. Did the Irish have any witches or wizard amongst them? Arthur knew it was likely, but it changed nothing. The plan was the plan, and he would ensure that it was the invaders that lost this day. That is a lot of men, Glynn whispered as Arthur reached the front. He hummed as he raised his telescope and peered through. There was indeed magical folk amongst them, set apart by the robes they wore in lieu of heavy armor. A mistake on their part. Although the mail was cumbersome at times, it could be the difference between life and death when under fire from arrows and some spells. Arthur certainly would not go into battle without his, a lesson he had learned from his late father. He missed the man terribly, as did Glynn. Often they would share an ale and reminisce about their childhood. Their mother had died when they had both been young, and for several years it had been just the two of them and Gawain Peverell to take care of them. It all changed when Carris unexpectedly came along, though both Arthur and Glynn were grown men when that happened. Their father had been rather coy with the details surrounding her birth, and although it was quite the adjustment to make, both brothers had accepted Carris as one of them. Even when she decided to leave their home with the Englishman, they had supported her. Still, their father had been dead for a few years now, and Carris had not returned. Why would she? She had a husband and 2 children to care for wherever she had decided to settle. Arthur only wished his sister well, and in truth, he was relieved that she wasn't here for what was coming. Ready? Arthur questioned Glynn when he noticed the Irish below were on the move. Glynn nodded, wetting his dry lips before gesturing for the archers to take up their positions. I will take point. Arthur nodded. There was no one he would trust more to lead half of the men than his own brother. "On my word," Arthur commanded, watching and waiting for the invaders to come into range of the bowmen. "Now." The arrows sang as the barrage was unleashed, taking those on the coast below by surprise. "Again," Arthur commanded as their enemies scrambled, the sounds of the wounded echoing around them. Much to their credit, the Irish did not flee in the face of the adversity and managed to gather themselves into something that resembled a fighting force, though it certainly lacked discipline. Regardless, they charged with swords and axes drawn, unrelenting even as more of them were felled by the archers. "We will still be outnumbered," Arthur murmured as he drew his own sword and wand. The Irish were quickly gaining ground, and even the hills scarcely slowed their approach. "Ready yourselves," Arthur instructed, his hand tightening around his sword. The men followed suit, and Arthur could almost smell the nervousness in the air. It was always the same when it came to battle. There were those that thrived in it, those that fought simply to live, and there were those that were merely destined to die on the field. As it was now, it would always be. "Come, death, come," Arthur whispered a final time as the first of the invaders broke through a short distance away. He received a sword in his guts for his troubles, but his pleas for help were lost in the chaos that quickly ensued. Steel clashed with steel, and the magicals among them wielded their wands, making the fighting only more dangerous and intense as fire and all manner of spells spouted from them. The Irish quickly proved to be a ferocious lot, and Arthur had his work cut out for him as he ducked below a swinging axe and batted aside a blasting curse sent his way. Such magic in close proximity was foolish, but the enemy did not seem to care, not even for their own kind. Arthur turned as a scream drew ever closer, parrying the sword of his attacker before almost cutting him in half with the follow-up swing. There was no fear in his victim's eyes, just the madness and bloodlust only battle could bring. Arthur abhorred such violent tendencies. He and Glynn had been trained as boys to fight as well as any. It was something their father insisted upon and had never let up until he could no longer lift his sword. Still, neither of the brothers relished in taking a life, and they had no ambition beyond their own borders. They would, however, defend their own lands with lives, just as they were doing now. Another man charged at him, and Arthur rammed the plated heel of his boot into his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Jamming the sword into his chest, he cast a banishing charm at another who vanished over the side of the cliff. They were indeed still outnumbered, but Arthur and his men would not relent. The Irish soon realized this and began fighting on the back foot, attempting to retreat. Arthur could not allow that. They would only return with greater numbers if any were to make it offshore. "Archers," he commanded again when the Irish began to flee. Once more, arrows were loosed, and the projectiles claimed several more victims. By now, the sand on the beach below was red with the blood of the enemy, and what remained would not be enough to man all of their ships. Nonetheless, Arthur and his men had not escaped without their share of losses. Their surprise attack had worked, but they had their own casualties to contend with. "Again," Arthur commanded. Arrows continued to rain down on the retreating Irish until none remained on their feet. It was then that Arthur led the defenders onto the beach to finish what the arrows had not. They put the rest of the Irish to the sword before he allowed his men to rest. "I want all the wounded helped," he instructed tiredly. "The dead are to be counted and returned to their families." "We did it," Harold declared simply, offering Arthur a skin of water. He drank deeply before nodding. "That was just a test for them," he murmured. "They wish to see how well defended we are." "How will they know?" Arthur smirked maliciously. "Without anyone returning, they will assume that we are stronger. I do not think they will try again." Harold nodded, frowning as one of the others sprinted towards him. "Arthur, it's Glynn." "What about him?" Arthur asked as he stood, his stomach filling with dread. I don't know, he won't get up." "Show me." Arthur sprinted after the man until they came upon a small group surrounding a prone figure. Even through the crimson mask of blood, Glyn's visage was unmistakable. "Brother," he croaked as Arthur kneeled next to him. "What happened?" Glyn shook his head. "I don't know. I can't move, Arthur." "Was it a weapon or a curse?" "Both, I think. I'm cold, Arthur." The small amount of visible flesh was blackening rapidly, and the wound would not seal even with magic. Whatever curse Glyn had been hit with was a particularly vicious one. Arthur cursed under his breath as he did all he could for his brother, but it was no good. He could only watch helplessly as the life left Glyn's eyes, his final gesture being a weak smile and an incoherent murmuring about death. Arthur didn't know how long he sat by the body of his brother, but the sun had gone down by the time Harold All, but pulled him away so that Glyn could be cleaned up and made presentable for his return. It was not often that Arthur wept, but for his brother as he had his mother and father, he shed his mournful tears, allowing none to be the bearers of Glyn's body. He alone would carry him home, where he would be buried with the rest of the Peverells. There never had been many of them, and with all that had come to pass over the last 3 generations, the name would vanish from history in only a few short years. Glyn had fathered 2 daughters and Arthur, only one of his own. Iolanthe was a beautiful young woman who would garner the attention of many suitors, and with any marriage and Arthur's inevitable passing, the name Peverell would cease to be. "Bloody hell," Harry choked as he was pulled from the memory, trembling from the ebbing adrenaline of the battle he had witnessed and the overwhelming sense of loss at the death of Glyn Peverell. "Come, death, come," he whispered sadly. He took a few moments to compose himself, remembering that what he saw was just a vision, even if it felt like he had lived it himself. War was a brutal art, and Harry had felt every emotion of Arthur Peverell, from the thrill of the fight to the devastation at the loss of his brother. Knowing that he would likely face it himself in the years to come only worsened his already downtrodden demeanor. With the break-in on Halloween still playing on his mind, he knew he was fortunate that he was still going to be allowed to visit Hogsmeade, but it was difficult to get into the festive spirit knowing how close he had come to being faced with Sirius Black. The man couldn't have been in his right mind to not only enter the castle, but to attempt to murder a student in their bed was something else entirely. Ever since, Harry had not slept well, remaining vigilant in case Black returned. Of course, his godfather had managed to escape, and despite the best efforts of the staff, there was no sign of him. The days that followed had been full of the students speculating just how Black had gotten in and out of the castle with none the wiser, and the ideas only became more ludicrous. Still, it seemed to distract the students from talking about Harry and the altercation with the Dementors, so something good had come of it. Not that knowing his life was in mortal peril was any better as an alternative. Regardless, the trip to Hogsmeade today was the one thing Harry had been looking forward to these past weeks, and knowing the village would be full of Aurors, and the Hogwarts professor assuaged his nerves, somewhat. With a shake of his head, Harry readied himself for the day and placed the cloak in his pocket. It would be useful if Black did make an unlikely appearance. Christmas was only a few days away, and Harry still needed to buy gifts, so he would not be deterred from going. "What are you doing in here?" Ron suddenly yelped. Harry pulled back his curtains with his wand drawn, only to frown at the sight of the already dressed Hermione. "Making sure you're ready," she answered. "This is the boys' dormitory," Neville squeaked as he entered from the bathroom with only a towel wrapped around him. "I'm sorry," Hermione replied embarrassedly, blushing at the sight of the boy. "Bloody hell, get out, Hermione," Ron ordered. She all but fled from the room, and Harry laughed amusedly at the sight of a shirtless Ron and sputtering Neville. "How did she even get in here?" the former asked, his ears having turned red. "We can't get into the girls' rooms." "And how would you know that?" Dean asked as he opened his curtains. "Been trying to make a late-night visit to someone," he added, waggling his eyebrows. "No," Ron denied hotly. Harry laughed again as he left the others to get ready, finding Hermione packing in front of the fire. Don't say anything, Harry, she warned. He held his hands up as a gesture of peace. I wasn't going to. Why you thought it would be a good idea? Just shut up, Hermione groaned. Maybe next time you won't sneak into our room. I didn't sneak. What's this? Fred or George asked curiously. Has our resident bookworm got a fetish for voyeurism? No, I have not, Hermione denied. I only went in to see if they were dressed. Wait, you can go in there, Angelina asked. See, now look what you have done, the other twin huffed. We won't be granted a peaceful night of sleep now with all the girls coming to our room. Yeah, right, Angelina snorted. Harry should probably watch out, though, when Alicia... Do not finish that sentence, Alicia interjected irritably. Angelina offered the girl a smirk, and Harry did his best not to look at either of them. Ever since the night Angelina had made the comment across the common room, he had been teased for it relentlessly. Breakfast, he declared as Ron finally arrived, only to be all but dragged from the room by Harry, the laughter of the others ringing in his ears. Why can't they just leave me alone? He groaned. Because of the way you react to it, Hermione answered, doing her best not to grin at him. If you didn't get so mortified, they wouldn't do it. It's hard not to when they're together, Harry defended. Hermione said nothing, and Harry cursed the very existence of the Quidditch team he was a part of. The twins could be a nightmare, but the Chasers were a force to be reckoned with when they chose to be. Alicia had already clarified what had happened, but Angelina would not let it go, and even Alicia got a kick out of seeing Harry squirm, despite her also being the butt of the teasing. Where are we going first? Ron asked as he helped himself to half a dozen sausages. Harry shrugged and looked towards Hermione. Dervish and Banges, she decided. I'd like to get something to send for my parents. Harry nodded his understanding. With Mr. and Mrs. Weasley away for the holidays, Harry had opted to remain at Hogwarts with Ron and the others. Even Hermione had decided to stay, citing she needed access to the library for the mountain of homework she had to complete. How she managed to attend all of her lessons was still a mystery, yet to be revealed, but Harry could see she was not better for it. Most of the time, Hermione was exhausted. When anyone had made a point to mention it, the girl became rather snappy with them, so both Harry and Ron had learned to not do so. Hermione, it turned out, had quite the temper when pushed enough. Harry had not dared mention that he was now doing additional assignments in 3 of their subjects. He had no doubt it would only worsen Hermione's mood. Come on, we should get moving before all the carriages are taken, Harry urged. Besides, we don't want to keep Filch waiting. I bet he's been itching to jam his scanner into students all morning. Hermione tutted at his choice of words, and Ron laughed as they made their way out of the hall. Despite what he'd endured this morning and the worry hanging over him, Harry was determined to enjoy some time away from the castle. Watch it, Ron groaned as Filch prodded him a little too harshly. The caretaker shot all 3 of them a look of suspicion before reluctantly allowing them to leave. I don't know what I'd prefer, Ron muttered, being faced with Filch or Trelawney talking about my inner eye. What a load of rubbish, Hermione snorted irritably. Although she had quite quickly quit divination, something she evidently did not thrive in, her workload was still taking its toll on her. Harry thought she only felt such a way about the rather odd branch of magic because she had no aptitude for it, but again, it was not something he would mention. It seemed as though if something could not be learned from a book or was a precise enough art, Hermione was unable to grasp it, something she did not take well. Dervish and Banges, then? Harry asked. Hermione's expression brightened and Ron rolled his eyes. His friends were so different in their ways, and Harry often wondered how they would get along if he was not there. Probably poorly, he decided. Both could be quite stubborn, and Ron was not particularly mindful of others' feelings at times. No, without Harry acting as a buffer of sorts, he expected the two would spend much of their time disagreeing with one another. Even more so than they did now. Break. Sirius looked on forlornly, as the village below filled with students making their way through the snowy streets. He had blown it. The anniversary of Wormtail's betrayal of James and Lily had gotten to him, and he had been reckless. With no thought-out plan, he had allowed his blind rage to consume him, and he had acted foolishly, almost getting caught in the process. The wizarding world already thought him a maniacal killer, and their opinion would only have worsened. What must Harry think of him? For the days after, Sirius had merely wallowed in his own disappointment in himself. It had been a stupid thing to do, and now there was little chance of getting to Pedigrew whilst he was within the castle. Sirius had considered using today as an opportunity, but there was no guarantee that Peter would even be with the boy he was hiding with, who, worryingly, was a close friend of Harry's. No, it wouldn't do to attempt something so foolish again. For now, Sirius could only wait and hope that Harry came to no harm, unless there was something else he could do. Learning that Remus was now teaching at the castle had come as something of a surprise, but perhaps the werewolf being there could be used as an advantage. Sirius hummed as he pondered his options. He may have to concede that it would not be him that finally managed to kill Peter, but the rat spending the remainder of his days with the Dementors was as satisfying as his vengeance would get. Sirius had always loathed that his family were underhanded with their dealings, but being a product of his namesake could well be the thing that serves him best now. Break. Ron's patience had quickly worn thin as Hermione browsed the various goods on offer, and he had left to go to Zonko's a few minutes after entering Dervish and Banges. Harry was quite content to look for himself, and even found a gift he knew that Perenelle would enjoy. It was a flower within a glass case that was enchanted to grow from a seedling, and when it died after blooming, the process would start again. He also took an interest in a rather strange assortment of silverware used in brewing potions he thought Nicholas might enjoy, until Harry heard a familiar voice coming from the next aisle. "All alone, mudblood." Malfoy. Immediately, Harry felt his irritation grow at the use of the slur, and only more so when he heard Hermione's reply. "Just go away, Draco," she almost pleaded. "I don't think I will," Malfoy teased. "I don't like spending time around the filth, but for you, I'll make an exception." "Is that right?" Harry asked darkly, as he rounded the corner to find the blonde with his usual lackeys surrounding Hermione. Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson were never too far away, especially when Draco was showing enough grit to openly mock someone. "Of course you are here, Potter," Draco sneered. "I am," Harry agreed. "Now, why don't you and your little gang of our-skissers piss off?" Malfoy eyed the wand Harry drew warily before smirking. "You think you can take all of us on?" he scoffed. "Harry, please don't," Hermione urged. Harry narrowed his eyes. "I think the question you should be asking is if any of you have the guts to risk facing me," he returned. "Or are you all as cowardly as Dragon here?" Malfoy's cheeks reddened. "Do not call me that." "Why not?" Harry asked. "Is it what your mother used to call you?" "Ah, she did. Are you Mummy's little dragon, Malfoy?" "Do not talk about my mother," Draco hissed as he finally drew his wand, only for Harry to take a step closer towards him. "Do it," Harry goaded. "I would love nothing more than for you to attempt to curse me." Malfoy suddenly became nervous as he looked towards the other Slytherins. "What is going on over here?" The voice of the shopkeeper interrupted the standoff. "Put your wands away. I will not have it in my shop." Harry did so, and Draco seized the opportunity. However, before he finished uttering the first syllable of his chosen spell, Harry grabbed him tightly by the throat. Shoving him towards the exit, he threw him out of the door and Draco skidded across the icy pavement. "Don't even think about it," he warned the other Slytherins who rushed out of the shop after him. "This is between me and Draco." The blonde remained on the ground, looking up in shock at how he had just been manhandled. "My father will hear of this," he declared as he stood, trembling. "Isn't your father too busy fighting your other battles?" Harry chuckled. "I would think that a little scratch like the one Buckbeak gave you would have healed quickly, considering you are a powerful pureblood. I guess you're not as powerful as you thought, Draco. The boy simply glared at Harry. I won't tell you again, Malfoy, Harry warned. If I hear another bigoted comment leave your mouth, I will not even give you the opportunity to fight back. I will make it my mission to make your life as miserable as possible, and you can tell your father that for all I care. Draco said nothing else as he stormed off, followed by his housemates. Harry, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Harry merely shrugged in response as he put his wand away. Draco's father is really good friends with the Minister of Magic. Is he? Hermione nodded worriedly, and Harry laughed. Draco is an arse, and you need to learn to stick up for yourself against idiots like him. Bloody hell, Hermione, he's a coward. Fight back. Hermione shook her head. I'll only get into trouble. None of the professors do anything about him, and if his father gets involved. Harry could only shake his head. He hated bullies, and that's all Malfoy was, but he would only get worse if nothing was done about him. Most in the castle were terrified of offending Lucius Malfoy, but Harry didn't care. Compared to Voldemort, Malfoy was nothing, so if it was down to him to remedy the problems Draco constantly caused, then he would, before it was too late. Is that Angelina with one of the twins? He asked as he spotted the familiar crop of red hair and the dark skin of one of the chasers. I heard they are on a date, Hermione explained. A lot of the students use the Hogsmeade weekends to go out with each other. Do they? Hermione grinned as she nodded, though it fell when Harry spoke once more. Won't people think we are on a date? They might, she murmured, her gaze shifting to their surroundings. Harry smirked as he took her by the hand. Come on, let's go to Honeydukes, he suggested. Harry, what are you doing? Hermione demanded to know. Taking my date to buy some sweets. Isn't that how it works? We are not on a date, the girl returned, her cheeks reddening considerably as their interaction was noticed by several nearby students. Not with that attitude, Harry replied merrily, taking no small amount of glee in her embarrassment. I'm going to kill you, Hermione hissed. Harry finally relented and let go of her hand. That's the thanks I get. I don't think this dating thing is really working out. Hermione glared at him as she shook her head, her cheeks still a brilliant shade of red. You're such a prat, she sighed after a moment. I know, but it managed to cheer you up, didn't it? Hermione hummed and began walking towards Honeydukes. Thank you, Harry, she said gratefully, for sticking up for me. Any time, Harry replied sincerely. He meant it. He had no real desire to take Hermione on a date. The girl would drive him insane, of that, he had no doubt, but he cared for her deeply and would not see the likes of Malfoy upset her. No, she was a good friend, and that was all they would ever be. Break. Peter was breathing heavily as he cowered underneath one of the cabinets in the Gryffindor common room. The blasted cat had chased him under here, its paws swiping dangerously close as he pressed himself against the wall. It was bad enough having to contend with the ginger beast, and yet it was the least of his concerns. Sirius knew he was here. How, Peter did not know, but he was convinced that his former friend had not made a mistake on Halloween, as the rest of the castle believed. No, Sirius would not do something so foolish. How Wizarding Britain had been convinced that the ever-loyal man had turned on the Potters was beyond him. Anyone who knew how close James and Sirius had been would know better, except for Remus, who evidently chose to live in ignorance. Peter winced as one of the sharp claws grazed his nose. The cat would kill him in his rat form, but Sirius would kill him when he caught up with him regardless of what Peter was at the time. He needed to get away from Hogwarts, but where could he go? With everyone believing him to be dead, he had nowhere to go, and suddenly resurfacing was not an option. Unanswerable questions would be asked. Besides, with the weather as cold as it would make for a miserable several months before spring arrived. For now, he would need to make his escape and find somewhere within the castle to lie low, at least until the weather improved. Then he could flee. Perhaps Lucius could help him. The very thought of approaching the man was not one Peter relished. Lucius would likely kill him merely for the inconvenience of his presence. Peter needed to think. He had weeks to do so, if only he could get away from the damned cat that continued to stalk him. CROKSHNKS. Peter breathed a sigh of relief as the girl picked up her cat, and he took his chance. Sprinting across the common room and through the open portrait hole, he ignored the calls of the redhead that had been taking care of him. Peter was no longer safe with the Weasleys, so there was no need to allow himself to be treated as a pet any longer. No, he would find somewhere nice and warm, somewhere he may learn something worth knowing, and he knew just the place. Dumbledore's office would be rather cozy until the time was right to move on. Break. Harry smiled as the cushion levitated in front of him, and he guided it towards the next table along before gently lowering it. Nonverbal casting was a difficult skill to grasp, but after months of fruitless practice, he was beginning to see results with basic charms and spells. To ensure it had not been a fluke, he did it again, nodding satisfactorily to himself. "Akio cushion," he whispered, ducking as it flew towards his head much quicker than he'd intended. Over the past weeks since he'd been undertaking additional assignments in charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, Harry had become acutely aware of just how much more challenging advanced magic was. Still, he knew facing adversity was a good thing, but it could often be frustrating when he struggled to overcome it. There were undeniable levels to casting magic, and Harry was definitely pushing the boundaries of his limits. Some types of magic seemed to come easier to him. Curses often worked for him, as did certain charms that required emotional input. Others eluded him, and Harry found he was having to adopt different approaches to succeed. Much to his surprise, transfiguration seemed to be the thing he was most consistent with. Although the techniques often varied, the approach of them was most similar, meaning he only had to make minor adjustments to manipulate his creations into being what he wanted. Nonetheless, he knew that his work in the mind arts was very much attributable to his results. Transfiguration required unwavering focus and the ability to precisely envision the desired outcome. Without his skill in occlumency, Harry had no doubt he would be struggling much more with the complex branch of magic. Releasing a deep breath, he focused on the cushion once more. "Akio cushion," he murmured, focusing on not wanting it to rocket towards him. Instead of doing what he wished, the cushion merely flopped to the ground. "Bloody hell," Harry cursed, fighting the urge to immolate it. Deciding to take a break, he placed his wand in the holder and took a seat on the edge of the desk, where his mind inevitably wandered to the past several days. The trip to Hogsmeade had been great, but upon their return to the castle, everything had taken a sudden turn. Walking in on Crookshanks attempting to murder Scabbers had infuriated Ron, even more so as the rat had fled and not been seen since. As ever, Hermione defended her cat, resulting in the two of them having a blazing row in the middle of the common room, something Harry refused to get involved with. He could understand the point of view of both of his friends, but in his eyes, neither were right. Hermione should have kept a tighter rein on Crookshanks, but Ron had always allowed Scabbers too much freedom. Of course, there was going to be trouble. If it wasn't Hermione's cat, it would have eventually been something else. Regardless, the two had not spoken since, ruining any aspirations of an enjoyable Christmas. The entire day had been awkward, and in truth, Harry didn't want to be around either of them. Much to his relief, Hermione seemed to be busying herself with helping Hagrid prepare his appeal against the decision of the Ministry to execute Buckbeak, and Ron was simply too stubborn to attempt to make amends. Harry feared things would only get worse before they got better, if ever. They wouldn't find any common ground, so for the foreseeable future, things would remain as they were. The only benefit was that Harry could get away as he pleased to practice his magic, and with Wood and the Chasers having gone home for the holidays, he was granted a reprieve from the endless amounts of training the captain insisted on holding. Even so, Christmas had still been ruined, and Harry felt he was very much in the middle of his warring friends. With a shake of his head, he drew his wand and aimed it at the cushion, unleashing his frustration in the form of a searing curse he had learned from one of the books Nicholas had given him. He watched in fascination as the fabric smoldered slowly, turning black and crispy as the magic spread throughout it. When all that remained was a charcoaled lump, Harry relented, shuddering at the use of the dark magic. "Expecto patronum," he whispered, reveling in the warmth of the opposite. It was a strange sensation to be relieved of the taint of the other magic, as his thistral cantered around the room, shaking its head in an equine way. It was as though the use of one magic cancelled out the effects of the other, and as he allowed his spell to dissipate, he felt neither the lingering warmth of it nor the taint of the curse. Was that how magic worked? It was something Harry would have to look into, but thus far, he found that if he switched between them regularly enough, there was no lasting, negative connotations to using either. Oddly, he found that even using spells like the Patronus charm left him feeling artificially lifted in spirits. Again, the opposite to the effects of darker magic, which often left him feeling rather maudlin. It was quite the revelation, but one that seemed to ensure he remained balanced in using both. Shaking his head of his thoughts, he pointed his wand once more towards the cushion. A Kyo cushion. This time, he was able to snatch it out of the air, and Harry nodded satisfactorily. For the spell to work, he needed a clear mind, unburdened by the pressure of performing the spell. It relied purely on intent, something he had struggled with but now seemed to have finally achieved a breakthrough on. Successfully repeating the process a few more times, he attempted to cast the spell non-verbally, only for the cushion to hit him square in the face, leaving behind a sooty reminder not to push his luck. "Bloody hell," Harry cursed once again, kicking the cushion across the room. That was enough practice for today. Cleaning up after himself, he exited the room on the 3rd floor, only to trip on something that had been left outside. Harry frowned at the package with the letter attached to it that bore his name in an unfamiliar scrawl. Picking it up, he re-entered the room he had exited and placed it on the table. The shape of the package was unmistakable, yet, when he tore it open, Harry's eyes widened. Running his fingers along the length of the broom, he paused as he reached the gilded lettering in the side of the handle. Firebolt. Who would send him one of these? Having inquired about the cost himself, Harry knew it could only have been someone of extreme wealth. With a frown, he opened the accompanying letter, his expression darkening and anger becoming quite palpable as he read it. "Dear Harry, I do not know where to begin. An apology in writing could never convey the sorrow I feel for what happened to James and Lily, but you will have it anyway. I am sorry. I am not writing to receive your forgiveness, but to warn of the danger you are in. You may choose to ignore this letter, and for that, I would not blame you, but I implore you to listen. Peter Pedigrew is the man responsible for what happened to your parents. He is very much alive and residing within the castle, posing as the rat of your red-headed friend. Please, I know this may sound insane, but I am begging you to believe me. He is an animagus. The night I found him, he killed the muggles before shifting into his rat form and fleeing. From what I have learned, all that was found of him was a missing finger. I would bet my life that your friend's rat is also missing the same digit. I recognized him immediately when I saw him in the paper shortly before I escaped. I do not know why he has chosen to live with your friend, but I am 100% certain it is him. If you do not believe me, ask Lupin. He was friends with all of us during our time at Hogwarts, and ask your friend just how long that rat has been with them. None of this relieves me of my own guilt. I should have been there for you when you needed me instead of hunting down the rat, and for my failure, I will always regret my poor choices, but I never betrayed James and Lily. I would have died for your parents before doing so. Again, I am only asking you to see the truth for yourself. The broom is a gift for all of the birthdays and Christmases I have missed out on all these years. I watched you play in October, and you fly just as well as your father. He would be so proud of you, Harry, as would Lily. You are in no danger from me, and never have been. From the moment I held you in my arms only hours after you were born, I made a vow to both of your parents that I would protect you with my life as your godfather. In that, I know I have failed miserably, and I will undoubtedly face the wrath of James and Lily for my foolishness in the next life. All of my love. Sirius Orion Black. Harry furiously wiped the tears that had unwittingly spilled down his cheeks, the myriad of emotions he was experiencing overwhelming him. He did not know what to think. A part of Harry believed what the man had written. It was in front of Ron's bed that he had been disturbed, a mistake that could be explained by the darkness of the room, but Harry didn't think so. Why had Professor Lupin never mentioned he was friends with Harry's parents? So many things just did not add up, and though Harry would not simply take Black's word for it, he could not help but wonder why he would take such a risk if he did not believe so wholeheartedly what he had written. When he thought about it, Harry quickly realized that he was not interested in the circumstances, only the truth, and he was determined to find it. Either Sirius Black was a desperate liar, or grave errors had been made 12 years ago that had seen an innocent man sent to prison. But how? How could the Ministry, Dumbledore, or anyone else involved in the matter make such a mistake? Harry could not be certain, but armed with a new perspective, he would get to the bottom of it. He would speak to Lupin, Dumbledore, and those within the Ministry, if necessary. He would not let this lie, not when it concerned the betrayal and murder of his parents. If Black was telling the truth, then someone had either neglected their duties or were simply corrupt. If, however, Sirius was lying, then he had done himself no favors whatsoever. Neither outcome was something Harry was looking forward to substantiating, but he needed to know. After all these years, he deserved the truth, and he would get it. One way or the other, he would know without a shadow of a doubt who was to blame the fate of James and Lily Potter. Of course, Voldemort did the deed, but he did not do it unaided, and when Harry discovered who it was who assisted the Dark Lord, in whatever capacity they had, he would make it his mission in life to exact the same misery upon them as they had him. Harry mindlessly continued to feed the bowtruckle the woodless it seemed to enjoy, careful not to get his finger bitten again by the eager little creature. As much as he liked Hagrid, he could no longer deny that his lessons had become dreadfully dull. "All right there, Harry," the large man asked as he came to check on his progress. Harry nodded. "Any news on the appeal?" "It's set for next week," Hagrid murmured worriedly. "Don't expect it will come to much. The Wisengamot won't go against Lucius Malfoy." Wisengamot. Magical government, Hagrid sighed. Where all the important people in the country pass laws and hold trials and so on. You'll be a part of it one day. Me? Don't tell me you didn't know. Harry could only shake his head. Well, your family has had a seat on it for generations, Hagrid explained. So it's important. Hagrid nodded. Not that it helps Buckbeak. Hermione is doing her best, but it won't come to nothing. All I can hope for is a quick, clean death, I suppose. Harry felt for the man, and as he looked towards Malfoy's ever-present smug grin, he felt his irritation rise. Why won't anyone go against Lucius Malfoy? Hagrid shrugged. Most are scared of him, and the others don't want to upset the minister. All Malfoy is close to Cornelius Fudge. That's not how it should work. But it is how it works, Harry, Hagrid replied sadly, clapping him smartly on the shoulder before moving along to where Dean and Seamus were tending to their own creature. Harry hated seeing Hagrid like this, and the thought of Malfoy's scheming ways being the cause of it even more so. With a frown, Harry approached Ron. Ron, what do you know about the Wisengamot? Being a pureblood, his friend would likely have some information on how the government worked. Ron shrugged. Not much. My family doesn't have a seat on it. Why? I was just wondering, Harry said dismissively. What do you want to know? Neville interjected curiously. Why everyone is scared of Malfoy, for a start. Neville looked to check that Draco wasn't listening before leaning in. He was a supporter of you-know-who, he whispered. He managed to get away with it by claiming he was under the Imperious curse, but everyone knows he was lying. I heard my gran say that he paid a lot of gold to charities to avoid going to Azkaban. People are scared because they remember what it was like then. They don't want Lucius Malfoy coming after them. The Wizengamot is all about influence, Harry. If you have a powerful name or a reputation, you can just about get what you want. You'll be fine when you take your seat. There won't be many who will want to disagree with you. Me? Neville rolled his eyes. You're Harry Potter, he said simply. You defeated a Dark Lord and people will remember that. My gran said she is looking forward to when another Potter is on the Wizengamot. You already have some influence that you can use. People will listen to you. Harry hummed thoughtfully as an idea began to form. How old do I have to be? 17, Neville informed him. That's no good, Harry huffed irritably. I want to help Hagrid get Buckbeak's decision overturned. Well, you can attend the Wizengamot as a witness, Neville explained. You won't have your title, but people will still listen to you. It might not be enough right now, though. Harry nodded as his idea blossomed further, his gaze shifting around the students in the class. How many people in this class have family members on the Wizengamot? He asked. Neville frowned before his eyes widened in realization. Well, my gran is my proxy until I am 17. Susan's aunt is hers, and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Is she? Harry asked interestedly, filing that piece of information away for later. Neville nodded. Terry's dad has a seat, as does Hannah Abbott's. There's also Greengrass, Smith, and Macmillan, he revealed. Thanks, Neville, Harry said appreciatively. You wouldn't happen to want to help me out, would you? Neville shot another glance towards Malfoy. Won't he? Harry shook his head firmly. If he does, I will handle it. Neville swallowed deeply before nodding. I'll do it, he declared, eliciting a smile from Harry. Cheers, Neville, Harry offered sincerely before approaching Susan. He had got to know the girl better throughout their shared runes lessons. She was a bright girl and confident with it. Hardly surprising knowing that her aunt held such a lofty position within the Ministry of Magic. Susan, could I have a word? Harry asked. The girl narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously. You're up to something, she accused. I can tell by the way you are grinning. Nothing bad, Harry promised. I was hoping you could help me right a wrong. Susan frowned as she followed Harry's furtive gaze towards Draco. I'm listening, she replied. As is Greengrass, apparently, Harry snorted, noticing the Slytherin girl scooting closer. I wasn't eavesdropping, she denied. I couldn't care less if you were, but I'd rather you kept your mouth shut. Daphne quirked an eyebrow at him. You're feeling exceptionally bold today, Potter, she said airily. I am a Gryffindor. Daphne's nose wrinkled. They hadn't spoken much, but there had never been any hostility between them. Mostly, they simply ignored one another, unless they needed to discuss something pertaining to their runes work. It was the best Harry could hope for from any Slytherin student, particularly as the final match of the season would be held tomorrow. Draco had avoided it for as long as possible, but no longer could. He'd already made himself look rather pathetic by sporting a bandage for most of the year. If this is something ridiculous, I want no part of it, Daphne warned. I didn't ask you to be part of it, Harry pointed out. You decided to be nosy. I did not. Oh, shut up, Susan grumbled. What do you want, Harry? Will she keep it to herself? Harry asked, nodding towards Daphne. It does concern the leader of her house. Daphne grimaced as she realized who Harry was referring to. Like I would tell him anything, she muttered. Susan merely shrugged, and Harry looked towards Malfoy a final time, his resolve only becoming stronger as he grinned at something not mockingly said about Hagrid. Break. It had been weeks since Sirius had written to Harry, and having only received a short response delivered to him by his owl shortly after, he'd begun to lose hope that Harry believed him at all. If you are telling the truth, do nothing. Lie low and do not get caught. Sirius had been doing just that, but he was not the most patient of people. James had always commented on it during the years they'd been friends. Regardless, until Harry told him otherwise, Sirius had to believe there was still hope that his godson would discover the truth for himself, so it would continue to be a nervous wait whilst the boy did what he felt was needed. At the very least, Harry had not simply dismissed what Sirius had told him out of hand. Yes, there was still hope, and though Sirius knew what had occurred a little over a decade ago, it terrified him still to think that Harry would not side with him. Break. Arthur sighed deeply as he looked upon the graves of his family. Glyn had died defending their lands, and though his passing had been an unpleasant one, his name and reputation lived on amongst their people. Not a day went by that someone did not visit the Peverell plots to pay their respects, the name being afforded as such for the men who had fought for them for generations. Strong men, with good values, but with a ruthlessness towards the enemies of Camry that could not be matched. The name Peverell was one of protection, of safety, and of intrigue. Words of their deeds were still whispered, the mystery surrounding them only having deepened with each retelling of the stories surrounding them. Some were utter nonsense, but others contained more than a kernel of the truth his father had told him. "Come, death, come," Arthur murmured, conjuring a black rose and placing it on Glyn's final resting place. He missed his brother terribly. "You know I hate that saying," a voice broke into his musings. Arthur turned and smiled at the young woman who was watching him intently, her arms crossed in disapproval. He chuckled as he stood. "They are words to live by," he replied as he looked upon his daughter. Iolanthe was a true beauty, in body and spirit. With her dark hair, pale skin, and striking blue eyes, she garnered more than her fair share of attention. She was softly spoken and demure in nature, but did not lack in ferocious temperament when provoked, as more than a few of the villagers had discovered for themselves. Iolanthe was a Peverell, after all. For the time being at least. Most women her age were already married and had borne children. Not that Arthur was in a rush for her to do so, but it was coming. He could sense her restlessness, though finding a suitable husband was not easy. Well, it hadn't been until recently. Hardwin Potter. Arthur had done his best to dislike the young man, but he couldn't find it within himself to do so. He had a sharp wit about him and an even sharper wand. More than anything, however, there was no denying the admiration Hardwin had for his daughter, and her in return. They were indeed young fools in love, and at the very least, Arthur would one day rest easy knowing that his family name had not evaporated into nothing. The Potters were a good family. Linfrid, Hardwin's father, had been amongst those who had fought off the Irish all those years ago, and had even ensured the families of the fallen were taken care of whilst Arthur had been grieving. Yes, Hardwin was very much like the man that had sired him, and it filled Arthur with hope that Iolanthe would live a happy life. "Where is your husband to be?" he asked curiously. Iolanthe rolled her eyes. "Dueling," she answered amusedly. "He's been at it all morning with the visiting English." Arthur snorted. It had become common to see the English amongst them now. They were a boastful and prideful people, and Hardwin took no small amount of pleasure in teaching them humility, and made considerable amounts of gold from doing so. Only a fool would bet against the young Potter in a fight. Linfrid had drilled him in the art as soon as he was able to stand, and Hardwin had carved quite the reputation for himself amongst the people here. "Speak of the devil," Arthur snorted as Hardwin strolled into the graveyard, respectfully removing his flat cap as he reached them. "Mr. Peverell," he greeted Arthur. "That would be Lord Peverell, according to the English ministry," Arthur corrected, removing the notice of title he had received that morning. Arthur did not understand what it meant. There were no lords, nor other such fancy things amongst the magicals here. Men were respected for their deeds and valued for what they had contributed to the people. Only the English could create something so flowery and ridiculous to put themselves on a higher pedestal. Lord Peverell, Hardwin corrected with a smirk, not having missed Arthur's grimace. That's enough of that, Potter, Arthur sighed. The young man certainly had the cheek to go along with his wit, but Iolanthe would keep him in line. Have you decided when you are going to get married? Why? Hardwin questioned. What's wrong with your daughter that you're so keen to get rid of her? Watch it, Potter, Iolanthe warned, shaking her head at her intended's grin. I am not keen to be rid of her, just to see her happy, Arthur explained. For whatever reason, it seems to be you that makes her smile. Keep it that way, Potter. I will haunt you from beyond the grave if you don't. Hardwin nodded soberly. Given your reputation, I don't doubt it, he chuckled. You have my word on my life that I will keep her safe and happy. Arthur nodded. It was all he could ask for, after all. Harry exited the memory and shook his head. Potter. That was where the two families had merged into one, and yet he could not help but think of Carris and the connection to the Evans family. Had he somehow descended from Ignatus Peverell, from both his mother and father? It was something he would have to investigate, though he was unsure if the Muggle records went back so far, and he didn't have the benefit of the memories from the Evans family. Nonetheless, he could not help but think that it was too much of a coincidence, especially with the tradition of what would become his Muggle ancestry, of naming the daughters after flowers. With a frown, he looked in the mirror of his bedside table. He did resemble Hardwin Potter quite closely. The man had the same messy crop of dark hair and a similar brow, but his eyes were all Mallory Gaunt, the same eyes possessed by Lily Potter. His Aunt Petunia, however, had not inherited them. It was a lot to consider and take in, but Harry simply could not ignore the possibility. Although, if his suspicions were confirmed, it meant that he was a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, which would explain his parcel-tongue ability. The more he pondered it, the more the notion rang true. Still, he needed to know the truth of the matter, just as he did the mystery surrounding his godfather and his part in the death of Harry's parents. He shook his head of the thought for the time being. Harry was determined to uncover the truth of both, but for now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. Today was the final Quidditch match of the season, and playing against the Snakes would require his full focus. Break. As ever, the Slytherins were resorting to every dirty tactic in the book to remain in the game, and when they weren't doing that, they were outright cheating. Already, Katie knew she would be littered with bruises after being mobbed in midair by the opposing chasers whenever she had gotten the quaffle. But even then, the Slytherins simply could not compete with the Gryffindor team. Fred and George worked so well together. It truly was as though it was one mind possessing two bodies with how they synchronized their game, meaning that, although the Slytherin chasers were able to turn the game into a rough, sloppy mess of all the drills they'd been working on, they were not granted a moment of peace from the twins. Wood was in as fine form as his best day, and had only been beaten twice at the goalposts in comparison to Bletchley, who had conceded 12 goals already due to the combined efforts of Katie, Alicia, and Angelina. The Slytherins had the better brooms, but they were far from being the better players. That statement could not be truer when it came to Malfoy. It wasn't that the boy was an incompetent flyer. For his age, he was rather good, but the difference in talent and ability between him and Harry was simply astronomical. Katie would not pretend that she wasn't jealous at just how effortless Harry made being atop a broom look. It had shocked her to learn that he would be their seeker shortly after he'd arrived at Hogwarts. At first, she, along with the rest of the team, had believed he had only been given the position because of who he was, something she felt considerable shame for now, since he had proven them all wrong the moment they saw him fly. He had been incredible then, and had only gotten better. Learning that he had never even flown a broom before attending Hogwarts had left her, and the other chasers dumbfounded beyond measure. How could someone just be so good at something? It seemed that, for Harry, flying came as naturally to him as breathing, and it showed with how easily he flew rings around everyone on the Quidditch pitch. Draco was good for his age, but Harry was just great without needing to take such a thing into account. "Come on, Harry," she urged, wincing at the many aches and minor injuries that plagued her as he dived for the snitch in a way most would deem to be insane. Vertical dives were dangerous, especially as a seeker. They required the perfect execution of technique and timing, and one miscalculation on either side. The consequences did not bear thinking about. Many a seeker had been permanently injured, and some killed by making such a mistake. But as she had gotten used to witnessing, Harry did not make an error as he pulled the handle of his broom up with one hand and holding the snitch in the other. Katie breathed a sigh of relief. That had been too close for comfort. Only an inch or so later, the moment of joy would have been one of disaster. She cheered along with the majority of those within the stadium as she landed and sprinted towards her celebrating teammates, noticing the strangers she had spotted amongst the professors joining in with the applause. Scouts always came to the last game of the season, and often others to look for any potential talent amongst those who would soon be graduating. Today, they would have likely been paying close attention to Oliver and Bletchley, who were playing their last for their houses, but they couldn't have missed Harry's mix of sheer brilliance and lunacy. Katie had no doubt they would be back to see him again. "I could bloody well kiss you, Potter," Wood declared, thumping Harry on the arm. "I'd rather you didn't," Harry replied dryly. "Bugger that, I'm going to kiss him," Fred announced. Harry's eyes widened as he was bundled to the ground by the entire team. "We love you, Harry," George gushed, kissing him on the cheek. "Bloody hell, I'm being mugged," Harry groaned. "Get off me, you bastards." "We really love you," Fred added. There was nothing Harry could do, as the Weasleys continued to hold him, whilst taking turns in professing their gratitude. "Not you too," Harry almost whimpered as Angelina sat on his chest. The girl nodded, as she cupped his cheeks in both hands before pressing her lips to his. Harry squirmed, but it was no good, and he was given the same treatment by Alicia. "I'll kill you," Harry threatened the twins. "Ron, don't just stand there, you git." The youngest Weasley boy shook his head. "I'm just glad they're leaving me alone for once." The look of betrayal Harry gave the boy was evident. "Come on, Katie, your turn," Angelina encouraged. "Come and give Harry a nice wet kiss." Katie's mouth suddenly felt very dry as she was all but shoved onto the restrained boy. Licking her lips, she leaned forward, only to press them against his cheek. "I think you've had enough for one day," she murmured, smiling, though she could not ignore the disappointment she felt. Why hadn't she just done what the others had? Too late. Harry had already gotten back to his feet and was in the process of being carried off, held aloft by the entirety of the house. "I need to shower," he almost pleaded, his words falling on deaf ears as the crowd headed towards the castle. "Party tonight," Fred declared loudly, receiving an abundance of cheers from their housemates. Professor McGonagall's expression shifted from one of joy to one of absolute horror. The woman was likely in for a long night of dealing with her rowdy students. "Come on," Angelina urged. "Let's get cleaned up." Katie nodded as she followed along, her gaze shifting to the retreating crowd who was carrying away the hero of the day, the disappointment she felt not ebbing away. Break. With the exception of the unpleasant incident on Halloween, Remus had surprisingly had a good year at Hogwarts. When Dumbledore had approached him shortly after Sirius had escaped, the werewolf had been reluctant to accept the offered post, but the headmaster had always been rather convincing. As such, Remus had boarded the express as requested, in the event that Sirius managed to sneak onto the train, and had made his way back to the castle, which had been the source of the best times of his life. Being here helped to relive those better memories, though he could not enjoy them knowing where they had led. Along with the warmth they filled him with, purely for his own selfish reasons, there was an undeniable bitterness. They had been all but brothers, inseparable throughout their school years, and yet one of them thrown it all away for reasons Remus had never managed to understand. Sirius and James had always been the closest of the four, and Remus would never have believed that the former would have done what he had. After that Halloween night, he had lost his way. Perhaps he was a coward, but Remus could not face the devastation left in the wake of James and Lily's deaths, whilst the rest of the world celebrated. Had Dumbledore not come to him, it was likely he would never have returned to Britain, much to the newfound shame he felt. Yes, it was painful being here, but Hogwarts was the first place he had ever been accepted for what he was by the best friends he could have asked for. Remus swallowed a lump that formed in his throat, clearing it as someone knocked on the door to his office. "Come in," he called. "Harry." The boy looked very similar to James for the most part, but for those that knew her well enough, Lily had left her mark on her son, and not just in the eyes. He may have favored the Potter look, but Harry's mannerisms were a blend of his mother and father. It warmed Remus to see him thrive as he was, even if the boy was much more serious than James ever was. How could he not be with what had happened when he had been but a babe? "I've come for some more work, Professor," Harry explained. "Already?" Remus chuckled, shaking his head. "I only gave you the last one 2 days ago." Harry merely shrugged in response, and Remus began flicking through the stack of parchment he had put together for the boy. He was progressing quickly, taking each challenge as it came relentlessly, until he felt ready to move on to the next. Remus was not an experienced professor by any means, but he doubted there were many other students within the castle who were progressing at such a rate. It was impressive, to say the least. "Here we are," Remus declared as he handed the boy a sheet of parchment. Harry glanced over it before nodding his understanding. "Do you think you will be able to manage them?" It was a complex series of spells that could be combined as a single chain of attack used in dueling. Not that Remus had written that on the parchment. For Harry, the task wasn't learning the spells themselves, but making the connection of wand movements between them. "I think so," Harry replied thoughtfully. Remus offered him an encouraging smile. The boy would be back in no more than a few days for another task. "Why haven't you mentioned that you were friends with my father?" The question sobered Remus immediately, and as he met Harry's gaze, it wasn't a look of anger that greeted him, but one of curiosity mixed with disappointment. "I wanted to," Remus murmured. "Your father was one of my best friends, and after what happened to your parents." He broke off, not knowing what else to say. "So, you were friends with Sirius?" Remus's expression darkened at the mention of the man before he nodded. "I never would have guessed he would do what he did. They were as thick as thieves, as close as any brothers you would meet, or so I thought. Why are you asking this?" Harry shrugged. "I just wondered." Remus didn't think so. Harry was asking for a reason, even if he didn't wish to admit it. "You know something," he said in realization. "I have my suspicions," Harry corrected firmly, his voice shifting from one of light conversation to something slightly menacing. "Suspicions?" Harry looked at Remus, and the man felt as though the boy could almost peer into his very soul. It was unnerving to say the least, but he did not attempt to look away. He had nothing to hide. With a nod, Harry removed a stack of parchment from within his robes and offered one of the pieces to Remus. He accepted it with a frown, his jaw tightening as he took in the familiar scrawl. Remus could not believe that Sirius had the gall to write to Harry after what he had done, though as he read the missive in its entirety, he felt his blood run cold. What if everyone had gotten it wrong? No, it couldn't be. "Harry." Before Remus could finish, Harry pushed something else in his hand. It was an article from the Daily Prophet, where a photo of the Weasley family was shown. Remus knew Arthur and Molly well from their time in the Order, but it was the rat on the youngest son's shoulder that had been circled in red that caught his attention. "Is it him?" Harry asked simply. He had seen Peter transform countless times, and yet he couldn't be certain. "I can't say for sure." "Look properly," Harry snapped. "I need to know." Remus was taken aback by the sudden outburst of emotion from the usually reserved boy, but he understood it. Harry had grown up knowing his parent had been murdered, and the werewolf could think of nothing the boy would want more than to know the truth. Perhaps he wished to deny what was staring him right in the face because it would be the easy option, but the more he looked at the rat, the more he was convinced of the truth. Had Sirius been innocent all this time? How? From what Remus had heard, Sirius had admitted his guilt, had been discovered at the scene of the explosion where the Muggles and Peter had been killed, laughing at what he had done. Had mistakes been made? Remus did not know, but what he was certain of was that the rat in the picture was undoubtedly Wormtail, which only raised more questions. Why would Peter feel the need to hide? Of all the emotions Remus was feeling, confusion was the most prominent. In the last few moments, everything he'd come to believe for more than a decade now seemed to have been turned on its head, and he didn't know what to say. In lieu of his words, he nodded. "You're sure?" "I'm sure," Remus croaked as he took a seat. "What makes you so certain Sirius is telling the truth?" "Because he delivered this note to me along with a gift," Harry explained. "If he wanted me dead, it would have been the perfect opportunity for him to do it. No one would have known. Besides, I wasn't convinced until you just confirmed it for me." "I should have known Halloween wouldn't be the end of it," Remus sighed, rubbing his eyes tiredly. "I suppose we should get Peter just to be certain." "He's not been around since before Christmas," Harry explained. "I've been keeping a lookout for him." Remus cursed under his breath. "Were all of you animagi?" Harry asked. "Something like that," Remus sighed. "It was your father who figured out how to do it. James was incredible at transfiguration. He taught Sirius and Peter when we were in 3rd year." "What form did my father take?" Remus smiled at the eagerness of the question. "James was a stag," he revealed. "Of course, you know Peter is a rat and Sirius is a black, shaggy dog." "What about you?" Remus shook his head. "I can't become one," he murmured. "My illness prevents it." "Illness?" Remus nodded as he stood. "If we can't find Peter, then I would suggest we go to Dumbledore," he urged. "Honestly, Harry, I do not know what to do with what I have learned, but the headmaster will, for what good it will do." "What do you mean?" "Well, without Peter, it will be damned impossible to prove anything," Remus explained. "Sirius is the most wanted man in Britain, and I wouldn't put it past Fudge to lock him up without giving him the chance to say his piece." Harry frowned deeply. "The more I hear about this Fudge, the less I like him." "You're not the only one, Harry," Remus sighed. "He keeps the most unpleasant of company, and there would be no benefit to hearing Sirius out. Sirius is the last of the Blacks, so it will be the closest living male relative who is due to inherit when he dies or is back in prison for life. I wouldn't be surprised if Sirius is given to the Dementors for the convenience of it all. As things are, no one would shed a tear for him." "Who would be the one to inherit everything?" Harry asked. "The Blacks must be quite rich. Sirius gave me a firebolt." "Did he?" Remus asked, not surprised by the gesture. "Well, the Blacks are easily richer than the Malfoys from what little I know. It's only even more odd that it will be Draco who inherits the family fortune when he reaches his majority, if Sirius is imprisoned." "Malfoy." Remus nodded. "His mother is Sirius's cousin. Have no doubt, Harry, Lucius Malfoy will be well aware of the line of inheritance. It would not serve him well for Sirius to be freed, not if he has ambition of the black wealth being absorbed into his family." "Crafty bastard," Harry muttered irritably. Remus nodded his agreement. "Come, we must speak with Dumbledore urgently. I do not know what can be done, but he is our best hope to see that the truth becomes known." Break. Hiding within earshot of Dumbledore proved to be a rather dull undertaking, but Peter had been safe here for the past several months. There was no psychopathic ginger cat to try to disembowel him, and this was the last place that Sirius would be able to get to him. However, as Peter listened to the conversation Dumbledore was having with Remus, any safety he felt all but evaporated. "Remus, you must be certain it is him," the headmaster warned. "I am completely certain," Remus huffed. "I would not be here spilling childhood secrets if I wasn't." The room fell silent for several moments. Do you know how Sirius has been getting into the school? Peter waited with bated breath for the answer. Of course Remus knew. The question remained if he would share the second biggest secret shared by the Marauders. I can only think of one way, Remus murmured. Most of the secret passages in and out of the castle we used have collapsed. The only one that remains is behind the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 5th floor. It leads directly to Cellar of Honeydukes. Even after everything that had transpired, Peter felt more than a little resentment towards Remus for breaking the oath they had made as children. Peter had not even shared his secrets with the Dark Lord or any of the other Death Eaters. Well, that was not entirely true. He had given up the Potters, after all. I see, Dumbledore said disappointedly. I am surprised that you did not bring this to my attention, Remus. Harry could have been killed. I could have been killed any time since I arrived, Harry interjected. Pedigrew has been sleeping in my dorm room. Why wouldn't he kill me if he wanted me dead? Because Peter is a coward, Remus growled. He would not do anything unless he was guaranteed safety, or he would benefit from it. It's not like he has anyone to do it for or anyone he can run to for safety. The werewolf received no response. Is there something I am missing? Remus asked. Tell him, Harry urged. At least that way someone else will know the truth. Tell me what? Remus demanded. Peter remained as still as he could, his ears poised for the incoming response. Voldemort is not dead. Peter physically recoiled at the revelation of the headmaster. Excuse me, Remus choked. I had my suspicions since the night he visited the Potters, and they were confirmed only 2 years ago when I came face to face with him in the castle. He does not have a body to call his own, but he is very much alive, Remus. One day, he will return. And he will come for Harry, Remus whispered. Yes, Dumbledore replied simply. Silence fell once again. No, it can't be true, Remus denied. It is, Harry assured him. I saw him for myself, he's not dead. Bloody hell, what are we going to do? The same as we did before, Albus murmured. We will be ready for him, Remus, but we must tread carefully. If this news reaches the wrong ears, it could be disastrous. I don't know what to say. Say nothing, Dumbledore urged. I won't, Remus promised. What about Harry? I'm going to kill him, Harry declared, and Peter was surprised by the dark undertone to his voice that caused him to shudder unwittingly. James and Lily would never speak in such a way, and certainly not with such conviction. You can't mean that, Harry, Remus whispered. Your parents are dead, Harry cut him off sharply. He murdered them, and it was because the rat gave them away. I will catch up with the bastard one day, and when I do, I will make sure the final moments of his life are more miserable than he could ever imagine. Peter flinched at the threat. He did not wish to fall into Harry's hands. Somehow, Sirius had convinced the boy of his innocence, meaning there were now those that knew Peter was alive, somewhere and responsible for what happened to James and Lily. For the first time in over a decade, Peter truly feared for his life. Still, he was safe here, for now at least. I do not believe focusing on Mr. Pedigrew would be a valuable use of your time, Harry, Dumbledore sighed. You are doing well in your studies, and you are making rather astounding progress, but you are far from ready to face what is coming, let alone the Dark Lord himself. He is an expert wizard, and perhaps one of the most dangerous seen in centuries. He is, Remus agreed. I witnessed him murder a dozen Aurors by himself. They couldn't touch him. Then I need to get better, Harry declared, nonplussed by the revelation. And you will, Dumbledore encouraged, but it will take time. Keep working as hard as you are, and you will be quite the impressive wizard in your own right. You must, however, tread carefully. Do not be too eager to meet him when he is at his full strength. I'm not, but it is as though it is inevitable, Harry said cryptically. Again, a frustrating silence fell. Wait, Remus suddenly declared somewhat excitedly. We may not need to hunt for Peter at all. What do you mean, Remus? Dumbledore questioned. The map. Peter felt his stomach sink. It was bad enough that the werewolf had spoken of the hidden passages, but now the map too. Map? Harry asked. It was something we somehow managed to create whilst we were at Hogwarts. It shows all the hidden places we managed to find, and even everyone who was in the castle and where they were. That sounds useful. And I suppose this map is why Minerva found it difficult to trace you to any scene of your misdeeds. It might have had something to do with it, Remus replied sheepishly. Forget reminiscing. Where is the map? Harry questioned irritably. Well, that is the problem, Remus grumbled. Filch confiscated it from Sirius during our 7th year. Will he still have it? I don't know. It just looked like an old piece of parchment, so he could have thrown it out. What the hell are we standing around here for? Harry sighed. You can just ask him for it back. You don't know Filch, Harry, Remus snorted. Then you distract him, and I'll get it. How? Tell him you heard Peeves interfering with something. He won't be able to ignore that. That could work, Remus mused aloud. Headmaster. Oh, were you saying something? My mind must have wandered. It tends to do that when I am in the vicinity of a discussion regarding minor rule breaking, Dumbledore replied. Come on, Lupin, Harry urged. Let's see if we can find it. You distract Filch and I'll break into his office. You have your father's cloak, don't you? That was the last thing Peter heard before he scarpered as quickly as his little legs could carry him. He could not risk being in the grounds if they did indeed obtain the map. Nowhere would be safe. It seemed that he would be taking his leave of the castle sooner than he intended, but he would not be doing so without something useful. The Dark Lord was still alive, and Peter had information the man would be most interested in hearing. First, he would need to find his former master, and that in itself would be no easy task, though he did have an idea of where to begin. The Dark Lord had spoken fondly of his travels on the continent, and he had mentioned more than once that he had grown quite attached to a certain area of Albania. The map had not been there. Despite Filch's efficiency of labeling the drawers of confiscated contraband by year, the piece of parchment was not to be found in any of them that should have contained it. Had the man simply thrown it away, mistaking it for nothing more than a piece of parchment? It was likely, and though Harry was disappointed, he could not afford to invest so much time into looking for it. The map would have been a useful addition and could have helped find Pedigrew if he was still in the castle. Harry wasn't so sure he was. If the man possessed any semblance of intelligence, he would be long gone by now. He had written to Sirius urging him to remain hidden, that if the rat did return, he would inform him, even if he wasn't certain it was the wisest course of action. Harry didn't wish for his godfather to be on the run, but it was considerably better than spending the rest of his life with the Dementors of Azkaban. Sirius's response had been one of understandable frustration, with a promise to not do anything foolish. That remained to be seen, and with today being reserved for something else of importance, Harry needed to focus on the task at hand. Sirius and his plight would have to be put on hold, momentarily at least. Harry checked his reflection in the mirror before releasing a calming breath. He'd never truly made an effort to tame his messy crop of hair, but the occasion seemed to call for it. He was nervous, that he wouldn't deny, yet he knew often it was necessary to stand up and be counted to ensure an injustice did not occur. He'd learned that from watching the lives of the Peverell men. Ignatus, Gawain, and even Arthur had done what was necessary to protect the people they cared for. Now it was Harry's turn. It had been Hagrid who had pulled him from the ruins of the Potter home the night Voldemort came for them. It had been Hagrid who had gifted him the few precious photos of his parents that he possessed. It wasn't merely that Harry felt he owed the gentle giant more than he could give him, but also because he aspired to be like the strong men he had come to respect. The Peverells would not have stood idly by and allow the likes of Lucius Malfoy to get their way, and from what little Harry knew about his father, James Potter wouldn't either. There seemed to be so few willing to support Hagrid in his time of need, but Harry would. Attempting to tidy his uncooperative hair once more, he decided it would not be tamed and shifted his attention to the robes he had purchased for his appearance in front of the Wisengamot. They were not too dissimilar from his school robes, though these were cut in a dressier fashion and lacked the colors that singled him out as a Gryffindor. It was Nicholas that had suggested he obtained them, and it wasn't until Harry had explained to the man what he intended to do that he fully understood the gravity of the outcome. Flashback. Well, I must say that your occlumency skills are coming along very nicely, Harry, Nicholas praised. It would take a keen legilimens to break into your mind, and it would be no easy task. But I'm not there yet, Harry pointed out. You are not, Nicholas agreed, but you will be. Your progress is exceptional. Harry nodded, doing his best to not feel disheartened. He knew that delving into the mind arts was a lifelong journey, that his efforts in both legilimency and occlumency would need to be maintained and developed in perpetuity. It had been 2 years now of daily practice, and though he felt he had accomplished many milestones, he was still far from where he needed to be. Are you sure you are ready to face the Wisengamot? Nicholas broke in, unable to hide the concern in his voice. You will be going against perhaps the most influential person that has a seat on it. Harry nodded. I am, he murmured. I have to. Nicholas offered him an encouraging smile. I'm sure you will perform admirably. Perform? Nicholas chuckled. Oh, Harry, I do enjoy the innocence of youth, he sighed. Politics is all smoke and mirrors. It is all about who can put on the best performance. To succeed in politics, you must become the puppet master and pull the strings of those you wish to manipulate. The truth can prevail, of course, but a lie told with the necessary flair will often outshine it. Politics is a filthy business and rarely relies on truth. It relies on either being gifted enough with words that you can weave an incredible tapestry of deceit that is believed, or it relies on being a titan that others fear to cross. Lucius Malfoy is both of those things, unfortunately. So what do I do? You beat him at his own game, Nicholas said with a grin as he took Harry by the shoulders. You have the shield of truth and the sword of justice, but you also have the benefit of him fearing you. Fearing me? Nicholas nodded. He believes that you are the reason his master is dead. You, inadvertently albeit, was the cause for his near downfall. He will not forget what happened, nor what you could become in only a few short years. At worst, he will be very cautious of you, Harry. But how do I use that? Like I said, you beat him at his own game, Nicholas reiterated. You stand strong and unflinching. You must be resolute and fearless. Make him believe that he has woken a monster that cannot be bribed or cowed. Sometimes the world needs a monster to defeat one that already plagues it, Harry. I fear that it is your destiny to become just that. Many monsters lay in your path to peace. You must slay each one as you encounter it, or they will consume you, as is the way of all our demons. Become a monster, Harry whispered. When you must, Nicholas urged. Now let us discuss the finer details. Some may seem unnecessary, but each is as important as the next. How do you know all this? Harry asked curiously. Nicholas grinned. You didn't think that I've spent more than 6 centuries on this planet without involving myself in a few political affairs. Of course you have, Harry snorted. Nicholas smiled innocently, but Harry was not convinced by it. He had come to know the man too well to be fooled by his insincere gestures. Firstly, we must discuss how you present yourself. Dress robes, do you have any? End flashback. Harry could not be more grateful of the alchemist's input. It had been something of a very basic rundown of how he should comport himself, but he knew he would do much better now than he would have had he not sought out Nicholas's advice. Again, Harry felt the nerves set in as he looked towards the clock. The appeal hearing was due to begin shortly after 8 a.m., and he still needed to meet Hagrid, though the man didn't know to expect him yet. He had not informed anyone of his plan other than those he had discussed it with, and those had been chosen very carefully. Releasing a final breath to calm himself, Harry gathered up the pieces of parchment he had accumulated over the past week and took his leave of Gryffindor Tower, pleased that it was too early for most members of the house to be up, let alone in the common room. He met no one as he made his way through the castle, and found it to be a rather pleasant day as he walked across the grounds towards the hut on the edge of the forbidden forest. Harry hoped it was a good omen for the day ahead. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Hagrid questioned as he opened the door. "It's the appeal day, isn't it?" Hagrid offered him an appreciative smile, though it did nothing to hide the mixture of sadness and nervousness he felt. "You don't have to come for that," the large man murmured, shaking his shaggy head. "Hermione, bless her, has given me lots of stuff to use," he added, pointing to a stack of parchment on the table. It only took one look at the pile for Harry to know it would serve no purpose. The members of the Wisengamot would not be patient enough to listen to whatever Hermione had gathered. If they were intimidated by Malfoy or in his pocket, no amount of references to previous cases would help. As ever, Hermione had been meticulous. And as Harry picked up the several sheets of parchment, he was impressed, even if her efforts had been for nothing. "What do you think your chances are?" Hagrid shrugged. "Not good," he sighed. "They won't change their minds." A loud squawk and the sound of beating wings could be heard outside the hut, and as Harry peered through the window, he caught sight of the restless hippogriff. "Beaky nose," Hagrid choked. Harry reached up and patted the man on the back of his arm, the highest point he could reach. "We will see about that," he offered comfortingly. "How are we getting there?" "The night bus will do it." Harry despised the night bus and vowed to hold Nicholas to his word that he would teach him how to apparate before he began his 4th year. "Then we should leave," Harry urged. Hagrid nodded, shooting a final look towards the hippogriff as he put on his coat. Leading the way across the grounds, there was no telling how the day would go, but if Harry could prevent an innocent creature being executed and help a friend in need, he would do all that was possible. "Hagrid, is your wand inside that umbrella?" Harry asked curiously as the man summoned the bus. "I don't know what you mean, Harry," Hagrid replied, his cheeks flushing beneath his beard. He was a terrible liar, and not good at concealing things. Harry said nothing as he was distracted by the purple vehicle, announcing its arrival with an obscene bang. "Here we go again," he grumbled as they were greeted by Stan Shunpike. "Break." It was not often that Ron was left in bed to sleep his fill. If it wasn't Harry waking him up at Hogwarts, it was his mother who would fill that role whilst at home. Today, however, he seemed to have been granted a reprieve, and he took a moment to simply revel in waking up under his own steam. "What time is it?" Neville groaned from across the room. Ron looked towards the clock Harry kept on his bedside table. He didn't keep one himself, as it only served to remind him of either how long he had to wait for his next meal, or how short a time he had before the next school day would begin. "Bloody hell, it's almost 8, he yelped. "We only have 30 minutes of breakfast left." Ron didn't think there had been a time in his life that he had dressed faster and cleared the stairs into the emptying common room. "Where have you been?" Hermione demanded. "I woke up late. Come on, we don't have long." "Where is Harry?" Ron stopped in his tracks and looked around. "I thought he would be here. He's not in his bed." Hermione merely rolled her eyes as she turned and climbed the stairs towards the boys' dormitories. "Oi, get out!" Seamus shouted, covering himself with a towel as she entered with Ron in tow. "See," Ron huffed, pointing towards Harry's empty bed. "See," Hermione returned, holding up a piece of parchment she retrieved from Harry's pillow. "What does it say?" "That Harry will be back by the end of the day. He has something to do away from the castle. He has cleared it with Professor McGonagall. What can he be doing that is so important he has to miss classes?" Ron shrugged. "Breakfast." Hermione shook her head irritably. "Is food all you think about?" "Come on, Hermione," Ron grumbled. "He left us a note. It's not like he just vanished." The girl conceded the point with a nod. "Fine," she agreed reluctantly, and Ron all but took off in a sprint towards the Great Hall. If he was fast enough, he could still get something of a reasonable breakfast. He was consuming his second bacon sandwich when Hermione caught up, and offered him her usual look of disapproval reserved for mealtimes. "Are you sure he hasn't mentioned anything to you?" she asked worriedly. "Not to me," Ron replied once he'd finished his mouthful. Hermione hummed. "Professor McGonagall, did Harry say when he would be back?" "Excuse me," the woman returned confusedly. "Harry, he left a note saying that he would be away for the day and that he spoke with you about it." "He did no such thing," McGonagall denied, scowling unhappily. "Leave it with me, Miss Granger. I will look into the matter personally." The head of house took her leave from the hall, and Ron looked towards Hermione. "He's going to be in trouble, isn't he?" Ron nodded. That's the same look she gives Fred and George before setting detentions for a week. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to get him in trouble, but why would he lie? Why couldn't he just tell us what he is doing?" Ron did not have an answer. Harry was his best friend, but he didn't share much. It wasn't usually a problem for Ron, who felt no need to know everything, but he could and would have covered for Harry if he'd only asked. Break. The chambers of the Wisengamot was an imposing place. Thick stone walls and a black marble floor made it formidable, and the deep echoes of even the lightest footsteps reverberated around the entire, circular room. In the very center was a small table and a chair that would never accommodate a man of Hagrid's frame. Circling around half of the room were rows of seats, each occupied by the many members, and at the rear was a public gallery where only 2 people were seated. The whispering began the moment Harry's presence was noted, lords and ladies murmuring amongst themselves, with many leaning in to take a closer look at him. Dumbledore was there too, wearing an expression of curiosity. "Mr. Potter, you are not permitted to be within these chambers for another few years yet," a man declared as he stood behind a podium. For a second, Harry wished to flee the room from the nervousness he felt, but he remembered what Nicholas told him. "Stand tall, stand proud. You're going to be terrified, but you cannot show it. Use the fear to fuel your purpose, Harry." He cleared his throat. "That would be true if I was here acting in the capacity of a member of the Wisengamot," he replied. "I'm very much looking forward to that, but for today I will only be speaking on behalf of Mr. Hagrid as his representative." Again, the members of the Wisengamot spoke amongst themselves. "As is Mr. Hagrid's right, of course," an older, red-headed woman declared. "Do you wish for Mr. Potter to do so?" Hagrid looked towards him, and Harry offered the man a nod of encouragement. "I do," the enormous man confirmed, taken aback by the gesture. "Then let us waste no more time on this," the first man that spoke said irritably. At the conclusion of the trial held on February 17th, it was decided by a majority vote that the hippogriff named Buckbeak would be executed for maiming a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "As is your prerogative," he continued with a sneer, "you have the right to appeal the decision, Mr. Hagrid. I trust you will not waste our time." Harry immediately took a disliking to this man. "I have no intention of wasting your time," Harry assured him respectfully. "I would first like to know how the decision was reached." "It was voted on," the man replied irritably. "I meant using what evidence exactly?" The man tutted as he began flicking through a stack of parchment in front of him. "We have 4 eyewitness statements as to what happened that led to Draco Malfoy being injured by the hippogriff, who all attest to the incompetence of Mr. Hagrid's teaching methods. There is." "Professor Hagrid," Harry cut in. "He is a professor and should be given the respect of his title." He did not miss the twitching of Dumbledore's beard, nor the hue of purple the man turned at being interrupted. "Excuse me. It is common courtesy to address people by their given title, isn't it?" Harry asked. "I wouldn't pretend to know who you are, but if I did not use your title, I assume you would be quite insulted." "I am Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge," the man blustered. "So it would be disrespectful for me to call you Mr. Fudge," Harry returned with a smile, still nervous but following Nicholas's advice. "I know it is just a formality, but it still should be observed that Professor Hagrid is a professor, shouldn't it?" Minister Fudge's jaw tightened before he nodded once. "Professor Hagrid," he growled, There is also the extent of the injuries sustained. Is there a medical report to support the injury? My son needed to wear a bandage for several weeks after the vicious attack. A blond man interjected angrily. Which will be supported in evidence by a medical report signed by Madame Pomfrey, Harry continued, unless no one here was provided with one. We were not, the red-headed woman clarified. Well, that's not very professional, Harry muttered. It's a good thing that I spoke with her on the matter then, isn't it? Of course, she couldn't give me a medical report without the permission of Lord Malfoy, but she did say she would be pleased to attend the appeal hearing to provide one if called upon. That will not be necessary, Minister Fudge said heatedly. Would that not be the quickest way to confirm the extent of the injury? Harry asked. Any idiot can wrap a bandage around themselves and claim they are hurt. The injury is irrelevant to the matter, Lucius Malfoy bit back. Professor Hagrid has proven to be an irresponsible instructor. Harry shook his head. Something that has not been proven, he pointed out. I would ask how many of you chose to study care of magical creatures as an elective when you were at Hogwarts. The question is not pertinent to this case, one of the lords seated next to Malfoy declared. I'm sure it will prove to be, Harry said dismissively. Surely someone studied the subject. I did, a man confirmed as he stood. Thank you, Lord. Boot. Lord Boot, Harry acknowledged. Did you ever take a class on the care of hippogriffs? The man nodded. And what is it you were explicitly told to avoid doing? Well, Professor Kettleburn told us not to approach them unless it returned a bow, and that it would be unwise to insult a hippogriff. Harry nodded. Does anyone else remember that lesson? He asked the room at large. Several others, varying in age, raised their hands, and Harry turned his attention back to a furious Minister Fudge. I remember it too, Harry declared. I was in the very same lesson that the incident took place in, and the very first thing that Professor Hagrid told us not to do is what Lord Boot explained. Only one person did not listen to the warning. You say you have 4 eyewitness accounts that support Draco's side of what happened. I would bet my last galleon that those 4 reports are signed by Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and Theodore Knott. Am I right? All credible witnesses, Lucius Malfoy said firmly. To you, maybe, Harry responded. But I have 15 eyewitness statements signed by other students in that class who give a very similar version of events, each of them credible and neutral witnesses, all willing to swear in front of you that what is written here is what they saw, he informed the Wisengamot as he held up the stack of parchment. Susan Bones says that she remembers the instructions being given clearly by Professor Hagrid not to insult the hippogriffs. This is supported by Neville Longbottom, Terry Boot, Hannah Abbott, Daphne Greengrass, and every other student in that class other than those who chose to side with Draco. Are you calling my son a liar? Lucius hissed. I am, Harry confirmed. As are every other person in that class. Your idiot son thought he was beyond listening to clear instructions given to him, and he got himself hurt. To cover his own shame, he lied and claimed that Professor Hagrid had failed in his duty. The only person who failed in that class and got themselves hurt was your son, Lord Malfoy. Instead of owning his mistake, he has chosen to attempt to have a creature executed to hide his own stupidity, and I won't stand for it. Professor Hagrid did nothing wrong, and neither did Buckbeak. Draco thought he was better than listening to simple instructions, and got nothing more than a scratch for his trouble. He was lucky Professor Hagrid was there to calm Buckbeak down after Draco insulted him with words that the entire class heard. I am happy to read them back to you and provide copies of all of these statements. Word for word, every witness has written down exactly what Draco said. Or are you calling the sons, daughters, and other relatives within this room liars? It was clear to see that Lucius Malfoy was furious with Harry. A vein in his temple throbbed as he glared across the room at him, but Harry did not break the starring match. He would not back down. Enough, Minister Fudge snapped a moment later. The Wisengamot already voted on this matter. The appeal is denied. Then you will find that you will have to execute me along with Buckbeak, Harry declared. I have provided much more evidence that proves the innocence of both Professor Hagrid and Buckbeak, and you are unwilling to admit that you got it wrong. You are a joke, Minister, and if anyone else here is going to let this happen, then you are no better than Lucius Malfoy. The children I share a classroom with that look up to you have shown more guts and integrity than anyone in this room." His words were met with stunned silence. "How dare you?" Fudge sputtered when he'd recovered. "You dare enter the chambers of the Wisengamot and insult us." Harry nodded. "When Wisengamot proves to be as stupid as you've demonstrated, then yes." "He is right," the redhead lady said as she stood, cutting off any response Fudge was going to offer. "Mr. Potter has come forward in defense of Professor Hagrid and the Hippogriff and proven sufficiently that both are innocent of any wrongdoing. I do not appreciate the insult, but I would be remiss in my duties if I did not speak out against injustice. My Susan would not lie. Nor would Terry. My grandson Neville knows better. As does my Daphne. Then we should reconsider the given sentence," Madame Bones suggested. Most of the members of the Wisengamot nodded their agreement. "Those in favor of carrying out the sentence, raise your wands." Many were pointed in the air, but Harry could evidently not count as quickly as Madame Bones. "Those in favor of clearing Professor Hagrid and the Hippogriff known as Buckbeak of all charges." Again, Harry could not count quickly enough to tally the number, and he waited nervously as Madame Bones took a few notes on a sheet of parchment in front of her before sliding it towards Minister Fudge. The man purpled once more as he read the notes. "The Wisengamot finds in favor of Professor Hagrid," he huffed, slamming his gavel atop the podium before storming from the room. Lucius Malfoy glared balefully at Harry and followed suit. Harry had won, but the experience had not left a positive impression on him of the Wisengamot. It seemed so few were willing to do what was right on mere principle. They needed to be pushed, and though the decision had gone in Hagrid's favor, it was not as unanimously as it should have been. Despite his success, Harry had indeed lost respect for just about everyone in the room, even those that had eventually done the right thing. Had he not come, none would have listened to Hagrid and Buckbeak's sentence would have stood. It sickened Harry to his very core. Nicholas's words rang true. Politics wasn't about what was right and wrong, but what people could achieve using influence, wealth, and fear. "You did it, Harry," Hagrid sobbed. "I don't know how to thank you." Harry smiled as he nodded at the man. "That's what friends do," he replied. "They help each other when they need it." Harry felt the wind being squeezed from his lungs as he was jubilantly lifted into the air, and he caught sight of Dumbledore positively beaming at him over Hagrid's shoulder before the headmaster offered him a respectful bow. "I think it would perhaps be wise to return to Hogwarts, don't you?" he suggested. "I'm sure Buckbeak will be most relieved to hear of the outcome, as will a certain Miss Granger." Harry nodded as Hagrid returned him to ground level, and the three of them took their leave from the chambers. "I must say, you conducted yourself admirably, Harry," Dumbledore praised. "I do not think you have made a friend of the minister, however." Harry shrugged. "I'd rather not be friends with someone who is happy to allow a creature to be murdered because of someone's lies." Dumbledore's mustache twitched in amusement. "If only every other could show such moral fiber and fortitude," he sighed. "The world would indeed be a much better place. Welcome to the world of politics, Harry. It is an unpleasant business, but a necessary one." Break. Lessons for the day had ended, and Hermione was only growing more worried about Harry. Where could he be? She hoped that he would join them for the evening meal, but as she entered the Great Hall, her friend was nowhere to be seen. "He did say he would be back by the end of the day," Ron pointed out. Hermione nodded, but she could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Harry often wandered off alone for hours at a time, but never left the grounds, and with Sirius Black on the loose. "Miss Granger." Hermione was startled from her trail of thoughts by Professor McGonagall. "Is it Harry?" she asked. McGonagall pursed her lips. "Professor Dumbledore has assured me he is fine. Well, he is until I catch up with him. You will find him at Hagrid's." With that, the woman headed towards the staff table, and Hermione stood immediately. Hagrid, she gasped. It was Buckbeak's appeal today. Forgetting about dinner, she left the hall with a reluctant Ron in tow, no longer worried about Harry, but for the hippogriff she had tried so hard to save. Would the Ministry have seen sense? As she neared the hut, she watched as Buckbeak took off with a lone figure on his back. Hagrid, she called, running as she spotted the man in his pumpkin patch, watching the airborne hippogriff. We did it, Hermione. Buckbeak's not going to be executed. Hermione beamed joyously. What happened? She asked. Hagrid nodded towards Harry. He showed them, Hermione. He was brilliant. Harry? Hagrid nodded. They didn't want to change their mind, but Harry saw us right. Hermione frowned confusedly. Had he used all the research she had done? Not knowing what to say, she waited for Harry to land and approached him. You did it, she whispered, pulling him into a hug. I'm sorry for not telling you. You did some great work, but it wouldn't have helped. They were determined to kill Buckbeak, and other cases and outcomes wouldn't have changed their minds. Hermione couldn't help but feel a little put out, but more than anything, she was pleased by the outcome. How did you manage it? I appealed to their better nature, Harry answered with a grin. Hermione didn't believe it for one moment and quirked a questioning eyebrow at him. Harry, she pressed. He refused to answer, and Hermione could only follow him to where Hagrid was waiting. Harry, she tried again. He paused and finally relented. Let's just say I probably made a few enemies in there and leave it at that. Enemies? Harry, what did you do? He smirked and shook his head. Nothing you wouldn't have, he answered cryptically. I'm going to go for a walk to clear my head. I'm sure Hagrid will tell you. Break. Are you sure I cannot change your mind, Remus? The werewolf shook his head. Sirius needs me, he sighed. I've spent more than a decade believing that he was the one that betrayed James and Lily. I promised you I would stay for the year or until the matter was resolved. I like it here, Albus, but it is too risky. It is inevitable that someone will find out what I am and I will be forced to leave. It's better this way. Albus nodded his understanding. Well, I cannot say that I am not sorry to lose you, Remus, he said sincerely as he stood, offering the man his hand. Do you know where to find him? Remus nodded. He took Harry's advice, he explained. Until Peter is caught or the truth comes out, he will be hiding at his childhood home. No one will find him there. A wise move, Albus complimented. Do give him my best and my utmost apology. We were all wrong about him. We were, Remus replied morosely. I will finish up the rest of the school year and I will be gone. Albus watched as the man left the room, again finding himself in need of a defense against the dark arts professor for the beginning of next term. Still, Remus was right. If it hadn't been discovered already, someone would figure out what he was, and unfortunately, there would be those most displeased with a werewolf teaching their children. With a shake of his head, Albus approached the fireplace. He'd intended on visiting Nicholas for the past several weeks, and with what had occurred in the Wisengamot chambers today, his desire to do so had only become more pressing. Harry had indeed been impressive for his first foray into politics, and would undoubtedly be a much-needed breath of fresh air when the time came for him to take up his position in only a few short years. It was something Albus was eager to see in the not-so-distant future. Break. Harry sidestepped the first bludger that plowed towards him and twisted to avoid the next, brandishing his wand as it passed him. With a groaning sound, the metal ball exploded, the shards becoming a score of fluttering bats that immediately dived at him. Whipping his wand across his body, a wall of fire sent them away to regroup, and he shifted his attention back to the other projectile. It missed him by a hair's breadth, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. That had been a close one, though he had little time to dwell on the near miss. The bats were bearing down on him once more, but were caught in a large glob of water he conjured to intercept them. Now to handle the other bludger. It rocketed towards him again, intent on smashing his bones to dust, but Harry had become adept at this exercise. He'd been working through these exercises for much of the year. It was not quite the same as having spells sent his way, but it was perfect for developing his footwork and improving his aim against moving targets, two aspects of magical combat that were necessary. Avoiding the blow from the bludger, he tracked its movements and settled on a spell that had become a favorite of his since he'd discovered it. The ball was engulfed in black flames, and the metal began to melt, dripping onto the grass below, turning it into ash that blew away in the evening summer breeze. He was yet to test it on anything living, but Harry expected the results would be most unpleasant for the victim. "Well, I'm glad I never got on the wrong side of you," a voice broke into his thoughts. Harry turned to find Wood leaning against one of the nearby Quidditch stands, nodding appreciatively at the spell work. "You came close a few times," Harry quipped. "You are completely off your head when it comes to Quidditch, Oliver." Wood chuckled heartily. "It is the one thing I want to pursue in life," he replied, "and thanks to Puddlemere, I've got the chance to do that." "They offered you a contract." "On the reserve team," Wood confirmed. "It's a start." "It is," Harry agreed. "Congratulations, you deserve it." Wood offered Harry an appreciative smile. "I'm going to miss this place," he sighed. "I'll miss being Gryffindor's captain. Not that I have anything to complain about. 3 years as captain and 3 house cups isn't bad going." "It isn't," Harry agreed. "You played a big part in that, Harry. You're a damned good seeker, and it's been an honor to play with you. I expect to see you in the leagues yourself in a few years. They're already talking about you, you know." "We will see," Harry replied. He wasn't decided on what he wished to do when he finished Hogwarts. Perhaps he would like to play Quidditch. It all depended on what fate had in store for him. Wood snorted as he shook his head. "It would be a shame if you didn't. If you keep playing as you are, they'll be queuing up to sign you, except for the Harpies. They only sign women." "I'm surprised they didn't offer you a spot," Harry quipped. "Watch it, Potter. I'm still your captain until we get off the train at King's Cross," Oliver warned. Harry laughed as he held up his hands to placate the older boy. He wouldn't put it past Wood to have him running drills for fun. "It won't be the same without you here." Oliver nodded and pulled him into a brief embrace. "Oi, you ask us to come here, and we find you hugging poor, defenseless Harry. Leave the boy alone, Wood." "Bugger off, you ginger tosser," Oliver huffed as he turned towards the twin that had spoken. Fred and George had arrived along with the chasers. "Charming," one of the twins chuckled. "And I thought you'd invited us here to tell us how amazing we have all been." "I did," Oliver confirmed. "And what better way to do that than us having a last fly together? Come on, get your brooms. You still belong to me until the end of the year, and I will be furious if you don't keep up our winning ways. Well, what are you waiting for?" Harry could only shake his head as he made his way towards the changing rooms. Still, he wouldn't pretend he wasn't happy to oblige. This was the last time the team would be as he knew it. Come the new school year, Oliver would be gone, and whoever was given the captaincy would have the arduous task of replacing their keeper. It was not a position Harry would envy. "What are you thinking, little Harry?" Katie asked. "Just how different things will be next year, little Katie." The girl narrowed her eyes at him, and Harry laughed at the expression. "Your nose wrinkles when you do that," he pointed out. "It's quite sweet." "Shut up," Katie grumbled. Harry missed the slight blush that formed on her cheeks, his thoughts having drifted to all that had happened over the past year. The Dementors, Sirius, his first visit to the Wisengamot, the progress he had made in his studies. It had been quite the eventful term at Hogwarts, and though he was looking forward to his summer away from the castle, he was equally keen to see what the next year would bring. It couldn't be any more eventful than this one, could it?